Li Qingqing, endowed with a mystical spring space, traverses through time and finds herself compelled to marry a dying warlord as a bride meant to bring him good fortune. In a desperate bid to prevent her own demise, she uses the spring water to revive the man, and with a toast from her mother-in-law, love blossoms between them. However, when the favored concubine witnesses her son's recovery, she grows disdainful of Li Qingqing's humble origins. At a plum blossom banquet, Li Qingqing defends a widow, resulting in a confrontation that nearly leads to violence between her husband and the powerful matriarch. After their separation, Li Qingqing and the widow find themselves homeless, while the crown prince plots to seize the opportunity to claim her. Her mother swiftly intervenes, incapacitating him with a well-aimed brick. The duo departs in sorrow, eventually reaching Yunnan, where Li Qingqing employs her enchanted artifact to cultivate the land and amass wealth. As they confront a century-long drought and external threats, their food supply attracts the attention of various factions. General Chu, seeking provisions, is met with a slap from Li Qingqing's mother, only for them to discover that he is her long-lost father. Amidst the chaos of war in the southern border, Zhao Tianzong arrives unarmed, and upon encountering his mother-in-law being teased by the general, he retaliates fiercely. Unexpectedly, his wife emerges wielding a weapon, questioning, "Why did you strike my father?" Seeing the young woman's pronounced belly, Zhao Tianzong is struck with disbelief, exclaiming, "Is it my child? Please don't harm her." Despite the disdain from his in-laws, the resilient warlord manages to sustain their bond, battling by day and scaling walls by night to comfort his wife. On the 16th of June, a celestial phenomenon heralds the arrival of Quadruplets, yet the valiant war god finds himself utterly exhausted. Chapter 1. Transformed into a bride of good fortune. Are you ready? Inform the young lady it is time for the bridal sedan chair. My lady has declared that she will henceforth be the warlord's wife. We must not forget the favor our family has extended. A timid maid whispers, "My lady is not yet returned from the family temple. Must we proceed with the wedding?" A sharp sound interrupts her. Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? This is a decision agreed upon by the Prime Minister. My lady is the matriarch of our household. Granting this opportunity to the young lady is already a kindness. Furthermore, your mistress is a widow who has lived in the Prime Minister's residence for years with her child. It is time she repays her debts. Li Qingqing overhears their conversation, but finds herself unable to rise. Realizing she has crossed into another realm, she learns she has assumed the role of a bride meant to bring good fortune to a dying warlord. The original owner of this body, a widow named Lu Mingmei, had sheltered in the Prime Minister's side courtyard for over a decade, unaware that the warlord Zhao Tianzong was returning from battle, his old wounds flaring up and death imminent. The emperor and the favored concubine devised a plan, ultimately seeking a 16-year-old bride from a prominent family in the southeastern region, which led them to the Prime Minister Lu Mo's household. The Prime Minister's eldest daughter-in-law, Chen, had already ascertained that the warlord was beyond saving and that the supposed bride of good fortune was likely destined for the grave alongside him. Thus, this auspicious event fell to the hapless Li Qingqing. The Prime Minister commanded the widow's daughter to pray for the deceased wife at the family temple. This morning, the original owner was drugged into a stupor, and tonight, she was to be sent to fulfill her fate, likely succumbing to the effects of the medicine before she could even make it to the altar. Truly a pitiable girl. Li Qingqing, once a victor of the 35th century, endowed with a mystical spring, found herself thrown into this precarious situation after a fatal car accident while racing to meet a friend. Alas! Why has the young lady fallen? Hurry, bring her into change and prepare her. The harsh voice of the matriarch rang out, and several attendants entered, roughly styling her hair and dressing her in a resplendent crimson wedding gown. With her eyes closed, Li Qingqing seethes with indignation. Those wretched women will pay. One maid, unable to contain her astonishment, gasps, "Look at the quality of this wedding gown." The favored concubine truly spares no expense on her daughter-in-law. Another cynically remarks, "What a pity the warlord is to die. Otherwise, she would never have had the chance to don such finery." Li Qingqing, feeling utterly powerless, reflects on the plight of her predecessor and her mother, understanding that they have been ensnared by the schemes of their maternal grandfather and uncle. How cruel the world of officials can be. In her current state, weakened by the drug, she longs for the spring water, but lacks the strength to seek it. With no other choice, she resolves to take each step as it comes. Survival is preferable to demise, At least she is still alive and must care for her mother, for she has inherited not just the body of the original owner, but also her sole surviving parent. The wedding party has arrived. Why the delay? Bring the young lady to the bridal sedan. A beautiful matron stands at the entrance, her face twisted with disdain. Qingqing, once you marry, you will be the warlord's wife. You must heed the favored concubine's words. Your mother will surely be pleased upon her return. The Prime Minister has already bestowed a generous dowry upon her. Her aunt has sent capable attendants to care for her, and the dowry will be overseen by them. Li Qingqing regards her disingenuous aunt, whose own daughters are no better than the original owner, yet they push her into this perilous situation. Very well. Thank you, aunt. If my mother returns and is treated poorly, I shall come back. Chen. A maid carries the feeble Li Qingqing on her back, while another drapes a veil over her. The auspicious hour has arrived. Let us escort the bride to the sedan. Rest assured, Qingqing, your grandfather dotes on you both and will not neglect your mother. From now on, Chu Mama will be responsible for attending to the warlord's wife. You must safeguard the dowry well. One copy of the dowry list will be submitted to the warlord's residence, and I have another here, with a third to be sent to the palace for the favored concubine. You must ensure the dowry is secure. There must be no mishaps. The implication is clear. This marriage was the Prime Minister's idea, and should the warlord pass, the dowry must be returned. As for whether Li Qingqing would accompany him in death, that was not their concern. Li Qingqing seethes with resentment as she understands her aunt's malicious calculations. This wretched woman is clearly scheming against her. Just wait and see. She intends to stash the dowry away in her space and return to deal with them later. Under the effects of the drug, Li Qingqing drifts in and out of consciousness, the potency overwhelming her feeble body. She is unceremoniously delivered to the warlord's residence, where the atmosphere is devoid of joy, while the warlord's mother, the esteemed concubine one, presides over the proceedings. Upon seeing her new daughter-in-law being carried in, concubine one furrows her brow. Why was she not brought in on her own? Has the fire pit been crossed? Li Qingqing recognizes the authoritative voice and deduces that this must indeed be the legendary concubine one. The accommodating Chu Mama replies, Your Grace, the warlord's bride has not eaten since the morning due to the evening ceremony. She is too weak to comply, but she is adhering to tradition by abstaining from food and drink today. Concubine one nods. Very well. Let her pay her respects to me, and then she may be taken to the bridal chamber. Two maids support Li Qingqing, and after bowing deeply to concubine one, the wedding rites are deemed completed, and the bride is borne away to the bridal chamber. Concubine one follows them inside, and upon entering, Li Qingqing is assaulted by a nauseating stench of medicinal herbs. She nearly succumbs to the noxious fumes, wondering if this could truly be anything other than poison, so acrid is the scent. With a voice tinged with sorrow, concubine one remarks, Tianzong, my son, your mother has secured a bride for you. The master of divination has proclaimed that only through this marriage can you find a glimmer of hope. Whether it holds any merit, I cannot say. The Empress Dowager merely wishes for my son to live 100 years, and in the future, she will surely heed your words, as long as you can accompany her for a century, to provide her with solace in her old age. What does it matter about the Crown Prince? We shall not contend over such trivialities. As long as you are well, the Empress Dowager will have no further desires. Oh, my son, please do not abandon your mother. Listening to the heartfelt words of this matron, one cannot help but feel a poignant sense of loss for her son. Alas, how pitiful is the heart of every parent. When a mother sees her child on the brink of death, surely her heart shatters into 1,000 pieces. Bring forth the veil for the princess. The voice commanded. It seems the Prime Minister's household is quite sincere. Pray tell, what is your name? Lu Qingqing. The noble consort, upon seeing the young maiden's demure appearance and hearing her name, instinctively assumed she was the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, and nodded in satisfaction. Lu, you and the warlord shall henceforth be wed. The marriage contract is already in place. I wish not to impose upon you, so today I present you with the royal jade plate. You shall be bound as husband and wife for eternity. Now, I shall take my leave. Rest well. As Lu Qingqing watched her mother-in-law depart with a gaze reminiscent of one mourning the dead, an unsettling chill coursed through her. What did this matron mean by for eternity? Was she implying that should her son perish, she too must follow him into the grave? Chapter 2. Outrageous. The audacious maid dares to climb into the prince's bed. Lu Qingqing felt the two matrons strip her of her bridal attire, removing the adornments from her hair and taking away the phoenix crown. In an instant, she felt a sense of liberation as she was cast upon the bed beside a man, whose body exuded an unsettling chill. He was likely nearing death. Congratulations, Prince and Princess. May you enjoy a harmonious union and be blessed with offspring soon. An elderly matron lowered the bed curtains, plunging the interior into dimness. Lu Qingqing realized she must retreat to her sanctuary, lest she succumb to the cold. I shall enter and drink some spring water to revive myself. Why is it so frigid here? Lu Qingqing swiftly slipped into her space, where spring reigned eternal, and an inexhaustible spring of liquid vitality bubbled with ethereal essence. In the distance, bountiful fields yielded a rich harvest, and Lu Qingqing, having chosen to cultivate rice, had an abundance of it, which granted her financial independence. Stumbling to the edge of the spring, she knelt and cupped the water in her hands, drinking deeply. As she quenched her thirst, she felt rejuvenated. Heavens! This sweet spring water is magnificent. It is as if it nourishes my very soul. Lu Qingqing has been revived. How could I, who cherish life so dearly, ever succumb? After consuming the spring water, she stood upright and circled the spring. She wandered to her resting quarters, where a mirror reflected her current appearance. Ha ha ha. This visage bears no distinction from my own, though this ancient version of myself seems somewhat more frail. Recalling the original owner and her mother, they were but shadows in the residence, seldom receiving proper nourishment. In this era, the original owner's mother is a widow, likely looked down upon. Reflecting on the original mother, she was indeed a beauty, yet unfortunate to live in such times. Had it been the present, she would surely have remarried. Searching for some sustenance, she mused, this petite frame cannot survive on mere water. I must indulge in chicken legs and hamburgers, and perhaps some milk. Cough, cough, cough. Alas, my delicate stomach cannot bear too much at once. Burp. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Lu Qingqing exited the sanctuary, only to be met by a pungent medicinal odor that nearly caused her to retch. Suddenly, she heard voices from outside. You little rascals, if you discover our lord has departed this world, rush in and serve the princess a cup of poison, so she may accompany him into the afterlife. Our noble consort is concerned that he should not be alone. Lu Qingqing thought to herself, a marriage spanning a millennium begins with such perilous excitement. Seated on the bed, she gazed at the man beside her, whose imposing figure radiated a cold aura, signaling imminent demise. Alas, to avoid being buried alongside you, I shall offer you some spring water. This precious elixir was meant to be sold for a fortune, yet seeing as we share a fateful connection across the centuries, I shall generously quench your thirst. From her sanctuary, Lu Qingqing retrieved a flask of spring water. Dear sir, having not wed in my past life, I now find myself married to you at the outset of this one. What a 1,000-year bond this is. You are quite heavy, are you not? Were you frozen to death? With great effort, Lu Qingqing propped the man up. His body was chillingly cold, yet his pulse still throbbed, indicating he was not entirely lifeless. Without further hesitation, she forcefully poured some spring water down his throat, and he gulped it down. Lu Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, it seems your will to live is quite robust. How curious. You show no reaction to the first cup? I shall not be deterred. If one cup does not suffice, then two shall do. Then perhaps a few more, for today marks my first day as a married woman, and I shall extend a grand offer to you. Undeterred, she poured him several more cups of spring water, and his belly visibly swelled. Asterisk burp. Burp. Asterisk suddenly, Lu Qingqing heard him emit 2 resounding belches, and she noticed his body was no longer as frigid. Heavens! I nearly celebrated too soon. How fortunate! Exhausted, Lu Qingqing took a sip of spring water and collapsed into slumber, unaware that the copious amounts of elixir she had administered were gradually reviving the man's ailing organs. As dawn broke, the man opened his eyes, feeling a heaviness in his chest. Zhao Tianzong recognized the resurgence of his old injuries, exacerbated by the chill that had not yet abated. Yet, something felt amiss. Why did he suddenly feel warm? His body, once paralyzed by the cold, now radiated heat. Zhao Tianzong attempted to move his stiffened hands, which had been devoid of sensation for so long. Now, they felt hot and eager to stretch. He closed his eyes and concentrated, summoning his strength. With a powerful motion, he flung his arms, clearing the oppressive atmosphere around him. Thud. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. Lu Qingqing, having been peacefully nestled beside him, was abruptly toppled to the floor and instinctively let out a cry. A loud crash. Your Highness! Your Highness! Suddenly, the door to the new chamber burst open, and several individuals rushed in, their footsteps chaotic. 4 men, fierce and menacing, stormed into the inner chamber, their gaze falling upon the small woman sprawled on the floor, who had fallen in disarray, crying out in distress. Unacceptable. A large hand swept aside the crimson bed curtains, revealing the man now seated, his hair tousled, yet his eyes piercing as they fixed on the woman below. Unacceptable. How dare this maid climb into my bed? Lu Qingqing, still dazed from her fall, retorted, unacceptable. I am your wife. I revived you. How can you repay my kindness with such ingratitude? Did not the noble consort decree that only I could bring you back to health? Ah, so you are fickle heart. Now that you are well, you cast me aside, not even allowing me a place to sleep. Maid? What nonsense are you spouting? How tiresome. The man sat, emanating chill, his gaze unfriendly as he scrutinized the petite figure on the floor, who appeared no more than 100 pounds. Could she be attempting to seize an opportunity to marry him? He hoarsely inquired, Jean-Y, clarify who she is? Jean-Y, rendered dazed, dropped his knees with a thud, followed by the 3 men who knelt in unison, all 4 of them weeping profusely. Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations on surviving the auspicious ceremony. Woo-woo. This is truly the princess that our esteemed emperor and the noble consort have arranged for you through Master Tong Tian. Zhao Tianzong, witnessing his 4 subordinates kneeling and gasping for breath in tears, realized that he had indeed survived the resurgence of his cold poison. Humph! What absurdity is this auspicious ceremony? I refuse to believe that such a thing could revive me. Lu Qingqing, observing the man alive yet in denial, rose from the ground with an annoyed huff, unceremoniously brushing off her clothes. What do you mean? Your survival is entirely my accomplishment. Feel your stomach. You were begging for water all night, and I kept feeding it to you. As Zhao Tianzong touched his distended belly, a sudden urge to relieve himself arose. You actually gave me water? Given that Zhao Tianzong's cold poison had flared, he was unable to drink water, for it would freeze and pierce his insides. Lu Qingqing, with a fierce expression, proclaimed, once dawn breaks, we shall divorce. I toil and labor yet receive no gratitude. Your family ought to at least provide me with a hearty meal. For the sake of your auspicious ceremony. She is not. I didn't even manage to eat yesterday. Zhao Tianzong gazed at the petite woman clad in a vivid red nightgown, noting that he, too, was dressed in red, and understood the implication. Jean-Y, loyal and steadfast, interjected, Your Highness, you must not divorce. This matter is too enigmatic. Even divine doctors have given up. They claim they can treat the illness, but not save the life. It was Master Tong Tian who was summoned by the emperor. He has discerned the heavenly secrets and stated that only through this auspicious ceremony can there be a glimmer of hope. Zhao Tianzong replied, Indeed. It is done. My princess, adhere to the rules. Jean-Y, I shall relay the news to the emperor and consort, informing them that his highness has recovered. Jean-Y, tears streaming down his face, turned and rushed out, only to be met by an elderly woman who mistakenly thought the prince had perished. It was Mama Chu, who entered with exuberance. Have the prince and princess ascended to the heavens?
Oh my,
With a loud slap, Jean-Eyre, known for his fiery temper, stood up and struck the woman, knocking her to the ground. You old hag, should you dare to curse the prince and princess again, I'll not hold back. Lu Qingqing, isn't that Mama Chu sent by her aunt? With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she devised a plan. Mama Chu, have you been dreaming? The prince has been revived by my auspicious ceremony. Come with me to fetch some clothes. Mama Chu glanced at Lu Qingqing and then at the menacing Zhao Wang, trembling as she stammered it. It was just an ill dream. It is only that I am concerned for the princess. Lu Qingqing, let us go. I am freezing. He must have transferred his cold energy to me. Otherwise, why would I feel so chilled? Observing the frail girl, one could easily believe a gust of wind could sweep her away. She led the old woman out without a backward glance. Zhao Tianzong furrowed his brow. Where did my mother find such a delicate creature? Chapter 3. A Glimmer of Hope? The palace sent over the wedding wine. The Battle King, unexpectedly revitalized by this auspicious event, erupted with renewed vigor. In fact, The royal residence had already prepared several carts of white mourning cloth, awaiting the demise of the battle king and the princess to commence the funeral rites. Little did they anticipate that the princess, meant to bring joy, would truly restore the battle king's vitality, causing an uproar in both the royal residence and the palace. In the small Buddhist hall of Yonghe Palace, the grieving concubine had been praying for her son's well-being all night. Upon hearing that someone had arrived from the royal residence, she immediately assumed her son had perished, leading her to collapse in despair. When concubine regained consciousness, she found her husband, Emperor Xiaowu, gazing at her with concern from beside her bed. Emperor Xiaowu, a martial ruler, had long experienced a strained relationship with his primary consort, Empress Qiu. His beloved concubine was the mother of Zhao Tianzhong. Despite their deep affection, she could not ascend to the status of empress, as emperors throughout history must maintain a delicate balance in the court's power dynamics. The middle-aged emperor observed his beloved frowning and spoke, "My love. It is said that the princess, who brought joy, has indeed revived Tianzhong. Yet I fear, as the divine physician has warned, that his condition is dire. The cold poison has seeped into his bones, leaving little hope." Although Master Tong Tian suggested that this revival might offer a sliver of chance, such hope was fleeting. Concubine suddenly sat upright, throwing herself into her husband's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. They had loved each other sincerely for years. Yet they had only one son, an exceptional martial talent capable of leading troops. Now, with their only child's life hanging by a thread, what was she to do? Though her husband cherished her, what would become of her after his passing? The Empress Qiu held the crown prince, Zhao Tianzhong. How could she possibly tolerate her presence? "Your Majesty, is Tianzhong truly experiencing a resurgence?" Concubine implored. Emperor Xiaowu, cradling his beloved, felt the turmoil of a father and a sovereign as his son faced imminent death. "My love, Tianzhong is our only son, and he resembles me in every way, a reflection of my youth." Suddenly, concubine gazed up at her husband, her eyes brimming with yearning. "Your Majesty, perhaps I should send them the wedding wine. If only the heavens could grant us a grandchild, it would provide me with solace in my old age." Emperor Xiaowu's eyes brightened with realization. "Then, it must be done swiftly. If this is indeed a moment of revival, time may not be on our side." Concubine pushed away from her husband and hurried towards the main hall, calling out for attendants. Meanwhile, in the royal residence, Qingqing accompanied the elderly maid, Granny Chu, to the bridal chamber, astonished by the towering piles of dowry. All the trunks remained unopened, the red silk still tied, ready to be transported at any moment. "Granny Chu, please step outside. I wish to try on a couple of outfits." Granny Chu, somewhat wary, replied, "Princess, which attire shall I fetch for you?" Qingqing shot her a glare. "What do you think? Would I change in front of you? Just go outside. Can I not take a trunk with me? Are you out of your mind?" Granny Chu sighed and quietly exited, sitting at the door, too afraid to leave. She murmured to herself that this dowry needed to be returned to the Xiang residence. Qingqing heard her and grinned widely, rummaging through the items and pulling out several garments. The clothes were somewhat wearable, albeit in pastel shades of yellow, pink, and purple. She could make do. After changing into a lovely yellow dress and tying her hair back in a ponytail, Qingqing surveyed the 10 or so wooden trunks. One by one, she opened them, revealing boxes filled with pearls and jade. Oh my! 4 large boxes of silver ingots and 4 of gold. What a display of opulence from the Prime Minister's family. She felt elated. This was solid currency, more than enough to secure her future. Qingqing, a savvy saver, quickly stowed the boxes of gold and silver treasures into her space, leaving only a few trunks of clothing behind. After a busy morning, hunger gnawed at her, and she decided to return to dine with the revived source of her sustenance. Emerging in her exquisite yellow dress, she spotted Granny Chu at the door, casting her a disapproving look. "Close the door. All of this is my dowry. You better keep an eye on it, do you understand?" Granny Chu retorted with a sharp tone, "I understand, but these are assets of the Xiang residence." Just then, Jean Eyre rushed in, noticing the young princess and immediately bowing. "Royal Highness, someone has arrived from the palace to summon you and the prince." Qingqing lifted her skirt, excitement sparkling in her eyes. "Oh, is it time for dinner? I'm starving." She followed Jean Eyre back to their newlywed chamber, where she was greeted by a tall figure clad in deep purple robes. He stood at least 6 feet tall, with a robust frame, His features were striking, with sharp contours and a bronze complexion. His gaze was piercing as he looked at her. "Princess, please join me. The Emperor and Empress have sent their decree." Qingqing stepped forward, unable to suppress her curiosity. Gazing up at him, the pair made for an endearing couple with their height difference. A well-dressed eunuch entered, his high-pitched voice ringing out. "Your Majesty and the beloved consort have decrees." Qingqing watched as the man knelt on one knee, hastily mimicking him. The battle princess, having miraculously revived the battle king, had accomplished a great feat, and it was a joyous occasion. "We are delighted, for my son was unwell during his wedding, but now the battle king has recovered. The beloved consort has sent wedding wine, wishing for the couple to enjoy a harmonious union and bear many children." Zhao Tianzhong. Qingqing was bewildered. Was this all they had to offer? A mere jug of wine? Was the emperor truly so lacking in generosity? Zhao Tianzhong furrowed his brow and accepted the tray handed to him by the eunuch. "Thank you, Father Emperor and Mother Empress." Qingqing echoed his gratitude. But as she stood before the towering man, she realized she barely reached his shoulder, and she was quite slender. Could she even bear children? Zhao Tianzhong sighed. Recognizing his parents' intentions, this was their way of hoping for a grandchild during what they deemed a resurgence. He too felt as if he were experiencing a revival, as the cold poison had resurfaced, and the old physician had declared his condition hopeless, likely wishing to avoid witnessing his demise. "Princess, this is the heartfelt wish of my father and mother. Let us partake of the wedding wine together." Qingqing blinked in confusion, pondering the myriad of royal customs. Even after their marriage, they were expected to drink wedding wine? Her stomach growled audibly. "But your highness, can we even drink wine on an empty stomach?" Zhao Tianzhong turned to the guests. "Indeed. We did not partake of the banquet last night. Let us rectify that today." Quickly, a flurry of servants entered, setting up a lavish feast with remarkable speed, surpassing even five-star establishments. Qingqing sat attentively, beaming at the array of delectable dishes before her. "Thank you, Your Highness, for this splendid meal. Surely these are made from the finest, all-natural ingredients." Zhao Tianzhong sat there for the first time, gazing at his newlywed wife, never having imagined that he would have a spouse in this lifetime. The young girl looked at him with a beaming smile and said, "Your Highness, I am Qingqing. It is a pleasure to meet you." Zhao Tianzhong swallowed nervously and softened his expression, replying, "I am Zhao Tianzhong. From this day forth, you shall be my princess. Regardless of my presence, you must show filial piety to His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. This is my sole request of you." Qingqing nodded eagerly. "I will. But Your Highness must also cherish my mother. Love and respect are mutual. This is my only request of you." The young couple raised their goblets and, gazing into each other's eyes, drank heartily. "Ouch! This is quite spicy, Your Highness." "I shall not hold back," the girl exclaimed as she picked up her chopsticks, eagerly piling her plate with meat and vegetables, relishing her meal. The attendants, including Demingzi, observed in silence, taken aback by the uniqueness of the young princess. As Zhao Tianzhong watched her delight in her meal, a warmth spread within him. This little one was rather amusing. He mused that if he were to perish, she could bear him a child, and surely the Empress Dowager would treat them kindly. Demingzi, the chief eunuch, could not help but mutter that this little princess, with her hearty appetite, would surely bear a healthy heir in the future. Zhao Tianzhong, feeling hunger pangs himself, began to eat, but suddenly turned to see Demingzi gazing at his wife with an infatuated expression, prompting a shift in his demeanor. "Demingzi, how long do you intend to linger here?" he questioned. "Forgive me, Your Highness. I shall take my leave," Demingzi exclaimed as he hurriedly exited with his subordinates, leaving Qingqing momentarily bewildered. "What is Your Highness waiting for? Are we not finished with the meal?" she asked. "Oh, Your Highness, what are you doing? Where are you taking me? I am not yet full." Chapter 4. A day as husband and wife, 100 days of affection, 100 days of marriage, a lifetime of kinship. Qingqing, cradled in the arms of her husband, soon realized she had been ensnared by her mother-in-law's scheme. But it was too late to turn back. "What is happening? Please, not like this." She felt an unexpected warmth enveloping her, instinctively responding to her new husband's advances. "Wait! The wedding wine must have been tampered with. Your Highness, do not." The man, consumed by desire, could not halt his actions. He understood this was the will of his mother and perhaps even his father. If it were indeed a fleeting moment of clarity, he must seize the opportunity to be with her, hoping she would bear him a child. Qingqing found herself in a tragic predicament. In her past life, she was an unmarried woman of 26, not due to high expectations, but rather the lack of a suitable match. Upon arriving in this realm, she had been tasked with invigorating the man who had miraculously recovered from death's grasp, only to find herself ensnared by her scheming mother-in-law. Standing in the courtyard, Demingzi blushed, covering his mouth as he quietly listened, and after a considerable time, the sounds from within gradually faded. After waiting a quarter of an hour, as Demingzi's eyes brimmed with tears, believing the war prince had met his end, he suddenly heard a deep voice call for water to be brought in. An attendant entered, instructing that the princess's original handkerchief be taken away.
Demingzi hesitated and replied, "Yes."
"I shall obey," and hurriedly set about his task.
"Linama."
"Please fetch the princess's handkerchief, and we shall return to the palace to report." Demingzi, risking it all, personally carried water into the chamber, peeking inside once more to confirm that the war prince had survived the night. Meanwhile, outside the war prince's residence, spies and officials were left dumbfounded. They murmured to themselves, "Why has the war prince's residence not yet hung the white flag of mourning? What does this mean? Did the young lady from the Xiang family not bring about his demise?" In the resplendent Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong sat, toying with a pair of jade-like beads, when one slipped from his grasp and shattered.
"What?
Is Luce still alive?" He pondered, bewildered. The divine physician has been gone for 3 days. How can he still be drawing breath? Suddenly, an informant entered, bowing and reporting, "Your Highness, we have received word that the war prince awoke this morning. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager were concerned he was merely experiencing a moment of clarity and sent him wedding wine. It is said he has not perished after consummating the marriage." With a crash, another jade bead met the same fate as its predecessor. "Is he truly blessed with 9 lives? That scoundrel. Go keep watch," he ordered. "Inform my uncle that military power cannot be seized in haste. Perhaps he is merely experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. Prepare offerings for me. Tomorrow I shall take my brothers to the Temple of Ancestors to pray for the war prince." In the capital, though outwardly serene, turmoil brewed beneath the surface. Yet within the war prince's residence, joy abounded. After consummating their marriage, Zhao Tianzong felt an indescribable sense of relief, as if the world had transformed. At 22, he had never known a woman, having been afflicted with cold poison since birth. Even as an adult, he had never felt desire until today when, under the influence of his mother's wedding wine, he found intimacy with his new wife. Zhao Tianzong personally carried the little woman to bathe, but she, petite and delicate, soon succumbed to exhaustion. As her closest companion, he gently washed her, adhering to the adage that a day as husband and wife yields 100 days of affection. Though they had only been wed for a day, he felt compelled to care for her. Blushing, he wrapped her in a warm blanket and laid her down, before taking his own bath and donning a crimson sleeping robe. To prevent her from feeling cold, he procured a set of sleeping garments for her as well. His cheeks flushed. Once she was properly dressed, he held her close, feeling his own body ablaze, while her skin was cool to the touch. "Qingqing, could it be that I have passed my cold poison on to you? If so, I shall care for your mother," he vowed. "If I survive, I shall cherish you for all my days." Unconsciously, he embraced his tiny wife, wrapping her snugly in blankets, captivated by this fortuitous little princess. How splendid it would be to spend a lifetime by her side. The couple slept soundly, missing dinner altogether. Meanwhile, the 4 eunuchs waiting outside were at their wits' end, yet dared not intrude, as their lord had now taken a wife. They pressed their ears to the door, relieved to hear the soft sounds of their master snoring. With silent exchanges of glances, they conspired. The war prince is snoring. Surely, all is well. He wouldn't be experiencing a moment of clarity, would he? After consummating the marriage, the young prince should be on the way to fatherhood. Inside the palace, in Yonghe Palace, Concubine Wen and Emperor Xiaowu sat before a brocade box, exchanging anxious glances. "Do not fret, my dear. Perhaps our Tianzong will be well from now on," Concubine Wen said, observing her husband's swollen eyelids. "Your Majesty, may this auspicious day bring us a grandson to care for you in your old age. All I desire is to be by your side, with our children healthy and safe. I seek neither power nor riches, only the well-being of my family." Emperor Xiaowu sighed. "My dear, I wish I had met you sooner. But alas, my position prevents us from being together. I can only strive to protect you and our children. Fortunately, Tianzhong is a promising individual capable of carving out a realm for you. However, should he truly falter, I assure you that neither you nor your daughter-in-law shall be neglected. Tears streamed down the face of Concubine when, as she implored the emperor, Your Majesty, at dawn tomorrow, I wish to visit the Wang residence, to catch a fleeting glimpse of my son. Is it permissible for me to do so, without alerting anyone? The emperor's eyes glistened with emotion as he drew his beloved closer, cradling her tightly. My dear, you may go. At tomorrow's morning court, I shall discreetly send Long Air to escort you for a brief visit with our son. Promise me, no matter what, you must not leave my side. The fate of our child is predetermined by the heavens. I bestowed upon him the name Tianzhong, with the hope that he would one day ascend to the throne. The couple embraced in profound sorrow, their hearts burdened by the knowledge that their son had been born with a chill poison, a consequence of the treachery inflicted upon Concubine when during her pregnancy. Their child had come into this world tainted, a source of constant anguish for the couple, who sought the healing of a divine physician. Yet, despite their efforts, their son faced dire straits. That night, Qingqing struggled to find rest, her body racked with pain as if crushed by the weight of a tragic accident. Alas, having suffered a series of calamities, it is impossible not to feel the toll on my body, she lamented. Bound and unable to move, she cried out for help. Mother, I am afraid. Where are you? Qingqing, what troubles you? I am here. The voice of her husband resonated in the dimness. Startled, Qingqing opened her eyes to meet the gaze of a man with deep, compelling eyes, his chest exposed, revealing his chiseled physique. Have I truly become his wife in this ancient realm? She pondered, reflecting on the intimacy they had shared. The man, observing her bewilderment, smiled and leaned in to kiss her forehead. Qingqing, a day of marriage begets 100 days of affection. You are now my wife. Qingqing felt the weight of his words. A day of marriage leads to a lifetime of kinship. Do you wish to be my beloved? In the 5th chapter, what nonsense is this? The war prince has been revived by joy. Zhao Tianzhong gazed at the petite figure in his embrace, declaring, As long as I draw breath, I shall remain forever entwined with Qingqing. The man, drawn inexplicably closer to her, wondered at her beauty. He gently pressed his lips to hers, savoring the sweetness and fragrance, soon finding himself craving more. The sounds of their union filled the room, mingled with the soft pleas of the girl, and the man tenderly reassured her. Outside, Concubine Wen, clad in simple garments and a cloak, felt her face burn with embarrassment. A surge of shock coursed through her. Could her son truly have been possessed? An hour later, the man's voice, now laced with joy, commanded, Bring in water and prepare more garments for the princess. Demingxi, blushing, complied eagerly, My lord, please be swift. Concubine, Wen's scalp tingled with disbelief. What on earth was transpiring? Realizing she could not linger in the courtyard, she hurriedly retreated to the main hall, her heart racing. She instructed the maid to inform her son that she wished to see him. Restless in the hall, she paced back and forth, anxiety gnawing at her. Where was her son? Had something gone awry? Just as she contemplated checking the backyard for him, her son finally appeared, striding towards her with a commanding presence. Overcome with emotion, Concubine Wen could no longer contain her tears, covering her mouth in disbelief. The lifeless boy she had seen just yesterday now approached her with vigor. Tianzhong, have you returned? Have you come back to your mother? No one must disturb her. Her son had returned. Zhao Tianzhong, feeling his mother's tears, knelt before her, his own eyes brimming with emotion. Forgive me, mother, for causing you worry. I've been rejuvenated by the princess's joy. The coldness has left my body, and I feel anew, as if the world has transformed around me. My son, you have fallen for the bride you chose for me, Qingqing. Thank you, dear mother, for facilitating this union. Have you eaten, dear son? Qingqing and I have yet to dine. She cannot rise from bed. Let us share a meal together. Concubine Wen, witnessing her son's joy at the mention of his bride, felt her heart lift. As long as you both are well, I am content. Take good care of her. She is inexperienced in these matters. Someone, notify the palace of the war prince's recovery. Request the emperor to summon the royal physician to ensure his well-being.
Li Mama.
Prepare a delicious breakfast for my son and daughter-in-law. Yes, my lady. Concubine Wen, filled with delight, pulled her son up, gazing at him with astonished joy. Qingqing, That child is indeed fated to be your match from a past life. How else could she have brought you back to life? Zhao Tianzhong looked down at his mother, noting the silver strands in her hair, a testament to the worries she had borne for him. Mother, I regret causing you distress. When the physician arrives, I wish for him to examine Qingqing as well. I am concerned that my cold poison may have affected her. I have declared my intentions to Qingqing. Should I have inadvertently passed my affliction to her, I shall ensure her parents are cared for. Concubine Wen smiled. Of course, should Qingqing have indeed restored your vitality. It is only right that you support her family as a son-in-law should. On the 26th of August in the 26th year of the reign of Emperor Xiaowu of the Jin dynasty, the atmosphere in the Golden Hall was tense. The middle-aged emperor, his face ashen, watched two factions within the court vie for military power. The minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Qiu Rong, representing the Crown Prince's faction, argued, Your Majesty, the war prince has been ailing for days, leaving the hundreds of thousands in the Western Mountain Army without leadership. If this continues, their morale will falter, and they will be ill-prepared should conflict arise. Conversely, Wen Hang, the Minister of War and elder brother of Concubine Wen, countered, Your Majesty, Minister Qiu's assertions are misguided. The Tiger Guard Army, established by the War Prince, stands united, awaiting his recovery. Their loyalty cannot be easily transferred to another leader. A change in command could incite unrest among the troops. The Chancellor, Liu Mo, added, Your Majesty, it would be prudent to wait for the War Prince's recovery before making any decisions regarding the Tiger Guard. However, should he remain incapacitated, we must consider alternative leadership without delay. The Emperor's gaze sharpened as he turned to his eldest son. What say you, Crown Prince? Zhao Tianchong, inheriting the distinctive eyes of Empress Qiu, met his father's gaze with clarity. Your Majesty, I believe the command of the Tiger Guard ought to remain with the War Prince for the time being. The formidable Tiger Might army, numbering over 100,000, stands as the most formidable force of the great Jin dynasty, the very foundation upon which the realm was stabilized. A hasty change in leadership would undoubtedly incite turmoil within the ranks. The Crown Prince believes that the War King will recover, and plans to visit the Grand Temple with offerings after the morning court, accompanied by several younger brothers to offer blessings for the sixth brother. Suddenly, a voice announced, Your Majesty, the consort has sent word that the War King has recovered. Please summon the imperial physician to attend to him. With a start, Emperor Xiaowu rose, his eyes alight with joy. Excellent. The senior members of the Imperial Hospital shall proceed to the War King's residence. The crowd erupted in excitement. What sorcery is this? The War King has been revived. Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong exclaimed, Congratulations, father. The sixth brother is favored by heaven. Our brothers can reunite and assist you with state affairs once more. The emperor gazed affectionately at his eldest son, pleased. Indeed, the Crown Prince is an admirable heir. It warms my heart to see such brotherly love. Chancellor Lu Mosai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The War King's recovery is a divine blessing for the great Jin. The god of war returns, ensuring the dynasty's stability. The assembly murmured. Old Lu sent his granddaughter to bring joy, and she has revived the War King. The court is about to change. Minister of War Wen Heng echoed the sentiment. Congratulations. Your Majesty, the god of war is back, and the great Jin shall remain steadfast. In another chamber, Zhao Tianzong shared breakfast with his mother, Consort Wen. Watching her son devour 3 bowls of porridge, 2 boiled eggs, and a large meat bun, she marveled at his hearty appetite. My son, have you eaten your fill? Don't overindulge. Your stomach may not withstand it. We can eat again later, if you feel hungry. Understanding his mother's concern, Zhao Tianzong smiled. Yes, mother. I shall heed your advice. Consort Wen beamed, her beauty unparalleled, a testament to the emperor's enduring affection. Soon, the physicians from the Imperial Hospital rushed to the War King's residence, their hearts filled with curiosity. The cold poison that had plagued the War King was miraculously dispelled by the Chancellor's granddaughter, an occurrence they had never witnessed before. Chief Physician Qingqing took a deep breath and led a dozen physicians into the War King's hall. I pay my respects to her consort and to the War King. A chorus of physicians knelt, and Consort Wen, smiling warmly, urged them to rise. The War King has recovered, and I request your esteemed assistance in examining him. Zhao Tianzong gestured for the guards to clear the breakfast table. The attendants swiftly tidied the space, and Qingqing accepted a medicine chest from a fellow physician before taking his place at the table. Opening the chest, he prepared for the pulse diagnosis. sitting opposite Zhao Tianzong and gently taking his wrist. The room held its collective breath as Consort Wen fixed her gaze on the physician. The tension was palpable. A misstep could spell disaster. Suddenly, Qingqing stood, brimming with excitement. War King, have you consumed a miraculous elixir or employed some resurrection technique? The cold poison within you has completely vanished. Consort Wen clasped her hands tightly, her palms damp with perspiration. Is that truly the case? Then, that is wonderful. Let another physician come and confirm what you have said. 13 physicians took turns examining the War King and unanimously reported that his pulse was strong and healthy, indicative of a robust man. They knelt in reverence, their faces radiant with joy. Congratulations, Consort. The War King is fully recovered. All traces of the cold poison have dissipated. Zhao Tianzong stood, his heart swelling with emotion as he knelt before his mother. Mother, I am well. I shall honor you and father from now on. Consort Wen smiled brightly. Wonderful. Wonderful. Zhao Tianzong suddenly remembered his young wife. Mother, I am worried about Qingqing. I wish to take the physicians to examine her. Indeed. Dear physicians, please accompany the War King to check on my daughter-in-law. She has recently married him, and both the War King and I are concerned for her health. The assembly murmured. Could it be that the War King transferred his cold poison to the unfortunate bride? Zhao Tianzong strode purposefully back to the main hall, instructing the physicians to wait outside while he entered the room. A fragrant and gentle aroma filled the air, along with the sweet scent of his wife. Before his arrival, Lu Qingqing had emerged from her space, rejuvenated after drinking the spring water and bathing. Observing her own marks, she cursed, yet a sweetness lingered in her heart. Earlier, her husband had shown concern for her, hastily concluding their intimate moment and tenderly cleaning her, demonstrating his gentle nature. Worried he might not find her, she lay down, just dozing off when she heard the door creak open. She opened her eyes to find her husband's worry etched upon his face. Qingqing, sleep well. I have brought physicians to examine you. I shall cover you with a blanket and draw the curtains, leaving only your hand exposed, so you can rest peacefully. My lord, there is no need for concern. I am well. It's just an adjustment to our rapid progress, she replied. Zhao Tianzong's heart softened at her words. This little one is truly delightful. Fate has been kind, granting him life and a loving wife. I apologize, Qingqing. I shall take my time and strive to prevent causing you pain. A playful slap landed on his arm. Stop talking nonsense. I merely meant that our sudden marriage has led to our intimacy occurring too swiftly for my comfort. Now leave me be. I am blushing. Zhao Tianzong chuckled. Your shyness is beautiful. I adore you, Qingqing. The physicians respectfully bowed their heads as they entered the couple's chamber, nearly concealing themselves within their robes. The atmosphere had transformed dramatically since their last visit, where an overpowering medicinal odor and an oppressive chill had pervaded the space. Zhao Tianzong stood guard at the bedside,
A small round stool nearby.
the crimson drapes parted just enough to reveal a delicate hand.
Qingqing áp croquette.
Offering a silk handkerchief to the small hand and closing his eyes to begin the pulse diagnosis. He nodded thoughtfully, then stood. My lord, the princess is in good health, albeit slightly malnourished. She requires proper nourishment. Excellent. Thank you, esteemed physician. Next, I would like the following physician to examine if there are any other concerns. After a thorough examination, the consensus was clear. The young princess simply needed to improve her nutrition. Zhao Tianzong took a deep breath. Prepare a dietary plan for her. I shall ensure she is well nourished. As the physicians exited the War King's residence, news spread like wildfire throughout the capital. The War King had indeed been revived, his cold poison entirely eradicated. Joyous Consort Wen had forgotten to maintain a low profile as her son escorted her back to the palace. Zhao Tianzong even personally visited the imperial study to speak with his father, Emperor Xiaowu. The father and son shared words for an entire afternoon. During dinner, Zhao Tianzong accompanied his father, the emperor, and his mother, the empress, for a meal before hastily departing from the palace. Prior to his departure, the favored concubine Wen insisted he take away 2 carts of gifts intended for him and his wife, to be presented during her visit to her family the following day. As Zhao Tianzong exited the palace, burdened with these 2 carts, he hurried home, now a married man who could not afford to linger outside for too long.
Indeed.
Upon his return, the servants at the Wang residence informed him that his young wife had not dined that evening, claiming fatigue had kept her asleep. How could his frail little wife not be hungry? Zhao Tianzong quickly arranged for dinner and made his way to their new chamber. The man gently extracted his little wife from under the covers, draped a coat over her shoulders, and cradled her in his arms as they approached the dining table. Unwilling to place her on a chair, he held her on his lap, and Lu Qingqing gazed up at him with her almond-shaped eyes, asking why he had returned so late. The man, feeling guilty, replied, "Qingqing, today the emperor and empress were quite pleased. And they kept me in the palace for a royal feast. I also brought back the gifts for our visit tomorrow." As Lu Qingqing was held by her husband, she managed to eat a bit before he carried her back to bed. "Tonight, I shall not bully you, my dear," he reassured her. "Good. At least the prince possesses some conscience," she laughed. "Ha ha ha, I have a bit of conscience but not much. I wish to kiss you, Qingqing."
Meanwhile,
Chaos reigned at the Xiang residence. Earlier that afternoon, upon receiving the news, the old Prime Minister Liu Moqi ordered his eldest son, Lu Mingxuan, to personally fetch his younger sister, Lu Mingmei, from the family temple. The next morning, Lu Qingqing donned an exquisite royal attire, assisted by the ever-smiling Aunt Chu. As she climbed into the carriage, she cast a glance at the man on his magnificent steed, realizing her ancient husband was indeed quite handsome. Upon their return to the Xiang residence, a throng awaited them outside the gates. Zhao Tianzong dismounted and greeted Prime Minister Liu Moqi. "Good day, sir. I have brought my princess home." The elder gentleman smiled warmly, welcoming the prince and princess back, stating, "The Xiang family is truly radiant today." Reaching the carriage, Zhao Tianzong announced, "Qingqing, we have arrived home. Allow me to assist you down." With a creak, a figure in rose red dashed out, exclaiming, "Mother? Where is Mother?" The man swiftly caught his little wife, who nearly stumbled, as a beautiful woman emerged, exclaiming, "Be careful. Qingqing, my dear." Once on the ground, Lu Qingqing broke free and rushed to embrace her mother. "Mother, don't cry, I'm back." Chapter 7. "Aunt, did you say my sister should attend to me?" Lu Mingmei was impeccably dressed, but her hoarse voice and reddened eyes betrayed her distress. Lu Qingqing, noticing her mother towering half a head above her, was filled with memories of her mother's affection for the original owner of this body. "Mother, I missed you." "Yes. Just yesterday, I learned you married the prince. Are you well, Qingqing?" Lu Qingqing nestled her head against her mother's neck, replying, "Yes, Mother. The prince treats me well. By the way, let me introduce you. Prince, this is my mother. Mother, this is the prince, my husband. Henceforth, he shall be your son-in-law." Zhao Tianzong stepped forward to pay his respects. "Your humble son-in-law greets you." Esteemed mother-in-law. Lu Mingmei regarded the so-called war god, Zhao Tianzong, clearly relieved to see his health restored. "No need for formalities, Your Highness. Qingqing's marriage came rather abruptly. I am her mother, and have no further requests, other than to ensure you treat her kindly. You are now husband and wife. Please live harmoniously. Should there be any shortcomings in her behavior, you may inform me, and I shall guide her, for she is still but 16. I kindly ask that you show leniency, considering she has brought you joy." Zhao Tianzong finally understood why his little wife was so beautiful. She had inherited her mother's exquisite charm. "Yes, esteemed mother-in-law." The old Prime Minister, Liu Moqi, interjected, "Let us not linger outside with formalities. We are family, and it is time to return home. A lavish feast has been prepared to welcome the prince and princess." Suddenly, Lu Qingqing exclaimed, "Wait. Mother, the empress also sent 2 carts of gifts for you. Prince, please have someone deliver the gifts to my mother's courtyard." "Understood. Let it be as the princess wishes." "San, take some men to deliver the gifts." Lu Mingxuan, Qingqing's uncle, stepped forward. "Princess, your mother's courtyard has been restructured. Let me escort you back." Lu Qingqing gazed at the unfamiliar uncle, looking up at her mother, who took a deep breath. "Qingqing, your uncle has arranged the courtyard. It's been expanded and now includes guest rooms where the gifts can be stored." After waiting a moment, Zhao Tianzong noticed a peculiar absence. Where had his father-in-law gone? His little wife had already followed her beautiful mother into the courtyard, while Zhao Tianzong accompanied the old prime minister into the main hall. Lu Qingqing, meanwhile, proceeded with her mother and uncle to the side courtyard, admiring the renovations that had clearly been made to accommodate her mother. Aunt Chu followed closely behind Lu Qingqing, eagerly suggesting, "Princess, shall we place the gifts in the guest room? Should we give the key to Madame Qin?" Lu Qingqing, visibly displeased, retorted, "This is not your place to speak. Wait outside." "Mother, where is little Dizzy?" Lu Mingmei shot a glare at Aunt Chu. Little Dizzy is tidying up the kitchen. It's not yet in order. Mother, may I take her with me this time? Lu Mingmei smiled, holding her daughter's warm hand. Of course. Your grandfather has sent 2 maids and 2 servants to assist me. You may take little Dizzy with you, as she has grown up alongside you. Lu Mingxuan added, Qingqing. Now that you are the war princess, you must protect your family, understand? Your aunt will be coming soon. You ladies can catch up, as she has been concerned for you. Lu Qingqing's almond-shaped eyes narrowed as she regarded her uncle, sensing a resemblance to her grandfather. Aware that he was not to be trusted. Thank you, uncle.
And thank you, aunt.
If not for you, I would not have this opportunity to become a princess. Lu Mingxuan felt a chill at her gaze. Naturally, your mother is the younger sister of your uncle. With such an opportunity, how could he and your aunt not watch over you? Lu Mingmei raised her eyes to her elder brother, her tone sharp. Brother, speak honestly, do you not think, suddenly? Chen, looking anxious, rushed into the courtyard. What is happening? So many boxes. The guest room cannot accommodate them. Let us move them. Seeing her sister-in-law, Lu Mingmei stepped out of the hall. Sister-in-law, there is no need for your concern. Those are gifts for Qingqing's return home, entrusted to me by the Empress. Chen's expression soured. Sister-in-law, you've lived in the Xiang residence for many years. Now that you've moved to this large courtyard, you should realize the household expenses are considerable. What do you mean, sister-in-law? Does the Xiang residence no longer have the means to support us? I have yet to speak with you, sister-in-law. Why have your 2 daughters not been sent to bring good fortune? Instead, you marry my Qingqing off to the Wang residence. Now that Qingqing is the princess, are you envious of the gifts brought by the Empress? Sister-in-law, your words are too harsh. Is it because your daughter became a princess that you have grown wings and dare speak to me this way? Lu Qingqing emerged from the room, her delicate face glowing in the sunlight, clad in her rose-red royal attire, blinding Chen momentarily. Aunt, I hope you are well. Qingqing has returned. Chen forced a loving smile. Qingqing, you look truly beautiful. The family only wishes the best for you. Your fate aligns perfectly with the prince, and indeed, your marriage has brought you joy. Lu Qingqing smiled gently, waving her hand at the guards of the Wangfu. Please carry both carts of gifts into that guest room, lock the door, and hand me the key. Yes, my lady, they replied. Zhan San and a few others swiftly carried the boxes, and with a click, the door to the guest room was locked. Zhan San respectfully approached Lu Qingqing, presenting the key with both hands. Lu Qingqing accepted the key and handed it to her mother. Mother, I have seen the gifts. There are some silver and gold among them. Please do not hesitate to spend them, all right? Lu Mingmei grasped the key given by her daughter, her eyes filled with concern. Qingqing, mother wishes to save for you, as these gifts belong to you. Lu Mingxuan glanced at his wife and nodded. Qingqing, let your aunt accompany you for a while. I shall go greet the Zhan Wang. The 3 women returned to the main hall, where Chen sat with her legs crossed, looking at her sister-in-law with undisguised disdain. Qingqing, now that you are the Zhan Wangfei, you are the only princess in the Wangfu. I have heard that Zhan Wang has recovered from his cold poison. Why not let your cousin Yue serve you in the Wangfu? Lu Qingqing was taken aback. You want my cousin to serve me in the Wangfu? No need. I plan to bring Xiao Dizzy to assist me. Chapter 8. Are you taking advantage and pretending to be virtuous? Chen was almost furious enough to slam the table. But Lu Qingqing's status, as Wang Fei made her tread carefully. She looked at her sister-in-law with sharp eyes. Sister-in-law, do you not understand what I mean? This matter should be discussed with Qingqing. As the saying goes, the rich water should not flow to outsiders. Zhan Wang's status is substantial. He can contend with the crown prince. How could Zhan Wang have only one wife? Instead of letting some other girl benefit, it would be better to have Yue enter the Wangfu as a concubine. Lu Mingmei glared at her sister-in-law, her teeth clenched in anger. Sister-in-law, how shameless you are. My Qingqing has barely been married for 3 days, and you already want to push your daughter into the Wangfu. What do you mean? Regretful? Chen glared at her sister-in-law, wishing to tear apart her beautiful face. Had her sister-in-law really enjoyed the comforts of the Xiangfu for so many years without any gratitude? Lu Mingmei's eyes were sharp, refusing to back down. Sister-in-law, are you implying that my daughter should act as a substitute to bring you joy? Do you feel no gratitude at all? Chen, in a fit of rage, shouted at Lu Mingmei, do not take advantage and pretend to be virtuous.
Crash.
Lu Qingqing smashed a teacup on the table.
Aunt.
How dare you say such things about my mother? Is the Xiangfu trying to cast her out? Very well. Over the years, How much silver has my mother and I spent in the Xiangfu? I will seek out my grandfather to settle this, and I will repay you. Or, do you mean to say that the Xiangfu cannot accommodate my mother? Then let us separate. I will support her. No, Qingqing, I did not mean that. Your uncle and grandfather care for your mother. How could they possibly cast her out? Lu Qingqing snapped. Aunt, please do not upset me. My mother and I wish to speak in private. I have no desire to engage in this pointless chatter with you. To speak frankly, I do not agree with your notion of having my cousin enter the Wangfu as a concubine. Chen's composure shattered completely, and she stood up with a huff. Turning to leave the room, Lu Mingmei watched her unfortunate sister-in-law depart, then turned to her daughter, her eyes instantly reddening. Qingqing, I am sorry. Mother had no choice but to let you endure so many grievances in the Xiangfu. But both of us are beautiful. Without the protection of the Xiangfu, we might have been taken advantage of long ago. However, I did not expect your grandfather to be so ruthless as to send you to bring joy to others. It is heaven's grace that Zhan Wang has recovered. Otherwise, you might have been the consort destined for the grave. Mother, do not cry.
It is not as serious as you think.
Zhan Wang and I are fated to be together. He became better after I married him. He likes me very much. And I am beginning to like him too. Lu Mingmei saw her daughter's face light up with sweetness when mentioning her husband, knowing that her daughter was quite content with Zhan Wang. Well, mother is relieved now. You did not sleep well last night, worrying that you would not return today. Since you and the Wang have feelings for each other, then live happily without worrying about me. Lu Qingqing tenderly wiped her mother's tears. Her mother was exceptionally beautiful. A true kin of hers from ancient times. Mother, the gifts in the guest room worry me. I fear Aunt might steal them. I wish to hide the valuables. Lu Mingmei cautiously looked around. Qingqing, is your dowry in the hands of that woman surnamed Chu? Xiao Duzi told me that she is holding on to your dowry. You must think of a way to retrieve it. Lu Qingqing smiled playfully. Mother, I am clever. I was merely pretending to be a teacher before. The valuable items in the dowry have long been taken by me. I have checked the 2 carts of gifts. There are 500 taels of silver and 200 taels of gold. The remaining 2 sets of headpieces are also valuable. Antiques and paintings, along with cloth and medicinal materials, are not worth much, so I will leave them outside. I will collect the gold and silver.
All right.
Then you go collect them. And I will find you some inner garments. Your skin is delicate, and you must wear the nightgown I made for you when you sleep. Lu Qingqing genuinely wanted to say that her skin had improved tremendously after using the spiritual spring water and was no longer afflicted by those rashes. Alas, there exists a love called maternal love, and accepting such love is a blissful enjoyment. Lu Mingmei went to find the nightgowns she made for her daughter, while Lu Qingqing took the key to the guest room, collecting the gold, silver, and jewels into her space. She found a small wooden box and took it out, placing some of her favorite fabrics inside. When she returned to the main hall, her mother presented her with 4 sets of silk nightgowns she had sewn herself. Qingqing, these are made by your mother. Whenever there was free time in the family temple, I worked on your clothes, and fortunately, I can give them to you now. Lu Qingqing hugged the 4 nightgowns, light blue, light pink, light yellow, and moon white, each filled with maternal love. The hand-stitched seams were so delicate that one could hardly tell they were handmade. Lu Qingqing cheerfully packed the garments into the wooden box. Before noon, someone announced that lunch was ready, inviting Lu Mingmei and her daughter to the dining area. Today, the Xiangfu was filled with joy. The banquet was held in the main hall, where the Chancellor Lu Mozi sat at the head of the table with his eldest son Lu Mingxuan. To the left sat the newlywed couple, Zhan Wang and Zhan Wangfei. Opposite them were Lu Qingqing's biological mother Lu Mingmei and the eldest daughter-in-law of the Xiangfu, Chen. Zhao Tianzong glanced down at his petite wife, who clearly returned home in high spirits, her eyes brimming with love as she looked at her mother. Truly, love for the family extends to all. Zhao Tianzong raised his cup and smiled at his mother-in-law before addressing the Chancellor at the head of the table. Chancellor, this prince would like to toast you. He paused. By the way, I would like to ask where my father-in-law is? Lu Mozi coughed violently. Father, are you all right? Bring him some water. Lu Mingmei. Trouble. The son-in-law is unaware of Qingqing's identity. Wangya, do you not know my father has passed away? Lu Qingqing interjected. How could I not know that the Xiangfu had an early deceased son? When did this happen? What? Wangya, do you not know I am the only daughter of the Xiangfu's widowed youngest? Zhao Tianzong. Chapter 9. Wangya, I miss my mother. Zhao Tianzong suddenly had a bad premonition. His little wife Qingqing was the only daughter of the Xiangfu's widowed youngest, not the legitimate granddaughter of the Xiangfu. His mother had told him that marrying the legitimate daughter of the Chancellor's family as his Wangfei was a good thing. At least his wife's maternal family was the Xiangfu, which would aid in his power. It seems that the Chancellor Lu Moci has deceived both his superiors and subordinates, fearing that his death would lead to his granddaughter being buried with him. Thus, he offered his granddaughter to bring him good fortune, inadvertently revitalizing himself in the process. It appears that they have miscalculated.
Ha!
What a cunning Chancellor Lu Moci, indeed an old dog.
Oh.
This king truly did not know whether Qingqing is the granddaughter or great-granddaughter of the Chancellor. As long as she is Qingqing, that is sufficient for me. Lu Qingqing suddenly smiled at the man, affirming, yes. What the prince says is correct. As long as we are together, that is enough. The crowd watched anxiously as the War King and Lu Qingqing exchanged flirtatious glances, an affection so thick it could almost suffocate. They all let out a collective sigh of relief, as long as the Night King did not erupt in anger. The royal family would likely tacitly accept this situation. Zhao Tianzong cast a cold glance at the Chancellor, causing Lu Moci's heart to plummet. Well, by lineage, I should call the Chancellor grandfather. During my visits to the palace, my mother once mentioned that a master had divined a match for me in the southeast of the palace with a noblewoman to bring me good fortune in marriage, which might offer me a glimmer of hope. Thus, my mother sought out the Chancellor, leading to this union, for which I must express my gratitude. However, my mother and I were truly unaware that Qingqing is your granddaughter. If that is the case, it is fortunate indeed. My mother-in-law resides in the estate, and I kindly ask the Chancellor to take good care of her. I am half a son to my mother-in-law, and should she encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to inform me, whether it be a shortage of money, goods, grain, or clothing. Simply let me know, and I shall ensure my mother-in-law is well provided for. Lu Moci quickly stood up, and beside him, Lu Mingxuan rose as well, both wearing expressions of sincerity. We are truly ashamed. What does the prince say? Qingqing's mother is my youngest daughter, and she is the most cherished child of my late wife and me. Otherwise, I would not have raised her and her mother for so many years. When the noble consort approached me, I recognized how significant this matter was for the prince. I, too, consulted a diviner, who stated that Qingqing possesses a unique fate, one that aligns perfectly with the prince. My granddaughters do not share this fortune. Thus, I arranged for my granddaughter to marry the prince, and she has indeed fulfilled expectations by revitalizing you. This is truly a great blessing. Zhao Tianzong nodded. Chancellor, please take a seat and enjoy your meal. After we finish, I shall take the princess back. The prince planned to set up 2 swings for the princess in the courtyard and redecorate the garden according to her preferences. Lu Moci joyfully replied, Thank you, Your Highness. Your affection for our princess is indeed commendable. Lu Mingxuan added, Your Highness and the princess share a wonderful relationship. As family, we are genuinely pleased. Seated nearby, Chen Shi felt a pang of bitterness. Whether it was fair or unfair, she wished her daughters were marrying the War King instead.
Now,
although there were vacancies among the king's concubines, the elder of the family was reluctant to send his granddaughter to become a concubine for those idle princes. Furthermore, the royal family was lacking in heirs. Currently, only the crown prince Zhao Tianchong's consort was pregnant, while the other princes had not been reported to have any pregnancies. Among the several princes, aside from the War King, who had not taken a wife due to his cold ailment, the others had numerous women, yet no offspring were born, raising questions about whether Emperor Xiaowu had fallen short of virtue, leading to a line that might be extinguished. Lu Mingmei observed her daughter and son-in-law dining together, clearly noticing how her son-in-law doted on her daughter, serving her favorite dishes and even ladling soup for her, blowing on it gently when it was too hot. The mother instinctively felt her eyes welling with tears. Her daughter had been sent to bring good fortune and had found a husband who treated her so well. What a blessing. After the meal, the 2 legitimate granddaughters of the Chancellor unexpectedly came to serve tea, causing Lu Mingmei's face to turn pale with anger. She looked at her father, clearly dissatisfied. Lu Moci also appeared somewhat awkward as he glanced at his eldest son. Lu Qingqing, not one to be trifled with, declared, I am full. I do not wish to drink tea, and neither does the prince. Chen Shi was nearly on the verge of standing up in fury, while the 2 daughters of the Chancellor stealthily stole glances at the strikingly handsome War King Zhao Tianzong, their faces flushing. Having heard that the War King had recovered from his ailment, The sisters had complained to their mother more than once, questioning why the opportunity to bring good fortune was given to that enchanting Qingqing. Chunshi felt caught between a rock and a hard place. She wished to push her daughters toward the War King but found herself unable to do so, leaving her in a furious state. Lu Mingmei, unwilling to witness the family squabbles, cleared her throat and said to the prince, "Since you are full, why don't you and Qingqing head back first? Qingqing is delicate with sensitive skin. I have prepared some nightgowns for her to take home. She has had sensitive skin since childhood, and if she wears rough garments while sleeping, she breaks out in rashes. She has always worn the nightgowns I made for her. I hope the prince will take care of her in the future and inform us if there are any matters to discuss." Zhao Tianzong stood and bowed. "I thank my mother-in-law for her care of Qingqing and for preparing these for her." He genuinely did not know of Qingqing's sensitive skin, but he would be more mindful of her in the future. After leaving the chancellor's residence, Zhao Tianzong and Lu Qingqing walked through the streets, where onlookers noticed the war princess bid a reluctant farewell to the beautiful widow of the chancellor before departing in a carriage. It dawned upon them that the cunning chancellor had utilized his granddaughter to marry off his legitimate granddaughter to the War King for good fortune. Unaware of the rumor circulating about her status, Lu Qingqing was blissfully happy. Having arrived in this realm, she had found love. What a delightful occurrence. This man was indeed her preference, and he loved her in return. Their mutual affection was immensely sweet. Upon returning to the royal residence, Lu Qingqing accompanied the man to oversee the installation of swings and the renovation of the garden. In the 35th century, her family also possessed a grand garden, and she directed the renovations to reflect her memories of that space. Zhao Tianzong watched his little wife confidently take charge, finding her both intelligent and charming. In truth, he did not care whether his wife was the granddaughter or great-granddaughter of the chancellor. All that mattered was that she was the one he adored, and her maternal lineage was of little importance. The young girl yawned, gazing at Zhao Tianzong with teary eyes. "Your Highness, I wish to take a nap." Zhao Tianzong's eyes sparkled with amusement. Since Qingqing had invited him, how could he refuse? What nonsense! What are you saying, Your Highness? Did you not claim to be conscientious? He teased, sweeping her into his arms and striding toward their new chamber. "I may have expressed my conscience,
but it is in short supply."
At noon, the newlyweds found themselves in a playful frenzy within their new quarters, while a flock of magpies settled in the trees, chirping merrily until startled into flight by the man's sudden call. "Bring in the water." The young woman, thoroughly exhausted from the man's playful antics, allowed him to carry her into the bath, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head against his shoulder, softly murmuring, "Your Highness, I miss my mother." Chapter 10. A visit to the palace to meet the in-laws. The man tenderly cradled the small woman back to their grand bed, finding her utterly adorable. Being intertwined with her felt so blissful, and he had never imagined he could fall so madly in love with a woman. "You are truly wonderful. I would give my life for you." The young girl, utterly spent, requested, "Your Highness, please fetch me a cup of water. I need to drink a few sips." "Your Highness, the price of loving you is too steep. After your playful antics, I feel as though I have only half a life left." The man gently dressed the petite woman in the silky nightgown crafted by his mother-in-law, whose exquisite craftsmanship was truly commendable. The nightgown looked exceptionally comfortable on Qingqing, whose delicate skin deserved such fine attire. After being dressed, Qingqing, feeling drowsy from having drunk the spirit water, was ready to sleep.
"Hey,
don't kiss me, you rascal. What are you groping for? Be careful not to ruin it. This was made by my mother." Hearing the half-asleep murmurs of the petite woman, the man couldn't help but chuckle. "If you don't want me to touch it, then I'll just have to slip my hand inside." When Qingqing awoke again, it was already evening, and she felt a surge of anger. How could he let her sleep for so long without calling her? "Little Dizzy, are you outside?" With a creak, Granny Chu pushed the door open, entering with a fawning expression. The princess sent Little Dizzy to the kitchen to stoke the fire. "What can I do for you, my lady?" Qingqing's temper flared.
"Get lost.
Go find Little Dizzy for me, or I swear I will make you regret it." Startled, Granny Chu responded, "My lady, you cannot disregard Madame Chen's wishes." Qingqing sat on the bed, staring at her as if she were foolish. "Are you out of your mind? Get out and fetch Little Dizzy, or I will make you pay." Granny Chu was taken aback. She never expected that after Qingqing's visit to the Xiang residence, she would return with Little Dizzy and now not require her services. "My lady, you must not forget your roots. How did you become a princess? Was it not thanks to Madame Chen's efforts?" Otherwise, would you even have this chance? Qingqing donned her outer garments and descended. You dare speak to me like that? Do you understand your place? As the princess, I have 100 ways to make you regret your words. But I have one method that is far more entertaining than simply letting you die.
Do you believe me?
Qingqing, are you awake? What's going on? Zhao Tianzong returned, noticing the displeased expression on her face, and asked curiously. Qingqing thought it best to bide her time until she dealt with the old woman and Madame Chen when the moment was right. I don't like her. She won't fetch little Dizzy for me. Zhao Tianzong's expression darkened. There was no tolerance for such insubordination in the Wang residence. If she won't cooperate, then we shall deal with her accordingly. Granny Chu, frightened, fell to her knees. I dare not. I truly do not dare. Zhao Tianzong, feeling displeased, commanded. Go find little Dizzy. In this household, the rules must be adhered to, or there will be severe consequences. Jean E. Inform the steward to gather all the servants and handmaids outside the hall. I wish to address them with the princess. Granny Chu hurriedly scurried out, soon returning with little Dizzy, who appeared frail and timid, her eyes brimming with tears as she dared not speak in the presence of her mistress. Qingqing smiled at little Dizzy. From now on, you shall be my senior maid.
No need to be so timid.
If Granny Chu bullies you again, slap her. If she misbehaves, give her a good beating. However, I still want her to hold the keys to my dowry. You need not concern yourself with that to avoid misunderstandings. I will manage my private funds. Qingqing's dowry had been brought from the Xiang residence, and it was best that they retained control over it for now. She was unsure of the exact value or contents, but as long as Granny Chu kept it safe, it would be fine. If any items went missing, she would confront the Xiang residence about it. Standing outside, Granny Chu clutched the keys at her waist, feeling a sense of foreboding. This task seemed far from easy. Zhao Tianzong watched the girl, finding her innocent and endearing. At just 16, raised solely by her widowed mother, she lacked the commanding presence needed in the household. It was essential to ensure that she was not bullied by the servants. If anyone dared to mistreat her, he would assert his authority. Qingqing, you are too young and inexperienced. Arriving at the Wang residence, you may struggle to assert yourself. Come, let me take you to the hall to establish some rules. Qingqing gazed up at her tall husband, feeling his warm hand enveloping her small one. The affection in his eyes made her heart flutter.
All right.
I will follow your lead. My lord. The bliss of a young girl in love was palpable as she walked beside him, her head held high, her eyes sparkling with adoration. He, too, looked down at her, and the unspoken bond between two souls in love was evident in their shared glances. Together, the couple, accompanied by little Dizzy and Granny Chu, made their way to the hall, where several handmaids and servants awaited outside. Zhao Tianzong led Qingqing into the hall, where the steward, Fu Shu, bowed deeply along with the gathered servants, declaring, "We pay our respects to the prince. We pay our respects to the princess." Zhao Tianzong nodded. Very well. You may rise. Today, I bring the princess to address you all. The sole purpose is to ensure that from now on, everyone in the Wang residence must respect and follow the princess's commands. Should I discover any instances of insubordination or disrespect, there will be dire consequences. I am particularly displeased that a handmaid brought by the princess has caused her distress.
Fu Shu.
Enforce 10 lashes according to the house rules to remind Granny Chu of her place. If it happens again, it will be 100 lashes to the death.
Ah!
Your Highness, spare me. Princess, save me. Granny Chu cried, falling to her knees, but she was quickly silenced and dragged away. Qingqing instinctively moved closer to her husband, exchanging a glance with little Dizzy, both sharing a moment of schadenfreude. Suddenly, a voice rang from outside. His Majesty's decree. Zhao Tianzong hurriedly took Qingqing to the courtyard, where they both knelt to receive the royal edict. The portly eunuch proclaimed, His Majesty commands that tomorrow, the prince and princess shall enter the palace to express their gratitude. A family reunion awaits. Zhao Tianzong responded, This son accepts the decree. The chief eunuch urged, Your Highness and the princess should rise. I must return to report back to the palace. Is the Empress Dowager back from the palace? Zhao Tianzong inquired. The eunuch nodded yes. The Empress Dowager has returned from her retreat at Huangjua Temple, and His Majesty is pleased. Tomorrow at noon, a welcoming feast will be held in the palace. The Empress Dowager wishes to see the recovering prince and princess, and His Majesty has sent me to convey this message. Zhao Tianzong nodded. Very well. After the morning court session, I will take the princess to the palace to pay our respects and express our gratitude to His Majesty and the Empress Dowager." As Zhao Tianzong dismissed the eunuch, Qingqing looked up at her husband. "Am I really going to meet my in-laws?" Zhao Tianzong gazed at her, finding her utterly adorable. If not for the company, he would have eagerly kissed her. "Qingqing, you should know that His Majesty is my father and my biological mother is Consort Wen, while my stepmother is Empress Qiu. The Empress, having returned from her retreat, wishes to meet us since our wedding coincided with her return, and she has helped alleviate my cold poison." Qingqing felt a flutter of anxiety. What if I embarrass myself in front of them? I have never met my in-laws before. Will they like me? I have 2 mothers-in-law to contend with. What should I do? Zhao Tianzong chuckled. "My dear Qingqing, you're not ugly at all. Just be close to my mother. The Empress Dowager is the mother of Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong. She may not dote on us, so it will merely be a formal greeting." "Is that so? Then I shall heed your words." Chapter 11. Who is your mother? When Qingqing awoke the following morning, the man who had kept her company throughout the night was already gone. She rose and entered her space, using the spirit water to take a refreshing bath. The man's vigor was overwhelming. She could hardly keep up. Without the enhancement of the spirit water, she might have been utterly exhausted. Lu Qingqing had indulged in some nutritious food within the space, feeling that the provisions were nearly depleted. It was high time she replenished her supplies. The gold and silver she had previously collected in the space were undoubtedly valuable, serving as her dowry, ensuring her sustenance would be amply covered. However, the grains were off limits. As they represented hard currency, throughout any era, food was the capital for survival. Lu Qingqing planned to utilize this wealth to find a reputable tavern, ordering an array of delectable dishes to fill her expansive shelves in the space. Once satisfied and elegantly adorned, she emerged from the space to seek out Xiao Duzi. Xiao Duzi had prepared breakfast for her, and she donned the attire of a maid from the royal residence, looking quite charming, albeit somewhat frail like a sprout. "Xiao Duzi, you must eat more, do you understand? You should grow plump like a bean." Xiao Duzi beamed with joy as she served Lu Qingqing her meal. Lu Qingqing set aside a steamer of buns, instructing her, "Once I finish, please take the buns and the remaining dishes back to your quarters." Ignoring the troublesome Chu Posey, who was bedridden from a beating, she added, "If she remains incapacitated tomorrow, you shall request her to do the laundry." With a grin, Xiao Duzi replied, "Yes, my lady." Lu Qingqing reassured her, "Rest assured, Xiao Duzi, I will ensure you enjoy a life of abundance." The two were filled with delight. After Lu Qingqing had her fill, she encouraged Xiao Duzi to dine on her own while she organized the man's clothing, noting the array of dark colors it contained. Comparing it to her own limited wardrobe, she resolved to purchase more garments when time allowed. By mid-morning, the man hurried back to the royal residence, and Lu Qingqing was already prepared. The 2 matrons, coming from the palace, were accustomed to dressing Lu Qingqing according to royal standards whenever she was to venture out. Both Mama Ping and Mama An had benevolent expressions, clearly sent from the esteemed Wen Guifei. Xiao Duzi sported an elegant hairstyle, her happiness evident in her beaming smile. Upon exiting the hall, several guards were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the slender Xiao Duzi, with the scrappy Zhan San noting her beauty. Lu Qingqing, displeased, admonished, "Why do you gawk at my Xiao Duzi? Aside from being a tad thin, she is quite beautiful. What do you mean by your stares?" Realizing they had offended the young lady, the 4 guards quickly lowered their heads, Zhan San apologizing, "My lady, we did not recognize this Xiao Duzi. We shall not offend her again." Zhao Tianzong frowned. "You are not to bully the lady's maid. Xiao Duzi has grown up alongside the lady, and you must show her respect." "Yes, my lord." Zhao Tianzong gazed at his exquisitely adorned little wife, filled with joy and anticipation of how his mother and father would react upon seeing her. "Since you are ready, let us proceed to the palace. We will first visit my mother before paying our respects to the Emperor and Empress." "My lord, do I look presentable? I feel quite nervous." "You must stay close to me." The man, captivated by her beauty, wished to whisk her away to bed. "Ahem, why be anxious? You are my daughter-in-law. My mother's daughter-in-law, and she will take care of you. Have no fear." As they entered the grand palace, Lu Qingqing marveled at its vast beauty. Although she had previously visited renowned landmarks, nothing compared to the palace of this era. The palace attendants bowed respectfully, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and hierarchy. Zhao Tianzong introduced, "This is Yonghe Palace, where my mother resides, The Empress's Fomen Palace is situated on the northern high ground. Upon entering the main hall of Yonghe Palace, a stunning woman sat in the high seat, exuding an extraordinary grace that was evident even from afar. Zhao Tianzong, filled with admiration, urged, "Qingqing, greet my mother." Lu Qingqing bowed. "I pay my respects to mother." When Guifei, seated at the head, noticed her son's official attire, signaling he had come directly from court, and nodded in satisfaction, her gaze shifting to scrutinize her new daughter-in-law. The girl was petite, just reaching her son's shoulder, slender yet with a pleasing figure. Her fair complexion and striking features hinted at a captivating allure that justified her son's affection. "Ah, Tianzong and Qingqing have arrived. Everyone rise," she commanded. "You must treat each other well. The essence of marriage lies in mutual understanding and care. Once Tianzong regains his health, Qingqing, you must hasten to bear me a grandchild. I am still able to assist in caring for one." As Zhao Tianzong and his wife were invited to sit, he held Qingqing's hand, his eyes brimming with fondness. Yet, when Guifei felt a twinge of discomfort at her son's evident affection for his bride, recalling unsettling rumors, "Tianzong, let us enjoy some tea. Qingqing, may I inquire as to which lady of the Xiangfu your mother belongs?" Rising, Lu Qingqing respectfully responded, "My mother is Lu Mingmei, the legitimate daughter of the Xiangfu." When Guifei's demeanor shifted slightly as she closed her eyes, her tone cool. "Who did you say your mother is?" Lu Qingqing met her mother-in-law's gaze earnestly, reiterating, "My mother is Lu Mingmei, the legitimate daughter of the Xiangfu." Zhao Tianzong stood, clarifying, "Mother, Qingqing is actually the granddaughter of the chancellor, not his direct descendant. I only learned of this upon visiting her family, but the chancellor mentioned that among his 3 daughters of the same age, only Qingqing's fate aligned with mine. Thus our marriage was auspicious. Indeed, marrying her brings good fortune," when Guifei remarked, a smile breaking her prior tension. As a mother, she understood her son was captivated by his little bride, protective of her. "Well, then it seems fate has intertwined your destinies. Qingqing, regardless of your mother's identity, you are now my daughter-in-law. You must adhere to your duties and the royal protocols. Should you have any uncertainties, report to me." "Understood, mother," Lu Qingqing replied, promising to heed her words. Zhao Tianzong, squeezing his wife's hand, addressed his mother. "All right, mother, let Qingqing take her seat. She is rather timid." "Do not worry, Qingqing. Mother adores you," when Guifei assured, calling for pastries to be brought forth. "This child is too thin. Let her have something to eat. As we do not know when the next meal will be, and I hear the crown prince and his wife will also visit today." Chapter 12. Does mother dislike me? Lu Qingqing, having traversed through time, was unaware that in the palace, offering pastries and fruits was merely a polite gesture, often left untouched as per unspoken etiquette. She instinctively believed that her mother-in-law liked her, and thus felt compelled to indulge in the treats brought forth, especially as she was indeed quite hungry. Lu Qingqing's petite frame, nourished by the spiritual spring water, was in a phase of rapid growth, making her insatiable for sustenance. As concubine, when observed her daughter-in-law, who had consumed 4 pieces of pastry followed by 2 peaches, she then watched her husband as he reached for more fruit, all the while smiling sweetly at her. Having been raised as a refined lady, well-versed in etiquette and restraint, one felt a pang of discomfort at Lu Qingqing's manner of eating. It struck her that Lu was not a legitimate daughter of a noble family, but rather a burden brought back from the home of a widow from the prime minister's household, which only heightened her displeasure. Yet, as her son would say, it was precisely because of her unique fate that he cherished her so dearly. What more could be done? Alas! Suddenly, the lively de Mingzi rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness! A decree has arrived from His Majesty. He has gone to the Fomen Palace and wishes for you and the prince and princess to join him." Concubine Wen nodded and said, "Very well, Tianzong, let us go together. Qingqing, this is your first time entering the palace to meet the emperor and the empress. Do you understand the importance of decorum?" Lu Qingqing nodded, affirming her understanding. Concubine Wen regarded Lu Qingqing with a somewhat cold gaze, her brows slightly furrowed as she sighed. "Such behavior is unbecoming. I shall send 2 palace matrons shortly to teach you the proper etiquette. After all, your background is not illustrious. And should you be caught in a misstep within the palace, it would bring embarrassment upon me, and Tianzong would suffer as well, even losing face before his brothers." Lu Qingqing looked up at her mother-in-law in confusion, but Wen did not meet her gaze, instead walking ahead with her maids and eunuchs. Tianzong observed his mother's demeanor. sensing an ominous premonition. Did she disapprove of Qingqing's origins? Lu Qingqing, noticing the complexity of her husband's expression, asked, "Does mother dislike me?" Tianzong gently smiled, taking her small hand in his. "Not at all. You are merely unfamiliar with the intricacies of court etiquette. Mother only wishes the best for us. Do not take it to heart." Although Lu Qingqing felt uneasy, she looked at her husband, feeling a sense of disappointment, as it was clear that her mother-in-law's tone reflected disdain for her background. In the 30th century, social status held little significance. Anyone with talent could sustain themselves and achieve success. Yet in this ancient world, it was evident that concubine when looked down upon her due to her being the granddaughter of a prime minister. As Lu Qingqing was led by her husband towards Fomin Palace, she realized the true meaning of grandeur when they entered the main hall. She had thought her mother-in-law's palace was magnificent, but this place radiated an unparalleled opulence. The spacious and bright hall of Fomin Palace featured a golden-red backdrop, with an expansive long bench occupied by a couple clad in splendid yellow robes. They seemed engaged in conversation when they suddenly looked up to see concubine when entering with her son and daughter-in-law. With her years of courtly experience, when maintained a composed demeanor, respectfully addressing, "This humble servant greets your majesty and her highness the empress." Tianzong, leading his wife, performed a deep bow, proclaiming, "I, your son Zhao Tianzong, along with Princess Qingqing, pay our respects to the emperor and empress." The emperor's voice carried an inherent authority as he replied, "You may take your seats, concubine." The empress remarked, "Our Tianzong was once on the brink of death, but through the union with the granddaughter of the prime minister, he has recovered miraculously from his ailment. Truly, this girl possesses a unique fate." Empress Qiu, with striking features and kind eyes, added, "Tianzong and Qingqing, please rise. By this account, Qingqing is indeed Tianzong's savior. Bring forth the gifts I have prepared for the princess of the War King," commanded the empress. This exquisite purple gold headdress was presented to us from the southern frontier. I have cherished it and deemed it fitting for Qingqing, given her life-saving role for Tianzong. Lu Qingqing knelt once more to express her gratitude for the empress's generous gift. As she received the splendid headdress, adorned with a phoenix hairpin, 2 cloud-shaped hairpins, a long golden pin, and a pair of earrings, it was clear that the craftsmanship was extraordinary. Tianzong took the tray from his wife's hands, glancing at Dumingzi, who eagerly accepted it to prepare it for storage. The emperor looked at concubine with appreciation, noting, "Concubine." The empress expressed a desire to meet the recovered Tianzong and his new bride. "Let us dine here in Fomin Palace today." Concubine rose to express her gratitude. This humble servant thanks the empress for her kindness toward Tianzong and her affection for Qingqing, as well as for the invitation to dine. Empress Qiu, though outwardly composed, felt a simmering resentment as she observed concubine Wen's beauty and the joy of her son's recovery, which prompted her own feelings of inadequacy. "Oh, dear sister, you are too kind. Tianzong is my son as well, and I have prayed day and night for his well-being at the Royal Enlightenment Temple. It is indeed a blessing that he has survived this ordeal and married such a beautiful daughter of the Prime Minister." Tianzong stood to express his gratitude to the Empress, attributing his recovery to her care and Qingqing's presence. However, he felt compelled to clarify, "I must inform my elders that Qingqing is not merely a granddaughter of the Prime Minister, but rather his granddaughter by marriage." The Prime Minister had 3 daughters of the same age and consulted a master who determined that only Qingqing's fate aligned with mine, thus facilitating this union. "Indeed, it is miraculous that my ailment was cured upon our marriage." Concubine expressed her delight, "Your Majesty, Empress, I believe this is truly a fated match for Tianzong and Qingqing. Had anyone else married into the royal house, the outcome might have been different." The Emperor and Empress exchanged knowing smiles, with the Empress commenting, "Regardless of Qingqing's origins, she is now Tianzong's wife and part of our family." Concubine could no longer contain her discomfort, aware that her son might face scrutiny due to his wife's lineage. The Emperor laughed, affirming, "Indeed, this is the destiny of their union, and I commend the actions of the Prime Minister, Lu Moci, for facilitating Tianzong's recovery and the return of our great warrior." Concubine observed her husband's inability to suppress his laughter, while Empress Qiu noticed the shared glances between her husband and concubine prompting her to close her eyes briefly, burying her growing resentment. Chapter 13. The concubine defends her daughter-in-law before the Empress. With a warm smile, the Empress declared, "Let us not linger in idle chatter. I have prepared a sumptuous luncheon at the Chaofeng Hall. She turned to Tianzong, saying, as my son, you must learn to treat your wife with kindness. A day as husband and wife breeds 100 days of affection, and 100 days together is akin to the depths of the sea. Your wife is your lifelong partner. You must always respect and cherish her. Tianzong bowed in appreciation, vowing to heed his mother's counsel. The emperor observed the exchange with narrowed eyes, recognizing that the empress's words were veiled advice directed at him, hinting at his own lack of affection. Yet the chilly distance between them had been cultivated over many years. While he could not deny the love he once held for the empress, their bond had weakened, especially as she aligned herself with the Qiu family. Lu Qingqing, blissfully unaware of the underlying tensions, perceived the empress as a nurturing elder. As the emperor and empress led the way, concubine Wen followed closely, with the young couple trailing behind, all proceeding to the Chaofeng Hall within Fengmen Palace. The grand hall, designed for dining, featured no steps and was adorned in warm tones, with a long central table flanked by additional tables, creating a comfortable and inviting atmosphere, sure to elevate spirits during mealtime. After the emperor and empress took their seats, concubine Wen settled at the left lower table, while another long table was positioned at the right. However, Zhao Tianzong did not guide his wife to that long table, but chose instead to sit beside his mother, with Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing glanced across at the long table, recognizing it as the likely place for the crown prince and his wife. With a smile, concubine Wen remarked to the empress, I have heard that the crown princess is already 3 months pregnant. This is indeed splendid news. Our Tian family is soon to welcome grandson. Empress Qiu could not suppress her laughter, saying, I have prayed at the royal Ju temple for many days for the safe arrival of my grandson. Lu Qingqing felt a laugh bubbling within her. The empress's words seemed contradictory, as she had previously claimed to be praying for her husband at the temple. The crown prince is already 28, and I am of similar age. It is indeed time for grandchildren to grace our family. With so many sons, the arrival of the first grandson will surely herald a succession of grandchildren. Suddenly, a eunuch outside called out loudly, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess has arrived. Lu Qingqing quickly straightened up and looked outside, where she saw a tall man in a yellow robe entering. The man bore a striking resemblance to Empress Qiu, his phoenix eyes revealing a romantic nature. By his side was a slender woman dressed exquisitely in the bright yellow attire of a crown princess. Zhao Tianzong gently tugged at Lu Qingqing, prompting her to stand and lower her head. Concubine Wen observed her oblivious daughter-in-law and frowned slightly, aware that Lu Mingmei, who had been widowed, would not impart the proper etiquette of a noble lady to her daughter. The crown prince Zhao Tianpeng tenderly took his wife's hand as they entered the grand hall and performed the customary greetings. Your humble son and his wife present themselves to greet your majesty and her majesty. Emperor Xiaowu and Empress Qiu both beamed with delight. It is wonderful to see you, Crown Prince. Please have the crown princess take her seat. The crown prince stood tall with the crown princess, nodding respectfully towards concubine Wen. Greetings, dear concubine. Concubine Wen affectionately replied, Crown Prince, you are too courteous. Please ensure the crown princess is comfortably seated. She is the most esteemed member of our family. Congratulations to your majesty and her majesty on the impending arrival of a grandchild. Empress Qiu could not help but laugh. Indeed, concubine, has Huaner experienced any morning sickness lately? Is the crown prince taking good care of you? If he is remiss, you must inform me so that I may discipline him. Looking at the empress as her own aunt, Crown Princess Qiu Yuhuan shyly lifted her gaze to her husband, her cheeks flushed, and responded, Your Highness treats Huanu very well. The crown prince added, Mother, are you still concerned about your son? The couple then took their seats at the long table on the right, while Zhao Tianzong introduced his wife. This is my wife, Qingqing, who wishes to greet your highness and the crown princess. Crown Prince Zhao Tianpeng gently assisted his crown princess in settling down, remaining standing himself as he observed Zhao Tianzong and his younger sibling. Zhao Tianpeng smiled broadly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he noticed his sister-in-law possessed an innate charm. Although slender, her figure was alluring, a true gem. Sixth brother, I am relieved to see you well. For your illness, our father and mother, as well as concubine, have worried themselves to the bone. As your elder brother, I could only lead our brothers to the ancestral temple to pray for your recovery. Thankfully, our ancestors have blessed us and returned you to us. Zhao Tianzong expressed gratitude. Thank you, your highness, for your concern. It is quite miraculous. My cold ailment has mysteriously healed since marrying Qingqing. Allow me to introduce her. Qingqing is my wife and your sister-in-law. Lu Qingqing bowed respectfully, greeting the crown prince and the crown princess. Your Highness, Zhao Tianping said, looking lovingly at his wife. That is our sixth brother's sister-in-law. You should take care of her. Crown Princess Qiu Yuhuan gazed adoringly at her husband, replying, Yes, I shall.
Empress qui advised Huan.
As the eldest daughter-in-law of our family, you must show kindness to your younger sisters-in-law. As the eldest, you should set a good example for them. Without rules, chaos ensues. Our family has many sons and daughters-in-law, and we will soon have many children. We cannot allow our household to descend into disorder as if we were from a humble background. Your heritage matters greatly, and you all must understand your future roles as parents. Concubine, when felt a pang of displeasure, was she insinuating her daughter-in-law's background? Empress Xiaowu interjected, Enough. We have all greeted one another. Let us prepare to feast. The crown princess, carrying our grandchild, must be hungry. Empress Qiu agreed. Indeed, long and summon the meal. Lu Qingqing was now gaining insight, observing the array of beautiful palace maidens setting dishes on the table. A line of eunuchs, all identical in stature, bent their backs as they served, soon presenting 26 dishes at the table. There were cold, hot, fried, sautéed, steamed, and boiled dishes, all of which looked delectable. Zhao Tianzong watched his little wife, his eyes filled with delight at the sight of the food. His stomach grumbled audibly, prompting him to smile affectionately. He whispered to her, Are you hungry, Qingqing? We must wait until father and mother begin eating. That is the palace's rule. The young lady raised her head to meet her husband's gaze, her eyes sparkling with love, nearly causing the crown prince to squint as if struck by sparks. Crown Princess Qiu Yuhuan, initially filled with joy, suddenly noticed her husband's gaze fixed on the couple across the table, his attention seemingly drawn to the war prince's wife. Although petite, the war princess had an enticing figure, exuding a charm that was undeniably appealing to men. Crown Princess Qiu Yuhuan's anger flared, now that she was pregnant. She believed she had secured her position as the future empress. The war princess was not a legitimate daughter of the Xiang family, but rather their granddaughter, suggesting a connection with the prince. She too must strive to conceive a child to ensure the royal lineage flourishes, maintaining the legacy for her widowed mother. With a loud crash, a fruit platter in front of Concubine was sent crashing to the ground. A nearby palace attendant hurriedly bowed to retrieve the fallen platter as Concubine Wen, with a displeased expression, remarked, Is the crown princess truly foolish for 3 years due to pregnancy? Our Qingqing has entered the royal family and is now as much a daughter-in-law as the crown princess herself. The sons born to you will be royal grandchildren. How can they be considered merely your family's descendants? Empress Qiu's expression darkened. Concubine, if you are aware that the crown princess is foolish during pregnancy, why do you behave like a child and shatter a platter? Concubine Wen smiled. Your Majesty, forgive me. It was not I who broke the platter, but rather the sleeves of this robe are too long. Her implication was clear. The crown princess was overstepping by meddling in her daughter-in-law's lineage. Lu Qingqing understood that Concubine Wen was defending her in front of the empress. Chapter 14. Your Highness, that is your sister-in-law. Have you lost your senses? Emperor Xiaowu, witnessing the conflict between his primary and secondary consorts, felt the urge to cradle his forehead, with 2 sons and their wives present. He could only sigh. Enough. Today I have brought you all together for a reunion meal. Let us refrain from discussing unpleasant matters. The crown princess is with child. Even if inappropriate remarks are made, it is sufficient for the concubine to point them out as an elder. Regardless of whether it is the crown princess or the war princess, they are all daughters-in-law of the royal family. Whether they bear sons or daughters, they continue the bloodline of our esteemed house. You are all contributors to the royal legacy. Crown Princess Qiu Yuhuan's eyes glistened with tears as she stood up, apologizing. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty and Your Majesty. I did not mean to overstep. But I deeply empathize with my sister-in-law, who is an orphan and a widow. Crown Prince Zhao Tianpeng produced a handkerchief to wipe away her tears, saying, Do not take offense, sixth brother. Your sister-in-law has become rather soft-hearted since her pregnancy, unable to bear the sight of those in distress. Lu Qingqing sat there, feeling inexplicably bewildered. Had she inadvertently provoked the crown prince and his consort? Zhao Tianzong, let this matter rest. The crown princess need not feel guilty, for Qingqing would not take it to heart. Empress Chiao was seething, her anger palpable, yet she made a concerted effort to breathe deeply, striving to avoid appearing grotesque.
Well. Huaner, eat well.
My grandson must also have his nourishment. Do not let trivial matters weigh heavily on your heart. You and my grandson must maintain a good relationship. Understand? The crown princess, aggrieved, bowed in respect. Mother, Huaner acknowledges her mistakes and will speak properly henceforth. Concubine Wen sat there, her expression indifferent, deliberately ignoring the crown princess's pitiful demeanor. She was acutely aware that the crown princess, emboldened by her pregnancy, had begun to flaunt her position and bully her daughter-in-law. How naive. Conceiving is one matter. Carrying to term is quite another. Emperor Xiaowu cleared his throat. Let us eat. Empress, do try these 4 joy meatballs. The emperor picked up a modest-sized meatball with his chopsticks and placed it onto the empress's plate, instantly softening her countenance. Thank you, your majesty. I recall that our bond was forged over 4 joy meatballs before we wed. Indeed, our fates are intertwined across lifetimes. Our son is soon to bless us with grandchildren. How delightful and worthy of anticipation. The empress, her expression tender, reciprocated by using her chopsticks to serve the emperor a piece of meat. Concubine Wen, catching sight of her husband and the empress, turned to glance at her son. She took a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth, her surprise evident. This crispy meat is well prepared. Tianzong, serve Qingqing some. She is too slender and ought to eat more to nourish herself so that she may soon bear me a grandchild. Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze and nodded. Zhao Tianzong, noticing the girl's shyness, smiled and offered her a piece of meat. However, accustomed to his affectionate feeding, she looked up at him with a beaming smile and leaned in to take the morsel directly from his chopsticks. Such intimate gestures were undeniably flirtatious. This innocent display left Zhao Tianzong across the table utterly oblivious, as he spilled his soup without awareness. Lost in the sight of his sister-in-law's charming demeanor, the crown princess Qiao Yuhuan, still awaiting her husband to serve her soup, found herself distracted by the sight of her brother-in-law tenderly feeding his wife. Your Highness, I no longer wish for soup. I desire that steamed pork. Zhao Tianzong snapped back to reality, glancing at the spilled soup with an awkward nod. Very well. That steamed pork must be delightful. I shall serve it to Huan. The crown prince served a piece of steamed pork to the crown princess, intending to feed it to her, but upon glancing up, he noticed Lu Qingqing pointing at a dish on the table. Zhao Tianzong swiftly picked up a shrimp and quickly fed it to the girl. They exchanged smiles, and the sight of her laughter was enchanting, reminiscent of a playful kitten. The Eastern Palace boasted countless beauties, varying from plump to slender. Yet none possessed the vivacity and charm of Lu Qingqing. The crown princess, watching the meat suspended in midair and witnessing her husband's doting display towards his wife, felt a pang of anger stir within her. During lunch at Fengmen Palace, various couples dined, each lost in their own thoughts. Concubine Wen noted that only her son and daughter-in-law, Lu Qingqing, were genuinely enjoying their meal. The young couple was engrossed in their shared affection, oblivious to their surroundings, while Concubine Wen noticed the crown prince, Zhao Tianzong, frequently lost in thought as he gazed at his daughter-in-law. And the tension with the crown princess brought her an unbidden sense of joy. Ah! How foolish! Any woman daring to covet my son is merely digging her own grave. The empress's expression darkened further. With hundreds of beauties in her son's eastern palace, it was disgraceful that he lingered in admiration of his sister-in-law. Reflecting on this, the empress purposefully remarked to Concubine Wen that now that she had a daughter-in-law, it was time to consider adding a few concubines to the war prince's residence. One primary wife was insufficient. To ensure a prosperous lineage, more concubines were necessary. Concubine Wen paused, placing her chopsticks on the table, and replied earnestly, Your Highness speaks wisely. But given that Tianzong and Qingqing are newlyweds, I do not plan to hasten the addition of others to the household. Should Qingqing become pregnant, we may then consider bringing in capable individuals. Lu Qingqing suddenly found her meal less appetizing. She looked up at her husband, the prince, and asked, Mother, is that true? Will you take a concubine? Would that tarnish our love? Zhao Tianzong, seeing his wife's dejected expression, felt a pang of sympathy. No, Qingqing, fret not. I have no interest in anyone else. Their hushed exchange startled both the crown prince and his wife, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded. Zhao Tianzong felt a sudden imbalance within himself. Among the many beauties in the Eastern Palace, none would dare to express such bold desires for exclusivity. The crown princess, witnessing her husband's deep affection for his wife, felt a wave of jealousy. Reflecting on the hundreds of beauties in the Eastern Palace, she lamented how she sometimes went a month without seeing her husband. Qingqing, despite her husband's comforting words, could not shake the feeling of dread. Did all men in this era seek multiple wives? The crown princess candidly remarked, "Sister-in-law, you must understand the prince's status. He is destined for multiple wives. You will need to manage the women in the prince's court, and their children will become yours." Qingqing looked up at the smug crown princess, feeling a surge of annoyance. Why would a sister-in-law concern herself with her brother-in-law's potential for taking concubines? It seemed utterly absurd. "Crown princess, if you are so virtuous, perhaps you should encourage the crown prince to take more wives. My husband is fortunate enough to have me and does not need the burden of additional ones." The crown princess and concubine nodded, the latter feeling slightly more at ease. Yes, Tianzong must care for his health. Matters of the military cannot be neglected. One must prioritize accordingly. Qingqing sat there, simmering with frustration. After a moment, she glanced at her husband and whispered, "Your Highness, I need to step away for a moment. I cannot bear the sight of the crown princess." "Go ahead, have a palace maid accompany you." Qingqing nodded to her mother-in-law and left the main hall, escorted by a palace maid to the restroom. Afterward, she proceeded to a side hall to wash her hands. Suddenly, she heard someone call out, "Xiao Yi, come here." The maid handed Qingqing a towel, saying, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. I must step out." Qingqing nodded and began to wander around the side hall. Hearing footsteps, she assumed it was the maid returning. "Are we heading back now, Your Highness?" Zhao Tianzong entered the side hall and was taken aback by Qingqing's beauty. Her slender waist and ample bosom stirred something within him, leaving him parched. Unconsciously, he envisioned certain intimate scenarios and swallowed hard. "Sister-in-law, is that you? What a coincidence that I also came to wash my hands." Qingqing, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, replied, "Oh, I should return. The prince must be worried." As she walked past Zhao Tianzong, her fragrance lingered in the air when suddenly, his tall figure toppled towards her. Had she been a typical woman, she might have caught the crown prince and shared a tender gaze, or perhaps they would have tumbled together in a playful heap. But Qingqing was a seasoned protector against unwanted advances from the 35th century. Sensing the towering figure about to fall, she instinctively resorted to the best strategy of retreat. With a swift motion, she darted several meters away, disappearing without a trace. With a resounding thud, Zhao Tianzong found himself at a loss, his tried-and-true methods of wooing failing spectacularly. The crown princess, just exiting the main hall, witnessed Qingqing return and promptly sit beside Zhao Tianzong. She nodded to the queen and, upon exiting the grand hall, sought out a maid to guide her to the side chamber. To her surprise, the man was indeed present, busily adjusting his robes, his face flushed and neck thick with embarrassment. "Your Highness, that is your sister-in-law. Have you lost your senses?" Chapter 15. A Mouse for the Crown Princess. Qingqing was unaware that the crown prince and his wife were embroiled in an argument within the side chamber, and she returned to partake in another meal. Noticing the emperor and empress had set down their chopsticks, consort gently cleared her throat. "Zhao Tianzong, Qingqing, do not eat any longer. His Majesty and Her Highness have finished. If we do not eat enough, we may find ourselves hungry at home." "Yes, I am full." Consort nodded with satisfaction, observing that Qingqing, despite her slender frame, had a hearty appetite, which suggested that the dishes in the queen's palace must be quite delectable. In a moment, the crown prince Zhao Tianchong entered the grand hall, tenderly escorting the crown princess, both wearing expressions of joy that belied their earlier quarrel. "Mother, just now, Huaner and I took a stroll around your palace and found the flowers in your back garden to be exceptionally beautiful." Queen Qiu smiled warmly. "Since Huaner has taken a liking to the flowers, I shall take the consort and my 2 daughters-in-law to meander about. You gentlemen can have a chat." Consort rose and glanced at her husband, performing a respectful gesture before following the queen and her daughters-in-law to the back garden. In the imperial garden at the end of August, a riot of blossoms flourished, meticulously trimmed to evoke a sense of poetic charm, which left Qingqing captivated. Good heavens! These ancients truly know how to indulge. The garden is so exquisitely maintained. If this were in the 35th century, it would be a fortune. If I had such a garden, I could simply charge admission instead of toiling in the fields. They arrived at a pavilion amidst a sea of flowers. where the faint fragrance of roses and peonies enveloped them, invigorating the spirit. Queen Xiao entered the pavilion first and gestured for the consort to take a seat alongside Qingqing, while Huaner nestled beside her mother. Huaner, have you felt any discomfort lately? Speak to mother. Both I and the consort have borne children and can offer assistance. The Princess of War should also listen. Should you find yourself with child, mother will care for you well, for you are both my daughters-in-law, and I shall treat you equally. Lu Qingqing nodded obediently, glancing at her mother-in-law, who affirmed, our Qingqing is quite well behaved. Listening to the queen's discourse, Lu Qingqing nearly drifted into slumber, only to be jolted by a sudden aversion to the crown princess. She began to rant about the need for the Princess of War to have not just one, but 2 concubines. Her own mother-in-law chimed in, mentioning a niece from her family, which was utterly tiresome. If a man were to take a concubine, would I not be driven to the brink of madness? Otherwise, a divorce would be in order. I come from the 35th century and cannot be as ignorant as these ancients. Love is inherently selfish and can only accommodate 2. Adding another would be too crowded. Her mother-in-law, Consort Wen, appeared rather pitiable. During the meal, Lu Qingqing noticed the dullness in her eyes, likely due to her husband and his first wife displaying affection over dinner. The food she consumed must have been either sour or bitter. As the crown princess lamented for the nth time how the Princess of War should cater to her husband, Lu Qingqing could no longer endure it. Turning her head, she spotted a mouse peeking out from a nearby flower bed. An idea struck her. Why not give the crown princess a mouse? She lifted her teacup for a sip, discreetly adding some spring water into the cup with her sleeve. As she placed the cup down, her sleeve brushed against it, causing it to clatter to the ground near the crown princess's feet, splashing the spring water onto her skirt. Lu Qingqing immediately sprang up, flustered. I'm so sorry. I was careless. Qingqing, are you all right? What happened, dear child? Consort Wen inquired, covering her mouth in concern. Mother, I apologize. The prince has not been well these past few days, and I have been worried about his sleep. I seem to be a bit drowsy now. Queen Xiao, observing that her daughter-in-law was unharmed, spoke gently. Consort, it is fine. Do not blame the child. Attendants, clean this up. Several palace maids hurriedly gathered the shattered teacup, ensuring the area was spotless, while Queen Xiao stood to inspect, likely concerned about her daughter-in-law's well-being. Since the Princess of War is feeling drowsy, consort, please take her back to your quarters for a brief rest. Embarrassed, Lu Qingqing lowered her head and followed her mother-in-law out of the pavilion. Suddenly, she noticed the mouse in the flower bed, as if it were sniffing around intently.
Ha!
You wish to arrange for my man to have several women? I shall start by giving you a mouse. Content, she walked alongside her mother-in-law, while Consort Wen, without looking back, remarked, Qingqing, you did well. Mother does not wish to converse with them. Lu Qingqing stifled a yawn, when suddenly a commotion erupted from the pavilion. Help! Someone come quickly. Consort Wen turned sharply, witnessing several hidden guards rushing toward the pavilion, causing her to pale in shock. Oh no! Assassins! Assassins! Qingqing, where are the assassins? Mother, I am scared. Consort Wen grasped her daughter-in-law. Demingxi, hold the rear. I will take Qingqing to safety. Demingxi instinctively prepared to defend. Yes. Your Highness, quickly escape with the princess. I shall hold them off. Consort Wen dashed forward with her daughter-in-law at a sprint, just as they reached the entrance of the garden. They encountered the crown prince and Zhao Tianzong approaching. Consort Wen lunged toward her son, Tianzong. There may be assassins in the garden, targeting the queen and the crown princess. I was terrified. Zhao Tianzong was about to push past his mother into the fray when Lu Qingqing flung herself upon him. My lord, I am frightened. Thank goodness for Mother's protection. The crown prince, Zhao Tianchong, could afford no further distractions and leapt forward, shouting, Mother! Huaner! Mother! Zhao Tianzong, held tightly by both his mother and wife, found himself unable to break free. Yet, he could not bear to use his strength against them, wearing an anxious expression. Quickly! Go protect the queen. Mother, Qingqing, are you both unharmed? Did you sustain any injuries? How many assassins were there? Consort Wen glanced back, seeing her son had vanished, and released him. I do not know how many there were, but there were quite a few. Lu Qingqing added, I did not see the assassins. I only heard about them. Mother took me away. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Someone! Summon the royal physician. The crown princess is in pain. Consort Wen covered her mouth. Oh dear. Were the assassins targeting the crown princess? Surely not. Could a mere mouse frighten her into a miscarriage? Chapter 16. There will be no others between us. Consort Wen, with her son and daughter-in-law, returned to Yonghe Palace in a cheerful mood. Upon arrival, she felt fatigued, instructing Demingxi to take Zhao Tianzong and his wife to the side chamber for a rest while she retired for an afternoon nap. Later that afternoon, the emperor sent word for Consort Wen to bring her son and daughter-in-law to the palace, as the crown princess had suffered a fright. Consort Wen changed into a more understated outfit, mindful not to appear overly extravagant, for as the concubine of the crown prince, it would be inappropriate to present herself ostentatiously during such a serious incident. Qingqing had indeed fallen into a deep sleep, leaving an imprint on her face. Zhao Tianzong gently rubbed her cheek with his sleeve as they made their way to Feng'an Palace. Upon entering, the atmosphere within the palace shifted. It was no longer joyous, and no one dared to smile, as if they were on the brink of losing their own children. When Guifei hurriedly entered the grand hall, her face etched with anxiety as she inquired of His Majesty, "I have brought the children. What is the situation with the crown princess?" The emperor and empress, seated at the head of the table, bore solemn expressions. The crown prince Zhao Tianchong stood nearby, nodding at Wen Guifei. "Your Highness, the crown princess is experiencing a disturbance in her pregnancy. The physician advises she must remain still and recuperate within the palace for a few days." When Guifei clasped her hands in prayer, exclaiming, "Amitabha, may the Buddha bless the crown princess and the children to be safe. Truly, it is the Buddha's grace." The emperor, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "Guifei, it has come to my attention that you were drinking tea with the Princess of War and the Empress when a rat scurried into the pavilion just as you departed." In response, when Guifei said, "Your Majesty, I did indeed leave the pavilion with Qingqing, after which I heard of an assassin's presence. My instinct was to protect the children, and I took Qingqing to find help, unaware of any rat entering the pavilion." Qingqing interjected, "Your Majesty, it was I who, in a moment of distraction, accidentally dropped my teacup. The Empress kindly allowed my mother to take me back to rest. Shortly thereafter, we learned of the assassin's intrusion into the pavilion, and many guards rushed in." The Empress, her tone sharp, retorted, "What a coincidence. Just after the Guifei and her daughter-in-law left, a rat entered and frightened Huaner, causing her to be agitated." One Guifei, perplexed, questioned, "What does the Empress imply? Do you suggest we intentionally released a rat? I lack the means to introduce such a creature into your garden. Upon hearing of the assassin, my instinct was solely to protect Qingqing, and we fled, encountering the crown prince and Tianzong along the way." Zhao Tianzong stepped forward and bowed, addressing the emperor, "Father, my brother and I entered the imperial garden and saw our mother and Qingqing fleeing in fear, claiming there was an assassin in the pavilion." Emperor Xiaowu nodded, stating, "Enough. Empress, your suspicions are excessive. Guifei and Qingqing are but women and children. How could they be involved with a rat?" Empress Qiu closed her eyes in silence, and Emperor Xiaowu turned to his sons. "You two must resolve this rat issue in the palace today. It must not recur in the harem." The crown prince Zhao Tianzong suggested, "Your Majesty, asking my brothers to catch rats may be a bit unreasonable. Perhaps we could keep a few cats in the various palaces, as they are adept at catching rodents, thus alleviating the need for my brothers to hunt them." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Emperor Xiaowu waved his hand. "Very well, Guifei, take your daughter-in-law and return. I shall discuss with my sons how to manage Feng'an Palace." When Guifei and Qingqing bowed and exited the grand hall, as they walked away, when Guifei murmured, "The emperor and empress are angry. It has nothing to do with us three." Upon returning home, Qingqing was dismissed to rest in the side chamber, and by evening, she had fallen into a deep sleep, unaware of her husband's return. "Qingqing, let us dine with your mother before we leave. Otherwise, she will not eat much alone," he suggested. Qingqing genuinely wished to return home for a bath, feeling stifled without any diversion. However, sensing her husband's desire to accompany his mother, she reluctantly agreed. "What about my own mother?" Indeed, during dinner at Yonghe Palace, Zhao Tianzong and his wife were present. When Guifei consumed an extra half bowl of rice, encouraged by her son and the slender figure of her daughter-in-law. Though her daughter-in-law's manners were somewhat lacking, when Guifei found her obedient, after giving a few more instructions, she sent her son and daughter-in-law home, reminding them that they could not enter the palace without summons, as the return of the empress would complicate matters. Zhao Tianzong, pleased with his mother's demeanor, took his wife's hand, and they slowly exited Yonghe Palace. Before they could leave the palace grounds, they encountered Prince Zhao Tianchong. You and your sister-in-law should return. Do not dwell on today's events. Mother is a loving elder who is protective of your sister-in-law, especially now that she is finally pregnant after many years of marriage. He reassured. Zhao Tianzong bowed and replied, Your Highness, your words are wise. The safety of the palace concerns us all. The hour grows late. We must depart before the gates close. Zhao Tianchong nodded, casting a lingering glance at Lu Qingqing, who was undeniably captivating. Lu Qingqing, with her head bowed, sensed the peculiar gaze of the crown prince upon her. The couple bid farewell to the prince and hurried out of the palace, just as the gates locked behind them. Once in the carriage, Lu Qingqing found herself suddenly embraced by her husband, who held her tightly. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Although the carriage was dimly lit, she could see his eyes. My lord, I must tell you, I feel the crown prince harbors ulterior motives towards me. Zhao Tianzong replied. Since you feel this way, we shall keep our distance from him. Are you tired? He inquired. Yes, I am utterly exhausted. I could sleep for days. Mother insisted I rest in the side chamber, but I had no one to keep me company, she confessed, exhaling gently against his neck. He chuckled softly, then, tonight. We need not sleep. Let us indulge ourselves now. In an instant, the atmosphere in the dark carriage grew heated as he held her tightly, both breathing heavily. Qingqing, there shall be no one else between us. Chapter 17, A Retreat to the Royal Farm for a Romantic Interlude. Lu Qingqing was thoroughly cherished by her husband throughout the night. In her half-asleep state, she murmured, Zhao Tianzong, I will love you with all my might. If there comes a day when you cease to love me, I will not hesitate to stop loving you. Zhao Tianzong cradled his petite wife as they prepared to bathe. Panting, who else could I love if not you? My heart and my being belong entirely to you. The next day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Lu Qingqing struggled to rise, feeling as though her bones had been shattered. Her entire body ached severely. Never mind, I'll retreat into my space and sort it out. By noon, Lu Qingqing finally revived. With her husband absent, she managed to eat 4 dishes and a soup by herself. She planned to go out shopping for groceries that afternoon and to visit her mother. Once satisfied, Lu Qingqing began her errands, spending 100 taels on various foods, filling 2 large shelves in her space. She also sent some pastries and dinner provisions to her mother, who was delighted and advised her to heed her husband's words and avoid conflicting with the Guifei, lest she cause her husband trouble. On the carriage ride home, Lu Qingqing gazed at the sleeping little Hussy and felt immense happiness, knowing her mother was pleased with her marriage. Truth be told, she had never expected to not only regain her youth, but also find the love she had longed for. Her husband treated her with unparalleled kindness. Although in bed, he often disregarded her wishes. Otherwise, he was exceedingly compliant, and their love was profoundly intense. Upon returning home, Zhao Tianzong had yet to arrive. Rumor had it that he was busy at the military camp and might not return until midnight. Alas! From then on, her husband left early and returned late, often eating only a quick meal before indulging in their intimate moments, with the couple usually dining together after their passionate encounters. Over the course of a month, Lu Qingqing found herself enjoying 4 meals daily, leading to noticeable weight gain and enhancing her beauty. As October approached, Zhao Tianzong returned home early, before darkness fell. Just as Lu Qingqing and little Hussy were trying on new thick dresses she had bought. Seeing the man return, Lu Qingqing felt a sense of surprise. Why had the prince returned so early today? Little Hussy went to the kitchen at the back to inform Aunt Fu to prepare more of the dishes that the prince loved for dinner. Zhao Tianzong gazed at his increasingly beautiful wife, feeling an irresistible itch in his heart. However, the little one had forbidden him from any advances last night, claiming she was indisposed. Sighing, he explained, This prince has just returned from the palace. I went to seek my father's permission to commence military drills at Looming Mountain starting tomorrow. I shall remain there for half a month, and there is a royal villa at Looming Mountain. I plan to take you there to stay for a while. During the day, I will train in the mountains, and at night, I can return to the villa where you can enjoy yourself for a few days. Lu Qingqing's face lit up with joy. Really? It would be wonderful for us to travel together and enjoy our own world. Zhao Tianzong, observing the happiness on his wife's face, felt a pang of guilt. He had been exceedingly busy for the past month, particularly due to his illness that had delayed many matters in the military. The new formations he was meant to practice had been postponed until now. Lu Qingqing pondered for a moment and said, Before we go, I would like to visit my mother at the Prime Minister's residence and bring her some gifts. I worry about her being alone there. Zhao Tianzong replied. Let us finish our meal, and then we will go. Have you prepared the gifts for your mother? Lu Qingqing proudly declared. Of course. I bought some food and 2 new skirts for her. Many of her skirts are old styles, and she hasn't added to her wardrobe in years. Always buying new clothes for me instead. From now on, let us take good care of your mother. She has been more remarkable than my own mother, raising you all by herself. Lu Qingqing leaned in to embrace the man, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, my prince, for being as filial as I am.
Now,
let us eat. A passionate kiss nearly ignited a fervor within him, and he breathlessly murmured, Qingqing, how long must I endure this? I feel I might burst. Lu Qingqing playfully thumped his chest, teasing, just wait. It will be 6 days until we can indulge in our desires. 6 days? Is that true? My man, you have truly become a master of restraint. Zhao Tianzong retorted. What do you mean? Are you considering someone else? Go ahead. If you find another, we shall part ways. I have always believed that love exists solely between 2 individuals. If you have me, I cannot have anyone else.
Ah,
You domineering little creature, am I not already yours? I shall never leave you. I desire no other woman, even if it means suffocating in my restraint. Lu Qingqing pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Do not speak one way and act another. If you cannot hold back and seek another woman, or even think of one, it is unacceptable. I want you to be mine alone. I assure you, Qingqing, I think of no one else day or night. He vowed. Now let us eat. After their meal, the couple ventured to the back entrance of the Prime Minister's residence under the cover of night. Lu Qingqing entered to deliver her gifts to her mother while Zhao Tianzong remained outside, for it was inappropriate for him to visit his widowed mother-in-law at night. Lu Mingmei was overjoyed by her daughter's visit and even brought back some nightwear she had made, urging her to eat well and rest, and to cherish her life with the prince. After a short conversation, Lu Mingmei sent her daughter away, reminding her that her son-in-law was waiting. Lu Qingqing embraced her mother and hurried off. Watching her daughter leave with the gifts, Lu Mingmei couldn't help but smile. Despite having been robbed of some fabric by her sister-in-law's hired hands, a fact she chose to keep from Qingqing to avoid causing her distress. A quiet night passed, and the next morning, Lu Qingqing, along with little Dizzy carrying their belongings, set out with Zhao Tianzong. The scenery at the royal villa in Looming Mountain was simply stunning. Leaving Lu Qingqing in awe, she followed the man around the villa, unable to stop exploring. In the afternoon, while he went to the military camp, she prepared a feast after waking from her nap. That evening, they enjoyed dumplings together, and Zhao Tianzong bundled her warmly, taking her out to forage for food, claiming they could catch game by the creek. Ecstatic, Lu Qingqing followed him, reveling in the strength of his arms as they navigated through the forest. Gazing up at his handsome figure, she exclaimed, My prince, I adore you. I want to be with you for a lifetime. The man brought her to a tree by the creek, pressing her against the trunk and kissing her fervently. For a lifetime, you say? That is not enough. Overwhelmed by his kisses, Lu Qingqing responded, Then let us be together for all eternity. Chapter 18. The cousiness visit and the missing feast. The royal villa at Looming Mountain bore witness to the traces of Lu Qingqing's playful presence and the couple's tender memories. Half a month later, with a heavy heart, Lu Qingqing followed Zhao Tianzong back home. In those 2 weeks, their love had blossomed. He treated her like a princess, while his possessiveness left no room for her to reject his affection. After returning, she rested for 2 days, and this morning, as her husband departed, she planned to sleep until noon. Zhao Tianzong, with his extraordinary stamina, left her feeling utterly exhausted, even with the aid of spiritual spring water. Just as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, little Dizzy entered, whispering, Princess, we have a guest. It is your cousin from the Prime Minister's residence. Lu Qingqing stirred, displeased at being awakened, and frowned. What does Lu Fair want? Does she not just wish to marry the prince and become a concubine? Is she out of her mind? I shall not see her. Tell her I am unwell and cannot receive visitors. Lu Fair, waiting impatiently, felt her patience wearing thin. What nonsense! Your princess is unwell and cannot see me? How is it that she suddenly falls ill the moment I arrive? Little Dizzy, bewildered, explained, Cousin, my princess truly said that she is unwell and cannot see you. She is still in bed, so you should return. Fuming, Lu Fair retorted, Fine. If she does not wish to see me, where is the food I brought? Little Dizzy replied indignantly, Cousin, What you brought has already been sent to the kitchen to be prepared.
What?
The chicken, duck, and fish I brought were all slaughtered? This is unacceptable. I will not leave until noon, waiting for the prince to return, so we can all enjoy the meal together. Little Dizzy rolled her eyes. My princess said that after they are prepared, she will eat them herself. The prince will not return until evening. Are you hoarding all the good food for yourselves? I have never encountered such greed. I shall stay until noon and eat before I leave. Little Dizzy huffed. If my princess does not wish to see you, you should leave. Even if you wait until noon, she still will not see you. With that little bit of food you brought, who knows if it is enough for my princess? Lu Feier was nearly exasperated. When visiting the Wangfu, her mother never sent her with gifts. But she thought it rude to come empty-handed. In the past, when living at the Prime Minister's residence, Lu Qingqing had adored chicken, duck, and fish. Perhaps due to their family's modest means, they both had a fondness for meat, leading Lu Feier to spend her private savings on chicken, duck, and 2 large carp. Little did she expect that the stubborn girl would refuse to see her, wanting to hoard her own chicken, duck, and fish. Unwilling to leave, Lu Feier lingered until noon, when the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air as the royal kitchen prepared the fish. A large platter was sent to the backyard, and moments later, an empty platter returned, the fish having disappeared completely. A pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms was delivered shortly thereafter, and within a quarter hour, the pot was also emptied. Little Dizzy appeared with an entire roast duck, looking puzzled as she faced Lu Feier. Cousin, why are you still here? What are you waiting for? Lu Feier, her stomach growling, felt a mix of anger and hunger.
How can I leave now?
I cannot possibly eat any roast duck. With a haughty demeanor, Little Dizzy carried away the roast duck, leaving Lu Feier, her stomach rumbling. No choice but to depart from the Wangfu. After returning home, she wept uncontrollably, leaving her mother utterly bewildered. Feier, did Lu Qingqing humiliate you while you were dining at the War King's residence? Is the prince at home? What did he say? Lu Feier cried as if her heart were shattered. Mother, she is exceedingly oppressive. You forbade me from bringing gifts, and I thought it would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. So I brought chickens, ducks, and fish. But Lu Qingqing had them all killed and stewed, and she did not even allow me to stay for lunch, while she feasted on them herself. At this, Chen's expression turned dumbfounded. You took chickens and ducks to the War King's residence? Next time, my dear. It would be better if you took some money or something more suitable. I'm not going back. I went early this morning, and she didn't even see me, let alone the prince. Mother, I am determined to marry the War King, even if it means becoming a concubine.
Now.
Who in the capital does not know that the War King has recovered from his cold poison. In the future, he will contest the throne against the Crown Prince. The War King holds military power, and the Crown Prince cannot possibly compete with him. If I become a concubine, I could potentially rise to the status of a favored consort. If fortune smiles upon me and I bear a son, I might even become the empress. Lu Qingqing, with her looks, character, and schemes, cannot possibly be my rival. Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, Feier, you are right. Allow me to assist you with this matter. If Lu Qingqing continues to obstruct your path to the War King, I shall approach your grandfather. He is the chancellor and also Lu Mingmei's father. They will not dare to defy him. But Lu Mingmei is a fool. She is merely a widow. Even if her daughter bears children, she cannot be chosen as empress. How could the daughter of a widow ascend to such a position? It is a clear sign of a lonely fate devoid of fortune. Lu Feier gazed at her mother, filled with confidence. Mother, you have no idea how splendidly the War King's residence is being renovated. I heard that the prince has transformed the entire garden for Lu Qingqing, even installing a swing for her. It drives me mad. During dinner, Chancellor Lu Moci observed his eldest son and daughter-in-law, their faces etched with discontent. What is the matter? Why do you both wear such long faces at the dinner table? Chen, with a look of grievance, replied, Father, it is as follows. Today, Feier took chickens, ducks, and fish to visit the war princess, but she was turned away and had all her offerings devoured. Lu Moci's eyes darted around.
Feier.
What were you doing at the War King's residence? Lu Mingxiu sighed. Father, many suitors have come to propose to the children, but the current political landscape is clear. The War King's cold poison is cured, and he will soon be fiercely contending with the Crown Prince for the throne. Our family must choose a side. However, Lu Qingqing's background is hardly suitable for a future empress. Her mother is a widow, which implies a family cursed with misfortune. How could she ever be empress? On the other hand, Our Feyre comes from a legitimate lineage, being the legitimate granddaughter of the Chancellor, and with both parents alive. She holds far greater potential to become the Empress. Lu Mo's eyes shifted toward his eldest son and daughter-in-law, and he snorted. Had it not been for your concern over jeopardizing your daughter's future, allowing Lu Qingqing to replace Feyre, we would not be in this predicament today. Yet you both have the audacity to complain. Lu Mingxuan, feeling embarrassed, responded, Father, circumstances have changed. The War King was gravely ill, and we could not allow Feyre to accompany him to the grave. Lu Mo sighed. Very well, let me ponder this matter. You make a valid point. The War King is now vigorous, and while the Crown Prince has the support of old officials and his faction, holding military power is the ultimate truth. Should the War King seize control of the military, he may very well claim the position of heir, rendering the Crown Prince's position precarious. Emperor Xiaowu's balancing act has been masterful. The War King's name, Tianzong, suggests he may one day occupy the Dragon Throne. If the Emperor did not value the son, why would he give him such a name? Lu Mingxuan looked at his father. But the Crown Prince's name is Xiao Tianchong. Does that not imply that the Emperor favors him more? You understand nothing. Favoring a child is akin to spoiling them, and spoiling them leads to their downfall. Perhaps he harbors intentions against the son. Can you truly see how he is favored?
Huh.
How did I end up with such a foolish child? Chapter 19. Mother warned her not to yield. The day after, Lu Qingqing arose early, as the weather was gradually turning colder. She planned to construct a greenhouse in the back garden. With her spiritual spring, she could grow some vegetables inside. During winter, she must have greens to eat. How could she be called Qingqing if she did not consume vegetables? Lu Qingqing grew weary of the constant meat and fish. And although she had plenty stored in her space, she also craved vegetables. Taking them out would raise suspicion, so she needed to grow her own. She busied herself in the garden all morning, directing the workers to set up the greenhouse. In this era, there were no plastics or organic glass. So Lu Qingqing had them prepare plenty of oilcloth. As noon approached, Lu Qingqing decided to prepare a simple lunch, slicing some meat and taking out some vegetables and potatoes from her space to enjoy with dipping sauce. Lu Qingqing, who had been a foodie in the 35th century, had an abundance of seasonings in her space, making it a veritable treasure trove. Just as the pot began to boil and the sauce was ready, a servant named Chu rushed in, beaming with joy. Princess, Madame Lu has arrived. Who? Lu Qingqing asked, rising. Your mother, Madame Lu, has come. Sent by the carriage from the Xiang residence. Lu Qingqing smiled. Chu, please bring mother over. Little Dizzy, come with me to the side room and fetch some snacks. In the side room, Lu Qingqing took out some shrimp balls from her space, intending to share a delightful meal with her mother. Madame Lu entered the War King's residence, adorned in a pale moon-white cloak. She surveyed her daughter's home with satisfaction, noting its spaciousness and exquisite decor. Upon entering the main hall, she found her daughter seated by a steaming pot, and Lu Mingmei noticed that her daughter had indeed gained weight, now weighing over 100 pounds. Previously, she had been too thin, but now, with a bit of plumpness, she was even more adorable. Mother, quickly take off your cloak and join me for a meal. I knew you would come, and I just want to get some things for us to enjoy together. Lu Mingmei smiled.
All right.
Mother hasn't eaten either, and was hoping to come and prepare something for you. The two enjoyed a hot pot meal, both sweating from the heat. Lu Mingmei noticed Chu standing outside the door and whispered, Qingqing, your maternal grandfather is looking for me, and wants to speak with me. However, I must tell you, do not listen to anyone. Once you commit, do not yield. Lu Qingqing paused, staring into her mother's eyes, suddenly recalling Lu Feyre's visit 2 days prior. Mother, I cannot understand why they are so shameless in wanting to marry the prince. If they had favored him from the beginning, I would not have had to step in. Now that we are married and in love, why do they come to interfere? Do they not want me to have a good life? Lu Mingmei sighed. Qingqing, you are too naive. At that time, the prince's condition led everyone to believe he was nearing death. They certainly would not have sent the legitimate granddaughter of the Xiang family to accompany him to the grave. But now that the prince has recovered, he stands in direct opposition to the crown prince, and the struggle for power within the court is uncertain. Your maternal grandfather wishes to arrange for the legitimate granddaughter of the Xiang family to secure her position in the harem in the future. Lu Qingqing, in a fit of anger, flung her chopsticks onto the table. Her grandfather was a superficial man. He had never shown any concern for them while they were at home. Now he repeatedly treated them this way. If he provoked her one more time, she would confront him and question whether he truly cared for them as a grandfather should. Lu Mingmei sighed and said, Qingqing, some matters cannot solely be blamed on your grandfather. Your mother does not wish to reveal everything to you just yet. The fact that we can stay in the Prime Minister's residence is already a leniency granted by your grandfather. His intention is to see the legitimate granddaughter of the Lu family married into the royal family, while your mother appears to acquiesce. She wants you to remain steadfast in your beliefs and not yield. Lu Qingqing understood that her mother likely promised to act as a mediator, but as the wife of the War King, she had every right to refuse. Mother, I want to provide you with a manor where you can live independently, free from his oppressive atmosphere. What do you think? Lu Mingmei considered her daughter for a moment and replied, that sounds agreeable. I do not wish to remain in your grandfather's house either. However, if you and the prince are there to protect me, I could live peacefully outside. Before your marriage, without the influence of the royal family, we could never leave the Prime Minister's residence. Both you and I are young and beautiful. If we ventured out, we would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. We are both vulnerable, and such a situation could lead to dire consequences. But now, the War King holds considerable sway in court. No one dares to cross him, and we finally possess some authority. Lu Qingqing nodded. Then, mother, I will handle this matter as soon as I can and ensure you are settled away from them to avoid the annoyance of that troublesome aunt. After spending time with her daughter, Lu Mingmei hurried back home. Upon entering the main hall of the Prime Minister's residence, she found her father, Prime Minister Lu Machi, sipping tea. Meyer, did you visit the War King's residence? Did you see Qingqing? He asked. Lu Mingmei furrowed her brow and performed her filial duty. Father, I spoke with Qingqing, and it upset her to the point of tears. She cannot comprehend the situation, and I can only console her gradually. Lu Machi frowned. Why is the child so willful? She used to listen to her elders without question, yet she has changed so much since leaving home. I truly wonder how you have raised her. Lu Mingmei could only weep silently, her tears flowing freely, seeing his daughter, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his late wife. Lu Machi's heart softened. Alas, when you returned home while pregnant, you cried like this for an entire day, softening my heart. Now you are crying for this child again. As long as I live, I will protect you, but if I were to die, your brothers and sisters will not be so indulgent. In the courtyard, the Chen family matriarch watched the scene unfold, her heart lightened by the sight of her sister-in-law weeping on the ground, nearly causing her to lose her footing in glee. The Prime Minister scolded that widow's daughter. How delightful. Chapter 20. How dare you strike my mother? Lu Qingqing remained uneasy about her mother, fearing she would suffer in the residence. One evening, after dining with her husband, Lu Qingqing returned home through the back door of the Prime Minister's residence. Upon reaching her mother's courtyard, she found it eerily quiet. Approaching her mother's room, she spotted a maid washing clothes and another sewing nearby. The maids could not help but grumble. The Prime Minister's residence is truly excessive. Madame Chen, now the mistress of the house, dares to bully our Lady Lu. After all, she is the mother-in-law of the War King. How could she strike her? If the princess found out, there would be chaos. What nonsense is this? Lu Qingqing exclaimed as she dashed into the room. Her mother sat at the table, pressing a wet cloth to her face. As she turned, Lu Qingqing gasped at the sight of her mother's swollen cheek. She burst into tears and rushed to embrace her mother. Who did this? Was it Chen? Lu Mingmei sighed. Your aunt was upset because I did not assist her daughter in marrying into the royal family. She spoke harshly to me, and after I questioned her about whether she had sent someone to break into our storeroom, we exchanged some sharp words. She struck me, and when your grandfather arrived to scold her, she threw a tantrum and was dragged away by your uncle. Let us forget about this matter. She will likely be more restrained in the future. Lu Qingqing was incensed. This is intolerable. I cannot let this go unpunished. She struck you, and I must retaliate. Otherwise, I will be consumed by this rage. Qingqing, do not act impulsively. Your mother has not yet left the Prime Minister's residence. If we confront them openly, it may complicate matters for your grandfather. Crying, Lu Qingqing dashed out of her mother's courtyard. Upon reaching the back entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, she found her husband, tears streaming down her face. War King Zhao Tianzong was speaking with his subordinates when he turned and saw his wife, her face a picture of sorrow. He became alarmed. What is wrong, Qingqing? Has something happened to your mother? Lu Qingqing recounted the incident of her aunt striking her mother. unable to contain her anger as she clung to him, weeping. Zhao Tianzong, who was a man of action, replied, "Let us return home. I will arrange for a manor for your mother, and once that is settled, you can seek your revenge. If you confront your aunt directly, it will only make things harder for your mother, who still resides in the Prime Minister's house." Upon returning to the royal residence, Zhao Tianzong made arrangements to purchase a manor. That night, Qingqing found it impossible to sleep, her mind troubled by thoughts of her mother enduring such humiliation alone. Zhao Tianzong tried to comfort her, holding her close and gently patting her back. "Rest, Qingqing. Do not dwell on it too much. I am already taking care of your mother's situation. The manor will be ready in a couple of days, and then you can exact your revenge." Qingqing, her voice tinged with sorrow, replied, "My heart cannot bear the thought of mother living there, being mistreated and struck. What shall I do?" The following day, Qingqing awoke late due to her sleepless night. Upon rising, she learned that the manor had been purchased. Located 50 miles south of the city at the former Gao family estate, Qingqing could not remain still, contemplating how to teach her aunt a lesson. She decided to draw her out and ambush her outside. While eating fruit in the company of the maid, she casually remarked, "Xiao Dizzy, please tidy up. The prince has invited me to the fabric shop this afternoon to try on new clothes. I must go and purchase some beautiful garments. We must be discreet, lest any observant young lady stumble upon us at the fabric shop." After speaking, Qingqing intentionally wandered into the garden to check the situation. Soon, Xiao Dizzy rushed over, grinning. "Princess, that Chu matron has left, but I do not know where she went." Qingqing smiled. "Good. We shall go to the fabric shop this afternoon. Follow my lead." Xiao Dizzy, filled with enthusiasm, clenched her fists. "Do not worry, princess. I am ready." "Excellent. Let us ensure we strike her hard." At noon, Qingqing had her meal early. After finishing, she took Xiaoduzi with her, and under the guidance of the housekeeper of the Wangfu, they headed to the fabric store. Upon arriving, Qingqing did not linger and went directly to the women's clothing section to prepare. Once ready, she waited in the women's area, pretending to browse dresses. Soon, Xiaoduzi rushed over, exclaiming that the princess had arrived, accompanied by Madame Chen and Lu Feier. Qingqing smiled. "Oh, how delightful it is to repay grievances. In a moment, armed with a stick, I shall change clothes here, and when she arrives, I will shout assault and strike both mother and daughter fiercely. Rest assured, for the sake of Our Lady's vengeance, I will surely give them a thorough beating." Qingqing intentionally removed her outer dress in the women's section and picked a dress to try on. Suddenly, she heard footsteps and deliberately put on the dress halfway when she saw Madame Chen and her daughter enter, screaming, assault. Xiaoduzi emerged from behind with the stick, declaring boldly, "Our princess is changing clothes. How dare you intrude? I will strike you down." Qingqing, clad in only a bodice and light blue undergarments, held a dress to shield her chest, loudly shouting, "Assault! Who are you?" The Chen mother and daughter were taken aback, having been struck multiple times. Lu Feier fled, while Madame Chen, attempting to protect her daughter, was hit several times and staggered down the stairs. Suddenly, a figure burst into the fabric store, ascending the stairs in haste. Upon seeing Qingqing, who was holding a dress and looking pale, Prince Zhao Tianpeng quickly grabbed another dress nearby and rushed over to wrap it around Qingqing. "Qingqing, do not be afraid. I am here."
Guards.
"Take those 2 women and deliver them to the judicial office." "Qingqing, are you frightened? Rest assured, I will handle everything." Qingqing, stunned to see Prince Zhao Tianpeng, quickly regained her composure and nervously retreated, saying, "Your Highness, thank you. Xiaoduzi, come over here." Downstairs, the Chen mother and daughter were now disheveled, pinned to the ground by the palace guards. Madame Chen was desperately shouting, "This is all a misunderstanding. We are relatives of the princess. I am her aunt." Prince Zhao Tianpeng, having achieved his aim, descended the staircase with an air of gentlemanly grace, his expression darkening as he declared, "Impudence. My sister-in-law is the Princess of War. To offend her is a capital offense. Take them to the judicial office for justice." Chapter 21. Thoughts of marrying off my cousin to another. With Prince Zhao's backing, Qingqing sent the Chen mother and daughter to the judicial office and was hurriedly escorted back home by the housekeeper. Shortly after her return, Zhao Tianzong, having heard the news, rushed back. Observing Qingqing sitting in the living room with Xiaoduzi, arranging her new clothes, he noted nothing amiss. Qingqing, what happened? I heard you were assaulted at the fabric store.
Who was it?
Lu Qingqing, with a glimmer in her eyes, replied, originally, I intended to deal with my aunt. But unexpectedly, when Xiaoduzi and I went to buy clothes, she and her daughter intruded upon me while I was trying on dresses. Xiaoduzi fought them off, but they persisted in yelling. Thankfully, His Highness passed by and took charge, sending the Qin mother and daughter to the judicial office. Zhao Tianzong's eyes widened in disbelief. Who did you say went to the fabric store? Lu Qingqing reiterated. His Highness said he passed by the fabric store and even rushed upstairs, startling me. Fortunately, Xiaoduzi was there. In an instant, Zhao Tianzong's expression shifted. He realized he must keep an eye on Lu Qingqing henceforth, for His Highness's actions were troubling. Lu Qingqing, noticing his expression, understood that he was displeased with the prince's behavior. She intended to make him feel this way, as the prince had displayed a peculiar interest in her. And her man must not remain in ignorance. The man softened his expression and led her to the courtyard. After changing into home attire, he gazed at the little woman arranging her clothes, feeling an involuntary tenderness. Qingqing, I have acquired a villa for my mother-in-law. Do you know? Lu Qingqing smiled brightly and nodded. I have heard, but I am not aware of the specifics. Well, the villa did not cost much. It was arranged through a connection from my uncle's family. It only cost over 3,000 taels, but the location is decent. Although not large, it should suffice for my mother-in-law's needs. Lu Qingqing smiled. Your Highness, how much did it cost? I must repay you. The man pulled her onto his lap. To prepare a villa for my mother-in-law and expect you to pay? That is not acceptable. Lu Qingqing shook her head. Your Highness, we must keep accounts clear. Since we are husband and wife, it is even more essential to clarify these matters. The villa for my mother must be in my name or hers. Otherwise, she will not reside there. The man kissed her deeply, and after a moment, he breathlessly suggested, if you behave well tonight, how about I transfer the deed to your name tomorrow? The woman playfully bit his neck. Dream on. I have my own ideas. He took her to bed, eager to see just what she had in mind. Meanwhile, within the Xiangfu, chaos erupted as Lu Mingxuan rushed to the judicial office to retrieve the Qin mother and daughter, who looked battered and bruised. Madame Chen's face was swollen and disfigured. Chancellor Lu Mozi's expression was grim as he admonished. If you dare to bring disgrace to our family again, do not expect mercy from me. You are to oversee the household, yet you have gone out to embarrass us, provoking the Princess of War in public. What were you thinking? Do not underestimate the significance of the princess, though she is our cousin. She is now the wife of the Prince of War, and thus, her honor reflects upon us all. To offend her is to offend the prince, to offend the imperial authority. If the prince encountered you, it would not end well. Madame Chen, unable to admit she had been deceived by Lu Qingqing, felt bitterly resentful. I am sorry, father. I am sorry, husband. It was my folly. When I heard the princess was at the fabric store, I hastily sought her out, not realizing she was changing clothes. Lu Mozi sighed deeply upon seeing his daughter-in-law and granddaughter in such a state. With your mindset, should you marry into royalty, you would surely cause trouble. The next day, Lu Qingqing slept in until late, revitalized by a cleansing bath in the spirit spring within her space. Men can indeed stir up trouble. After enjoying a hearty meal in her space, she took Xiaoduzi and headed to the back entrance of the Xiangfu. Upon entering, she found her mother and excitedly informed her, the villa has been arranged. We are just waiting for the prince to send someone to renovate it before you can move in. Lu Mingmei looked at her daughter, unable to contain her joy. Qingqing, did you give the prince any money for the villa? You must pay him your dowry, otherwise people will talk. She added, that villa has land, and it will yield harvests in the future. Of course, mother. I must give him something for it. Although the prince insists it is his duty to support his mother-in-law. I fear what the empress might say. This morning, I took 3,000 taels in silver notes and gave them to the Wangfu's treasury. The prince said the villa is quite nice, although it is not very large, only about 100 acres. It should be sufficient to support you. That is enough. It truly is enough. We will both be well taken care of. Lu Qingqing had enjoyed her lunch in her mother's courtyard at the Xiang residence, where she also listened to her mother recount the affairs concerning the Qin mother and daughter. Lu Mingmei gazed at her daughter and remarked, Qingqing, it appears your grandfather is resolutely intent on marrying off the legitimate daughter of the Lu family to the Wang residence. Otherwise, why would there be such a commotion? I truly cannot fathom how long this will persist. The mother added, though you and the prince share a strong bond, if one day he were to take a concubine, there would be little that could be done. Qingqing frowned and replied, Mother, what do you mean by there's nothing that can be done? My bond with him is unassailable. No one can intrude upon it. Determined, she continued, since the Xiang residence wishes to marry off their legitimate daughter to the Wang residence, I shall first find a suitor for my cousin. Lu Mingmei was somewhat taken aback. Had her daughter, now a princess, revealed her true nature? Previously, the timid girl had always relied on her mother, yet now she seemed transformed. After bidding her mother farewell, Qingqing exited the back courtyard of the Xiang residence. Upon leaving, she exchanged a few words with Xiaoduzi, who hurried back inside to gather information. By evening, Xiaoduzi returned with exciting news for Qingqing. Princess, there's quite the scandal. The legitimate daughter of the Xiang residence, Lu Fei, was caught in an embrace with her cousin Qingqing at a tavern. And now the entire city is abuzz with gossip. Qingqing smiled. The plans to marry my cousin off to someone else are bearing fruit. Chapter 22. The Battle of the Wang and Xiang Residences. Qingqing was aware that this scandal would soon spread throughout the capital. The only resolution lay in marrying Lu Fei to her cousin, thus quelling the scandal. As expected, the following afternoon, news emerged that Lu Fei had already been betrothed to Qingqing. Their intimate actions at the tavern had inadvertently revealed their engagement. After all, they were merely an engaged couple. Qingqing felt a swell of pride. This was a clever maneuver against the Qin mother and daughter. Meanwhile, at the Wang residence during dinner, Xiaoduzi burst into the hall while Qingqing was conversing with Zhao Tianzong. What is it? She inquired. Xiaoduzi, visibly anxious, relayed, Forgive me, Princess, but the wife of the Xiang residence has come to report that Madame Chen has once again clashed with our Madame Lu. This time, Madame Chen has wrecked everything in our Madame Lu's courtyard, demanding money for her daughter's dowry, while our Madame Lu claimed her treasury was robbed and refused to comply, leading to another quarrel. With a loud clap, Zhao Tianzong slammed the table, exclaiming, How outrageous! If the Xiang residence is unwilling to support my mother-in-law, then Qingqing, let us deal with this matter and visit the Xiang residence. In no time, the battle-hardened Zhao Tianzong, accompanied by his princess, hastily made their way to the Xiang residence, where Lu Moci was currently in a furious state. The elder was wielding a rattan stick, punishing his eldest son while his daughter-in-law and granddaughter Lu Fei knelt nearby, trembling in fear, as other family members dared not approach. Suddenly, word arrived that the Wang and his princess had arrived. Lu Moci closed his eyes, muttering, You insolent wretch! Chen, from this day forth, you shall relinquish control of the household to the second branch. Have you become addicted to bullying your sister-in-law? Do you think I am dead? Your daughter clandestinely meets her lover and is forced to marry the inept Qingqing, yet you still dare to demand dowries from your sister-in-law? You are a fool. Lu Mingxian, the second son, stood up awkwardly as Zhao Tianzong entered, his expression darkening upon witnessing the chaotic scene in the hall. Minister, I have heard that the mistress of the Xiang residence has destroyed my mother-in-law's courtyard. What does this imply? Is it a deliberate affront to me? Lu Moci frowned and clasped his hands apologetically. Your Highness, it is all due to my eldest daughter-in-law, who has lost her senses and has been causing trouble for her sister-in-law. I am currently addressing the matter. Lu Mingxian, still recovering from the shock, knelt before his father, pleading, Father, please punish me. It is my fault for allowing that wicked woman to bully my sister. I am truly sorry, both to you and to our late mother. The elder sighed. Mingmei, your brother is not at fault. That Chen has become increasingly deranged. I have stripped her of her authority and confined her to the rear courtyard. From now on, your second sister-in-law, Lu, will manage the household and will not make things difficult for you. As for Madame Chen, she knelt there, bereft of tears, having lost her authority over the household. What was she to do now? Zhao Tianzong scoffed. If my mother-in-law is not treated with respect in the Xiang residence, then my princess, and I shall not trouble the minister. The princess has recently acquired a tranquil estate in the southern part of the city. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to escort my mother-in-law there to live, sparing her from the disturbances of the Xiang residence. Lu Moci and Lu Mingxian were taken aback. They realized that if the Wang were to take his mother-in-law away, it would be a public disgrace to the Xiang residence. Lu Mingxian turned angrily and kicked his wife, shouting, It's all your fault. You bullied my sister, and now you've provoked the wrath of the prince and princess. I will not let you off easily. The scene descended into chaos as Lu Moci shouted, "Take this madwoman to the back courtyard." Lu Qingqing, witnessing the turmoil, closed her eyes and said, "Your Highness, please wait for me outside the Xiang residence. I must check on my mother." She hurried with Xiaoduzi to her mother's courtyard, where chaos reigned and belongings were strewn everywhere. In her mother's hall, tables lay shattered, and Lu Mingmei sat despondently, cradling her forehead. Upon seeing her daughter arrive, she rushed to embrace her. "Qingqing, do not worry. I am aware you have secured an estate for me, which is why I have not indulged that madwoman Qin." In truth, Lu Mingmei had intentionally escalated the situation to extricate herself from the Xiang residence. Lu Qingqing held her mother close, recognizing that her original mother was a shrewd woman, yet she had endured too much. "Mother, please bear with it for one night and tidy up. The prince will send someone tomorrow to escort you to the estate. As for grandfather and uncle, let them manage their affairs." Just as Lu Qingqing was about to leave her mother's courtyard, Lu Moci and Lu Mingxian arrived. Observing the disarray in his sister's courtyard and the hall, Lu Mingxian felt a profound sense of guilt and knelt before his father. "Father, please punish me. I have allowed that wicked woman to bully my sister. I am truly sorry." The elder sighed once more. "Mingmei, your brother means no harm. It is that Qin who has grown increasingly deranged. I have stripped her of her authority and confined her to the back courtyard. Your second sister-in-law, Lu, will manage the household and will not make things difficult for you." Lu Mingmei, with a sudden thud, knelt beside her brother and bowed 3 times to her father, saying, "Father, your daughter understands that over these years at home, I have caused you much trouble. Now that Qingqing is married to the War King and has provided a manor for me, I believe it is best for me to live there independently. Remaining at home as a widow would surely disturb the harmony of our family. Rather than enduring daily chaos that burdens you and my brothers, I would prefer to cultivate the land and not add to your or Qingqing's troubles." Chancellor Lu Machi sighed, recognizing that he could not dissuade her. "If Meyer insists on going there, it is well, but you must return often to visit your father. I have grown accustomed to having you at home." Lu Qingqing, with tear-filled eyes, addressed her mother. "Mother, I must leave now. The prince is waiting for me outside. Tomorrow morning, a carriage from the royal residence will come to assist you in moving." Lu Mingmei rose and embraced her daughter, gently patting her back. "Qingqing, do not cry. I am well. Inform the prince to send the carriage discreetly through the back entrance to avoid drawing attention." Lu Machi and Lu Mingxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that Lu Mingmei wished to preserve the dignity of both the royal and chancellor's households. The elder knew that the War King Zhao Tianzong had a fiery temperament, and it was evident that he intended to retaliate for the grievances his mother-in-law had suffered in the chancellor's residence. The next day, the War King's widow was quietly taken from the chancellor's residence to the Lu family manor outside the city. In the evening, concubine one from the palace summoned her son to the palace. Upon learning the news, Zhao Tianzong hurried to Yonghe Palace, where he found his mother had prepared a meal, awaiting their dinner together. After washing his hands, they dined, and once the table was cleared, Zhao Tianzong inquired, "Mother, may I ask why you have called for me?" Concubine one replied, "I have heard about the situation in the chancellor's residence. It is wise to have your widow mother-in-law settled at the manor to avoid daily disturbances. However, I must caution you, having a widow as your mother-in-law poses a challenge to your wife's standing. Our situation is precarious, as I am sure you are aware. The court's atmosphere is growing tense, with the crown prince's faction pressuring you, fearing you may threaten his position. Our years together have been fraught, and all my hopes rest upon you. Though your father cherishes me, his affection is ultimately limited by the interests of the court. For us to survive without persecution from the Empress and her son, we must strive earnestly. The crown princess is already with child, and now that your health has improved, you must expedite the birth of a legitimate heir. Without an offspring, your position will be unstable." Zhao Tianzong listened quietly, understanding his mother's meaning. "I comprehend your concerns, mother. However, some matters cannot be rushed. For instance, my health improved mysteriously after marrying Qingqing, yet I cannot ascertain if it is truly resolved or merely dormant. We have only recently wed, and Qingqing is merely 16. We will have children in due time." Concubine one closed her eyes briefly, recognizing her son's genuine affection for Qingqing. "I know you have fallen for her, and I am pleased that you both share love. Yet, I hope you can provide me with a grandson. That would bring me peace. If by year's end she remains childless, I fear your father, and the Empress, will grant you a secondary consort. It would be better for me to arrange for 2 concubines to enter the household now. Zhao Tianzong stood abruptly, his gaze icy. Mother, do you wish for me to transform Qingqing into a figure akin to yourself? Since my earliest memories, you have lived as if without a husband. How can you speak thus? Concubine when retorted, am I not speaking the truth? When I was ill as a child, you often wept at night, holding me close. When I fell ill, you were my only comfort, watching over me alone. I refuse to let my wife endure the same sorrow as you did. My love for Qingqing is profound. I only desire to live a peaceful life with her. As for the throne, it is fate. If it is meant for me, I will not need to contend for it. It will simply come to me. However, I will not passively accept persecution. You need not worry. Concubine Wen sighed, her voice tinged with sadness. Tianzong, since you understand the challenges we face, you must also be aware that we must strive for more, or we will inevitably be eradicated by the Empress and her son. I am unwilling to accept such a fate. I have loved your father fiercely, hoping to protect both him and you, but your health has weighed heavily on my heart. I was prepared to accompany you in death, yet heaven has granted us a second chance with your recovery. I wish to fight for you, to elevate you to a position where we are no longer threatened. I dream of a future where we can, without fear, be united as a family. Qingqing is special. She saved you, and you love her. I am pleased for you, yet her background cannot allow her to embody the role of a true matriarch. A mother alone cannot fulfill such a destiny. I hope you will consider marrying a noblewoman who can bear you a son, even if it means raising him alongside Qingqing. I only wish for you to have a son, for he would become your greatest asset in vying for the throne. Zhao Tianzong closed his eyes, fully aware of the reality his mother had navigated within the palace. Mother, my health has just stabilized. I cannot consider progeny at this moment. I must focus on solidifying my military power before pursuing other ambitions. Concubine Wen sighed, recognizing her son's stubbornness regarding the matter of concubines. She resolved to proceed with patience. That evening, Lu Qingqing felt a profound sense of joy, having successfully settled matters concerning her mother. After a long day at the manor, she returned home to find her husband absent for dinner. After a refreshing bath, she adorned herself elegantly, reveling in the comfort of knowing her mother was secure. The thought of occasionally spending time with her mother brought her immense happiness. The sensation of having family is truly incomparable to the emptiness of solitude. In the 35th century, although she lacked neither wealth nor friends, she had no kin. Now, with a husband and a caring mother, she felt cherished in every detail. After her bath, Lu Qingqing donned the silk nightgown made by her mother, feeling utterly comfortable. Satiated and content, Lu Qingqing soon drifted into slumber, only to awaken suddenly. Struggling to breathe, realizing her husband had forgotten about their need for precaution. Your Highness, not now. You've forgotten. With a sudden tearing sound, her resistance ignited the man's passionate desire. She felt a chill as he forcefully ripped her nightgown apart. In an instant, Lu Qingqing flared with indignation, biting his lip fiercely, causing him to gasp in pain. The man, now infuriated, fell silent as he subdued Lu Qingqing, ruthlessly beginning his conquest. Lu Qingqing, in pain, struck him desperately, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? What are you doing?" After a tempestuous bout of passion, her voice was left hoarse from tears, her frustration having dried her tears completely. In a fit of despair, she chose to ignore him. The man, upon regaining his composure, felt remorse, yet no matter how he attempted to soothe her, she remained unresponsive, uttering not a single word. In his helplessness, he carried her to the bath to cleanse her, wrapping her in warmth as they returned to the bed, holding her tightly. "Qingqing, bear me a child," he implored. Suddenly, Lu Qingqing struggled, pushing him away and sitting up, her voice hoarse as she shouted, "What did you just say? You tortured me tonight, and even tore the nightgown my mother made for me, and now you demand that I bear you a child? Do you know how old I am? Get out! You won't leave, will you? Get out!" Chapter 24. The Prince Cast Out at Midnight. That night, Zhao Tianzong truly lost his composure. Influenced by his mother, he was eager for affection with his wife, hoping she would conceive. However, once he became fervent, he lost control, completely inciting the wrath of the little woman. Her cries were fierce, and she had turned against him, clearly not the type to be easily appeased. Watching her attempt to expel him, Zhao Tianzong sat up, ruffling his hair in frustration. "Qingqing, please don't be angry. I simply desire a child." With a sudden thud, A small foot kicked him in the stomach, sending him tumbling to the ground. A pillow followed, hitting him squarely in the face. Infuriated, Zhao Tianzong stood up, clutching the pillow as he shouted, "Lu Qingqing, what are you doing? You are my wife. What is wrong with us sharing a bed? Why are you angry? How dare you bully me, and then act like you have the right to be upset? You scoundrel! What does it matter that I married you? Did my mother sell me to you? I've told you before, I am just 15 years old in reality, and having a child at this age is dangerous. Are you a fool? You don't cherish my life. Why should I continue living with you? Get lost. Get out. Whoa, get out." Zhao Tianzong, realizing he was in the wrong, could only escape the room, dressed awkwardly in his night attire. He could still hear her sobbing within, her voice hoarse from crying. He reflected on how he had indeed gone too far, regretting his actions. He recalled her mentioning that she was on contraception, her actual age being too young for childbirth. Standing at the door, listening to her cries, he felt a pang of regret. How could he have hurt her so? Emerging from the chambers, he found his guards frozen in place, holding their breath, fearing they might incur the prince's wrath. The prince, having been expelled by his wife, took refuge in a small bed in the side hall, but sleep eluded him. The bed was far too small. Before dawn, Zhao Tianzong rose, heading to the study. Yet he found it impossible to concentrate. Eventually, hunger gnawed at him, prompting him to venture to the back courtyard to prepare a sumptuous breakfast. With trepidation, he thought of his little one, whom he had wronged the previous night. She had never shown such anger before. Perhaps a delightful breakfast would mend their rift. After all, how could he not pacify his beloved? Zhang Yi followed closely behind the prince, timidly suggesting, "Your Highness, shouldn't we head to the military camp after morning court today?" Zhao Tianzong glanced back at him, stating, "After morning court, I shall return to the palace to dine with the princess." The guards understood. The prince was intent on reconciling with his wife. When the time came, Zhao Tianzong changed into his formal attire, consuming a simple breakfast before hastening to the court. The affairs of the court were chaotic. Having barely slept the night before, he nearly dozed off while standing. After the court was dismissed, he hurried back to the palace, inquiring with the steward, "Has the princess eaten?" Given the palace's size, everyone was aware of the previous night's altercation, where the prince had been expelled from the chambers. The steward replied, "Your Highness, the princess has not yet risen and has not eaten." Zhao Tianzong furrowed his brow, changing out of his court robes as he made his way to the main courtyard. Entering the inner chamber, he was met with a sight of blankets and pillows strewn across the floor, with no sign of her in bed. Panic surged within him. He remembered how she had hurled the bedding at him as he left. Where could she have gone? Someone! "Little Dizzy, where has your princess gone?" Little Dizzy rushed in, flustered, holding a tray. "The princess hasn't risen. I didn't dare enter." "You fool! My princess is missing and you are unaware? Go find out where she has gone." With a crash, the tray fell from Little Dizzy's hands as she fled, splattering Zhao Tianzong with kanji. Chaos erupted in the Zhao residence. No one had seen the princess leave through either the front or back doors. Zhao Tianzong was in a frenzy. The little woman had been so wronged the night before. Her outburst had been fierce. Did she perhaps run away? His thoughts raced to his mother-in-law outside the city. He mounted his horse, accompanied by his guards, and charged toward Lu's family estate in the south. Upon arrival at Lu's estate, it was already past noon. Lu Mingmei was in the courtyard, sunning the mushrooms she had gathered that morning, remembering fondly that her daughter loved to make soup with them. Lu Mingmei, in her 30s, was a stunningly beautiful woman. As Zhao Tianzong dashed in, he thought he saw his wife from afar, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was his mother-in-law. "Greetings, esteemed mother-in-law. Has Qingqing returned?" Lu Mingmei hastily set down her scissors. "Your Highness, you say Qingqing has returned?" "No, she hasn't. What happened? Did she mention coming back?" "She left the estate yesterday afternoon, saying she was going home to prepare a couple of dishes." "Did she say she would return today?" Zhao Tianzong sighed. "Oh, it's fine if she hasn't returned. Please rest well, mother-in-law. I shall search for her." After a brief visit, he departed Lu's estate, sensing his mother-in-law as concern. She likely suspected that a quarrel had arisen between them, especially as she noticed his disheveled appearance. Hastily returning to the capital, he encountered the steward rushing out. "Your Highness, the princess just left with Little Dizzy."
What?
"I searched high and low for her this morning. Where on earth could she have gone?" "This is infuriating." The steward, looking bewildered, replied, "We don't know. Your Highness. The princess suddenly tidied up and left with little Dizzy, calling for a carriage. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhao Tianzong stomped his foot in frustration. She's gone too far. If I don't discipline her properly, she'll think she can do as she pleases. Where could she have gone? Jean E and Jean Eyre exchanged worried glances. This could not end well. The prince was escalating in anger. Would he not further mistreat the princess? Chapter 25. Is this how the prince teaches his princess a lesson? In a fit of rage, Zhao Tianzong stormed out of the royal residence with 2 attendants, determined to confront his young princess. Behind him, Jean E and Jean Eyre were deeply concerned that the lord might, in a moment of anger, strike the princess in public, leading to regret later. Jean E could not help but cough lightly, watching the lord galloping forward in haste. My lord, if you must discipline the princess, it cannot be done in public. Word will spread that you have mistreated her. Jean Eyre added, regardless of her faults, you can address them within the confines of the palace. It must not happen out here. Zhao Tianzong pulled on the reins, turning to his attendants. Which side are you two on? If I do not educate her properly this time, she will continue to throw tantrums, and I shall have to search the heavens for her. He recalled the chaos this morning in the palace, where he had called for her in vain, only to find she had slipped away to the marketplace.
What is she playing at?
Does she desire a beating? The 2 attendants fell silent, and soon they reached the royal carriage, halting before the entrance of the esteemed restaurant. Gui Kuju. Zhao Tianzong dismounted, handing the reins to Jean E. He gazed up at the 3-story establishment, now quiet after the lunch rush. The imposing figure of the war king strode inside, and the innkeeper, familiar with his frequent visits, greeted him with enthusiasm. My lord, your presence graces our humble establishment. Which floor shall I prepare for your meal? I shall have the dishes arranged immediately. My princess has arrived, has she not? A beautiful lady accompanied by a maid. The maid with a round face named Xiao Dizzy. The innkeeper chuckled. Now I recognize her. That is indeed the war princess. She often comes to support our esteemed clientele. She is dining on the 3rd floor at this moment. Nodding, Zhao Tianzong hurriedly ascended to the 3rd floor with Jean E and Jean Eyre. The innkeeper, observing the lord's grim demeanor, refrained from following. On the 3rd floor, by the window, Qingqing sat with slightly swollen eyelids, her melancholic expression accentuating her ethereal beauty. Across from her, the crown prince Zhao Tianchong was transfixed by the sight of her, his thoughts muddled. He resolved to win her heart, pledging to make her love him unconditionally. At that moment, the guard and Tai approached, glancing at the beauty from afar. Your Highness, the crown princess has been unwell again this afternoon. Zhao Tianchong remained unperturbed. If she is ill, summon the royal physician. I am not a doctor. Qingqing's table was adorned with 6 dishes, all her favorites. A bruise marked her wrist, evidence of her struggles. She ate slowly, while Xiao Dizzy sat opposite her, cautious not to speak for fear of upsetting her further. Xiao Dizzy, eat more. Once we finish, we shall go to the countryside. I wish to see my mother. Xiao Dizzy, anxious, replied, Where did you hide this morning? I was terrified, thinking you had gone outside to find the lord and would abandon me. Qingqing, chewing on a piece of rib, responded lightly, If I wish to hide, no one can find me. If he treats me poorly, then I shall not endure it. I have experienced love. If he no longer loves me, I would rather forgo it, much like my mother did in her solitude. Xiao Dizzy, having eaten her fill, turned to see Zhao Tianzong ascending the stairs and quickly stood, urging, My lady, the lord treats you well. You must not let a moment's anger cloud your judgment. Qingqing gazed vacantly out the window, her bruised wrist resting on her chin. Xiao Dizzy, I never expected to find happiness in this marriage. Marrying him and falling in love was unintentional. If he no longer loves me, why should I continue to love him? In this world, no one is indispensable. It is merely a matter of compatibility. If 2 incompatible individuals live together, it becomes mutual torment. Zhao Tianzong, observing the forlorn woman, felt an unexpected chill, sensing a fear of losing her. Jean E and Jean Eyre exchanged worried glances, apprehensive about the potential confrontation between the lord and lady. Qingqing, I have arrived. The woman slowly turned, her eyes reddening as she averted her gaze. The lord approached, taking the seat Xiao Dizzy had just vacated. Why did you come to dine without me? These dishes are ones we both enjoy. Please, eat before they grow cold. My apologies, Qingqing. Last night, I acted foolishly, and I promise it will not happen again. Jean-Eyre remarked, "Is this how you discipline the princess?" Jean-Eyre added, "Did we not agree to teach her a lesson? I do not wish to engage with you.
For you do not love me.
Though my life may seem insignificant, it is precious to my mother, and I cannot endure this torment." Seeing tears well up in Lu Qingqing's eyes, Zhao Tianzong grew anxious, moving to sit beside her and attempting to embrace her. However, she resisted, leaving him no choice but to hold her tightly. "I swear I shall not repeat such mistakes again. Please, let me go. I have yet to eat. And I despise you. Get away from me." Jean-Eyre and Jean-Eyre could not help but glance at their lord, who was being playfully assaulted by the princess. The once mighty war king appeared surprisingly vulnerable in the face of his wife's affection. Throughout the meal, Zhao Tianzong spoke incessantly, offering apologies with every breath. Observing his wife's tear-streaked face, he gently wiped her tears with his sleeve, careful not to irritate her delicate skin, marked with the evidence of their tumultuous relationship. Pushing him away, Lu Qingqing glared, "I am angry with you. So, what if you are a lord? You were born to parents just as I was to mine. My mother did not sell me to you. I married you, and we are equals.
Why should you mistreat me?"
"I swear, I do not wish to harm you, Qingqing. I merely lost control. I promise to amend my ways. Please, eat some of this rib and your favorite crispy meat. This mushroom soup is delightful." Jean-Eyre and Jean-Eyre exchanged glances, questioning if this was truly the method of disciplining the princess. Chapter 26. Visiting the family home. Yes, but no overnight stays. A love-struck girl, suddenly hurt by her beloved, found it difficult to reconcile her feelings. After finishing their meal, Lu Qingqing ignored the man and suggested to Xiao Dizzy that they go to the pastry shop across the street to buy some delicacies before returning to the village, as she intended to seek her mother. Zhao Tianzong looked at Jean-Eyre and Jean-Eyre, instructing them to consume the leftover food of the prince and princess to avoid waste. The two promptly bowed their heads in agreement, sitting at the table and devouring the food with little regard for decorum. Following Lu Qingqing down from the third floor, Xiao Dizzy settled the bill, and the woman lowered her head as she approached the carriage. Suddenly, the man swept Lu Qingqing into his arms in the midst of the bustling crowd, and she chose not to argue with him. Once inside the carriage, he remained steadfast in holding her, yet Lu Qingqing's stubbornness flared, prompting her to struggle to get free. Zhao Tianzong tightened his embrace and rested his forehead against her neck. "Qingqing, I truly regret my actions. If I ever bully you again, I shall be a dog. Is that acceptable?" Lu Qingqing, feeling wronged, began to cry, pushing his head away with all her might. When she could not budge him, she turned her face aside to weep. "I want you to know that I am genuinely heartbroken and despondent. I hide myself away, wishing to avoid everyone. The despair and disappointment I feel are things you may never comprehend. I have told you before that I am quite young. My body is too small for childbirth at this age, which could lead to suffering or even death. If you cannot cherish my life, how can you claim to love or like me? If you are so eager for an heir, perhaps we should part ways. In the capital, there are plenty of noble ladies eager to marry you now that news of your recovery from the cold poison has spread. I still wish to live." As she spoke, her sobs grew more intense, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Zhao Tianzong, feeling a pang of compassion, gently turned her face towards him and kissed away her salty tears. "Qingqing, I spoke with my mother in the palace yesterday. Our situation is precarious. The crown prince's consort has already secured her child. If we wish to live well and without worry, I must compete with the crown prince for the position of heir. Thus, I will eventually need a son. I simply forgot your tender age in my eagerness to start a family with you." Lu Qingqing continued to sob, feeling increasingly aggrieved. "Your Highness, please step out of the carriage. I wish to find my mother, and do not want to discuss this with you. If you are so anxious for a child, seek another to bear it. I refuse to risk my life to give you children. I have my mother to care for. If I were to die in childbirth due to my youth, who would take care of her? You wish me to risk my life for a child. Showing no concern for my well-being, why should I sacrifice my life for you? Do not speak to me of love again. I will not believe you." Zhao Tianzong realized he had truly wounded her heart, and with a sigh of resignation, he acquiesced. "Very well, return to your family, but do not stay out all night." In a fit of anger, Lu Qingqing struck the man's shoulder repeatedly, expressing her frustration through her blows. His body was as unyielding as iron, and soon her fists grew sore, leading her to relent and allow him to hold her as she cried. The resigned man permitted her to vent her frustrations and spoke in a low voice. Let us depart for the Lu family estate. I shall accompany you. By mid-afternoon, a carriage came to a halt outside the Lu family estate. Zhao Tianzong disembarked, with Zhang Yi and Zhang Er leading his warhorse, eager to assist him in dismounting. However, after waiting for a moment and noticing that the young woman had not yet exited the carriage, he climbed back inside. He found that she had dried her tears and was now applying makeup, dusting her face with powder, shaping her brows, and tinting her lips a rosy hue. Her hair neatly styled. She had transformed back into her sunny self.
Yet,
her gaze held a hint of discontent as she stepped down from the carriage and entered the estate, ignoring everyone around her, much like two swallows returning home. Zhang Yi and Zhang Er stood bewildered, their lord dumbfounded at the entrance. Shall we not enter, my lord? Zhao Tianzong, feeling uneasy, allowed her to seek solace with her mother. Let us wander about and hunt something to bring her joy later. Though she may be small, she is not easily appeased. Both Zhang Yi and Zhang Er simultaneously rolled their eyes. What happened to the plan to teach the princess a lesson? It seems you have spent the entire day trying to placate her without success. You truly are remarkable, my lord. Upon returning home, Lu Qingqing refrained from disclosing the events between her and Zhao Tianzong to her mother. Lu Mingmei simply believed that the couple had exchanged a few harsh words, prompting her daughter to seek comfort. When Lu Qingqing noticed an unfamiliar woman in the estate, she inquired about her with her mother. Who is this woman? Did you buy her, mother? Lu Mingmei smiled and explained, this is Aunt San, whom I met while foraging for mushrooms. She was cast out by her employer due to her husband's misfortune. Aunt San was diligent, managing chores like washing and cooking with ease. That is good. It pleases me that you like her, Lu Qingqing replied. In the evening, a servant rushed in to inform the lady and princess, our lord has arrived outside the estate, claiming he has come to escort the princess home. He also brought back a large mountain goat as a gift to nourish the lady. Lu Mingmei's face brightened with joy. Oh, how considerate of him. Please, take the game back with you. We shall manage on our own. Lu Qingqing, aware that the meticulous man had not left, hovered nearby, knowing he would not allow her to stay overnight. Mother, he is your son-in-law and has brought this goat for you. You should keep it for your meals. This evening, let the servants and aunts prepare the goat however you wish. Do not hesitate to enjoy it. Lu Mingmei, embracing her daughter with concern, said, Qingqing, you are now of a marriageable age. Though you are still young, you have wed. Henceforth, you must consult your husband on all matters. Every marriage may encounter difficulties, and disagreements are inevitable. Couples must learn to care for and understand one another. If he faces challenges, you should empathize with him, and if you encounter difficulties, you must communicate those as well. Only through mutual respect and love can a couple endure. As Lu Qingqing exited the estate's gate, Zhao Tianzong promptly dismounted and approached her mother to pay his respects. Good evening, mother-in-law. Lu Mingmei nodded, placing her daughter's hand in his. Take Qingqing home, my lord. Although she claims to be 16, she was born on the 28th of the 12th month, making her truly just 15. I have raised her with care, despite her lacking a father, and have cherished her without hardship. Therefore, I ask that you love and treasure her. Yes, mother-in-law. I shall indeed care for Qingqing well. Should you need anything while living in the estate, please send a servant to inform me at the royal residence. I have also arranged for the security of Lu family estate, so you need not worry. As long as no harm befalls the Lu family estate, all shall be well. Very well. Thank you, my lord. Please return home. Chapter 27. The Cold War between couples after bidding farewell to her mother. Lu Qingqing climbed into the carriage with the man, and Zhao Tianzong, having taken his leave from her mother, returned to the capital, safeguarding his wife. By the time they arrived at the royal residence, night had fully descended. As Zhao Tianzong dismounted, Lu Qingqing stepped out of the carriage. He reached to assist her, but she evaded his hand, jumping down on her own and ignoring him as she led Xiao Duzi into the royal residence. Zhao Tianzong's hand lingered in the air, watching her retreating figure with a furrowed brow. Alas, the little one has quite the temper. How to remedy this? After trying to placate her all day, without success, he turned his frustration upon the guards. Zhang Yi, why are you standing there idly? Bring that deer into the residence and tend to it at once. Before the palace imposed its curfew, 2 haunches of deer were sent inside. Following the customary protocol, one was delivered to the empress, and the other to the queen mother. With urgency, Jean E and Jean Eyre exchanged glances and swiftly departed, their focus entirely on their task, leaving behind any thoughts of their lord's romantic endeavors. An hour later, both the Empress and the favored consort received the deer legs from the Jean Wangfu. Meanwhile, the Wangfu began to prepare the deer meat. Stewing ribs with winter melon. Once ready, Zhao Tianzong personally carried the delectable dish to his quarters to share with his wife. Upon returning, Lu Qingqing instructed Xiao Dizzy to prepare her bath, infusing the water with some spiritual spring water for rejuvenation. After her bath, she donned the nightclothes her mother made for her, readying for sleep, when her husband entered with a meal. How about a late dinner, Qingqing? I hunted a deer today and prepared a feast for us to enjoy together. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, prompting her stomach to grumble. Initially planning to eat a snack from her space later, she reconsidered. Neglecting her hunger would be unwise. Thus, she resolved to enjoy the meal before ignoring him further. Seating herself at the table, Lu Qingqing began to eat heartily, aware of her growing needs as she was still developing and benefiting from the spiritual water's nourishment. Zhao Tianzong observed her appetite with satisfaction, believing all was well, thinking he would hunt more deer for her in the future. However, when she turned to fetch a jacket and called for Xiao Dizzy to join her in the garden for a stroll, he was taken aback. Qingqing, why not invite me to accompany you on your walk? She nearly laughed in exasperation. I'm still upset with you. Why would I want to find you? Ignoring him, she walked away, leaving Zhao Tianzong speechless. His young wife had quite the temper, and despite the feast, he had failed to appease her. Left with no choice, he retreated to his study to address the matters he had neglected earlier. In the study, Zhang San and Zhang Si reported on military affairs and presented the documents from the Ministry of War. After completing his tasks, Zhao Tianzong hurried home to sleep, concerned about missing his chance to see her before she drifted off. However, upon entering the chamber, he discovered his pillow was missing, replaced by a single blanket. Lu Qingqing had already nestled in, her back turned toward him in slumber. Circling around the room in search of his belongings, he grew frustrated and stepped outside. Spotting Xiao Dizzy washing clothes in the courtyard, he inquired, "Where has my wife sent my bedding and pillow?" Xiao Dizzy politely replied, "Your Highness, the princess consigned your belongings to the side chamber, where you slept so soundly last night." "I slept poorly there," Zhao Tianzong retorted. "Go fetch my things back from the side chamber." Xiao Dizzy timidly protested, "I am but a handmaiden to the princess, and must obey her orders."
Fool!
"Why are you so timid?" he exclaimed. "Jean E, you go. Return my belongings at once. I shall wait here." Though Jean E wished to voice his own fears, he obeyed the fierce gaze of his lord and hastily retrieved Zhao Tianzong's belongings. The following morning, Lu Qingqing awoke to find her pillow returned, along with 2 blankets covering her. It was evident that the shameless man had returned to her side once again. As she made her way to the main room, Xiao Dizzy cheerfully announced, "Princess, the Wangya has brought back a bountiful assortment of your favorite delicacies." A glance at the exquisite pastries displayed on the table revealed the effort he had put into selecting them. After savoring a couple of pieces and sharing some with Xiao Dizzy, she decided to store the remaining pastries in her space for future visits to her mother. As midday approached, Zhao Tianzong entered, carrying a large food box filled with dishes from a renowned restaurant. "Qingqing, I've brought back your favorites from the establishment we often visit. Let us enjoy them at home today. Are you feeling any better?" Zhani entered with a basket of fruits. "These are your favorites, specially selected by the Wangya." Watching her husband go to such lengths to please her, Lu Qingqing recognized his attempt to atone for his previous misdeeds. She felt his error was significant and decided to teach him a lesson, for leniency would only encourage his bad habits. Chapter 28. The consort sends a cousin to remedy nightmares. The news of the couple's Cold War quickly reached consort when in Yonghe Palace. Disturbed by the discord between her son and daughter-in-law, she confided in her husband before they retired for the evening. Emperor Xiaowu, a wise ruler, sighed as he listened to his beloved consort discuss their children's quarrel. "Such matters are trivial, they will sort themselves out. Besides, I have heard that Tianzong's young wife is still quite young. Yet my son is resolute. He has fallen for her and will not let go easily." Suddenly, a thought struck Consort Wen, and she smiled. "Your Majesty, I propose we send a niece from the Wen family to the Wangfu during this quarrel. Perhaps her presence will make our daughter-in-law feel jealous and prompt her to reconcile with Tianzong." The emperor chuckled. "My dear, are you not concerned about the chaos this may bring?" Consort Wen nestled against him, whispering, "As long as Tianzong produces a grandchild for me, I welcome any storm that may arise." The emperor laughed heartily. "What kind of mother are you? You would ensnare your own son?"
She sighed.
"My son has recovered from his illness, and I only wish for him to secure our family's lineage. That would bring me peace of mind." As the emperor stayed overnight in Yonghe Palace, the atmosphere among the palace attendants was jubilant, celebrating the favor bestowed upon them. In contrast, the empress's quarters were less lively. Although Empress Xiaowu would occasionally stay with her, their interactions had become routine, more akin to old companions sharing simple conversations under the covers. News of the deer legs sent from the Zhan Wangfu had reached her, along with the story of how the widow's mother had been sent to the countryside. Empress Qiu could not suppress her smugness. Given Lu Qingqing's background, even if she were to bear a child in the future, it could never compare to that of the crown prince and the crown princess. The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate birth was already evident. Now that the Lu family had a widowed mother with a history of misfortune, her child would inevitably be seen as inferior. She thought of the enchanting concubine Wen, who had clung to Emperor Xiaowu for years, and her heart filled with resentment. If it weren't for Emperor Xiaowu's support, she would have long since eliminated that mother and child. However, truth be told, Emperor Xiaowu was not easily trifled with. He had his own means. If I were to harm concubine Wen and her child, he would surely retaliate, and the situation would collapse. Alas! The crown prince had just been entangled with a beauty named Zhang, and upon learning that his mother had summoned him, he hurriedly arrived, adjusting his trousers. "Mother,
You summoned me.
what is it?" Empress Qiu gazed at her son. "Crown Prince, how has Huaner been these past few days? How is the pregnancy progressing? The Wang residents sent a deer leg yesterday. You should take it back to the East Palace to nourish Huaner. It has already been tested for poison." Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong sighed in relief. "Mother, Huaner is resting in the palace daily, and there is no major issue. 12 physicians are taking turns to guard her. She will be fine. I am certain this child will be stable." Previously, 2 beauties and a favored concubine had carried his children, yet inexplicably, they could not maintain their pregnancies. This time, he was determined that Huaner would give birth. Empress Qiu had summoned a renowned physician with great expense. "When will he arrive in the capital? We must have him examine you to determine the root of the issue." Zhao Tianchong sighed again. "Mother, the physician has long stated that all of Father's sons suffer from weak vitality. Possibly a hereditary issue, or due to the injuries and toxins father endured in his youth, leading to difficulties in having descendants." Empress Qiu sighed. "Alas, there is little we can do. Your father and I faced many trials together when he seized the throne. I understand his struggles. The poison he endured was for my sake, which is why I have been unable to be harsh with him all these years. Crown Prince, now that the War King's cold poison has subsided, he will undoubtedly compete for the position of heir. You must discuss this with your uncles and seize his military power early, while finding his weaknesses." Mother speaks wisely. I have been considering this as well, for I have set my sights on something of his. Empress Qiu, being a mother who understood her son well, closed her eyes briefly. "Crown Prince, I know your determination regarding certain matters is quite fierce, yet you must discern what is worth pursuing and what is not. Mother fears she may be a source of misfortune. You must be cautious. However, it is of no great consequence whether there is one more or one less woman in the East Palace. If you desire her, you may have her, but you must first resolve matters with Zhao Tianzong. You cannot let yourself fall into his hands over a woman, do you understand?" Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong looked at his mother with excitement. "Mother, I have already been making moves regarding certain matters. If he treasures that little woman, I shall seize her and see if he can survive after killing his precious charm." Empress Qiu laughed. Indeed, the Crown Prince's cleverness remains intact. One can strike at the heart through the act of taking a wife. Handle this matter well. Now, take the deer leg home to coax Huaner into eating. You must spend time with her and prepare for fatherhood, for your burdens will only grow heavier. Upon returning to the East Palace with the deer leg, Zhao Tianchong heard that the crown princess had clashed with Beauty Zhang, leaving her severely injured. He cast a displeased glance at the deer leg.
"And Tai?
Take the deer leg to the crown princess and tell her to eat more meat to nourish my son. I have matters to attend to." That night, a Beauty Zhang quietly passed away in the East Palace, and no one was the wiser. The following day, Lu Qingqing awoke naturally, refreshed after a bath and a hearty meal from her space. As she exited her quarters, accompanied by little Dizzy, she discovered a young girl seated in the main hall. dignified and accompanied by 2 maidservants and 2 bundles. Upon closer inspection, she recognized that the waiting figure was Demingzi, the steward from concubine Wen's palace. She quickly bowed. Is it Master Ming who has come? Does the concubine have any arrangements? Demingzi, nearly dozing off from the wait, thought it remarkable that the War King's wife could sleep until this hour. It was nearly lunchtime. Surely, the estate was not trying to skimp on breakfast? Greetings, my lady. I have come to escort your cousin to stay at the royal residence for a time. She has been plagued by nightmares, and a fortune teller advised that she should reside in a house filled with positive energy to quell the disturbances. Our concubine has arranged for her to stay here for a while. Qingqing nearly laughed in disbelief. The concubine has sent my aunt's niece to live in the royal residence? What does she think this place is? A sanctuary for nightmares. Can I refuse the concubine's arrangements? This is not like a concubine being sent to the sun. It is merely a cousin brought here for treatment. What can I say? Qingqing nodded.
Oh.
Then I shall abide by Mother-S arrangements. As a daughter-in-law, I have no objections. Has Master Ming had breakfast? If not, please partake of a meal here at the royal residence. Demingzi paused, my lady, it is nearly lunchtime. Qingqing smiled apologetically. The prince leaves early for court. I usually rise around now for breakfast, and dinner awaits the prince's return. Demingzi responded, Miss Lu, it would be best for your cousin to bring some provisions. As our residence only serves 2 meals a day, let us take the leftovers from the princess for the cousin to eat.
Today?
Zhao Tianzong worked tirelessly in the military camp on Xishan until dark before returning directly to Qingqing. He found her seated in the room, fiddling with something in her hands. Qingqing, what is this? Where did you get these seeds? What do you intend to plant? Qingqing glanced up at the weary man, his stubble evident from his rapid return. I shan't tell you. Change your clothes and eat first. Today, the concubine sent over your cousin, claiming that our residence is filled with positive energy to help her combat her nightmares. Zhao Tianzong immediately comprehended his mother's intentions. His expression turned cold. Oh, is that so? Very well, I shall change and we can eat. After freshening up and donning comfortable attire, the couple began their meal in the main hall. Just as they were enjoying their food, a timid maid outside inquired, Is the prince back? Our cousin has been here since the morning and has yet to eat. She sent me to ask when we would begin serving. Zhao Tianzong glanced at his wife, who seemed oblivious, her cheeks puffed with food. Outside, the maidservant, without receiving a signal from the prince, softly replied, Please wait a moment. The prince and princess are dining, and we cannot enter until they finish. The maid murmured, Oh, is that how it is? Then I shall wait here. Zhao Tianzong offered his little wife more pork ribs, noting her hearty appetite. It has been 2 to 3 months since the wedding, and indeed, the little one has gained weight and grown taller, no longer appearing as small and frail as before. Now, it is evident that Qingqing has grown at least 2 inches and has filled out nicely, unlike her previous emaciated state. Each time Zhao Tianzong shares a meal with his young wife, he feels a profound sense of accomplishment, often finding himself unconsciously feeding her. After a hearty meal, Qingqing lets out a couple of contented burps, patting her round belly. Your Highness, I am full. Zhao Tianzong chuckles, finishing the meat and porridge in his bowl before calling out, Someone, take the leftover food from the princess to the young lady. Qingqing is instantly delighted, unable to contain her laughter as she sees the satisfaction in her husband's eyes. Zhao Tianzong, with fiery eyes, gazes at her plump figure, clearing his throat.
Can you not hear?
Has everyone outside gone deaf? At once, Jean-Yi responds, Yes. Someone, go in and clear the table. 2 young maids and an elderly woman hurriedly enter the hall and soon emerge with a tray. The young maid standing at the door is utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe that the Duke would send the princess's leftovers to his own relative. Seeing the joyful expression on his wife's face, Zhao Tianzong quickly seizes her hand, saying, Qingqing, let us take a stroll to digest before bedtime. Pleased by his demeanor, Qingqing accepts his invitation for a walk. The couple meanders through the back garden, swinging on the swings for a while before returning to their chamber to wash and prepare for sleep. That night, the attentive husband finally gets to sleep beside his young wife, tenderly embracing her for a while. Although he refrains from being too bold, he finds solace in their shared intimacy, especially after enduring a few uncomfortable days. Meanwhile, residing in the side courtyard, Wenwan is nearly driven to despair by her overheard words. The following morning, Zhao Tianzong, refreshed from his rest, steps out of the main courtyard to attend the morning court, only to encounter a young girl waiting at the door. This girl bears a striking resemblance to his mother. She steps forward, introducing herself. Cousin, I am Wenwan. I have been plagued by nightmares at home. A master said the house lacks young energy and suggested I come to stay with you in the Duke's residence. Zhao Tianzong nods, then stay here. If you need anything, inform the steward. The girl's eyes redden. Cousin, have you truly never liked me all these years? Sighing, he replies, Dear cousin, I must be honest with you. I was burdened with cold poison and have never harbored feelings for anyone. It is the princess who has revived me, and our bond is profound, beyond others' understanding. You are welcome to stay here for treatment. Once you recover, you may leave. The Duke's residence is not overly spacious, and some expenses depend on our finances. If you find the provisions lacking, bring some from home. Wenwan bursts into tears. Cousin, will you not pay attention to me from now on? I truly wish to marry you. Zhao Tianzong furrows his brow. You must not speak such words, dear cousin. You are an unbetrothed young lady. Such sentiments are inappropriate. I am already wed to the princess, who does not permit me to take a concubine, and I dare not defy her. Do not utter such things in the Duke's residence again. If the princess hears you, it will anger her. I cherish her deeply. Should she be upset, I too will be distressed. You should understand the principle of loving those close to you. If you genuinely respect me, you must respect her even more. With that, he strides away, accompanied by his guards, leaving Wenwan to cover her mouth as she weeps and rushes back to the side courtyard. Qingqing, having slept until noon, begins her meal and, once finished, instructs someone to send food to the side courtyard for her cousin. Wenwan, clutching her aching stomach, rushes out of the Duke's residence without even taking her belongings. Qingqing, upon learning of this, smiles and says, No need to worry. Little Duzzy, once we finish eating, we shall head to the garden behind to start planting vegetables. She instructs the steward to inform any visitors from the noble consort that she is personally tending to the garden. Chapter 30. If you dare leave the room today, I shall punish you. Indeed, Wenwan runs straight home, and upon her return, her parents are incensed upon hearing of her experiences in the Duke's residence. The Minister of War, Wenyu, glances at his wife. My dear, take one and go to the palace to see the noble consort. We cannot allow her to be mistreated by the Duke's wife. If this continues, we shall not send her back to the Duke's residence. Wife Wang, feeling for their daughter, quickly changes her clothes and heads to the palace to request an audience with the noble consort. The noble consort is well aware of the happenings in her son's residence. Furious enough to nearly grind her teeth, she thinks, does that foolish boy not consider my feelings as his mother? Surely, he could show some respect by taking his cousin as a concubine and providing her with a child. The noble consort meets with her sister-in-law, Wang, and comforts Wenwan before sending De Mingzi to escort her back to the Duke's residence. Upon arriving, De Mingzi learns from the steward that the princess, Qingqing, is in the back garden planting vegetables. This revelation leaves both De Mingzi and Wenwan bewildered. Is it true that the Duke's residence is so impoverished that the princess must tend to the garden herself? De Mingzi and Wenwan venture to the back garden, where they find Qingqing sowing seeds, her clothes muddied. Why have you come, Master Ming? What brings you here? Oh, you've never done this work. You should return home. Although we do not keep idle hands in the Duke's residence, you are the Duke's cousin, and I cannot allow you to toil in the fields. De Mingzi struggles to voice his thoughts, recognizing that Wenwan, as a guest, should not be burdened with work. He cannot express his discontent, knowing the noble consort's reprimands have left him speechless. He smiles and says, Princess, you are working hard. Cousin should be treated with care and comfort while she stays here. Qingqing responds, Of course I will take care of her. She need not worry about chores. I will handle the planting myself. Suddenly, they hear that the Duke has returned, and De Mingzi is startled as Zhao Tianzong rushes into the back garden, likely fearing that he will scold Qingqing. After a busy morning court session, he is anxious to find out if his efforts to please his wife have been in vain. Upon seeing her in the garden, he is filled with frustration. What is happening here? Are you all here to help or merely spectate? Master Ming, if there is nothing else, you may return to the palace. Did you come to help with the vegetable planting in the royal residence? De Mingzi chuckled dryly. Your Highness, you jest. I truly cannot plant vegetables. I shall take my leave. With that, De Mingzi hurried away, leaving Wenwan gazing longingly at Zhao Tianzong. The man turned his attention from De Mingzi to see Wenwan's sorrowful expression. Cousin, return to the courtyard. Stay in the residence and focus on your recovery. The princess is tending to the garden. Your assistance is not required here. What should we do with the vegetables? Would you like me to help you plant them? Asked Lu Qingqing with a smile. Very well, there are only 3 baskets left. Once we're done, I wish to dine out. Zhao Tianzong responded with a grin. Perfect. I have not had a proper meal at noon. Let us eat together afterward. Suddenly, a cry of distress came from Wenwaner, who had stumbled and fallen not far away. She could no longer endure the situation. This royal residence was unbearable.
Lu Qingqing, noticing Wen Huanar is full, nudged Zhao Tianzong.
Your Highness, your cousin has fallen. The man seized the ladle from her hand, chuckling at the mud on her fingers. Princess, go assist your cousin. I must maintain my distance as a gentleman. Lu Qingqing laughed, but the prince ordered me to help. Together with Xiao Dizzy, she approached and helped lift Wenwaner, cousin. How could you be so careless? Did you hurt yourself? As Wenwaner glanced down and saw her sleeves covered in dirt, she snapped, pushing Lu Qingqing away. What are you doing? You've made me filthy. Zhao Tianzong, alarmed, stepped forward to support his wife, stumbling slightly from the push. What do you mean, cousin? Did you come to the royal residence to bully my princess? Who gave you the audacity? Lu Qingqing interjected. Your Highness, please. She was sent by my mother. I am fine, just startled. She did it on purpose to dirty my clothes. Why are you scolding me, cousin?
Wen Huanar retorted.
Silence. Return to your courtyard. The steward will ensure you do not enter the princess's quarters again. How dare you try to disrupt things here? Your Highness, please do not treat a young lady this way. We still have work to finish, and then we shall dine out. Hurry and plant the vegetables. I need to bathe and change before we leave. Zhao Tianzong, dissatisfied, pulled Lu Qingqing closer. Enough. Finish quickly so we can eat. You are covered in mud, and do not seem to mind. Will you complain about dirt while eating? Whether planting vegetables or farming, it requires labor and dirt. What is the fuss about cleanliness? Once washed, it will be clean again. This seemed directed at Wenwaner, who, infuriated, stomped her feet and ran away crying. That evening, Zhao Tianzong and his wife returned after a satisfying meal, discussing plans for the backyard when they heard Johnny calling from the courtyard. Your Highness, the young lady in the side courtyard is having a nightmare. The maid has come to fetch you. Zhao Tianzong frowned and sighed. Just rising from the bedside when Lu Qingqing, changing behind the screen, heard the commotion and saw him stepping out. In a cold voice, she warned, if you dare leave my chamber today, I will strike you. I won't, Qingqing, Zhao Tianzong replied. Zhang Yi, witnessing his lord's cowardice, fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 31. The Fierce Lu Qingqing. Zhao Tianzong truly dared not visit his cousin's chamber. Lu Qingqing donned an outer cloak over her nightgown and, accompanied by Xiao Duzhi and Granny Chu, made her way to Wenwanu's side courtyard. Upon entering, they heard Wenwaner wailing, and the steward, looking anxious, said, Your Highness, what should we do about the young lady's condition? Lu Qingqing sighed. Please send for the imperial physician. We cannot simply stand by. I will see what is the matter with her. Inside, she found Wenwaner lying in bed, waving her arms and calling for her cousin, her eyelids fluttering. Lu Qingqing couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Cousin, wake up. I am your sister-in-law. Your cousin will not come. Wenwaner had indeed heard, and deliberately called out louder.
Cousin, Huanar is frightened.
I am scared. Lu Qingqing, irritated and with a headache from the noise, slapped her across the face. Wenwaner, unable to contain her anger, sat up and scowled. Why did you hit me, princess? Lu Qingqing stepped back. You kept calling for a cousin who is absent. Why would you do that? So I woke you. You truly lack education. Your mother is a widow. Did you have no one to teach you?
Wenwaner shot back.
Your Highness's status is known. How could you think you are his only wife? You are absurdly selfish. Another slap landed across Wenwanu's face. I can say what I want. You dare insult my mother? Wenwaner lunged at Lu Qingqing, who swiftly kicked her in the abdomen. Wenwaner fell back onto the bed, clutching her stomach in pain. Cursing Lu Qingqing. You wretched woman. Your mother is a husband-killing widow. Am I wrong? What of it? You dare speak ill of my mother, and I will retaliate. A flurry of slaps ensued, with Wenwaner growing furious. I will fight you. Help. Someone, save me. As she attempted to charge at Lu Qingqing again, Lu Qingqing, trained in Taekwondo, delivered a powerful kick to Wenwanu's stomach, causing her to cry in agony. Dare insult my mother, and I will end you. Anyone who insults her is courting death. Do you have no mother? If I kill you today, will your mother not also be cursed? Xiao Duzi trembled. Your Highness.
Please stop.
You will truly harm her. Harm? She brought this upon herself. What right does she have to insult my mother? To come into my home and brazenly attempt to seduce my husband and then insult my mother? Who taught you such manners? If you do not wish to stay in the royal residence, then leave. The two imperial physicians in the courtyard trembled in fear. My goodness. The Princess of War is truly formidable. No wonder she has tamed the prince. Even the King of Hell fears a villain. Zhao Tianzong, standing outside, was taken aback by Lu Qingqing's fierce demeanor. This delicate woman possessed a bold spirit. When Wanner, overcome with despair, cried out loudly. But Lu Qingqing showed no tolerance for her lamentations. If you wish to weep, then weep, she said, but mark my words. Tomorrow morning, pack your belongings and leave. If you want to complain to my mother-in-law, do so on your own accord. How could you, at such a tender age, learn to seduce another's husband? If my husband can be so easily swayed by you, then he is unworthy of my love. Do not overstep your bounds. Leave at first light. With determined strides, Lu Qingqing exited the room, leaving two elderly physicians trembling in fear, hastily seeking refuge. They soon realized that the formidable war prince, who had been pacing in the courtyard, had mysteriously vanished. Zhao Tianzong was no fool. He understood that if his fierce wife forbade him from visiting, he could only imagine the wrath she would unleash upon him upon his return. At that moment, he employed his lightness skill to sneak back to the main courtyard, feigning weariness. The next morning, before dawn, the young Miss Wanner, burdened with her pack and accompanied by two maidservants, dashed out of the war prince's residence. One could only imagine the scene that awaited her at home. Her face was swollen from a beating. Today, Lady Wang had taken her child to the palace, and upon seeing her niece's battered visage, Concubine Wen was genuinely taken aback. She had intended to foster a bond between her son and niece, but to her dismay, her daughter-in-law had interfered, leading to such an unfortunate outcome. How could she explain this to her family? Wanner, she sighed, I understand your cousin is quite headstrong. He is currently infatuated with Lu Qingqing and will likely ignore you. However, I did not expect that Lu Qingqing, lacking proper parental guidance, would dare to strike you. Very well. Return home for now. I shall take charge of this matter. I will summon the war prince this afternoon to address it.
Sister-in-law.
Please counsel Wanner to calm down and provide her with some nourishing supplements. It is not worth being upset over this situation. Lady Wang gazed at her daughter's pig-like face, tears streaming down in pitiful discontent. My dear, Wanner has admired her cousin since childhood. When my lord needed a boost in spirits, Wanner was the first to volunteer to assist him. If only we lived in a more favorable location. Perhaps it would not have come to this with that girl from the Lu family. Concubine Wen recalled that when the proposal to uplift her son was made, her second brother had promptly suggested marrying Wanner to him. Alas, such is the way of fate. Sister-in-law, return home with the child for now. At lunchtime, Zhao Tianzong was summoned to the palace by his mother. Upon entering her chamber, he noticed several dishes, among which 3 or 4 were vegetarian, all placed before him. Realizing his mother's intentions, he ate the greens with indifference. Concubine Wen did not scold him during the meal. It was only after they finished that she broached the subject. Tianzong, do you realize that your wife has left your cousin with a swollen face? Zhao Tianzong raised an eyebrow, having heard a whisper of the incident, but not having pursued it further. Does mother know the reason? With a sigh, Concubine Wen replied, it is simply your wife's jealousy. Your cousin's stay at the Wang residence was merely for a few days to foster a relationship with you. Your wife harbors resentment. Otherwise, how could she have struck a young girl so mercilessly? Zhao Tianzong shook his head. Mother, how can you accept such one-sided accounts? I have heard that my cousin cried out for me last night. How could I, a single man, go to her aid? It was actually Qingqing who sent for me, and the steward mentioned that my cousin had first insulted her mother, calling her a man-snatching widow, which provoked Qingqing's ire. Is it not true that Wanner spoke of your mother-in-law's status? Concubine Wen inquired. Chapter 32. The couple's fierce quarrel. Concubine Wen furrowed her brow and continued, Tianzong, even if Wanner spoke of your mother-in-law's widowhood, it is still a fact and not a grave matter. Zhao Tianzong shook his head in disagreement. Mother,
How can you say such a thing?
Wanner insulted my wife's mother. This is entirely unacceptable. A mother-in-law is an elder in our family. Concubine Wen stood abruptly, exclaiming, Tianzong, let me speak plainly. Your wife's mother is indeed a widow, and this will become a blemish on your and your wife's reputation. Do you not see? Throughout history, widows have often endured hardship and misfortune. That Lu Mingmei, at such a young age, is already a widow with children, living with her family like a drifting reed. Your wife's maternal lineage will not confer any honor upon you. The Prime Minister's family is her maternal side, not her true heritage. Zhao Tianzong stood, displeased. Mother, what relevance does this have? Did you not bring her into the palace as my bride? Even if her background is lacking, Qingqing and I are already wed. Is it not too late to disdain her lineage now? Concubine Wen lamented, this is your fate, your burden. We are merely seeking to remedy the situation. Your mother-in-law's widowhood is beyond her control, but it will undoubtedly affect you and Qingqing, and even your future children may face scrutiny because of it. Since time immemorial, has there been any empress who did not hail from a prestigious lineage? Have any dowagers lacked familial power? Have you considered what your widow mother-in-law can offer Qingqing? Zhao Tianzong slammed his hand on the table, causing a resounding crack. Mother, can children choose their parents? When I promised Qingqing, I vowed that regardless of life or death, all I sought was for her to honor my parents. She expected the same of me, thus our love blossomed. As long as we love each other, we must respect each other's families, must we not? Concubine Wen acknowledged that Qingqing was indeed a child of misfortune, and that her mother had faced great struggles to raise her. For the sake of your well-being, your mother could never treat her poorly. However, I only hope that you will marry your cousin. If she can bear you a son, he will have a respectable maternal family. Zhao Tianzong, now agitated, looked at his mother, his face flushed with indignation. Mother, do you realize that if I were to marry my cousin, my bond with Qingqing would be severed? Do you wish for your son to live a lifetime apart from the one he loves? If I cannot be with Qingqing, then what significance do power and the throne hold for me? If I cannot share everything with my beloved, what joy is left for me? With that, Concubine Wen struck her son across the face, a first for her. Enraged, she gritted her teeth. For the sake of a woman, you would forsake power and the throne? Zhao Tianzong held his head high, retorting, if I am to endure a lifetime of separation from my beloved, watching her with another, I would rather renounce everything. With another slap, she exclaimed, fool. You are a man. As a future emperor, what kind of woman could you not have? Zhao Tianzong gazed at his mother, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What use have I for so many women? Mother, you do not understand Qingqing. If what you say is true, I may never be with her. Concubine Wen, clutching her pained forehead, stumbled back and collapsed into a chair. Zhao Tianzong closed his eyes. Please, mother, calm your anger. I have survived the cold poison and regained my life, along with the love of my life, so I will no longer live according to your expectations. I merely wish to cherish my time with Qingqing. Even without power or status, I will safeguard both you and her. If the crown prince cannot accommodate me, I shall take you and Qingqing to the ends of the earth, seeking a sanctuary where we can live in peace. Wang Guifei forced a smile, tears streaming down her face. My foolish child, if that day truly arrives, where in this vast world will we find a place for us mother and son to reside? All I can offer your father is to accompany him in death. You and Qingqing would also perish, and your children would not survive either. Zhao Tianzong's eyes reddened. Mother, do not worry, that day will never come. When I was afflicted by the cold poison, I had already prepared an escape route for you. When the day comes that father passes, there will be 100,000 elite soldiers to escort you away from the capital. Wang Guifei suddenly stood up and embraced her son, crying heart-wrenchingly. A mother's heart truly aches. It was not until evening that Zhao Tianzong returned to the royal residence. Upon his return, he did not rush to the rear courtyard to see his wife, but instead lingered in the main hall for a while. After listening to several subordinates report on the crown prince's recent activities, he nodded and conferred with a few others, who then hurriedly exited the hall. Lu Qingqing, aware that her husband had returned and was occupied in the main hall, refrained from disturbing him. When mealtime approached, she arrived with her maid and prepared dinner. Knowing that her husband had been summoned by his mother, she speculated that it concerned the incident with his cousin, which had surely angered Wang Guifei. My lord, let us eat. Today I had the kitchen prepare 6 dishes, all of which we love. Zhao Tianzong rubbed his temples and replied, all right, let's eat. Your cousin has already left today, so do not dwell on it anymore. Lu Qingqing nodded and sat down to dine with her husband. The couple ate in silence. Lu Qingqing had a hearty appetite, as her body required nourishment, and she consumed a considerable amount. Just as she was in a good mood and about to set her chopsticks down, her husband suddenly spoke. Qingqing, mother was very angry today. You must temper your temper in the future. Although your cousin spoke of your mother being a widow who brings misfortune to her husband, you should not be so agitated.
What she said is indeed a fact. Clatter.
Lu Qingqing slammed her chopsticks down. My lord, do not say another word about my mother. Zhao Tianzong replied. Qingqing, why are you so agitated? Is it not a fact that your mother is a widow? This is common knowledge. If you resort to violence over this, you may find yourself unable to defend yourself. Lu Qingqing stood up abruptly. My lord, do you think I should not defend my mother? Do you also disdain her identity?
Haha.
Forgive me for being protective. No matter who insults or slanders my mother, I will not rest until I confront them. If you and the Guifei think I am unworthy of you, feel free to speak of divorce. I will not cling to you. Zhao Tianzong was also angered. Lu Qingqing, what madness is this? If someone speaks ill of your mother, do you resort to violence? What nonsense is this about divorce? Do you think I cannot live without you? That you can frighten me with a threat of divorce? Lu Qingqing glared fiercely at him. You are correct. I will strike anyone who insults my mother. If you cannot accept my identity and disdain her, then so be it.
Ha!
If you wish for a divorce, I am ready to comply. Xiao Duzi, begin moving my belongings out tonight. Zhao Tianzong retorted. Lu Qingqing, you dare? Zhang Yi and Zhang Er stood obediently by the wall. Knowing that Lu Qingqing had swept past with Xiao Duzi in a whirlwind, Zhang Yi let out a sigh of relief. The lord should have stopped indulging the princess long ago. Zhang Er exclaimed, Oh my, the lord is formidable. The couple has had a fierce quarrel. As the evening progressed, Zhao Tianzong watched his indignant wife leave, his frustration mounting. He continued attending to matters in the main hall until late, and when he finally returned to the rear courtyard, he instinctively headed towards their main chamber. However, upon reaching the door, he found it locked. Realizing that his wife was once again giving him the cold shoulder, he muttered to himself, Lu Qingqing, do not regret it. If you find another man, then you shall regret it. In a fit of anger, he stormed towards the side chamber, where he found the bed to be old and narrow. He lay down in frustration, tossing and turning, until he realized he had not changed out of his clothes. Sitting up, he angrily removed his outer robe and tossed it aside, only to find the bed uncomfortably hard. Outside, Zhang Yi and the others sensed something was amiss and stood by the door. Zhang Yi reported, The lord is in. Zhao Tianzong shouted, Go fetch the steward. How am I supposed to sleep on this bed? Bring me some blankets. Yes, my lord. Zhang Yi understood that the lord had been sent to the side chamber by the princess and was currently seething with anger. The steward arrived with maids, fluffing the bed with blankets until it resembled a cotton mound. Zhao Tianzong, feeling even more irritable, dismissed them, stating he was tired. However, when he lay back down, he found it even more uncomfortable. There were simply too many blankets, making him overheated. I cannot believe it. I am cast out by my wife and cannot return? How pathetic. Zhao Tianzong sat up again, only to notice an odd smell emanating from the bed. What is this musty odor? The bed in my wife's chamber smells fragrant, yet I am denied that comfort. How infuriating. Unconsciously, Zhao Tianzong gathered his energy and struck the bed's headboard, causing a loud crack. The entire bed could not withstand the force of his internal energy and collapsed. Zhao Tianzong found himself buried amidst the wreckage of the wooden bed.
Zhang Yi, Zhang Er.
Zhang San and Zhang Si rushed into the side chamber, only to see their lord lying in the debris, with only his feet visible.
Zhang Yi.
What are you waiting for? Save him. The four hurriedly dug their lord out from the rubble. Zhao Tianzong, clad in a pure white nightgown, appeared quite disheveled, prompting his subordinates to stifle their laughter, though they dared not express it, fearful of the lord's impending wrath. Bring me my robe and boots. This is outrageous. I cannot sleep in this side chamber. The bed has collapsed. Clad in a disheveled manner, he stormed out of the side chamber and back to the main residence. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing had already lain down, nearly falling asleep out of frustration. Suddenly, she heard a clicking sound, the door latch being lifted. Realizing that only Zhao Tianzong, that rogue, would dare to unlock her door, she sat up to see him entering, barefoot and carrying his outer robe and boots, appearing quite comical. The side chamber is uninhabitable. The bed has collapsed. I'd have no place to sleep in my own home. He huffed, clearly aggrieved. Zhao Tianzong threw his robe and boots on the ground, then plopped down beside her on the bed, lying down with a thud. Lu Qingqing, observing his antics, could not help but feel anger rising within her. She scooted further into the bed, pulling the covers tighter around herself, intending to leave him to freeze. Zhao Tianzong cracked open one eye to see the petite figure retreating, and a smile crept across his lips. Regardless of the circumstances, he decided he would not leave the bed. Once she fell asleep, he would pull her into his embrace and cover her with the blankets. The next morning, Lu Qingqing woke up feeling uncomfortably warm, as if she could hardly breathe. When she opened her eyes, she found herself nestled against her husband's chin, tightly embraced in his arms, his hand resting on her waist beneath her nightgown. How infuriating! This shameless man, after causing her anger, still dared to hold her while sleeping. With a strong push, Lu Qingqing attempted to free herself, sitting up to glare at him, her anger boiling over. She kicked him hard in the stomach, and Zhao Tianzong, already awake, pretended to be caught off guard and fell to the floor with a thud. The man abruptly sat up from the ground, brushing the hair from his face. Are you plotting to murder your husband? Lu Qingqing, I am your man. Do you think I would lose face just because you kicked me out of bed? Humph. You care about face, yet you scorn my identity, don't you? You look down on my humble origins, don't you? The man stood up and looked at her. Lu Qingqing, are you being unreasonable? When did I ever belittle your mother's status? Aren't we just discussing the matter at hand? I refuse to engage in such discussions with you. Leave at once. I will have someone repair the bed in the side chamber today. You shall return there to sleep tonight, and do not come here again. Zhao Tianzong was infuriated. Why can't I sleep in my own home with my wife? If you continue to take advantage of my affection, do not blame me for being rude. Lu Qingqing, being one who yielded to softness but resisted hardness, was instantly furious and sat there with her hands on her hips. What do you intend to do? Do you want to hit me? Go ahead, kill me. In a swift motion, the man pinned her down, locking her in place as he pressed his lips against hers. As the kiss deepened, he found himself captivated, and the temperature in the room began to rise. After their passionate encounter, the woman, utterly exhausted, fell asleep. The man gazed at her flushed face and couldn't resist planting another fervent kiss on her lips. You are like a poison to me. I know you are toxic. Yet I willingly indulge in your sweetness. Lu Qingqing, after being thoroughly spoiled by the man, slept past noon. When she finally awoke, her body felt weak and sore. She angrily pounded the pillow, finding his behavior intolerable. After taking a rejuvenating bath in the spring water from her space, she emerged revitalized and heard Xiaoduzi mention that her husband had not returned by noon but had arranged for food to be packed from the tavern for her. Why not eat? Xiaoduzi, let us go to the main hall for a meal. That rascal knows how to placate me after making me angry. Humph, tonight. I will barricade the door with a table. Xiaoduzi seriously replied. All right, but what about the window? That evening, Lu Qingqing dined with her husband. Before they could return to close the door, he insisted on taking her to swing in the garden. While seated on the swing, she ignored him, but he dismissed the servants and squeezed in to embrace her. She resisted, yet he held her tight in his arms. Qingqing, stop it. If you continue to sulk, I will deal with you right here, do you believe me? Get away from me. What else can you do besides bully me? Is it not shameful to pick on a woman? He kissed her fiercely, only releasing her once her breath became unsteady. Holding her tightly, he declared, You are my woman. What is wrong with me teasing you? If I desire something from you, it is only natural. I am your husband. If you do not satisfy me, who else will? The woman bit down hard on his shoulder, causing him to gasp in pain, leaving him momentarily immobilized. Bullying me again? If you do, I will bite you to death. Let us see if you dare to bully me afterward. And let me tell you, my mother is my Achilles heel. No one can speak ill of her. Or I will turn against them. I was wrong, all right? I never looked down upon your mother, nor did I speak ill of her. I was merely addressing the matter at hand, and you have no reason to be angry. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of my mother. Zhao Tianzong thought to himself, why is this little wildcat so domineering? Tonight, I will gently tame her. As she began to punch and kick, he had no choice but to tightly restrain her, kissing her until she became dazed. He carried her back to the chambers, initiating another tempestuous round. And only after their fervent entanglement did the tension from their earlier quarrel finally dissipate. After bathing together, he held her closely and said affectionately, Qingqing, Tomorrow is Grandmother S' birthday. We shall attend the celebration at the Wen residence at noon. Due to her status, my mother cannot attend, so it is only right for us to go. Qingqing bit his neck in frustration, and he stood still, allowing her to vent her anger. Please, Qingqing, consider my feelings. As husband and wife, we must honor grandmother on her birthday. If we do not attend, it would be disrespectful.
She bit down hard again,
leaving a mark on his neck. Satisfied with her handiwork, she gazed at the clear imprint. Since the prince has invited me to the feast, then we shall go. I am tired, and it's all your fault. He gently embraced her. Yes, I am at fault, but Qingqing, you are simply irresistible. Outside the courtyard, Jean-E and Jean-Air exchanged whispers. It's rare to see our master stand his ground, only to end up arguing in vain. Hitting is affection, scolding is love. With a wife now, this will become a daily occurrence. The next morning, after Zhao Tianzong left for court, Qingqing lay in bed for a while before getting up. She began preparing for the birthday banquet, determined to showcase her love with her husband at the Wen residence. She knew she had to dress beautifully to impress and infuriate the Wen family's cousin, who had dared to covet her husband. She was no fool. Having been provoked, she intended to make them regret their actions. The matriarch of the Wen family was her husband's grandmother. She would present her a cup of spring water, showcasing her mother's capabilities. Qingqing retrieved a jade vial from her space containing the spring water, recalling her husband mentioning that his grandmother was over 60, suffering from severe leg pain and needing assistance to walk. She added tiger bone powder to the spring water, knowing well that after birthing many children, an elderly woman would inevitably suffer from calcium deficiency and leg pain. Thus, she prepared a remedy for her. Qingqing skillfully adorned herself with an exquisite makeup look and chose a pink gown that accentuated her curves, making her appear breathtakingly beautiful. After the morning court session, her husband hurried back to change his attire. Upon lifting his gaze, he was momentarily mesmerized by her beauty. Qingqing, why are you dressed so elegantly? Is your neckline a bit too low? Don't you have another dress? This one makes you appear too voluptuous. What if others see? Qingqing swatted his outstretched hand away and rolled her eyes. My lord, do you expect me to look disheveled like a commoner when attending my grandmother's birthday? I am your wife and your representation. Of course, I must dress beautifully. Besides, I brought the special tiger bone spring water my mother made for me. Whenever I experienced leg pain, she would prepare this for me, and it worked wonders. Now that I have some left, it will serve as a fitting gift for grandmother's birthday. Naturally, we have other gifts prepared as well, totaling 6. Zhao Tianzong, captivated by her beauty, momentarily forgot about the birthday celebration and leaned in to plant a kiss on her soft lips. Why are you so sweet? She, unable to contain her frustration, punched him lightly on the chest. Are you a tiger? After a considerable effort, I had meticulously applied my lip gloss, only for you to consume it all. How am I to face the world? Upon witnessing her distress, the man hurriedly soothed her, assisting in her makeup before they made their way to the Wen residence. The Wen estate is the maternal home of concubine Wen, and today marks the celebration of the matriarch's birthday, drawing the city's prominent figures. When the war prince and his wife arrived at the Wen residence, the 2 sons of the Wen family, accompanied by their families, greeted them at the entrance. War Prince Zhao Tianzong gracefully assisted his wife from the carriage, causing the onlookers to momentarily pause at the sight of this seemingly unremarkable war princess. Yet, the enchanting Qingqing undoubtedly surpassed the Wen daughters in beauty. Surrounded by admirers, the couple entered the Wen residence, where Zhao Tianzong approached the matriarch seated in the main hall, performing a respectful gesture of filial piety to celebrate her birthday. May my esteemed grandmother enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountains. This is my wife, Qingqing, and we have come to celebrate together. Qingqing offered her own heartfelt wishes for her grandmother's health and well-being. The matriarch, perceptive as ever, noticed the affection in her grandson's gaze directed towards Qingqing and realized that her granddaughter would struggle to compete. Splendid! How delightful it is that the prince and princess have come. However, as the matriarch rose with joy, a sudden pain caused her to cry out, collapsing back into her seat, prompting concern among the guests. Qingqing quickly gestured for Jean Edouard to bring forth the gifts. She retrieved a vial of medicinal tiger bone spirit water, saying, Your Highness, this is the elixir my mother personally concocted. Please give it to grandmother. It will alleviate her pain. Zhao Tianzong, feeling a pang of sympathy for his grandmother, hurriedly took the jade vial. "Grandmother, please drink this. It was prepared by my mother-in-law." Lu Qingqing added, "When I suffered from leg pain, this remedy worked wonders. I have treasured it, but it is crucial for you to try it." With tears in her eyes, the matriarch accepted the elixir from her grandson's hands. The small vial barely contained enough for a single cup, but upon drinking it, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. She instinctively moved her previously painful legs and exclaimed, "Oh, it seems my legs are not hurting as much." Zhao Tianzong beamed with joy, turning to glance at his wife, whose beauty radiated brilliantly. She, feeling the weight of his gaze, lowered her head, cheeks flushed with modesty. "This is the remedy my mother prepared for me when I was a child, struggling to eat and often suffering from leg pain. She would scour ancient texts to concoct remedies for my ailments. I'm relieved it has helped grandmother." The onlookers regarded Lu Qingqing with newfound respect, acknowledging the prowess of her mother, a widow with remarkable skills. "Thank you, dear mother-in-law, for the remedy. My legs have been in agony, and today, unexpectedly, I find relief. Truly, it is a blessing that the princess has come. Prince, take your princess for a stroll in the courtyard. Dinner will be served shortly." The matriarch chuckled. Her spirits lifted as she instructed a servant to inform the concubine of her improved condition. Zhao Tianzong grasped his wife's delicate hand, their shared gaze brimming with affection, inciting envy among the Wen daughters. Chapter 35. Mother, what is wrong with my mother? Today, Lu Qingqing accompanied her husband to the Wen residence, where she shone brightly, not only presenting the medicinal tiger bone spirit water to the matriarch, but also alleviating her leg pain significantly. She effortlessly outshone the other young ladies present, demonstrating the depth of her husband's affection for her. Observing her granddaughter-in-law, the matriarch nodded in approval, recognizing the value of the prince's choice. "The princess is a commendable woman. It warms my heart to witness my grandson find happiness." As Lu Qingqing engaged in conversation with the matriarch, her demeanor radiated confidence, leaving the other young women feeling somewhat inadequate. Having an array of friends from various walks of life in the 35th century, she was no stranger to social gatherings and thus felt at ease amidst the celebrations. After a delightful lunch at the Wen residence, the couple returned home, and as evening approached, Lu Qingqing had yet to arrange dinner when she received news from the concubine, requesting her presence at Yonghe Palace the following morning. Exchanging glances with her husband, she sensed his apprehension regarding his mother's potential disapproval of her mother. He quickly reassured her, "Your mother only wishes the best for us. Much like my own mother. Whatever she expresses, do not take to heart. We can discuss it later." Lu Qingqing understood her husband's concern but was resolute. "While I respect your mother, should she speak ill of my mother, I will not yield." Acknowledging her mother's sacrifices in raising her, she stated firmly, "Though I honor your mother, my loyalty lies first with my own." Zhao Tianzong sighed, "For my sake, please refrain from conflict with her. If you have grievances, you may voice them to me later. Can we communicate this way?" Lu Qingqing closed her eyes. "I shall try. But you know I am not one to be easily subdued." Concerned, he observed her youthful spirit, fearing her boldness might lead to discord with his mother. After contemplating, he suggested, "Tomorrow, I will return after court and escort you to the palace. We must uphold filial piety, and you have said that love is reciprocal. I honor my mother-in-law, and you should extend the same courtesy to mine." Lu Qingqing nodded, understanding the importance of mutual respect. "Indeed, it is only natural. Love flows both ways. You support my mother, I will show kindness to yours. After all, I did share my precious remedy with grandmother, as she is your mother's parent." Though both felt a sense of unease, they were determined to maintain harmony. The following day, after preparing herself with care, Lu Qingqing accompanied Zhao Tianzong back to the palace. There, they encountered the crown prince Zhao Tianqing, adorned in his splendid royal robe. Upon seeing his long-absent brother and sister-in-law, he greeted them with unusual warmth. "The sixth brother and sister-in-law have come to the palace. Today, a wild goat has been delivered from the crown princess's family, and I plan to host a feast. Do join us for a meal." Zhao Tianzong quickly cupped his hands in greeting, and Lu Qingqing followed suit, expressing gratitude for the invitation from the prince. "Your Highness, I must visit my mother in the palace to discuss any important matters. If there are none, I shall visit you in the East Palace at noon." Zhao Tianqing smiled warmly. "Come now, brother, is it really an intrusion for us to share a meal together? The crown princess is feeling rather down due to her pregnancy. Your presence would surely brighten her spirits. Qingqing chuckled lightly, pondering how the crown princess's condition resembled that of a giant panda. If she were to disturb even a single strand of her hair, would she not be blamed? Your Highness, while I appreciate the sentiment, my mother-in-law has summoned me for a matter of importance, so I shall not intrude further. Let's be on our way. My mother must be waiting anxiously, Zhao Tianzong said, leading his delicate wife away. In his hand, the jade bead he clutched made a soft clinking sound. He had his eyes set on this sister-in-law. It was only a matter of time before she would be his. Upon entering Yonghe Palace, Zhao Tianzong and his wife felt the joyous atmosphere within. Everyone moved with a spring in their step, for it was clear that the noble consort was hosting a feast for her daughter-in-law that very noon. Consort 1, in high spirits, sat in the main hall, glancing at the menu when she suddenly spotted her son and daughter-in-law arriving. She instantly understood her son's intentions. A mother knows her child best. She was aware that he worried about his little wife being mistreated. The emperor had already spoken with her, advising her not to impose difficulties on her daughter-in-law, as the humble origins of the girl posed no real concern. With such a prestigious family background as theirs, who could compare? Emperor Xiao was a ruler of great wisdom. He believed that having a daughter-in-law from a less illustrious family might even benefit his son's career in the long run. After being reassured by her husband, Consort Wen learned that Qingqing's mother had treated her own mother's leg ailment with medicinal wine, which improved her mood greatly. Tianzong, your maternal grandfather sent us some game today, hunted by your cousin. In fact, I intended to invite Qingqing to enjoy it, but I see you couldn't resist joining us. Zhao Tianzong noted his mother's demeanor and smiled, realizing she would conceal her affection for him when in front of his wife, indicating her love remained intact. Qingqing was adept at navigating relationships. She presented 2 gifts to her mother-in-law and engaged in delightful conversation about yesterday's birthday celebration. During the meal, their spirits remained high until, halfway through, and Tai from the Crown Prince's palace hurried over. I bring greetings from the noble consort and present my respects to the prince and princess. His Highness awaits your presence in the East Palace for the banquet. Consort Wen raised an eyebrow, while Zhao Tianzong stood, acknowledging in Tai with a slight bow. We thank His Highness for the invitation. However, there is far too much food here for us to leave. My mother would not be able to finish it all. And Tai, please accompany us to the prince's banquet, Zhao Tianzong declared. And Tai could only depart reluctantly. After the meal, Consort Wen observed her son and daughter-in-law, who clearly had no intention of sitting down, and advised them. Tianzong, it is high time you and Qingqing consider having children. If there are no children yet, perhaps you should consult a physician to discern any issues. Qingqing, you should take some herbs to help with your health, she added. Qingqing frowned. Mother, I am still young. My mother has advised me against having children too early, as I was born on the 28th of the 12th month, making me only 15. She cautions that it might shorten my lifespan. Consort Wen frowned. Qingqing, if you take care of your health, pregnancy should not pose a problem. Alas, your mother is merely a widow, ignorant of court affairs, she added. Qingqing's eyes widened. Mother, what do you mean about my mother? Though she is a widow, she loves me dearly. What does that have to do with court politics? Zhao Tianzong quickly interjected. Mother, we have said there is no rush for children. My cold affliction has improved, but we are still uncertain about its complete resolution. The old physician from the south has been contacted and is expected to return before the new year, and he was surprised by my recovery. Consort Wen's expression soured as she gazed at Qingqing. Qingqing, I have never looked down on your background or your mother's status. However, you must understand that you are married to Zhao Tianzong, a man destined for greatness. As his virtuous wife, you are to help stabilize his household and bear legitimate heirs. Qingqing lifted her gaze to her mother-in-law and then to her husband. Mother, while I can choose my husband, I cannot choose my parents. Although my marriage was not my choice, fate brought me and the prince together, and I cherish our love. However, if you and the prince persistently regard my mother's widowhood as a flaw, I cannot change that. If it is unacceptable, I am prepared to part ways. Consort Wen, taken aback, stood abruptly. What do you mean? Are you threatening to leave my son? Qingqing stood her ground. Mother, it is not about threatening the prince. But if you continue to disparage my mother, my patience has its limits. I am merely 15, yet you demand I bear children. What if I were to perish due to my youth? Have you considered the implications for both of us? Is this what you call a threat? Constantly bringing up my mother's widowhood is simply a way to undermine my worthiness. Consort when regarded her petite daughter-in-law, whose sharp gaze reminded her of Empress Jiao. She recognized her son had spoken truthfully. This daughter-in-law was indeed formidable. Were he to marry one of his cousins, this young woman would surely rebel. You must understand that pride requires a foundation. Without one, your arrogance will lead you to a lonely existence, much like your mother. With a crash, Qingqing knocked over a teacup on the table. Please refrain from discussing my mother. She means everything to me. She has endured years of widowhood for my sake. Consort when gritted her teeth. Your mother lacks a husband, yet you have one. Why can you not think of him? Qingqing closed her eyes. I can choose my husband but not my parents. Zhao Tianzong grasped Qingqing's hand. Qingqing, let us return. Mother, we shall discuss matters another day. As they exited Yonghe Palace, Consort when watched their retreating figures, her fists clenched, unable to find an outlet for her frustration. Foolish child. Unable to prioritize her husband over her widow mother, she is truly unfit for greatness. News of the discord in Yonghe Palace spread rapidly, reaching Empress Jiao in Fengmen Palace, who could not suppress her laughter. It seems the daughter-in-law is no meek lamb, is she? Let them quarrel. Perhaps one will eliminate the other. Upon returning home, Qingqing was in low spirits, neglecting her husband, while Zhao Tianzong felt a growing agitation, dissatisfied with his wife's defiance against his mother. The man, filled with resentment, decided to head to the military camp, not returning home that night. Qingqing lay awake for half the night, unable to sleep, and eventually entered her space to tend to her crops, refreshing herself with the spiritual spring water when fatigue set in. The following morning, after the court assembly, Emperor Xiaowu summoned Zhao Tianzong to the imperial study for a conversation. Tianzong, have you felt any discomfort in your health recently? How is the communication with the divine physician progressing? I remain somewhat anxious about your condition, given the cold poison that has penetrated your marrow. Zhao Tianzong replied, Father, I currently feel no discomfort. Everything is improving steadily, and I await the divine physician's return for a definitive diagnosis. Your little wife has indeed brought you vitality. We must not forget her kindness. Women are, after all, quite simple. If you genuinely love and care for her, your days together will flourish. Zhao Tianzong nodded in agreement. Emperor Xiaowu continued, You are my sole son, and your mother was deeply frightened when you nearly perished. I am a decade older than her, and henceforth, she shall be your responsibility. Zhao Tianzong knelt. I obey. Outside, the head eunuch announced, Your Highness, the crown prince has arrived. Emperor Xiaowu cleared his throat. Tianzong, rise. Let the crown prince enter. The crown prince entered with enthusiasm. Bowing to his father, I pay my respects, father. It is wonderful that sixth brother is here as well. Your birthday is on the 26th of October. I wish to host a grand celebration this year. Additionally, we should celebrate sixth brother's recovery from the cold poison, double happiness for our family. I seek your permission, father, to organize this grand occasion. Emperor Xiaowu smiled, nodding. I acknowledge your filial piety, but let us keep the celebration modest. A simple family feast will suffice. Do not lavishly spend. Save some silver for future needs. The common people suffer greatly. We should conserve where we can. The savings could sustain them during times of famine. As your father and the ruler of the realm, I find it distressing when any citizen goes hungry. Both sons bowed in respect. We heed father's teachings. The crown prince, Zhao Tianchong, turned to Zhao Tianzong. How about we gather our brothers? There is little to do at home. Let us plan a hunting trip the day after tomorrow to procure game for father's birthday feast. Shall we? Zhao Tianzong nodded. That sounds splendid. If the crown prince invites, we should include our brothers. Emperor Xiaowu expressed his satisfaction with their unity. Very well. You young men should practice riding and hunting. Remaining cooped up at home is not ideal. The crown prince suggested, let us go hunting the day after tomorrow. Bring your wife along. I will ask your brothers to bring their wives too, to see who can catch the most. Zhao Tianzong, upon meeting the crown prince's gaze, smiled. Excellent. Thank you for the invitation. Chapter 37. I was chased by a tiger while catching chickens. After leaving the palace, Zhao Tianzong returned home, only to suddenly recall that he had not returned the previous night due to his anger. How upset must his little wife be? He inquired of the steward, Where is the princess? The steward replied, The princess went to the outskirts to visit her mother and has not yet returned. Did she not inquire about my absence last night? Zhao Tianzong asked. The The steward, with an awkward expression, replied. The princess did not ask. This morning, she went to the garden to pick some vegetables and took little Hussy with her. I kept an eye out and asked. She mentioned she was going to her mother's farm and might not return tonight. Zhao Tianzong's eyes widened in disbelief. Not returning overnight? Is she conspiring against me? The steward and several guards felt the tension as Zhao Tianzong stormed into the hall. Suddenly realizing the predicament, he hadn't slept a wink at the military camp the previous night, and if his wife was not at home tonight, how would he rest? Someone! Fetch 2 gifts from the storeroom for my mother-in-law. I shall go retrieve the princess. The guards were taken aback, nearly choking on their drinks. What? They exchanged incredulous glances, realizing their lord was acting quite out of character. After an hour, Zhao Tianzong, with a cart laden with gifts, hurried to Lu's family estate. Upon arrival, the servants rushed inside to announce his presence, but Zhao Tianzong could not afford to wait for a response. The thought of being turned away by his mother-in-law and wife was too embarrassing. He entered the estate, carrying 2 boxes of gifts, and found his plump little wife enjoying a hot pot meal with her mother. The aroma of the bone broth was utterly irresistible. Lu Mingmei, seeing her son-in-law arrive, quickly stood, smiling. Ah, the prince has come. How wonderful! Qingqing and I were just about to eat. Qingqing, please prepare some meat slices and meatballs. Let us share the meal with the prince. Lu Qingqing, resting her chin on her hand, interjected, Mother, he has already eaten. Zhao Tianzong quickly leaned in, eyeing the generous stack of thinly sliced meat and delicate meatballs on the table, as well as the rare green vegetables. I had breakfast, but I have yet to eat lunch. Lu Mingmei shot a disapproving glance at her daughter. How fortunate. Let us eat together. Qingqing, bring out some meat slices and meatballs. Do not let the prince go hungry. Zhao Tianzong, feeling supported, looked at his wife with a pitiful expression. I have been swamped with military duties these past few days. Hardly sleeping, and only managed a quick breakfast this morning. Lu Qingqing, vexed by his pitiful demeanor, felt torn as her mother supported him. All right. Then the prince can help mother pick some vegetables. You did not come empty-handed, did you? Zhao Tianzong stood tall. No. I brought gifts for mother-in-law. He presented the gifts. With the cold weather approaching, I brought some thick fabric for you to make warm clothing, and this white fur coat, a gift from the palace, is too much for Qingqing to wear, so I thought you might find it useful. Lu Mingmei was taken aback. This is too much. You should keep it for Qingqing. Lu Qingqing stepped closer to examine the gifts, pleased, and glanced back at her husband. Mother, accept it. It is his heartfelt gesture. With a shy smile, Lu Mingmei replied, Very well. Thank you, Prince. Please do not spend so extravagantly in the future. Lu Qingqing returned to the fragrance room, bringing out more meat slices, meatballs, and even shrimp dumplings from her space. Just past noon today, the fragrant air filled the main hall of Lu family village, where Zhao Tianzong was enjoying a hot pot meal with his mother-in-law and young wife. Lu Mingmei was astonished, marveling at the king's son-in-law's voracious appetite. She and her daughter had barely consumed half of what he had. After the meal, Zhao Tianzong mentioned that he needed to take his wife home to prepare for the hunting trip with the crown prince and several brothers and sisters-in-law in 2 days. Lu Mingmei was delighted to hear this. She hoped her daughter would seamlessly integrate into the royal family.
Ah, Qingqing.
You should return with the prince and prepare for the hunt. Do you have suitable attire? If not, hurry to the fabric shop and buy a set. Lu Qingqing, seeing the sincerity in her husband's demeanor, nodded enthusiastically at her mother, assuring her that everything had been prepared. Let's go home and gather our things. If we catch a lot during the hunt, the prince will arrange for someone to deliver some game to you. Lu Mingmei bid farewell to her daughter and son-in-law as they left the village, feeling an overwhelming joy at their happiness. Upon returning home, Zhao Tianzong and his young wife began preparing their hunting gear, eagerly anticipating the adventure ahead. That evening, however, a strict order was issued forbidding any physical contact. The men were warned of dire consequences should they disobey. Although Zhao Tianzong trembled at the thought, once his wife fell asleep, he could not resist the temptation to pull her into his embrace. On the morning of the 24th of October, the royal sons of the city, accompanied by their legitimate wives, made their way to the royal hunting grounds near Looming Mountain. Lu Qingqing was familiar with this place, having spent half a month there with her husband before. The royal brothers gathered, sharing laughter and discussing their hunting plans, while Crown Prince Zhao Tianpeng escorted his 4-month pregnant consort to a pavilion, where they settled into comfortable warmth. In the pavilion, the Crown Prince, embodying the role of a doting husband, instructed his beloved wife to keep the younger sisters entertained with snacks while he and the brothers went hunting. "We shall feast on our catch here at noon," he declared. The crown prince's consort, Qiu Yuhuan, gazed at him with affection, reminding him to be cautious and to ensure the secret guards accompanied them. "Rest assured, as the eldest sister-in-law, I will look after the younger ones here." As the men rode into the woods, Qingqing, uninterested in the crown princess's moralistic musings, suddenly spotted a wild chicken wandering nearby. "Your Highness, pardon me for a moment." She quickly excused herself and dashed off, chasing after the chicken with little Hussy in tow. The chicken was surprisingly swift, and Qingqing soon found herself unable to catch it, so she resorted to pouring out some spiritual spring water on the grass. To her astonishment, the chicken returned after a while. However, just as she captured the wild chicken, a tiger emerged from the forest. "Help! Your Highness, save me." Zhao Tianzong spotted his little wife from a distance. She had managed to catch a wild chicken, but was now being pursued by a ferocious tiger. "Help! I'm being chased by a tiger." Chapter 38. The Crown Princess's Miscarriage? I was just chasing a chicken. Zhao Tianzong's heart raced as he witnessed his wife's plight. "Someone, save the princess." His guards were initially following him, but upon seeing Qingqing with the chicken and the tiger chasing her, they were taken aback. The tiger was relentless, crashing into trees as it pursued her. In the forest, the men were stunned by the sight. The sixth prince's wife may be small, but she runs remarkably fast. Qingqing was furious, fully aware that the wild chicken had lured the tiger, and she couldn't simply relinquish her hard-earned catch. "Are you not the god of war? Can you not deal with a mere tiger? Help me, I'm terrified." She sprinted towards her husband, knowing that her two legs could not outrun the tiger's four. So she zigzagged to evade it. The tiger, frustrated, collided with trees multiple times. The men from the forest, witnessing the scene, were astounded. The fourth prince, Prince Xian, exclaimed in disbelief. "Look at her. She's deliberately evading in such a clever manner." Crown Prince Zhao Tianping emerged from the woods and saw Zhao Tianzong rushing towards the tiger, engaging it with his guards. Meanwhile, Qingqing stood trembling, clutching the wild chicken, her expression a mixture of fear and helplessness. Just then, someone from the East Palace rushed in, calling out, "Your Highness, trouble. The Crown Princess has fallen and may have miscarried. You must return at once." The news struck like a thunderbolt, and Zhao Tianping abandoned the heroic rescue to follow the messenger, disappearing into the distance. Qingqing stood frozen, bewildered at the sudden turn of events. What happened to the Crown Princess? How did she miscarry? Zhao Tianzong, still grappling with the tiger, remained unaware of his brother's departure, focused solely on obtaining the tiger's skin. After half an hour, he seized the opportunity and struck the tiger's skull, bringing it down swiftly. Qingqing rushed over. "Your Highness, don't you have a weapon? Why didn't you give it a proper strike? You all look exhausted." "Ah, you're injured. Why is there blood on your hand?" Zhao Tianzong smiled faintly at his wife's concern. "This isn't my blood. It's from the tiger I defeated. I assure you I'm fine." "Are you sure? Why are you still holding on to that chicken?" Zhang Yi interjected. "Can't you see? The princess can hardly carry such a large chicken." Qingqing handed the chicken to Zhang Yi, who promptly bound its wings with some grass. "Your Highness, you are truly impressive. This chicken weighs several pounds." Little Hussy, panting heavily, collided with Zhang Yi, tumbling to the ground. Zhang Yi instinctively lifted her by the collar, causing her to protest. "What are you doing?" Qingqing, annoyed, pushed Zhang Yi away. "What are you doing? Be careful. You might choke her." Little Hussy, adjusting her collar, glared at Zhang Yi and exclaimed, "Your Highness, you run too quickly." "I was terrified when I heard the tiger's roar. The entire forest shook." Qingqing replied, "You heard the tiger? I was so frightened I didn't notice. The tiger must have chased after this wild chicken." Just then, another voice called out from the woods, "Prince Zhan. The Honorable Prince Zhen requests your urgent return. The Crown Prince and Crown Princess are heading back to the capital. The Crown Princess has likely miscarried and lost a lot of blood." Zhao Tianzong and Qingqing exchanged glances. "Your Highness, I was merely chasing a chicken. I had no idea what happened to the Crown Princess." Zhao Tianzong furrowed his brow, contemplating the royal family's predicament. None of the brothers had offspring, and after much anticipation, the Crown Princess's pregnancy had now lasted over 4 months, only to end in miscarriage. Alas, he had envisioned capturing a formidable tiger, skillfully crafting a splendid tiger skin to present as a birthday gift to the emperor, but it appeared the royal celebration would not transpire. Qingqing nodded. "Do not be disheartened, my lord. Let us return and investigate the matter." She continued. The crown princess seemed well and even spoke of finding concubines for the younger brothers. How could she have suffered a miscarriage? Zhao Tianzong lamented. The crown prince's child met its demise during a hunt. It seems we, along with the sisters-in-law, will be left to ponder this misfortune. The couple returned home last, having caught a tiger and 2 sizable wild boars, their spoils quite abundant. Upon entering the Battle King's residence, they received news that summoned them to the palace. Zhao Tianzong had no choice but to leave the game behind and hurriedly escort his wife to the emperor's court. Upon entering the hall of mental cultivation in the Qingqing palace, they were greeted by the somber expressions of the emperor and empress, flanked by numerous concubines, while several sons and daughters-in-law knelt in the center of the grand hall. Zhao Tianzong swiftly guided Qingqing forward to kneel. The emperor, his voice frigid, addressed his youngest son. "Why have you returned so late with your wife? Are you unaware of your elder sister-in-law's misfortune?" Zhao Tianzong replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, we encountered 2 wild boars in the forest, and while attending to them, we were besieged by a tiger. It was only after receiving a message from my elder brother that we learned of the incident and hastened our return." Empress Qiu, her voice laced with fury, inquired. "Battle King's consort, where were you when the crown princess fell and miscarried?" Qingqing, bewildered, replied, "I was unaware of the crown princess's plight. I went to catch a chicken." The onlookers, including concubine Wen, nearly burst into laughter at the naivety of the young daughter-in-law, who had not matured enough to grasp the gravity of the situation. The crown princess, along with her sisters-in-law, had been in the warm pavilion awaiting their husband's return from the hunt. How could she have ventured out alone into such peril? Qingqing, gazing at her mother-in-law, spoke softly. "In response to mother, I was indeed in the pavilion, listening to the crown princess and my sisters-in-law, when I spotted a large wild chicken wandering slowly. I thought I could catch it, and after apologizing to the crown princess, I went after it. Little did I know that I would encounter a fearsome tiger." The wise king consort Huang Xingmei interjected. "Indeed. We were waiting in the warm pavilion when suddenly we heard a terrifying roar of a tiger. A startled horse ran wildly, threatening to charge into the pavilion. Despite the presence of hidden guards, it was the crown princess's panic that led to her fall." Chapter 39. Your Highness. We are ill-suited for private conversation. The emperor and empress, observing their sons and daughters-in-law, found themselves at a loss for words. The sons were out hunting, while the daughters-in-law conversed with the crown princess. Only Qingqing, still childlike, had foolishly wandered off to catch chickens. The emperor recognized the unfortunate series of events caused by the tiger startling a wild horse, which had frightened the crown princess and led to her miscarriage, an unfortunate accident. Qingqing, shaken, pondered if her pursuit of the chicken had inadvertently summoned the tiger. Empress Qiu, with tears in her eyes, remained silent, while the emperor waved his hand, sending the sons home. Alas, the crown princess has miscarried, and the atmosphere is heavy with sorrow. Concubine Wen nodded at her son and daughter-in-law, who dared not speak further, as any words could lead to missteps in this delicate situation. After all, the royal family had lost a grandchild that had been carried for over 4 months, a precious life extinguished. Once the sons and daughters-in-law departed, Empress Qiu's tears flowed freely, and she remained silent. "Your Majesty, do not despair. This is fate. Once the divine physician returns, he will restore the crown princess's health, and in time, she shall conceive again." Empress Qiu, unable to restrain herself, collapsed into the emperor's embrace, weeping heart-wrenchingly. "Your Majesty, my sole wish over these many years has been to cradle a grandchild. Why must it be so difficult?" The emperor comforted his wife, reminiscing about their struggles for power, recognizing her enduring resilience. "My dear Empress, our sons are all yours. Should any of them father children, they would also be our grandchildren. Do not let this sorrow weigh so heavily on your heart." The Empress, feeling wronged, was deeply aggrieved, acknowledging that while her son was the crown prince, any child born to a concubine could pose a threat to his position. Concubines Wen, Rong, and Xian, witnessing the emperor and empress's sorrow, also shed tears, their own hearts aching for the lack of grandchildren, though the crown prince's loss was not directly related to their families. As expected, on the 26th of October, the emperor's birthday banquet was cancelled, and the family feast was not held. Battle King Zhao Tianzong, in a low profile, presented a tiger skin as a gift to his father in the palace. This year, the emperor did not celebrate his birthday with the empress, as she remained ill from the loss of her grandchild. The emperor celebrated his birthday in Yonghe Palace with concubine Wen. Their youngest son and daughter-in-law were also present, bringing a rare smile to the emperor's face. During the family meal, he noticed how much his son doted on his young wife, always attentive to her needs. Their silent exchanges filled with tender affection. Although the young daughter-in-law came from a humble background, the emperor felt that the connection between her and his son was sufficient. Yet concubine Wen harbored reservations, believing that her son's wife lacked the stature to support him in the future. After the meal, the emperor took his son to the study for a private conversation, leaving concubine Wen and the daughter-in-law to chat. However, concubine Wen feigned fatigue, eager to prepare for an evening of romance with the emperor. Qingqing exited her mother-in-law's chambers, following her maid to a side hall for rest. As she walked along the palace path, she encountered the crown prince Zhao Tianchong, who clearly bore a troubled expression due to his wife's miscarriage. However, today he understood the significance of his father's birthday and personally brought 2 gift boxes into Yonghe Palace. From a distance, he spotted his lovely sister-in-law, and she appeared to him like a celestial being aloft in the clouds. The young lady radiated an ethereal aura, her beauty evoking a protective instinct within him. Everyone else, please withdraw. I wish to speak with the Battle King's consort. Sister-in-law, what brings you to the palace today? Qingqing noticed her 2 maids discreetly distancing themselves, as the crown prince's attendants also withdrew, leaving only her and the crown prince at the corner of the palace hallway. Unconsciously, she took a few steps back. Your Highness, our status is ill-suited for private conversation. The crown prince stepped closer, grasping Qingqing's delicate hand. Sister-in-law, the crown princess is in low spirits due to her loss. I implore you to accompany her in the East Palace. Will you?
No.
Your Highness, release me. Qingqing protested, struggling to free her hand. But the disparity in strength was evident as the crown prince's warm grasp tightened around her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she called out behind the crown prince. My lord! Zhao Tianchong was momentarily taken aback before swiftly turning his head. Just as he was about to speak, Qingqing yanked her hand away and promptly kicked him several times.
Ah!
A mouse.
Help!
Zhao Tianchong staggered backward from the force of her kicks, nearly collapsing to the ground. And Tai rushed over, only to discover that there indeed was a mouse. Your Highness, be cautious. Where did this mouse come from? Qingqing, terrified, dashed away, quickly disappearing from sight, her screams echoing. Soon, the servants of Yonghe Palace emerged, and they witnessed the crown prince stepping on a mouse, resulting in chaos within the palace. And Tai, having crushed 2 mice, nervously remarked, Your robe is wet, Your Highness. You should return to change. Zhao Tianchong noticed that his outer robe, situated beneath him, resembled that of someone who had soiled themselves, though he was certain he hadn't. He was bewildered by the situation, yet recognized the inappropriateness of his damp garment. Let us return and change, he suggested. Unbeknownst to him, it was Qingqing's mischievous act, having deliberately spilled spiritual spring water on his robe, which had attracted the mouse. Meanwhile, Qingqing had fled to a side hall, closing the door behind her. She leaned against it, observing that her hand had turned red. Her husband was not by her side, and the crown prince clearly had ulterior motives toward her. Humph. Sending you 2 mice is generous. Should you dare to entertain further notions, I shall not hesitate to deal with you harshly. Qingqing could not have anticipated that her thoughts would manifest so readily. Later, when Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong attempted to take advantage of her, he was promptly thwarted by her mother, who rendered him senseless with a single blow. Chapter 40. Can I have affections for the Crown Prince? Are you out of your mind? Qingqing found herself alone with the Crown Prince in Yonghe Palace, and the incident with the mouse soon spiraled into scandal within the palace. Alas, such is the fate of those like Qingqing as the month of December approached, marked by a light snowfall. Today, she measured the cotton-padded coat and trousers her mother had made for her, placing them into her storage space. The ancient cotton garments were scarce, and those from her time were rather warm, crafted lovingly by her mother from cotton. As she was growing, her previous clothing no longer fit. Qingqing felt grateful for her mother's kindness. The man had gifted her some thick fabric previously, which her mother had turned into warm clothing for her. Before noon, Zhao Tianzong returned home, weary from his travels. It was evident he would be dining with them. She glanced at Xiao Dizzy and instructed, "Please gather some vegetables from the shed. I wish to prepare a pot for dinner with the prince." Upon entering the room, Xiao Dizzy frowned. "Princess, the grand eunuch of the palace has come again. He wishes to gather 2 baskets of vegetables from our shed to take to the palace. He claimed the Empress favored these vegetables to share with His Majesty, and that our household's produce was of excellent quality. Henceforth, they would be sending some of our vegetables to the Empress regularly." Qingqing found the Empress amusing. Ever since the man had sent vegetables once, she had summoned the Grand Eunuch every few days for more. "Very well. We have so many vegetables that we cannot consume them all. If the Empress enjoys them, let her have them." They were unaware that the recent Empress had been relying on the vegetables from her son's household to entertain the Emperor daily. In this season, fresh vegetables were rare, and Qingqing had cultivated some in her shed, earning her a reputation, even drawing attention from the Queen's palace. Indeed, due to the superior quality of the vegetables from the Wang family, several other noble households had begun to emulate them by planting their own. Though lacking the spiritual spring water, they could not yield such produce. Qingqing dismissed the Grand Eunuch and shared a hot pot meal with Zhao Tianzong at noon. Eating vegetables in winter not only warmed the body, but also lifted the spirits. Zhao Tianzong appeared somewhat disheartened today, unlike his usual hearty appetite. Qingqing leisurely cooked slices of meat while conversing with her husband. "My lord, the Grand Eunuch from Mother's palace has come again. We cannot stir-fry vegetables today. We must let them rest for a couple of days, or we will not have any left." Zhao Tianzong looked at his wife with an unusual expression and asked, "Qingqing, tell me, did you often meet with the Crown Prince during your time at the palace?" He continued, "Why were you 2 alone together? It is not my intention to imply anything sinister, but rumors can be quite fearsome. The Crown Prince is the heir to the throne, and your status is that of his sister-in-law." Qingqing retorted, "When did I ever meet alone with the Crown Prince? I am not aware of such encounters." Zhao Tianzong replied, "You have indeed met with him alone, and the incident with the mouse is spread like wildfire within the palace. It is said the Crown Prince even wed himself. What exactly transpired?" Qingqing was exasperated. "What do you mean by that, my lord? Are you suggesting I have been flirting with the Crown Prince?" Zhao Tianzong shook his head. "Qingqing, I mean no offense. I know you are not that kind of person, but one must remain vigilant against public perception. You are my wife, after all." Qingqing nodded, though her expression showed her displeasure at his words. "Rumors cease with the wise. It is clear you do not trust me. Do you not know my character? The Crown Prince is notoriously fickle. That day in Yonghe Palace, he encountered me and dismissed everyone to speak with me. He took my hand, and when I tried to pull away, I saw a mouse and seized the opportunity to escape. I did not wish to tell you to avoid provoking your anger and seeking out the Crown Prince for a confrontation. Now that you bring it up, I shall tell you. The Crown Prince held my hand and attempted to drag me to the East Palace to converse with the Crown Princess, claiming she had been depressed after a miscarriage and needed companionship." Zhao Tianzong slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What an outrageous scoundrel! How dare he act so shamelessly towards his own sister-in-law?" Qingqing rose, observing her husband's reaction with a sigh.
"See?
I told you it was just the 2 of us. Without evidence, how could he admit to wrongdoing? You would confront him, but what proof do we have?" Zhao Tianzong, filled with remorse, said, "I am sorry, Qingqing. This matter is indeed my oversight, and you have suffered for it. I will ensure to protect you better in the future." Qingqing replied, "I am not a pushover. I kicked him several times. I probably frightened him." Zhao Tianzong felt a sense of relief. Gazing at his wife with a somber tone, "Qingqing, I am your husband, and you must be accountable to me throughout your life. You cannot harbor feelings for the Crown Prince or anyone else. They are not your men, do you understand?" Qingqing laughed incredulously. "Can I possibly have feelings for the Crown Prince? Are you out of your mind? He is clearly a man of dubious intentions. I have told you before. He harbors designs on me, and yet you dare question me over this? I ought to give you a good slap." Zhao Tianzong moved closer, embracing his petite wife. "Qingqing, I do not truly believe it. However, my heart is uneasy, worried that you may have developed something with him." Qingqing punched him playfully. "Are you foolish? What could I possibly have with him? He has a horde of women at home. Why would I entertain such thoughts?" Zhao Tianzong suddenly chuckled, with his domineering nature. How could the Crown Prince possibly be interested in a multitude of women? Yes, both the Crown Prince Zhao Tianzong and my brothers have dozens of women. They surely cannot be virtuous. Qingqing, You must know that only your husband remains true, and you are the sole one for him.
Ha!
And what of you? Treading on your brothers to showcase yourself. What if someone sees? The man gently kissed her cheek. And the prince felt that such words being uttered were intentionally aimed at undermining their marital bond or tarnishing his image within the palace. It was likely that the prince's rivals were behind this gossip, as others would not dare to speak in such a manner. Given this situation, Qingqing chose to ignore him. After all, wise individuals know that rumors cease with indifference. The most effective way to deal with rumors is to disregard them, which would surely infuriate those who propagate them. Chapter 41. The Plum Blossom Appreciation Gathering. This matter had been the subject of much speculation, but soon, for reasons unknown, the scandal was quashed, and no one dared to speak of it again. Qingqing remained unaware of the external commotion. She sat at home, confident in the love she shared with her husband, unperturbed by the whispers of the world outside. On the 3rd day of the 12th month, a messenger from the palace arrived, bearing news from concubine Wen, instructing the war prince and his wife to prepare exquisite garments for the grand Plum Blossom Appreciation Gathering on the 8th day of the 12th month. They were invited to the palace for a lively celebration. This event was an annual tradition, marking the bloom of plum blossoms, a significant occasion for the imperial court. In the northern capital of the Great Qing dynasty, plum blossoms bloomed every winter, and it could be said that they had become the national flower. Each year, the palace hosted a magnificent gathering to appreciate the blossoms, attended by royal family members, officials, and their families. The gathering often led to many romantic unions and had been organized for many years with the assistance of Empress Jiao and several consorts. Following the gathering, there would be a night banquet, also known as the Plum Blossom Feast, a splendid finale to the day's festivities. With winter providing ample game, men would hunt in the royal hunting grounds that day, and the evening banquet would feature the fruits of their labor. Qingqing had never attended such a gathering before, and it seemed the former owner of her body had not as well. The messenger, Dramaqueen, cheerfully remarked, "Princess, this will be your first Plum Blossom Appreciation Gathering. The Empress has also instructed me to inform your mother to attend." Attendance was expected from all royal relatives, allowing Lady Lu to make an appearance and introduce herself to the esteemed consort and other relatives. Qingqing paused, realizing her mother rarely ventured out due to her secluded lifestyle. "I will let her know, and if she wishes to go, she may," she replied. Naturally, Qingqing could not leave the prince's residence empty-handed, so Qingqing presented him with 2 baskets of fresh vegetables. The small cabbages, spinach, and radishes would indeed be delightful gifts. Qingqing understood that concubine Wen's invitation to her mother was likely a gesture of goodwill, especially since the concubine frequently enjoyed the vegetables she grew, garnering the emperor's attention. Publicly, Qingqing attributed her gardening skills to her mother's teachings, thus earning the concubine's approval of her mother-in-law's talents. The following morning, Qingqing took a selection of fresh greens to her mother's estate, where her mother greeted her with joy. Living here brought her immense happiness. In her leisure time, she crafted clothing for her daughter, and now Qingqing's inner garments and cotton coats were all lovingly made by her mother. As they sat in the main room, Qingqing shared the news of the Royal Plum Blossom Appreciation Gathering and the invitation extended to the royal relatives. Mingmei furrowed her brow, expressing her reluctance to attend, citing her delicate status and concern over the potential negative impact on her daughter. "Mother, please do not feel so self-deprecating. If I wish for you to attend, would you be willing?" Qingqing earnestly asked. "I truly want you there. After all, every princess will have their parents present. You need not fear anyone. You are beautiful and should not feel ashamed of being widowed. It is not disgraceful. My father may have been unfortunate to not partake in our lives. Yet we have lived happily together, have we not? I am grateful that you have compensated for my loss of paternal affection. I am no less than anyone else, and we have a joyful life together." Tears glistened in Mingmei's eyes as she recognized her daughter's beauty, so striking that it could captivate anyone. A sigh escaped her lips. "Forget your father. He is no longer present, but I shall continue to shower you with love." Qingqing embraced her mother warmly, unconcerned about her father's demise, for he was merely the former owner's father, while her mother was her only true kin in this life. They planned to shop for garments together the next day in preparation for the royal gathering on the 8th of the 12th month. With meticulous preparations underway for the Plum Blossom Appreciation Gathering, Qingqing felt exceptionally ready. On the morning of the 8th, she arrived early at the minister's residence to apply a simple yet elegant makeup for her mother. Standing side by side, they resembled sisters. Today, Lu Qingqing looked particularly lovely. She and Zhao Tianzong accompanied her mother to the minister's residence, allowing her to enter the palace alongside her maternal grandfather, Lu Machi, for the gathering. Zhao Tianzong then escorted Lu Qingqing into the palace before heading to the hunting grounds, promising to return for the evening's festivities. The royal garden was a wonderland of blooming plum blossoms, vivid reds, soft pinks, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Lu Qingqing reveled in the fragrant air, her gaze dancing to her husband, her smile radiant, affirming that attending the gathering was indeed worthwhile. How delightful that you enjoy it, my dear. I shall take you to meet my mother. She will likely arrive in the afternoon, Zhao Tianzong said, noting the coldness of the day that delayed many guests. The royal garden would be equipped with several warm pavilions for visitors to rest. As they strolled through the sea of blossoms, they unexpectedly encountered the crown prince Zhao Tianchong, accompanied by the favored consort, Sun Haiyan. Over the years, Sun Haiyan had firmly established her position within the palace, her family holding significant influence over the salt fields in Jiangnan. Spotting Lu Qingqing, Sun Haiyan was taken aback by her beauty and grace. Lu Qingqing had blossomed into a truly stunning young woman, with a figure and complexion that captivated all. Her exquisite features were breathtaking, and Sun Haiyan, more cunning than the crown princess Qiu Yuhuan, quickly sensed her husband's admiration for Lu Qingqing. Your Highness, behold the war prince and his wife. The princess shines amidst the plum blossoms, enhancing your own beauty. Zhao Tianzong and his wife paid their respects to the crown prince and the consort. Lu Qingqing performed a curtsy, but remained silent, her heart still unsettled by previous events. The crown prince, Zhao Tianchong, gazed at the increasingly enchanting Lu Qingqing with a sense of longing, imagining the pleasures that could be shared with such a beauty. Sensing the shift in his brother's demeanor, Zhao Tianzong's expression turned cold. Your Highness, please enjoy your time here with the consort. I must take my wife to meet my mother. Ah, perfect timing. I too wish to introduce the consort to my mother. Let us go together. Zhao Tianchong replied, and Zhao Tianzong nodded, inquiring about the crown princess's health. Though she had made a remarkable recovery, her spirits were low, and she had little desire to attend the gathering. Brother, let us go hunting together later. We can leave the women behind to enjoy themselves, Zhao Tianchong suggested. Agreed, Zhao Tianzong replied, gently holding his wife's hand and lowering his gaze to her delicate features, concerned that she might feel cold. He promptly placed a fur hat upon her head. The couple exchanged a glance, their eyes conveying an indescribable depth of affection. This scene almost caused Prince Zhao Tianchong to succumb to jealousy. Igniting a flicker of anger within him, he stamped his foot in frustration, resulting in an audible crack. Ah, Your Highness, you stepped on my foot. Chapter 42. The warrior princess kicks the table at the slightest disagreement. In his agitation, the prince inadvertently struck the ankle of consort Sun Haiyan with his foot, and Lu Qingqing heard the distinct sound of the impact, suggesting that the prince's kick was quite forceful, perhaps even fracturing the consort's bone. Sun Haiyan's cry of pain jolted the prince back to reality. Oh, dear. My apologies, consort. My foot had gone numb from the cold, and I merely stamped it. Zhao Tianzong nearly laughed, glancing at the prince and his wife. Forgive me, Your Highness, for engaging you in conversation while your foot was frozen. Perhaps you should hurry and escort the consort back. I, too, shall visit mother and then prepare for the hunt. Feeling embarrassed, Zhao Tianchong forced a smile. Lu Qingqing looked particularly charming, her skin delicate and flawless. It was unfortunate that he had encountered his younger brother and sister-in-law, prompting him to speak a few extra words. All right, let us each prepare for our respective tasks. We shall gather at the palace gates in half an hour, so we may venture forth together for mutual support. Yes, Your Highness, responded Zhao Tianzong, hastily leading his wife away. Consort Sun Haiyan was truly unable to walk, her foot throbbing with pain. Your Highness, my foot hurts terribly. Prince Zhao Tianchong observed the consort's pale complexion and thought to himself that Sun Haiyan was rather ordinary-looking. Her family's wealth, however, was substantial. As they controlled the vital salt mines, he relied on the Sun family for financial support. Consort, I truly apologize. My foot was merely numb, and I instinctively stamped it. I am sincerely sorry. Sun Haiyan forced a smile. It is quite all right, Your Highness. I did not realize that your boots were so thin. I shall have someone make you a thicker pair upon our return.
Someone?
Please escort the consort back to the East Palace. I will personally visit Feng'an Palace to greet mother before heading out to hunt. Sun Haiyan had hoped to seize this opportunity to present herself before the Empress, but found herself thwarted by the unfortunate incident. What should have been a splendid opportunity was stolen by the unfortunate warrior princess, leaving her injured. A most vexing turn of events. Lu Qingqing and Zhao Tianzong arrived at the entrance of Yonghe Palace, exchanging smiles. Qingqing, was that intentional? Lu Qingqing replied with a grin, my lord. We intentionally displayed our affection to infuriate him. Zhao Tianzong escorted his wife into his mother's palace, where today, concubine Wen Guifei was resplendently adorned. She sat in the grand hall, delighted to see her son and daughter-in-law. Tianzong, aren't you supposed to be hunting? Leave Qingqing here with me. Mother and Qingqing will have lunch, and the plum appreciation event will commence in the afternoon. Our family's warm pavilion will be near the Plum Blossom Sea. The best location indeed. Soon your aunts and cousins will arrive. Once you finish hunting, return to meet with your relatives. They are all close to our family and will be of assistance. Zhao Tianzong nodded. Yes, mother. Will grandmother be attending? Concubine Wen smiled. Though your grandmother's leg has improved considerably, she would not dare venture out in this cold. Zhao Tianzong glanced at his wife, nodded, and exited Yonghe Palace. Once outside, he met up with several royal youths and set out for the hunt. Lu Qingqing spent some time conversing with her mother-in-law in Yonghe Palace before broaching the subject of the plum appreciation event. Concubine Wen instructed her daughter-in-law that the event would conclude around mid-afternoon, at which point they would head to Taiha Hall for seating. She and Zhao Tianzong would occupy their designated positions. She inquired about Lu Qingqing's mother and who would accompany her to the event. Mother will come with grandfather and my uncle. She initially hesitated but agreed to come after your invitation. Concubine Wen acknowledged, indeed, Lady Lu has had a challenging life. I wish to bring her into the palace for some merriment. Shortly after Lu Qingqing and her mother-in-law finished their meal in Yonghe Palace, news arrived that relatives were arriving one after another. Quickly, Concubine Wen took Lu Qingqing to their large warm pavilion, which had been transformed from the original gazebo into a cozy retreat, complete with wooden boards, a warming stove, and arranged tables and chairs. Two of the Wen family's sisters-in-law arrived together. Concubine Wen's elder sister-in-law Chiu had been married for many years and had 2 sons but no daughters, while the second sister-in-law, Wang, had 2 daughters and a son, the youngest being only 11. They, along with their 2 young girls, arrived at the warm pavilion where Concubine Wen was seated. Concubine Wen exchanged pleasantries with her sisters-in-law, inviting them and their daughters to sit down. Soon, more female relatives arrived, including women from families closely allied with the warrior prince or the Ministry of War. Before long, the warm pavilion was filled with numerous women. Suddenly, De Mingzi personally escorted a beautiful lady into the pavilion. With delight, De Mingzi announced, Your Highness, your mother-in-law, Lady Lu, has arrived. Concubine Wen remained seated, somewhat astonished. Lu Qingqing quickly stood and approached. Mother, you've come. Let me introduce you to Her Highness. Lu Qingqing guided her elegantly dressed mother, adorned in a snow-white fox fur, to the center of the warm pavilion. Lu Mingmei, gracefully and confidently, approached Concubine Wen, performing a proper bow. Your Highness, I pay my respects. Thank you for your kindness towards our princess. Concubine Wen was taken aback, unable to believe her mother-in-law was so youthful and beautiful. Shouldn't a widow be a sorrowful figure? How could Lu Mingmei be so stunning, resembling her daughter-in-law, as if they were siblings? Nearby, Wang, the second lady of the Wen family, couldn't help but smirk. Oh my, Lady Lu is truly captivating. Yet she couldn't help but think, but why does a widow dress so beautifully? Does she wish to disrupt other families? Lu Qingqing abruptly turned to Wang. Aunt, what did you say about my mother? Wang, feeling irked that Lu Qingqing seemed close to Concubine Wen, simmered with frustration. Chiu tugged at Wang, sister-in-law, no matter what, Lady Lu is our mother-in-law. Let us not speak carelessly. Wang chuckled. Today, with the presence of Her Highness, I certainly want to speak out of turn, but Lady Lu, you are indeed a widow. Lu Qingqing kicked the table in front of Wang with a loud bang, sending the teacups crashing to the ground. What have you been eating, Aunt? Your mouth is so foul, I wouldn't mind cleansing it for you. Lu Qingqing's gaze was fierce, causing Wang to falter, though she remained defiant, muttering, Who can't see it? The atmosphere grew tense. No one dared to breathe. The warrior princess had kicked the table at the slightest provocation. It appeared that an entertaining spectacle was about to unfold. Lu Mingmei sighed. Qingqing, please don't behave like this. It is true you grew up without a father, and that your mother is a widow, but today, I was invited by Her Highness to attend the plum appreciation event and naturally dressed appropriately. Is Lady Wen jealous because she sees me and the princess are both beautiful? Chapter 43. Your Highness, I can sever ties with Qingqing. Wang's face turned ashen. Her thoughts had been exposed. A lady from the Sun family stood up to mediate. Your Highness, the warm tea you prepared today is exquisite. Perhaps we can invite Lady Lu to sit and enjoy a cup? It was common knowledge that Lady Lu was young and beautiful. Otherwise, the warrior princess wouldn't be so striking or favored by the concubine as a daughter-in-law. The expression on Consort Wen's face was somewhat displeased. Lady Lu, please take a seat without reservation. You are my esteemed mother-in-law and the mother of Qingqing. So, do not regard yourself as an outsider. The individuals who spoke earlier are my two sisters-in-law, who are also akin to family. Their words may lack discretion, but do not take offense. All the ladies present today are closely associated with the War King, each of whom contributes to his endeavors. I find great solace in our gathering today. The Plum Blossom Appreciation event is a joyous occasion, and I encourage everyone to enjoy themselves. The plum blossom, being the national flower of the great Jin dynasty, deserves our admiration. Ladies may venture out to explore. Qingqing enjoys a stroll, so let us accompany her. Noticing her mother's troubled expression, Lu Qingqing gently suggested, Mother, shall I take you to see the plum blossoms in the sea of flowers? When we arrived, the prince guided me through the plum grove, and it was truly stunning. One could easily envision the beauty that Lu Qingqing described, for the plum blossoms in the grove were indeed abundant. The warm pavilion, designated for Consort Wen's banquet, further underscored her esteemed status within the palace. Lu Mingmei performed a respectful bow, saying, Your Highness, I shall accompany the princess to admire the plum blossoms. Consort Wen nodded, Go ahead. It is Lady Lu's first visit to the palace. I hope Qingqing will show her the beauty of the blossoms. Lu Qingqing bowed and led her mother out of the warm pavilion. Consort Wen turned to her sister-in-law with a furrowed brow. Sister-in-law, please do me the favor of not causing a scene at the plum blossom event today. Lady Lu, feeling the weight of her family's reputation, replied, It is no easy task, my lady. The entire capital is aware of our circumstances. There is no need to reiterate it, or it may make things difficult for me. After all, the War King's wife played a significant role in reviving our family's fortunes. Their marriage is harmonious, and I am content with it. As my family, you are naturally expected to support me, are you not? Lady Wang nodded weakly. Your Highness speaks the truth. It was a moment of misjudgment on my part. Seeing Lady Lu's flirtatious demeanor left me somewhat displeased. Observing Consort Wen's displeasure, Lady Qiu tugged at her sister-in-law. Sister, we rarely have the chance to admire the blossoms. Let us venture to the sea of flowers. The two young girls, seizing the rare opportunity, were encouraged to explore the garden. Your Highness, we wish to see the plum blossoms in the garden. It is a rare occasion to witness their beauty, and we must share our findings with our mother. Consort Wen recognized that her elder sister was a person of understanding, lamenting that she had not borne a daughter, while her younger sister exhibited a petty disposition, instilling a lack of cleverness in her daughters. Together, Lu Qingqing and her mother entered the plum garden, where the blossoms were a riot of colors, filling the air with their fragrance, a truly breathtaking sight. Suddenly, behind them, Wen Wan and her sister Wen Xiu'er dashed through the garden, and in their exuberance, collided with a plum tree. The sound of snapping branches echoed, followed by cries of distress as the two sisters tumbled to the ground. Lu Qingqing, holding her mother's hand, stood aside as Lady Wang and Lady Qiu rushed to their side. Lady Qiu, visibly discontented, scolded, What are you two children doing? Why are you running in the garden? Look at what you've done to the plum tree. Lady Wang, concerned for the children, interjected, Sister, what are you saying? What harm is done to the tree? The children likely did not realize they had bumped into it. Feeling the tension rise, Lady Qiu awkwardly suggested, Let's check if the children are hurt. Lu Qingqing turned to leave with her mother, but before they could take a few steps, Wen Wan's sharp voice rang out, Mother. It was because the War King's wife and her mother were standing here that we bumped into the tree while dodging them. Lady Wang, irate, retorted, Lady Lu. Do you think your position as the War King's wife grants you the right to be domineering? My daughters have been injured because of you. Lu Qingqing, unable to contain her frustration, exclaimed, Aunt, have you lost your wits? Do you not feel embarrassed making a scene here? Your daughters were recklessly running in the garden, and now blame us? You are guests of my mother, and your behavior reflects upon her dignity and my husband's honor. It would be wise to maintain decorum. Lady Wang, fuming, was held back by Lady Qiu. Calm down, sister. Let us return to the warm pavilion and tend to the children. The surrounding ladies and children dispersed, and it became clear that Wen Wan and Wen Xiu had sustained minor injuries. Lu Mingmei sighed, observing her daughter, Qingqing, let us return. The Wen girls have hurt themselves, and we should see to them. Lu Qingqing understood her mother's concern, aware that the Wen family would likely bring complaints to their mother. Very well, mother. It is chilly outside. We can stay in the pavilion where it is warmer. Upon returning, Consort Wen was engaged in conversation with several ladies when she noticed the Wen sisters' injuries. Oh, dear. What has happened to these children? Someone fetch the medicine chest at once. And if the physician cannot attend to them, seek the royal doctor. Lady Qiu quickly bowed. Your Highness. The children accidentally damaged a plum tree in the garden and have sustained minor injuries. There is no need to summon the royal doctor, as it would be excessive. Lady Wang wiped away her tears. Your Highness, why did my children have to be injured today? You should ask Lady Lu and the War King's wife. Lu Qingqing rolled her eyes. Aunt, your daughters broke the tree. It has nothing to do with my mother and me. While we were strolling slowly in the garden, your girls dashed in and collided with the tree. What logic is there in blaming us? Lady Lu pulled her daughter aside. My apologies, Your Highness. We were indeed strolling slowly to admire the blossoms when the Wen sisters ran and collided with the tree. Consort Wen glanced at her elder sister, and Lady Qiu nodded slightly. With a displeased expression, Consort Wen stated, Lady Lu, why don't you and Qingqing take a seat? Sister-in-law, please send someone to tend to the children's injuries. As Lady Wang sat down, she shot a meaningful glance at a woman beside her, who stood and smiled. Your Highness, we were just discussing the need for capable families to support the War King in his military endeavors after the new year. Lady Qiu, observing her sister-in-law's expression, quickly added, Is that so? In that case, we shall discuss it with the eldest brother of the princess, who among us would remain idle while supporting the War King. Lady Wang straightened her back proudly. Lady Lu, as the War King's mother-in-law, what resources or capabilities do you possess to support him? We must all contribute to the War King's endeavors, so I wonder what Lady Lu can offer? Lady Sun sighed. Let us not burden Lady Lu. As a woman, she has little to offer. Her current residence is a gift from the War King. The surrounding women began to murmur. Alas, the War King's wife comes from a weak family. She may struggle to support him in the future. At this moment, Lady Wang began to display her arrogance once more, observing as the two female physicians tended to her daughter's injuries. With her hands on her hips and a tone laced with bitterness, she remarked, Your Highness. When the prince sought a young lady to dispel his misfortunes, our Wanner was the first to volunteer. Had our residence been more favorable, would we be in this predicament today? Lady Wen merely nodded, her expression placid. Let us not dwell on the past. The Duke of War has recovered from his illness, and indeed requires support to secure his position in court. A profound silence enveloped the warm pavilion, all eyes turning towards Lu Mingmei. Lu Qingqing abruptly stood, only to be grasped by her mother, who felt her complexion grow increasingly pale. Aware that she had become a burden to her daughter and son-in-law, slowly, she rose, her face serene as she addressed Lady Wen. Your Highness, I am willing to sever ties with Qingqing. With a crash, Lu Qingqing overturned her teacup, exclaiming, Mother, what are you saying? You've devoted yourself to me all these years. Now that I am to be wed, do you wish to cast me aside? Is it merely because Lady Wen is here to stir the pot? What is her character? Ha! She incited my daughter to seduce my husband and was left humiliated. This is but a grudge. The onlookers murmured. Indeed, the young lady speaks with piercing truth. Chapter 44. Dare you strike my mother? I shall indulge your foul temper. Lady Wen slammed her palm on the table. Duke's wife, how dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? Lu Qingqing regarded her mother-in-law, fully aware that the latter had some involvement in the matter. Calmly, she replied, Mother, I cannot commend such relatives. She attacks my mother with barbed words. How can I tolerate her? Ever since my mother's arrival, she has relentlessly picked at her, now forcing her to declare a severance of our bond. What is her intention? Does she wish to assume the role of my mother? With her lowly character, does she think herself worthy? Lady Wang exploded, and Qiu pulled her back, lowering her voice. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Do you not recall what your elder brother said when we left home? Gasping for breath, Lady Wang continued, Did you not see how the Duke's wife and her seductive daughter spoke? Their lineage is disgraceful. Yet they dare to insult the matriarch of the Wen family. If it were not for the presence of your highness today, I would have already slapped her. Even Lu Mingmei, though normally composed, could no longer restrain herself. She turned to Lady Wang. One must speak with decorum. My daughter is the legitimate wife of the Duke of War. How dare you utter such words? You may be a relative of the Empress. But do you truly think you can act above all? In other words, do you wish to strike my daughter? My Qingqing, despite lacking a father, has never been struck in her life. Should anyone dare to harm her, I, Lu Mingmei, though of lowly life, would fight to the death. Lady Wen closed her eyes. Enough. What is with all this commotion among my relatives? Everyone take your seats. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Qingqing urged her mother to sit. Mother, do not be angry. It is not worth our while to quarrel with them. We have done no wrong. Please, enjoy the pastries. Those from the palace are truly delectable. And I always indulge in excess when I visit. Lady Wang, held back by Qiu Shi, tasted a piece of pastry. Immediately discerning it was not from the Empress's kitchen but rather a cheap imitation meant for the lowly. Qiu Shi, observing Lady Wang's ill humor, asked, Sister-in-law, what has you so riled today? The children have been hurt. You should take them home. Lady Wang abruptly lifted her gaze to her sister-in-law, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she looked at her daughters. Wana, Xiaoer, once you are bandaged, don your cloaks. We shall return home to inform your grandmother of the formidable person we encountered in the palace, who has wronged you. In a world where widows and seductresses held sway, Lady Mingmei could no longer endure. She stood and confronted Lady Wang. What is your grievance with me? Why do you persist in calling me a widow? Relying on the absence of the Empress, Lady Wang stood defiantly. I cannot abide your shameless demeanor. The sight of lowly people angers me. Lu Mingmei retorted. You are truly lacking in decorum, bringing shame upon the Wen family. Decorum? That is far better than being raised by a mother without a father. Enraged, Lu Mingmei could no longer contain her fury. How dare you speak of my daughter in such a fashion? Lady Wang laughed. What have I said? Did I name anyone? Lu Qingqing, her voice icy, replied, if you did not name anyone, then it must be a reflection upon yourself. Are you speaking of your own husband? Wishing for your daughter to be raised without a father? You are truly malicious, cursing your own spouse. Lady Wang, incensed, rushed at Lu Mingmei, raising her hand to strike. I will end you, you shameless seductress. Lu Qingqing retaliated with a swift kick to Lady Wang's abdomen, sending her sprawling to the ground. Dare you harm my mother? I shall indulge this foul habit of yours. As Lady Wang struggled to rise, Lady Wen returned, and with a wail, she cried, Your Highness, will you not intervene? This seductress has dared to bully your family. Lady Wen rubbed her aching forehead. Sister-in-law, have you lost your mind today? Guards, escort Lady Wang and the children back to your residence. Inform my brother to come to the palace tomorrow to speak with me. Hearing her sister-in-law's intentions to undermine her in front of her husband, Lady Wang's heart raced, knowing the consequences could be dire. Then, the ever-obliging Mrs. Sun approached to assist Lady Wang, whispering something that ignited a fire within her. In a fit of rage, she seized a warming pot from a nearby table and hurled it at Lu Mingmei and her daughter. As the pot soared through the air, the charcoal within scattered, igniting two flames upon impact with the fruit platter before Lu Mingmei. One ember struck Lu Qingqing's arm, searing her flesh and leaving a blister in its wake. Ah! Qingqing, what has happened to you? Lady Wang, you have gone too far. Lu Qingqing, indeed burned, had never suffered such indignities. Grabbing a small dish from the table, she scooped up the flaming ember and marched toward Lady Wang, who recoiled in fear. Mother, don't. Qingqing, return. Lu Mingmei cried, fearing for her daughter's safety. Lady Wang, now fleeing like a startled rabbit, realized the peril she was in, for Lu Qingqing had once turned her daughter into a disgrace. As Lu Mingmei pursued her daughter, Lady Wang, in a fit of panic, shoved her, causing her to collide with Lu Qingqing and topple them both. Lu Mingmei, retaliating, seized Lady Wang and delivered a resounding slap. How dare you harm my Qingqing? I will not relent. Lady Wang, stunned, protested. You a mere widow, dare strike me? Today is not the day for your insolence. This shameless woman has gone too far. In an instant, chaos erupted as Lady Wang lunged at Lu Mingmei. And Lady Wen shrieked, What are you doing? Stop this. Mrs. Sun signaled to the other ladies to intervene as they rushed to separate Lu Mingmei and Lady Wang. This scene was witnessed by Lu Qingqing, who was gathering charcoal, and she erupted in fury. Lady Wen, observing her daughter-in-law's murderous demeanor, quickly rose to her feet, exclaiming, "Qingqing."
No.
Lu Qingqing, swift as lightning, charged forward with a piece of charcoal, striking Wang Shi squarely on the forehead with a resounding crack. Her hair ignited in flames.
Ah!
Murder! Wang Shi shrieked in agony, her forehead scorched and now ablaze, instantly descending into a cacophony of wails. Lu Qingqing rushed to her mother, glaring at the women present. "What more do you need to understand? Scoundrels! How dare you show bias? I, Lu Qingqing, have never lost a fight. Who gave you the audacity? Have we wronged you in any way?" Lu Qingqing, a practitioner of Taekwondo, swiftly delivered a kick to each of the two ladies before her. Lady Wen shouted, "Qingqing, what are you doing?" Lu Qingqing paid no heed to her mother-in-law, for when so many had turned a blind eye to Wang Shi attacking her mother, where was her concern then? She was utterly infuriated. When she was respected, they listened to her. Now, she would not heed them, ignoring her mother's attempts to restrain her. Lu Qingqing charged forth, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to the several ladies. Wang Shi, now on the ground, was being doused with flames by her daughters, and Lu Qingqing kicked her in the stomach. Lady Wen, fearing for lives, cried out, "Qingqing, stop. Lu Qingqing, cease this madness." Lu Mingmei attempted to pull her daughter back, only to be knocked down by Lady Wen, who was rushing over, knocking into Lu Mingmei.
Oh, dear.
"Lady Lu, why are you pushing the princess instead of pulling Wang Shi away?" Chapter 45, The Crown Princess's Head is Broken. Enter the man. Lu Qingqing relentlessly kicked Wang Shi, and when Wan and when Xiao lunged at her, tackling Lu Qingqing to the ground. Lu Mingmei screamed, "What are you doing to my daughter?" Wang Shi, rising, touched her singed hair and shoved away her sister-in-law, Qiao Shi. Wang Shi lunged at Lu Mingmei, landing a stinging slap to her face, causing Lu Mingmei to cry out in anguish.
Ah!
Lady Wen, now assisted to her feet, shouted, "Second sister, stop." Overwhelmed by the two Wen sisters, Lu Qingqing retaliated with swift kicks, and the sisters could scarcely withstand her onslaught. Lu Qingqing pursued them, delivering a few more kicks, when suddenly she heard her mother's scream. Turning, she saw 4 or 5 women restraining her mother, allowing Wang Shi to strike her.
Ah!
"I will kill you all." Fueled by rage, Lu Qingqing seized a stool and charged towards them. Lady Wen gasped, "Qingqing, what are you doing?"
Stop.
With a resounding crash, the stool shattered against Wang Shi, who cried out in pain, rolling on the ground, unable to rise. Lu Qingqing picked up a leg of the stool and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the 5 or 6 ladies, each shriek echoing in the air. The women, disheveled and howling, made Lady Wen fear that Lu Qingqing's ferocity would lead to their demise. She cried out, "Stop. Lu Qingqing, cease this at once." Suddenly, someone yanked Lady Wen back, causing her to stumble and lose her balance.
Bang!
Lady Wen felt a ringing in her ears, stars dancing before her eyes as she cried out, clutching her forehead, collapsing to the ground. Demingzi, in a panic, rushed over and forcefully pushed Lu Qingqing aside, causing both mother and daughter to tumble down. "Oh no! The crown princess's head has been broken by the princess. What have you done? You've injured the crown princess." Lu Qingqing turned to see Lady Wen clutching her bleeding forehead, furiously shouting at Lu Qingqing, "What do you and your mother intend to do?" Lu Mingmei helped her daughter up, noticing the blisters on her hands had burst. Overcome with emotion, she wept, "Qingqing, my dear Qingqing." Lady Wen, with Demingzi's assistance, pressed a handkerchief to her forehead, growling in frustration, "Expel Lady Lu from the palace." Lu Qingqing, alarmed, exclaimed, "Mother, what do you mean?" All this chaos was instigated by Wang Shi from the Wen family.
Did you not see?
She led these people to bully my mother, pinning her down to strike her. How could you not notice? Silence. Lady Wen snapped. Demingzi, noticing the blood trickling down Lady Wen's forehead, ordered Li Mama, "Hurry and summon a physician. The crown princess's head is bleeding profusely." Lady Wen, glaring at Lu Qingqing with a frigid tone, retorted, "Do you take pride in having such a mother?" Lu Qingqing stood her ground. "What has my mother done to you? How has her widowhood hindered your family?" At the Plum Blossom Gala, my mother was invited as a noble relative, while your Lady Wen attacked her like a rabid dog. Can't you see? Furious, Lady Wen advanced, slapping Lu Qingqing across the face. "How dare you speak to me like that? I am your mother-in-law. Today, I shall teach you your place. As she raised her hand to strike again, Lu Mingmei grasped Lady Wen's wrist firmly. What do you intend to do? She is your daughter-in-law. One slap is already too much. Do you think I am dead? Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed. What is happening here? Mother, what is wrong? Mother-in-law, you have overstepped. Release my mother's hand. Lu Mingmei relinquished her grip, and Lady Wen retaliated with a slap to her face. How dare you? Lu Qingqing pushed Lady Wen aside. You have gone too far. Why strike my mother? Ah! Heaven above. Lady Wen, having struck Lu Mingmei, was shoved to the ground by Lu Qingqing, colliding with De Mingzi. Enough! Lu Qingqing, what are you doing? Zhao Tianzong, now agitated, unleashed an imposing presence that sent the surrounding women trembling in fear. Lady Wen was lifted by her son, who suddenly broke down in tears. Tianzong, divorce Lu. A widow cannot bear good offspring. Zhao Tianzong. Lu Qingqing trembled. What do you mean, Crown Princess? Do you intend to blame my mother for all that has transpired today? I did not expect you to be such a biased elder. A group of people here turned against us to assault my mother, and now you dare to speak ill of her? Are you blind? Silence. How dare you speak to your mother-in-law like that? Lu Qingqing. Zhao Tianzong glared at his mother, noticing the blood still dripping from her head. He turned and kicked De Mingzi. Why have you not summoned a physician? My mother is bleeding. Are you dead? Oh, my lord, Li Mama has gone to fetch a physician. They will arrive shortly. Who injured my mother's head? A trembling De Mingzi replied. It was the princess who struck her with a stool leg. Zhao Tianzong. Lu Qingqing felt a chill run down her spine, tears slipping from her eyes, one side of her face still burning with pain. Do you know what happened today? You dare to speak to me like this? Zhao Tianzong. Lu Qingqing, kneel. Apologize to your mother-in-law. No matter what happened today, striking her is wrong. I give you one chance. No, I do not want your chance. Lu Mingmei pushed her daughter Qingqing. My lord, Crown Princess, I can sever ties with Qingqing now. She will have no widow mother from this day forth. Will you no longer despise her? Lu Qingqing's eyes turned crimson as she yelled, No. Why should I be without a mother? I lost my father due to his short life. Why must you force me to lose my mother too? I can choose my husband, but I cannot choose my parents. Zhao Tianzong, today you do not inquire about the reasons. Yet you treat me and my mother with such disdain. I no longer require your opportunities. Witnessing the blood trickling down from my mother's head, her tears of grievance pierce my heart. As her son, Zhao Tianzong, I am consumed by a desire for vengeance. Just wait. The physician is on his way. Zhao Tianzong observed as his mother was assisted to the physician for an examination of her injuries. He stood there, enveloped in a cold fury, glaring at Lu Qingqing and her mother. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot accept what you have done to my mother. Lu Qingqing. Your refusal to acknowledge your wrongdoing leaves me no choice but to seek a divorce. Suddenly, Lu Mingmei rushed forward, tears streaming down her face, pleading, My lord, you and Qingqing are already married. Please do not let me be the reason for your separation. Zhao Tianzong stood resolute, unwavering. As he coldly fixed his gaze upon Lu Qingqing, Apologize to my mother, or sever ties with your mother, and we shall consider today as events null and void. Lu Qingqing felt a sharp pang of despair, tugging at her mother. Mother, let us part ways. I have given up on him. Let us leave. The physician had treated and bandaged the injuries of Lady Wen, who suddenly pushed him away, exclaiming, Why should I divorce my daughter for a widow? Mother, please do not speak. Lady Wen persisted, I will decide to divorce Lu. You dare speak of my mother's status? What does her widowhood have to do with you? I am not at fault. Why should I be the one to divorce? Lu Qingqing's voice trembled with indignation. Everyone present knows the truth. You have harmed my mother and bullied us. I will not let any of you escape unscathed. The onlookers trembled, heads bowed, afraid to meet Lu Qingqing's gaze. For she now resembled a vengeful spirit. Lu Mingmei wiped her tears, pondering, is this how the bond between the prince and Qingqing ends? If you would treat her well, I would agree to never see Qingqing again. Vile woman, do not attempt to entangle my son. Write the divorce papers for Lu at once. Lu Qingqing pulled her mother back, asserting, Mother, further words are futile. I will confront the emperor. I refuse to believe there is no justice left. If his majesty does not intervene, I will die here, haunting them as a ghost. Lady Wen gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. The instigators were indeed from her own family. Lu Qingqing declared, You shall not go. Lu Mingmei, dare you defy me? Zhao Tianzong seized Lu Qingqing's hand. Mother has decreed it. You are not to go. Lu Qingqing yanked her hand away. You were a treasure when I loved you. Now you are nothing but a blade of grass. The slap stunned Zhao Tianzong, leaving him reeling as he stood there, his ears ringing. How dare you strike my son? You wretched creature. Lady Wen confronted Lu Mingmei, delivering a resounding slap across her face. Lu Qingqing, with fury in her eyes, aimed a kick, but Zhao Tianzong rushed forward. Too late to prevent Lady Wen from being knocked into his embrace. Have you lost your mind, Lu Qingqing? He shouted in anger. Silence. You are all a bunch of scoundrels. Divorce. Otherwise it will be to the death. Chapter 46. Is the royal family ungrateful? How did Qingqing end up marrying the prince? Gasps filled the air. If the Princess of War were to die at the Plum Blossom Festival, it would be catastrophic. Lu Qingqing quickly bent down to pick up a shard of porcelain, pressing it against her neck. Lu Mingmei gasped, tears streaming down her face. Qingqing, please don't. Listen to your mother. Zhao Tianzong, Lu Qingqing, put that down. Let us return and discuss this calmly, he urged. Lu Qingqing's eyes were filled with cold emptiness. Divorce? My love has been fed to the dogs. Come with me, mother. Can you not understand reason? Put down the shard. We can speak about this. Several women wept quietly, discussing the domineering demeanor of the princess, wondering what would become of her in the future. Indeed, even to strike her mother-in-law, she lacks proper upbringing. Now, she seeks to divorce, tarnishing the reputation of the noble family. Zhao Tianzong's eyes glinted with fury as he turned and stormed away. Lady Wen gasped, Zhao Tianzong. Lu's family disrespects their mother-in-law. She must be divorced. Lu Mingmei shouted, Your Majesty, do you wish to drive my Qingqing to her death? The royal family is ungrateful. Reflect upon how my Qingqing entered your family. Why do you disdain us now? When it was time to bury the dead, you did not mind. Fine. My life may be insignificant, but my Qingqing is my everything. Qingqing, come with me. Mother cannot let you suffer. Without further ado, Lu Mingmei seized her daughter and prepared to leave. Lady Wen gasped, clutching her chest in pain, her head spinning. Zhao Tianzong turned, alarmed. Mother, what has happened? Someone. The commotion in the warm pavilion escalated, and Zhao Tianzong, cradling his mother, shouted for assistance. Lu Mingmei and her daughter strode purposefully away. Qingqing, today we sever ties with the Princess of War. Do you regret this? Lu Qingqing's tears flowed freely, memories of her past with Zhao Tianzong flooding her mind. Reflecting on his and Lady Wen's attitudes today, she sniffed. Let us go, mother. I shall renounce this humble love. Suddenly, a voice announced His Majesty approaches. All non-essential personnel should retreat. Unbeknownst to them, snowflakes began to fall, adding a touch of romance to the scene as various plum blossoms bloomed amidst the soft snow, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Lu Mingmei and her daughter hurriedly approached the imperial entourage, with Xiao Daming calling out from behind, Halt! The princess commands you to return. Emperor Xiao Wu, accompanied by officials, spotted Lu Mingmei and her daughter in the distance. Sister-in-law, what are you carrying? Put it down. Where is the sixth brother? What has happened? The emperor squinted, noticing blood on Lu Qingqing's neck, contrasting sharply against her white fur collar. Lu Mingmei pulled her daughter forward, kneeling. I am Lu Mingmei, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family and the mother of the Princess of War, Lu Qingqing. We seek an audience with your majesty and ask for your judgment. Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong, visibly anxious, asked, Madam Lu, what is the matter? Lu Mingmei implored. We request your majesty to permit the Princess of War to divorce the prince. Gasps echoed among the officials. Even Emperor Xiao Wu and the crown prince were taken aback. Madam Lu is my in-law. Please rise. Is there a conflict between the couple? I shall look into this shortly. Lu Qingqing raised her voice. I beseech your majesty to grant permission for Lu Qingqing to divorce the Prince of War. The emperor paused. Isn't everything well between you two? Why seek a divorce today? With clarity in her gaze, Lu Qingqing responded, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has always looked down upon my mother for being a widow and lacking family standing. Today, at the Plum Blossom Festival, she invited my mother, only to allow the Wang family to humiliate her in various ways. In the warm pavilion, the Wang family, along with several ladies, ganged up to harm my mother. I fought back, but the Empress Dowager and the prince forced me to sever ties with my mother. Everyone conspired against me, accusing me of injuring the Empress Dowager. Now, she wants the prince to divorce me. We My mother and I have done no wrong, and I refuse to accept this divorce. I only ask for your majesty's justice. Gasps filled the air once more. The Princess of War was truly bold and unyielding, appearing resolute in her stance. Zhao Daming rushed forward, kneeling. Your Majesty, this is not how it is. Lu Qingqing turned with fierce determination. Then how is it? Was it not she who invited my mother? Was it not her sister-in-law who instigated trouble against my mother and me? Did she not show bias and attempt to expel my mother? Was it not Zhao Tianzong who forced me to sever ties with my mother? Your Majesty, today Lu Qingqing only seeks a divorce. Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong, do not act impulsively. You are married to my sixth brother. Is there not a misunderstanding that can be resolved through calm discussion? Lu Qingqing appreciates your highness's goodwill. But as the saying goes, filial piety is of utmost importance. The prince must honor his mother, and I must honor my own mother. Thus, our fundamental discord cannot be reconciled. My mother, having remained widowed, has harmed no one. She has toiled and sacrificed to raise me. She is my lifeblood. Forcing me to sever ties with her is akin to a heartless execution without bloodshed. Prime Minister Lu Mosai could no longer contain himself, urging the princess not to act rashly, to return and bow to the empress, for she is magnanimous and will not hold grievances against you. Lu Mingmei, why are you creating chaos? Hurry back home. Lu Mingmei defiantly looked at her father, questioning where Lu Qingqing had gone wrong. Lu Mosai, Lu Mingmei raised her gaze, coldly regarding Emperor Xiaowu, stating, I have something to say. After years of living in the Prime Minister's residence as a widow, my daughter has just turned 15 and is not of marriageable age. It was my father and sister-in-law who arranged for me to be taken away, administering a drug to my daughter Qingqing before sending her to the War Prince's residence for a marriage of convenience. Emperor Xiaowu, the crowd gasped as Lu Mingmei, in a moment of desperation, declared that the couple brought together by fate had indeed formed a bond, and the War Prince, having recovered, was initially quite pleased. However, this joy was short-lived, as the Empress and the War Prince began to look down upon Qingqing's background and family. This is the root of today's calamity. I implore your Majesty to grant Qingqing a divorce in light of her efforts that saved the War Prince. Otherwise, should Qingqing perish today, it would reflect the royal family's ingratitude and disregard for human life. As for Lu Mingmei's humble existence, she would accompany her daughter into the netherworld. Lu Mosai exclaimed, What nonsense! Lu Mingmei, how can you speak of ingratitude? Is it not a kindness that Qingqing's efforts saved the War Prince? If she is driven to her death by the Empress and the War Prince, what else can it be called? Emperor Xiaowu felt a burning shame. His beloved Empress had indeed made a grave mistake. Demingxi, is what the War Princess said true? If you do not speak the truth, I shall not spare you. Demingxi, trembling in fear, tearfully confirmed that indeed, the second madam of the Wen family instigated the trouble, and it was Madame Sun who pushed the Empress, resulting in her injury. Emperor Xiaowu narrowed his eyes, realizing there was nothing more to clarify. Since it has come to this, the marriage of the War Prince is likely to be unsalvageable. I am not only a father but also a sovereign. The Crown Prince shall draft an edict stating that the Empress has failed to manage her relatives, causing unrest within the palace. The Wen family shall have their entry tokens revoked. They are not to enter the palace and create chaos. The War Prince shall be punished for forcing his wife to sever ties with her widowed mother, which is against familial ethics. He shall transcribe the Dao De Jing 10 times and forfeit half a year's salary. The divorce between the War Prince and his wife is hereby permitted, and all dowries from the War Prince's marriage shall revert to the Lu family as compensation for Qingqing's efforts. Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong, your orders are acknowledged. Lu Qingqing and Lu Mingmei bowed their heads to the emperor, expressing their gratitude for his decision. Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong, swift as lightning, quickly dispatched the emperor's decree. Lu Mingmei, observing her trembling daughter, took the divorce decree in her hands. Qingqing, let's return home. From now on, we shall rely on each other. I will protect you for a lifetime. All right, mother, let us go. Lu Qingqing, shaking all over, clutched the bloody decree, a large blister on her hand having burst, leaving a ghastly sight. Witnessing the fragile mother-daughter duo, Emperor Xiaowu turned away, unable to bear the sight. Suddenly, a little eunuch approached. Your Majesty, the Empress is already injured and now has developed a high fever. The War Prince requests that Your Majesty send a few elder physicians. The crowd murmured as Emperor Xiaowu instructed the crown prince to arrange for the imperial hospital's elders to attend to the empress. Lu Qingqing grasped her mother's hand. Not looking back, mother, everything is over. Chapter 47, Never to return to the Prime Minister's residence. Lu Qingqing held the divorce decree tightly as she walked with her mother through the biting snow, suddenly smiling sorrowfully, freezing the onlookers in place. The stunning woman's eyes were filled with tears of despair as she walked slowly through the sea of plum blossoms, resembling a fairy fallen to the mortal realm. Lu Mingmei, witnessing her daughter's profound despair, wept, holding her child close, wishing to impart strength and courage for the path ahead. She placed a fur hat on her daughter's head and wrapped her injured hand with a handkerchief. Qingqing, this burn must not freeze. It will leave a scar.
Come.
Let us go home. Lu Mingmei led her daughter away, disappearing from view, while Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong arranged for the physicians to go to Yonghe Palace. Emperor Xiaowu, in no mood to admire the plum blossoms, took the ministers to a banquet first. After Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong completed his duties, he turned around only to find that the Lu mother and daughter had vanished. He summoned Entai and issued a few instructions, which Entai promptly followed. Prime Minister Lu Mosai, observing the emperor depart with the ministers, hurriedly chased after his daughter and granddaughter. The old man, breathless, finally caught up with his daughter Lu Mingmei and her child near the palace gates.
Stop.
You two miscreants, stand still. Lu Mingmei, did you intend to drag the entire Prime Minister's residence down by revealing the marriage of convenience today? Lu Mingmei shielded her daughter behind her. Father, do you wish to see Qingqing driven to death? She is my only child. Did you not orchestrate her marriage of convenience, thereby sending her to accompany the deceased? Do you truly wish for her demise? Lu Mingmei's accusations pushed the old man over the edge, and he rushed forward, striking his daughter across the face. You miscreant! How dare you bring such calamity upon us publicly? How can a Prime Minister's residence hold its head high before the royal family? In this chaos, do you think you will survive? As he lifted his hand to strike her again, Lu Qingqing intervened, pushing her mother aside and kicking the old man in the stomach. Prime Minister Lu Mosai was taken aback, never expecting his granddaughter to retaliate so fiercely. Lu Qingqing glared icily at him, and the old man was sent flying 3 or 4 meters, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony, feeling as though his insides were being torn apart. Miscreant, do you wish to defy the heavens? Lu Qingqing sneered. Indeed, I descended from the heavens. What does my grandfather wish to do? Do you want Lu Qingqing to die? Ever since the day you forced her into a marriage of convenience, she has been dead to you. Have you not realized? I am baffled. Do you have a screw loose? Allowing your daughter to be bullied by your daughter-in-law, and now you seek to have her bullied by others? You truly are amusing. Have you become accustomed to being a sycophant? From now on, we shall no longer depend on you. Take care of yourself. Miscreant.
How dare you speak to me like that?
I shall not permit you two to return to the Prime Minister's residence. Lu Mingmei, you are forever barred from returning. Lu Qingqing replied, We are of the same mind. Your meager kindness to my mother is already repaid with that slap. As for what I seek from the Prime Minister's residence, take my dowry from the War Prince's household. The Emperor granted it to me. But I do not covet it, as it has always been held by your family, has it not? I do not want it. Take it as compensation for the meager rice and meat I consumed while growing up in the Prime Minister's residence.
Ha! Now.
If your family wishes to marry anyone to the War Prince or the Crown Prince, do so quickly. Do not say that I, Lu Qingqing, or my mother have obstructed anyone's path. From now on, my mother and I shall soar high above, free as birds, and swim wide as fish. We will no longer rely on the Prime Minister's residence. Ha ha ha. Lu Qingqing, still feeling wronged, held her mother's hand and strode out of the palace. Hunched over and clutching his stomach, rose to see the audacious mother and daughter leave. It was over. It is truly over. After Lu Qingqing and her mother emerged, they found the carriage from the Wangfu, where Xiaoduzi was huddled with a charcoal basin, braving the cold. Lu Qingqing instructed the coachman, who was preparing to take them to Lu family village, to return to the Wangfu thereafter. The coachman nodded, acknowledging her as the princess. Lu Qingqing tucked the decree of divorce into her bosom, concealing it within her space. It was imperative for them to leave swiftly. After tidying up at Lu family village, they would set off in the dead of night for a faraway place. Remaining near the capital was perilous, as the unscrupulous prime minister could very well harm them, not to mention the scheming concubine Wen and her family would undoubtedly seek to confront her. For herself, she remained indifferent, but as she had to protect her mother, the best course of action was to vanish without a trace. With her wealth and provisions, she could find solace in any era. Qingqing, a being from the 35th century, had finally broken free from the shackles of love, reclaiming her intellect and reason. As the snowflakes danced, dusk fell upon their arrival at Lu family village. Upon disembarking, Qingqing saw her mother's eyes swollen from weeping, and dizzy, understanding the gravity of the situation, joined in her tears. After sending the coachman away, Qingqing embraced her mother, assuring her not to worry, as she had ample resources. They would prepare and leave that very night. Mother, Lu Mingmei, where are you going? Lu Mingmei gasped in terror. Qingqing, do not despair. It is all my fault. I have ruined your life and your marriage. Why should I not just die? I regret everything. Mother, please do not speak such futile words. We shall lead a good life together. I have a place in mind for us. With wealth and provisions, we shall fear no one. I will seek vengeance for you. A gentleman's revenge is never late. Lu Mingmei, witnessing her daughter's frenzied demeanor, was consumed by fear. Qingqing, please do not act this way. You are not mad, are you? Where can we go? We are truly at a dead end. Mother, what are you saying? I am not mad. Just follow me. I will lead you to a different life, and we shall be the heroines of our own story, free from oppression. Lu Mingmei's heart sank. Her daughter had truly lost her senses. For years, she had sheltered her in the confines of the Prime Minister's residence, but now, the divorce had shattered her, and the child seemed utterly deranged. Chapter 48. The originator, the Crown Prince, has arrived. During dinner, the mother and daughter found the food tasteless. Yet Qingqing forced a smile, encouraging her mother to eat. After the meal, Lu Mingmei was instructed by her daughter to return to the inner chambers to sort out their belongings, while Qingqing gathered her mother's clothing and bedding. Lu Mingmei silently collected their things, refraining from provoking her daughter further. Whatever Qingqing said, she would accept. They worked for over an hour, and when Qingqing deemed it time to rest, she lay beside her mother in bed, unwittingly contemplating the cruelty of men. Lu Mingmei, however, was genuinely worried about their uncertain future. They were both young and beautiful. If they were to be wronged or taken advantage of, how could they survive? Without the protection of the War Prince's residence or the Prime Minister's backing, they felt like driftwood in the turbulent waters of the powerful Jin dynasty, truly at risk of perishing. In the dead of night, neither Lu Mingmei nor her daughter slept, when suddenly, the sounds of a scuffle pierced the silence.
Moment latte.
The maid and the third aunt called from outside. Madam, there are guests at the estate. The Crown Prince has arrived. Lu Mingmei and Qingqing sat upright, and in the dim light of the room, Lu Mingmei exclaimed, Qingqing, why would the Crown Prince come here? What is happening? Qingqing, her intellect sharp as ever, recalled the Crown Prince's gaze, and that time his warm hand had grasped hers. Now, everything clicked into place. She had read countless novels and watched dramas in the 35th century, and reflecting on today's events, she realized something was amiss. Concubine had previously shown dissatisfaction towards them, but after Qingqing's intentional kindness, they had developed a cordial relationship, revealing that Concubine was not inherently malevolent. Yet today, she had acted out of character. The Crown Prince's sudden appearance on the night of her divorce was too conspicuous to ignore. Mother, I understand what is happening. Come with me to see. Just follow my lead, and do not panic. The third aunt must be a spy sent by Prince Zhao Tianfeng to facilitate his entry. Lu Mingmei was speechless, trembling as she helped her daughter into her winter clothing. Could the third aunt truly be treacherous? How could she lead the Crown Prince in? Qingqing observed her naive mother and asked, Mother, where do we keep our valuables? Lu Mingmei hurried to the cabinet, revealing 2 large bundles and a sizable willow trunk. All right, Mother, put on more layers. I will handle this. As Lu Mingmei turned, Qingqing swiftly gathered her mother's belongings, including several thick quilts. Qingqing, shall we go see what the Crown Prince has to say? Once both were properly attired, they entered the main hall, only to find several individuals pacing at the entrance. These were the Crown Prince's usual guards, including Antai and 2 burly men. Qingqing realized they had been surrounded by the Crown Prince's men, likely having eliminated Zhao Tianzong's forces. The third aunt was already pouring tea for Prince Zhao Tianfeng, saying, Your Highness, have you been drinking? I shall brew you a cup of sobering tea. Thank you, madam. the Crown Prince replied, looking slightly inebriated. Lu Qingqing recognized the third aunt as a planted spy and realized that tonight, she and her mother must escape Lu family village, otherwise they would face dire consequences. Lu Mingmei and Lu Qingqing both bowed, greeting the Crown Prince. Your Highness, what brings you here at such a late hour? Prince Zhao Tianfeng, slightly flushed, replied, Madam Lu, you are indeed beautiful, and Qingqing has surpassed you in beauty. I grew concerned for your safety, fearing concubine when S family might harm you. Thus, I came to protect you both. Moreover, I have a villa outside the city, beautifully situated, where I plan to have you reside. Qingqing, I shall protect you in the future. Will you accept this? Lu Qingqing forced a smile, squeezing her mother's hand, and replied, Your Highness, I understand your intentions. However, why are your men loitering at the door? It is inconvenient for me to speak with you. The Crown Prince chuckled, Take your men outside the villa. Do not disturb my conversation with Madame Lu and Qingqing. Antai stumbled slightly, almost falling, muttering to himself about the chill of the night and the Crown Prince's intentions to keep a woman hidden away. Lu Qingqing smiled and said, Third aunt, please take the head steward and the others outside. Let them warm themselves by the carriage for a moment. Antai hurriedly exited the manor, accompanied by 17 or 18 others, yet left 10 hidden guards atop the roof. Lu Qingqing, aware that the Crown Prince would surely be surrounded by numerous guards, pouted in dissatisfaction. Your Highness, with so many guards still on the roof, what are your intentions? I wish to speak with you, but I cannot bear the thought of being overheard. Observing Lu Qingqing's implicit suggestion that something might transpire tonight, the inebriated Zhao Tianchong suddenly chuckled. The guards atop the roof, hearing his words, were instructed to wait outside by the carriage. They promptly descended, paid their respects at the door, and vanished from sight. Lu Qingqing began inquiring whom the Crown Prince would be attending the palace banquet with that evening, clearly showing her growing concern for him. She suggested he drink some detoxifying soup before they retreated indoors to converse. Zhao Tianchong, who had anticipated a night of revelry, felt exhilarated by her suggestion. Soon, Aunt San entered with a bowl of detoxifying soup, joyfully announcing its readiness. Zhao Tianchong exchanged a glance with her, prompting Aunt San to smile and say, Madam, His Highness wishes to speak with Miss Qingqing. Would you kindly assist us in fetching some hot water? Mother, please accompany Aunt San to fetch some hot water. We shall be bathing shortly, Lu Qingqing instructed. Qingqing you! Zhao Tianchong exclaimed, suddenly standing up, breathing rapidly. Qingqing, the night is fleeting. Let us seize the moment. Lu Qingqing turned to her mother and said, Mother, I will call for you shortly. Please step in to assist us with His Highness. Zhao Tianchong. Aunt San rushed out of the hall with a flurry, causing Lu Mingmei to stand frozen, her mind racing. She hesitated, unable to move, as she watched Lu Qingqing being pulled into the room by the Crown Prince, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, Lu Qingqing called out, Mother, come here. His Highness doesn't want. Lu Mingmei burst into the inner chamber, only to find a large red brick on the table, as Zhao Tianchong had already begun disrobing. Mother, hit him with the brick. Zhao Tianchong, now overtaken by desire, chuckled. Ah, little one, resorting to such measures? I shall attend to Lady Lu shortly. Lu Mingmei seized the brick and saw Zhao Tianchong leap onto the bed. Lu Qingqing, wrapped in blankets, screamed, Oh no. Mother, strike him. Little one. You're employing the same tactics again. This time, I doubt anyone will dare to interrupt my delightful affairs, Zhao Tianchong taunted. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Lu Mingmei struck him on the back of the head with the brick. Lu Qingqing, pinned beneath Zhao Tianchong's considerable bulk, whispered, Mother, you are formidable. Lu Mingmei quickly pulled the bloodied Crown Prince aside. Qingqing, what have we done? We have killed the prince. What shall we do? Chapter 49. The concubine remains unconscious. Yet the Crown Prince faces more trouble. What could this mean? Lu Qingqing rose, her mother assisting her in dressing. Mother, if we do not act decisively, we cannot rid ourselves of him. Let us devise another plan. Please, summon Aunt San. Lu Mingmei, trembling, obeyed her daughter's command, fearful of the consequences of their actions. Aunt San soon rushed in from the kitchen, but as she entered the inner chamber and beheld the prince on the bed, she was struck by the brick as well, collapsing without a sound. This treasure must be secured, Lu Qingqing thought, recalling how she had acquired the brick during her travels in the 35th century. It had been a precious find, and now it proved fortuitous. Mother, strip them both and leave them on the bed. Once we've tidied up, we shall take little Dizzy and the 2 aunts by carriage and let Uncle Lee drive us away. What of the prince's people? They are capable of murder. Lu Mingmei exclaimed. Trust me, mother. Half an hour later, Uncle Lee leisurely drove the carriage out from the manor, while Antai strolled in front of it. Spotting Uncle Lee, he questioned, What brings you out at this hour? With a smile, Uncle Lee replied, Madame Lu instructed us to procure some items for the crown prince and our young lady for their wedding ceremony. Antai's eyes widened in surprise. The crown prince is quite the charmer. Is he truly serious? A woman's voice emerged from the carriage. You should rest here before the couple. Aunt San mentioned that the prince and madam have retired and instructed not to disturb his highness's slumber. Antai, puzzled, replied, Didn't the prince say he wished to wed?
Bah.
The wedding is for tomorrow. Tonight, they are consummating their union. Are you a eunuch, utterly clueless? Quickly, let us move. Antai, amidst the chatter, urged everyone to settle in the carriage, initially intended for Madame Lu's relocation, but now. The prince was eager to consummate his marriage first. The guards engaged in lewd banter, commenting on the prince's fortunate embrace of 2 beauties, reveling in the night's pleasures. Later that night, Antai assumed the prince must have enjoyed himself sufficiently and that it was time to return for the morning court. Accompanied by 2 guards, he ventured back into the manor, only to find an eerie silence enveloping the place, the lights extinguished. Upon entering the hall, he pushed open the door, which creaked ajar. Your Highness, it is time to depart. We must return, he whispered. Silence greeted him. Antai exchanged glances with the guards, a sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. The crown prince, being quite perceptive, usually overheard their every word. Unsettled, Antai stealthily entered, instructing the guards to light a candle. They approached the curtains separating the hall from the inner chamber. Your Highness, it is time. We must return. It will take an hour to reach the Eastern Palace. And you need to change for court. Still, there was no response. Antai's unease deepened. Had something occurred to the prince? The thought of the carriage sent shivers down his spine. He waved his hand at the guards, indicating they should lift the curtain and enter the inner chamber. The guards illuminated the room, revealing the prince's shoes and embroidered slippers at the foot of the bed. Antai's heart raced. Surely nothing was amiss? He approached the bed's curtain and whispered, Your Highness, it is time. No answer came. Panic gripped Antai as he motioned for the guards to join him. Each held a candle, casting light on either side of the bed. Antai lifted the curtain, and by the flickering candlelight, he beheld the crown prince, sprawled on his back. Devoid of clothing. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. Antai gasped, hastily dropping the curtain. But before he could react further, he noticed a pool of blood on the floor. This is dire, he exclaimed, tearing back the covers. To his horror, he discovered the crown prince lying alongside a plump woman, both nearly naked and unresponsive.
Auntie.
Disregarding everything else, scrambled to find the prince's garments, but they were nowhere to be seen. How could the prince be presented to anyone in such a state? He turned to the guards, urgently instructing one to retrieve a set of the crown prince's clothes. It is catastrophic, one guard exclaimed, darting out. Antai then noticed the prince's pillow, soaked in blood. He checked Zhao Tiancheng's breath and found that he was still alive, but upon examining the 3rd aunt, he realized she had already succumbed. Your Highness, what has happened? What should I do? Antai felt a chill run through him. The crown prince held a prestigious position as the heir to the throne. If it became known that he had brought the crown prince to Lu's manor with ill intentions, their entire entourage would not survive. Protecting the heir was their most crucial mission, yet they had abandoned him, allowing him to fall victim to this calamity. An undercover guard rushed in with a set of Zhao Tiancheng's garments, and the 3 hurriedly dressed him from head to toe. Antai observed the 2 men, their faces pale with fear. We are all in this together now. The only way forward is to safeguard His Highness on our return. However, they could not simply return as is. They must eliminate the external guards and pretend that they had been ambushed and injured while protecting the crown prince. They could not remain at this manor. They needed to set it ablaze and leave quickly, erasing all evidence of their presence. Do you wish to live? The 2 guards, drenched in sweat, nodded in agreement. Antai was indeed a clever man, having served under Crown Prince Zhao Tiancheng for many years. He was truly resourceful. By dawn, out of the 28 or 9 individuals who had accompanied the Crown Prince, only Antai and the 2 guards remained, all 3 severely injured and bloodied, as they rushed back to the capital in a horse-drawn cart, protecting the wounded Crown Prince. That night, Chaos reigned in the capital, as many families were unable to sleep. A significant incident had unfolded at today's plum appreciation banquet, where concubine one had brought her family and assaulted the wife and daughter of the War King. The War King had even pressured them to sever ties with their mother, which led widow Lu and her daughter to petition for a divorce. In order to avoid the disgrace of being labeled ungrateful, Emperor Xiao issued a decree for the War King and his wife to divorce, compensating the Lu family with a substantial sum of royal dowry. The intricacies of this situation were manifold, leaving all involved families in trepidation. The War King was not a man to be trifled with, and retribution was inevitable. Concubine one, having sustained a head injury, succumbed to a high fever and fell into unconsciousness. The imperial physicians diagnosed her with a blood hemorrhage in the brain due to emotional distress. As her son, the War King Zhao Tianzong, remained by her side, he could not leave the Yonghe Palace. Accompanied by a dozen or so physicians, he tirelessly sought ways to save his mother. Concerned, Emperor Xiaowu visited before the morning court session, accompanied by Chief Eunuch Chang Lo. The emperor, clearly lacking sleep, had dark circles under his eyes. Tianzong, how is your mother? Has she regained consciousness? Zhao Tianzong replied, Father, she has been feverish and has taken 2 doses of medicine, which have finally reduced her temperature. However, she still sleeps restlessly, and I cannot attend morning court. The emperor nodded. Indeed. I had to approve the Lu family's request for divorce yesterday in front of everyone. Otherwise, given your wife's temperament, there would have been bloodshed. I have also been troubled. Your wife is so petite, yet her temper is fierce. Was your mother set against her? Why would she treat her daughter-in-law so harshly? She is not a malicious person. Zhao Tianzong nodded, assuring his father that he would uncover the truth behind this matter. His wife, Qingqing, was straightforward and hot-tempered, but she had been well raised by her mother and was inherently kind-hearted. For now, I must ensure my mother's recovery before seeking the truth. Someone clearly orchestrated this incident, and I shall not let them go unpunished. Emperor Xiaowu hoped for the best, acknowledging that Qingqing's presence had rejuvenated Zhao Tianzong. We had approved her, but never anticipated it would lead to such turmoil. Suddenly, Chief Eunuch Chang Lo rushed into the chamber, collapsing with a thud. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has met with an incident. Emperor Xiaowu furrowed his brow. What do you mean? The Crown Prince is in danger? The Chief Eunuch stammered. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has been grievously injured. The head of the Eastern Palace, Ontai, is covered in blood and has just returned with the Crown Prince. The Emperor almost stumbled from shock, steadied by Zhao Tianzong. Father, are you all right? Emperor Xiaowu rubbed his aching temples. I have not slept all night and am feeling disoriented. Tianzong, stay with your mother. Chang Lo, take me to the Eastern Palace at once. Leave 2 physicians here. The rest should accompany me. Zhao Tianzong offered. Father, shall I accompany you? A flurry of physicians rushed out of Yonghe Palace as Emperor Xiaowu, supported by Long Yi, made his way to the Eastern Palace. Take care of your mother, he snapped. Can you even offer medical assistance? Do not meddle. Zhao Tianzong muttered. I was merely suggesting. As they hastened to the Eastern Palace, Emperor Xiaowu saw the Empress and the physicians rushing into the main hall. Flurries of snow danced in the air, evoking memories of when he and his wife had vied for the throne together. He had been wounded then just as she was now, rushing to his aid amidst the falling snow. He was both a husband and an emperor. Though their hearts had drifted apart, they still shared a bond forged in adversity, having faced death together, raised their son Zhao Tianchong, and endured the loss of their second child. These memories were irreplaceable. Emperor Xiaowu strode into the Eastern Palace, where chaos reigned. The Crown Princess, Qiu Yuhuan, was crying inconsolably. The consort, Sun Haiyan, clutched a cane, stumbling toward the Crown Prince's quarters. Empress Qiu was in a fit of rage in the main hall, shouting, How could you let the Crown Prince suffer such grievous wounds?
Ontai,
along with the 2 guards, knelt there, bloodied and disheveled, sobbing for breath. Your Majesty, after last night's banquet, His Highness received intelligence about rebels 30 miles outside the city. He took nearly 30 of us to investigate, but we were ambushed by at least 300 to 500 foes. His Highness refused to leave alone. In the end, only the 3 of us returned to protect the injured prince. The guards cried. They were ruthless and severely injured His Highness at the back of his head. Several of us sacrificed ourselves to draw them away so that we could escape. Empress Qiu's eyes widened in fury. Did you not see who attacked? An assault on the Crown Prince is tantamount to treason. One guard responded. The attackers were formidable, resembling a regular army. They could not have been mere bandits. Empress Qiu turned and saw Emperor Xiaowu enter, and she rushed toward him, gripping his arms tightly, crying out, "It must be the War King. He plans to rebel against us. Your Majesty, you must apprehend Zhao Tianzong." Emperor Xiaowu frowned. "What do you mean? The Crown Prince has been attacked. Why would we seize the War King? He has been in the palace, tending to his mother." "Your Majesty," Chief Eunuch Chong Lo interjected. "The War King remained in Yonghe Palace all night, caring for the concubine, who was unconscious and feverish. All the physicians were with him." Empress Qiu exclaimed. "Then who would dare to attack the Crown Prince?" Emperor Xiaowu gently patted her back. "Calm yourself, Empress. Now is not the time to pursue the real culprit. We must focus on saving the Crown Prince." Empress Qiu glared at her husband, her eyes red. "Your Majesty, if it were not the War King, who else possesses such skilled warriors to ambush the Crown Prince and injure my son?" Emperor Xiaowu sighed. "Empress, considering your deep concern for our children, I cannot hold this against you. However, such words must not be uttered again. My sons have been raised with utmost care. It is inconceivable that they would turn against one another without evidence. Furthermore, Chong Lo has stated that the fate of the sixth prince's mother remains uncertain, and he has just been commanded to divorce. I find it hard to believe he could harbor thoughts of harming his elder brother." Empress Qiu replied, "Your Majesty, we have both witnessed the brutal struggles for succession, and such power struggles inevitably cast suspicion upon the bastards." The emperor, losing patience as he observed the empress's contorted expression, retorted, "There is a saying, to catch a thief, one must seize the evidence. Words must be substantiated. Otherwise, we risk becoming the subject of ridicule. I do not wish to engage in useless discussions. The Crown Prince is the heir to the realm, and should he be harmed, I shall not let it go unpunished. Come, let us see the condition of the Crown Prince. He is not only your son but also the legitimate grandson of the Zhao family." Upon entering the Crown Prince's chamber, they found Xiao Yuhuan gasping for breath, while a throng of concubines knelt weeping on the ground, their cries echoing heartbreakingly. The Empress, in a fit of rage, shouted, "What are you crying for? The Crown Prince will be fine. All of you, leave this place at once." The Crown Princess knelt beside the bed, covering her mouth in silence, while Sun Haiyan leaned on her cane, her face pale and clutching her chest, before suddenly collapsing to the ground, dragged away by several concubines. A host of imperial physicians knelt to examine the Crown Prince's injuries. An elderly physician, now retired from the Imperial Medical Bureau, gasped upon inspecting the injury at the back of the prince's head. Upon noticing the Emperor and Empress's arrival, he reported, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the Crown Prince has sustained a grave injury to the back of his head. My examination revealed that his skull is indented. We lack the expertise to treat such a severe cranial injury. If the divine healer does not return promptly, I fear the Crown Prince may have little time left." At this, the Empress fainted, collapsing to the ground, while the Crown Princess let out a wail of despair. "Your Majesty, take heart. The Crown Prince is destined for greatness and shall not come to harm. The Prince of War mentioned yesterday that the divine healer is on his way back and will arrive within days." Emperor Xiaowu gazed sorrowfully at his eldest son, lying unconscious, and recalled the joy he and his wife felt at the prince's birth. They were overwhelmed with excitement and happiness, naming him Chong, a symbol of a dragon in their family. Now, faced with the prospect of burying their son, he could not help but feel a profound ache in his heart. "Physicians, you must exert every effort to ensure the Crown Prince's safety. From today, all physicians in the Imperial Medical Bureau shall take turns guarding the Crown Prince until the divine healer returns. Notify the Prince of War to send someone to retrieve the divine healer post-haste." Chapter 51. The mother and daughter's desperate escape unbeknownst to anyone. The true culprits behind the Crown Prince's incapacitation, the Lu mother and daughter, had already fled several dozen miles in a horse-drawn carriage, accompanied by maidservants. Lu Qingqing was not one to remain idle. In her previous life in the 35th century, her makeup skills were unparalleled. As dawn broke, the carriage entered a town, likely a small county within the capital's vicinity, remote yet relatively prosperous. Inside the carriage, Lu Qingqing and her mother changed into the attire of ordinary women. Lu Qingqing applied dark foundation to her mother's face, styled her hair like that of a commoner, and did the same for herself, transforming them into two unremarkable women. She secured a pillow to her mother's abdomen and did the same for herself, masquerading as two pregnant women. Lu Mingmei was astonished by her daughter's resourcefulness. Qingqing, what are we doing dressed like this? Mother, this is the only way to avoid drawing attention. Currently, no one knows our whereabouts, but for safety, we must dispose of this carriage. Let us sell it at the pawn shop, purchase 2 half-used horse-drawn carts, and acquire some supplies for our journey. Lu Mingmei asked, if someone inquires about our identity, what shall we say? Lu Qingqing confidently replied, we shall say we hail from Jiangnan and are returning to await childbirth. Our husbands have gone ahead to inherit the family estate, and we are following behind due to our pregnancy. Lu Mingmei looked embarrassed. But who will we turn to in Jiangnan? Who has a family estate to inherit? Lu Qingqing chuckled. Oh, mother, you are so naive. If we have no estate to inherit, we shall simply use our funds to purchase a large tract of land. But Qingqing, our money is limited. We cannot access your dowry, and a few hundred taels are hardly enough to buy even a few acres. Do not worry, mother. I have kept the valuable silver and gold from my dowry safe all these years. You need not concern yourself. Lu Mingmei was left speechless. Qingqing, are you mad? Where would we get such money? With a smile, Lu Qingqing reassured her, Mother, do not underestimate me. I have been hiding my true self for years. All to protect you. Just follow me, and you shall be safe. You took care of me when I was young, and now let me take care of you, all right? Lu Mingmei believed her daughter had lost her sanity. She suddenly broke into tears, feeling wronged. Oh, Qingqing, I regret ever attending that dreadful plum blossom banquet. If only we had not gone, we would not be in this predicament, and you would not have been separated from the prince. Lu Qingqing thought of that callous man and felt tears welling in her eyes. Mother, I am grateful for this opportunity. It has allowed me to see his true nature. I realize I have a differing mindset from the men of this era. To him, love is merely a feeling of fondness for animals. I am not an object to be controlled by his whims. Love should be equal, and if he disrespects you, I shall not respect his mother. If he cannot accept you, I shall not accept his family. This is only fair, is it not? Mother, I will always be your daughter. If we settle down and gain the means, we can also find a man to share our lives with. We shall no longer seek those of noble birth. They presume themselves to be aristocrats, yet human emotions know no class distinction. Hearing her daughter's rambling, Lu Mingmei felt as if her heart was being sliced. My dear, I raised you to spare you from suffering. If you insist on leaving, I will accompany you. We might as well perish together. Yes, mother, your words are all I need. Let us go. We shall purchase supplies in the city, and once we are prepared, we shall journey south. I believe I will adore the south, with its warm climate and absence of winter. I have grown weary of winter. The plum blossom banquet has shattered my heart. I can no longer endure the cold. Lu Mingmei, fully aware of her daughter's heartbreak, sighed deeply. In the small county town of Jing'an, the mother and daughter duo spent quite extravagantly. Lu Qingqing procured 2 large horse-drawn carts and purchased ample provisions. Lu Mingmei watched as her daughter spent hundreds of taels in a single day, causing her heart to ache at the thought. However, witnessing her daughter spend freely, she became convinced that her child had truly lost her mind. As they sat in the carriage, Lu Mingmei held her child tightly, feeling uncertain about their future. The 2 carts were driven by Uncle Li and the newly purchased Uncle Zhang, while 2 maidservants accompanied them in another cart. As they were about to exit the town, Lu Qingqing stopped at a blacksmith shop and purchased 2 large cleavers, which were prominently displayed along the edge of the carriage, sending a clear message. Any disagreement could lead to violence. The carriage appeared to be equipped for the journey of pregnant women, with each woman accompanied by a maidservant, rendering them inconspicuous. During the winter, travel by horse-drawn carriage necessitated bundling up tightly, ensuring that the mother-daughter duo, Lu Mingmei and Lu Qingqing, were snug within their carriage. As evening approached, they found refuge at an inn, where Lu Qingqing shared a room with her mother, while the maid and the servants occupied another room, and the 2 drivers stayed downstairs to guard the carriage. That night marked the first since their departure from the capital, and the 2 embraced tightly, unable to sleep. Lu Mingmei was filled with trepidation, fearing that the crown prince's men would pursue them. She contemplated that if they were to be harmed, they would face death together, at least allowing her to protect her daughter on the journey to the afterlife. However, after Lu Qingqing offered her mother a cup of sweet water, Lu Mingmei fell into a restless slumber, while Lu Qingqing, having also consumed the divine spring water, shed tears before closing her eyes. The night passed without dreams, and the next morning dawned bright and sunny. though the landscape remained shrouded in white. The spirits of the mother and daughter lifted, as they anticipated that after another day's travel, they would leave the capital behind. During breakfast, Qingqing presented a silver coin to the innkeeper to purchase a map of the Jin dynasty. As she examined the ancient map, her joy grew, and she pointed to Yunnan Prefecture, declaring that this would be their destination. From that day forward, they would soar freely like birds in the sky, and swim like fish in the vast sea. Lu Mingmei, indulging her daughter, placed a bun on her plate, conceding that she would defer to Qingqing's wisdom. Suddenly, a group entered the inn, surrounding an elderly man whose white hair betrayed a youthful countenance. Though somewhat stooped, it was evident he possessed formidable abilities. His robust attendants hinted at a notable background. A steward respectfully addressed him, saying, "Divine Doctor, please take a seat here. After we finish our meal, we shall set forth, as the prince is likely awaiting us." The old man stroked his beard and lamented, "What misfortune to be entangled with this family. Were it not for the assistance of Emperor Xiaowu in my youth, I would not be bound to serve him for half my life. What a loss this has been." In that moment, Qingqing recalled the tales of the Divine Doctor and wondered if this old man was indeed the legendary Xianyuozi. "Mother, once we finish our meal, we should leave. Could you check if the 50 buns are ready for takeout?" Lu Mingmei nodded, and the pair swiftly settled their bill. Just as they were about to depart, they overheard the old man muttering, "You say the prince's cold poison has been cured? I find that most peculiar. Can there truly be a cold poison that can be healed?" He pondered whether the prince had been possessed, questioning if the person living now was truly him. Qingqing could not help but smirk at the old man's imaginative musings. She resolved to keep the divine spring water a closely guarded secret, aware that such a miraculous remedy could disrupt the balance of life and death, leading to chaos in the world. Once back in the carriage, Lu Mingmei clutched her heart, whispering, "Qingqing, have we truly escaped?" Qingqing, tenderly embracing her anxious mother, reassured her, "Yes, we have indeed fled." As they journeyed southward, both mother and daughter adorned themselves with makeup and presented themselves as ordinary women. Lu Mingmei marveled at her daughter's transformation, realizing that the girl she had sheltered for years had developed a keen intellect and strategy. Together, they navigated their way out of the capital with ease, and Lu Mingmei finally recognized her own naivety over the years. She had believed that beauty would hinder their ability to walk freely, but now, disguised as common folk, they traverse the world without drawing attention. "Even if we remain ordinary farmers for the rest of our lives, what does it matter?" Lu Mingmei mused. Now, liberated from the burdens of the capital, they were ready to embrace a new beginning. "Indeed, mother, if the crown prince were to perish, news would surely follow. With his skull shattered, he might as well be a fool," Qingqing remarked. Even if their likenesses were captured in portraits, their transformed appearances would render them unrecognizable. Lu Mingmei held her daughter's hand tightly. "Qingqing, once the crown prince, Zhao Tianchong, is dead, will you explain everything to the prince? You two can live peacefully, and I shall ask for nothing more." "Mother, I understand that everything was orchestrated by Zhao Tianchong. However, our affection was always fragile, which led to yesterday's calamity. Let the past remain in the past. He was merely a passerby in my life, and I shall forget him," Qingqing replied. Lu Mingmei embraced her daughter tightly. "Qingqing, I am sorry for depriving you of a father, and now you have lost your husband. Do not cry, mother. Let us find a place to celebrate the new year. After the festivities, we can continue our journey," Qingqing suggested, expressing her fondness for the dumplings that her mother made, especially those filled with sauerkraut and pork. On the 11th day of the 12th lunar month, the divine Dr. Xianyuozi finally arrived at the capital, only to be startled by the martial law imposed at the city gates. The East Palace officials quickly recognized his retinue and approached. "Has the divine doctor returned? I am Wang Yuli, a subordinate of the East Palace's chief steward, here to welcome you." Xianyuozi emerged from the carriage, inquiring about the situation. "What has transpired in the capital? Is it the crown prince's cold poison that has relapsed?" He lamented inwardly, having been misled into returning. "Indeed, the crown prince has been harmed by nefarious individuals," Wang Yuli explained. "The Empress Dowager has instructed me to await your return day and night at the city gates." Xianyuozi sighed. "So it isn't the crown prince's illness, but rather the prince's predicament? What has happened to his majesty's son?" Wang Yuli elaborated. "The empress has been gravely injured and has yet to awaken after fainting from a blow to the head." Half an hour later, Xianyuozi entered the imperial palace. where Emperor Xiaowu, having heard of his return, abandoned his official duties to personally visit the East Palace. At that moment, Empress Qiu, weary and disheveled, awaited her husband at the entrance, relieved to see him hurrying towards her. Noticing the silver strands in his hair, she felt a pang of sympathy. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has caused you much distress. Now that the Divine Doctor has returned, we hope he can restore him to health." The Emperor nodded. "Has the Divine Doctor arrived?" A servant stepped forward. "Yes, Your Majesty. The Divine Doctor is already within the palace and will be here shortly." "Good. Summon the prince to come here. Once the Divine Doctor has treated the Crown Prince, let him also attend to the Empress," ordered the Emperor. Instantly, Empress Qiu's expression soured, realizing that her husband was not only concerned for their son but also intended for the Divine Doctor to treat that woman. As soon as the old man, known as Xiaoyozi, entered the Eastern Palace, he began to act hurriedly, his steps quickening. Behind him, the warriors Zhang Lu and Wang Yuli carried 2 medicine boxes, matching his brisk pace. Xiaoyozi, pay my respects to Your Majesty and to Her Majesty the Empress." The Emperor and Empress stepped forward, each taking hold of the old physician's arm. "Physician, the Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong has been injured in the back of his head by villains during an investigation, and now he lies in a coma. Please, you must examine him." The Empress, her voice tinged with sorrow, implored, "We beseech you to save the Crown Prince. He is but 28 years old." Xiaoyozi nodded. "If I am able to heal, I shall exert my utmost efforts. Your Majesties, please rest assured. Allow me to assess the condition of His Highness." Upon entering the Crown Prince's chamber, Xiaoyozi was greeted by the pervasive scent of medicine. Approaching the bed, he beheld the Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong lying on his side, his severely injured head shorn of hair and wrapped in gauze, with blood seeping through. Warming his hands by the stove, he washed them with saline before approaching, joined by an elderly physician to remove the gauze. The old man felt the Crown Prince's skull and sighed. "Alas, this is dire. The skull has been deformed and caved in, while there remains a pulse in the neck, indicating that the vital channels are intact. The back of the head is severely damaged. Even if he survives, it may impair his intelligence." "What do you mean by intelligence? Will he become a fool?" The Empress exclaimed. "Your Majesty, the situation is grave. The Crown Prince's skull is indented over a large area, leaving little hope for recovery." Xiaoyozi pondered. What weapon possesses such power to inflict such a wound upon the Crown Prince? "Zhan Wang is here. Let Zhan Wang come in to see the Crown Prince," the Emperor replied. "His brothers wish to visit, but I have prevented their entry, as it would be of no use." The Empress's expression darkened. She had always been wary of Zhao Tianzong and the other illegitimate sons, refusing to let them enter. However, with the Emperor and the physician present, she relented. Zhao Tianzong had kept vigil by his mother's side for 2 days and nights, his eyes bloodshot and his beard unkempt. "I have seen father and mother." Xiaoyozi rewrapped the Crown Prince's wound and turned to see Zhan Wang Zhao Tianzong standing. He hurried over, barely reaching Zhao Tianzong's chest, and felt for his pulse. "Good heavens! Is it truly possible for you to have survived?" The old man was astonished. In all his years of practice, he had never encountered someone with such severe cold poison in their marrow recovering. "Do you recognize who I am?" "Respected physician. Of course, I know you. You treated my health when I was a child. How could I not recognize you?" "Who healed you, my lord?" "Zhao Tianchong helped me recover through joy. For I married my wife." Xiaoyozi exclaimed. "Marriage as a means of joy can resurrect the dead? Your Majesty, perhaps you should arrange a marriage for the Crown Prince to bring him joy." The Emperor and the Empress interjected. "Zhao Tianzong, my brother and I are not afflicted in the same manner. Can that truly work?" "Why not?" Xiaoyozi replied. "We might as well treat a dead horse as if it were alive." Chapter 53. Will the princess consort not return home after the divorce? The Emperor sighed. "Their circumstances differ. Physician, you commence your treatment. If there is truly no remedy, we shall summon a master to seek a way to bring joy." "Begin." "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's condition is quite complex. His skull is flattened and cannot be healed in a single attempt. What kind of weapon could possess such strength to reduce the back of the head to such a state?" "How strange! When will it be treatable?" the Empress inquired. "At the very least, I must summon the Crown Prince's brothers. We may need to transfuse blood when resetting his skull. The Crown Prince's skull likely has punctured blood vessels, and I must prepare some hemostatic tools and medicines. This is not something that can be accomplished immediately. I shall check on the favored consort in the meantime. Zhao Tianzong immediately dispatched someone to inform his brothers to enter the palace. My mother has been unconscious for 2 days. I implore the physician to treat her swiftly. Let us go see her together. The emperor commanded. The empress should accompany us. Who wishes to see her? It would be better if she were dead. The empress retorted. A quarter hour later, they entered Yonghe Palace, where the old physician approached to check on the favored consort's pulse and inspect her wounds. What is this? The wounds have healed. Why are they still bandaged? The consort does not have a ruptured blood vessel in her head. She merely suffers from stagnation of qi and blood. Allow me to release the stagnant blood with a needle, and she shall recover. The crowd watched as the old man produced a golden needle and skillfully pricked a spot on the favored consort's ear, drawing forth a stream of dark blood. After several more precise punctures, the favored consort exhaled a long breath of relief. The empress closed her eyes, inwardly cursing the favored consort's resilience. Congratulations, your majesty. The favored consort has recovered. The emperor too breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhao Tianzong's tears flowed freely. Mother, mother. The favored consort slowly opened her beautiful eyes to see her son's familiar face, now swollen and red, and she could not comprehend why tears suddenly filled her own. The emperor, seated at her bedside, took her hand and said, My beloved consort, it is a relief to see you awake, thanks to the physician's timely intervention. The stagnant blood has been released. Your efforts are commendable, revered physician. Our crown prince also requires your diligent care. Zayayozi shook his head. Your majesty. The crown prince's back has sustained grievous injuries. His skull is indented. Even if I employ all my knowledge, I cannot restore him to his former self. The favored consort gazed intently at her son, and suddenly seemed to grasp a troubling realization. Was the crown prince confirmed to be mentally impaired by the physician? As the favored consort regained consciousness, the emperor led the empress and Zayayozi away from Yonghe Palace. Once they departed, Zhao Tianzong observed his mother's red-rimmed eyes and felt a pang of empathy. The favored consort too sensed the bond between mother and son. What date is it today? What has become of Qingqing and her mother? Zhao Tianzong asked. Mother, I admit I was impulsive. Who would have thought that a splendid plum appreciation event would culminate in such a chaotic conclusion? Zhao Tianzong sighed. Mother, the discord between you and Qingqing has become irreconcilable. My mother-in-law has brought charges against you both. Father could not rectify the situation and had no choice but to permit my separation from Qingqing. The favored consort gasped. What of the crown prince? Mother, you were unconscious and unaware. I have cared for you, and thus did not know what had befallen the crown prince. On the morning following your incident, chaos erupted in the Eastern Palace as news spread that the crown prince had been ambushed while pursuing traitors. I wished to visit him, but the Eastern Palace was heavily guarded and the empress forbade anyone from seeing him. However, the physician has indicated that the crown prince's recovery is doubtful, and even if he survives, his intelligence may be compromised, as his entire skull has been flattened. Have my actions been discreet? Will there be any traces? Fear not, mother. I am no fool. Considering the details shared by the esteemed Qingqing, it is evident that my maternal uncle and those few ladies conspired against you and Qingqing. You may have been manipulated by them. As outsiders see clearly, the involved parties are often bewildered. In your rage, you were incited. Yet have you considered the innocence of Qingqing and your mother-in-law? Since our marriage, Qingqing has loved me sincerely. Of this I am certain. She would never harm you. It was the esteemed Qingqing who witnessed Lady Sun push you. Though my mother-in-law, Lady Lu, is widowed, she has remained content and has never stepped outside since I secured her a residence. At home, I was sewing clothes for Qingqing. Every time my son took her to his mother's house, she would always speak kindly and never meddled in their relationship. However, this time, with such a ruckus, my son believed someone had orchestrated this situation. Regardless of whether there was a conspiracy, since they have decided to part ways, then so be it. You have married a wife of equal standing. If you cannot let go of her, you may take her back as a concubine. There is no need for the queen mother to concern herself. My son is Qingqing's source of joy and vitality. He can only be her husband in this lifetime. Zhao Tianzong went directly from Yonghe Palace to the Eastern Palace, where it was said he would be able to treat the crown prince the following day. He left the royal palace and returned to the residence of the war king, where he encountered the steward. Where has the princess gone? He inquired. Not the prince. Didn't you and the princess part ways? The steward replied. Once parted. Does she not return home? What a spoiled habit.
The steward, da fu.
continued to explain that indeed the princess had not returned. According to the coachman, Akai, the princess had gone back to the Liu family estate with Madame Liu. However, Madame Chen from the Xiong family had come, claiming that the princess intended to take her dowry back from the Xiong family. The old servant dared not allow them to take the princess's dowry. The Xiong family is coming to claim the dowry? Are they seeking death? De Fu, the steward, said. Madame Chen insists that the princess and the prince were commanded to part ways by the emperor. His Majesty granted all those dowries to the princess as compensation. Yet she promised to grow up in the Xiong family, thus intending to compensate them by giving them the royal dowry. Zhao Tianzhong was instantly enraged, exclaiming, "Nonsense. I cannot believe Qingqing would give her dowry to the Xiong family. Where is her dowry?"
"Take me to see it."
The steward, with a sorrowful expression, explained, "Your Highness, you may not know, but since the princess married in, her dowry has been managed by Granny Chu, who is associated with Madame Chen. Although the dowry resides in our treasury, we have no key. Granny Chu has given the key to Madame Chen, so it is neither in our hands nor the princess's." The old servant and others speculated that the Xiong family was holding on to Madame Liu, which is why our princess dared not resist, allowing the Xiong family to control such a substantial dowry. This is outrageous. Why should the princess's dowry be controlled by the Xiong family? This is simply intolerable. Chapter 54. Attending to the Crown Prince's illness. The following day before dawn, the esteemed physician, Zaya was set to treat the Crown Prince. The royal family summoned the 4 illegitimate sons to the Eastern Palace. Emperor Xiao looked at his sons and coughed. "Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong is your elder brother. As the eldest, he is like a father to you. I now command you 4 to guard the Crown Prince in the Eastern Palace, ensuring he survives this perilous moment. Do any of you have objections?" Faced with their father's gaze, none dared to utter a word. The Empress, understanding her husband's intentions, nodded. Since the Crown Prince's brothers are attending to him, then all the women of the Crown Prince's palace, led by Huan must remain in their quarters and not come out. The Eastern Palace will be surrounded by the Imperial Guards, preventing anyone from approaching. From today onward, you 4 brothers will attend to the Crown Prince until he awakens. I appreciate your efforts and promise you will not be neglected. The 4 sons, bowing, assured. It is our duty to attend to the Crown Prince. Please rest assured, father and mother. Emperor Xiaowu, with a cold voice, declared, "I will also initiate a thorough investigation into the assailant of the Crown Prince. Should I discover who it is, do not blame me for being merciless." The 4 sons were left astonished. Attending to the Crown Prince, they too desired to uncover the truth. They were aware of the Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong's condition. The old physician stated that while he was saved, he would remain foolish, yet they had truly not laid a hand upon him. Empress Qiu could not help but nod in satisfaction. Your Majesty is wise. With the Crown Prince's 4 brothers guarding him, he will surely awaken soon. Zhao Tianzhong frowned, feeling a pressing need to investigate the events of the Plum Blossom Banquet, yet the unfortunate Crown Prince's incident delayed him. Thus, under the relentless efforts of physician Zaya and the constant vigilance of his 4 brothers, Zhao Tianchong finally opened his eyes 5 days later at noon. It was the 16th day of the 12th month, and today the Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong had finally awakened. Empress Qiu and Emperor Xiaowu soon received the news and hurried over. The pair of parents gazed at their eldest son lying there with open eyes, simultaneously sighing in relief. As long as he was alive, everything would be well. "Crown Prince, how do you feel?" Emperor Xiaowu inquired. "In the past few days, I have thoroughly investigated the incident of your injury, but I currently have no leads. Now that you have awakened, please tell me what transpired on that day." Empress Qiu cast a wary glance at the 4 illegitimate sons and sat on a small stool beside her son, taking his large hand in hers. "Crown Prince, mother almost lost you. Who would dare to harm you so? Speak to mother and father. We will ensure you receive justice." Zhao Tianchong's gaze was vacant, unfocused, until he felt his mother's hand. He. Snap. Everyone understood that Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong had become foolish. Physician Zaya crouched beside a small stool, sighing, "Your Majesty, Empress. I have said before that, even with all my strength, I could only save the Crown Prince's life. But the flattening of his occipital bone will inevitably impact his intellect." Empress Qiu cried out in desperation, "Is there truly no way?" "Physician, my son is the Crown Prince. He is the future monarch. How can he be a fool? Please, I beg you." Zaya fell to the ground. "Your Majesty, I have been trying my utmost. But His Highness's occipital bone is deformed. If it is truly unmanageable, perhaps we should ask a master how to bring joy to the War King. And find a wife for the Crown Prince. Everyone had heard of bringing joy to revive life, yet none had heard of bringing joy to restore a fool. Empress Qiu realized the hope was fading, unable to suppress her tears. The third prince, Zhao Tiantong, knelt down, followed by the fourth prince, Zhao Tianwei, the fifth prince, Zhao Tianqi, and Zhao Tianzhong, all kneeling. The four brothers were at a loss for words. Their hearts were in turmoil. If the crown prince had become a fool, surely one among them would inherit the throne. Empress Qiu eyed her four sons warily, her spirit defeated. Your Majesty, let the sons return home. I do not wish for them to disturb the crown princess' rest. I implore you to invite a master into the palace. Emperor Xiaowu closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Very well. The third prince will take his brothers out of the eastern palace. Do not linger here. Conduct yourselves properly. Should I discover that any of you are related to the crown prince's harm, I will not spare you. The third prince, Zhao Tiantong, bowed with his brothers. The fourth prince, Zhao Tianwei, spoke loudly, Father, Mother, we swear we have never harmed our elder brother. The crown prince has always been our brother. He is the firstborn legitimate grandson, destined to be the heir. We would never dream of harming him. The brothers nodded in unison, yet Empress Qiu suddenly erupted, silence. If none of you did this, how could the crown prince be so grievously injured? I am certain one among you harbors ill intentions. I wish to tear open his heart to understand why he would harm his elder brother. Emperor Xiaowu closed his eyes again. Enough, Empress. Speak only with evidence. Let the sons return to reflect on their actions. This matter shall not cease to be investigated by the Empress and me. There is no wall that does not let the wind pass through, nor unwarranted harm. The net of heaven is vast, and nothing escapes it. The third prince, Zhao Tiantong, swiftly exited the eastern palace with his brothers. Standing outside, he sighed, looking at his three younger brothers. Today, I must be frank, our elder brother, the crown prince, has become a fool. The empress speculated that it was us four. As a brother, I believe that regardless of who the perpetrator is, we must never harbor intentions of harm again. The crown prince, who survived this time, has unfortunately become a fool, which truly pains us as brothers. Third brother would rather forfeit his position as heir than witness such fratricidal events again. Fourth prince Xianwang Zhao Tianwei nodded. Third brother, I find this matter rather suspicious. On the day the crown prince met with misfortune, we four brothers had witnesses who can attest that we never left our home. You were drunk in the residence with third sister-in-law attending to you. I spent the night at home playing chess with my wife and two maidservants. And fifth brother was at the Yu family, thoroughly intoxicated. Sixth brother attended to our mother's illness. We all have witnesses to prove we did not leave home to harm the crown prince. How could this blame fall upon us for? Zhao Tianzong sighed. Brothers, as the youngest, I have no words to say. As long as we are clear in our conscience, that is enough. You may deliberate this matter. I must visit our mother and see how her injuries are healing. The brothers watched Zhao Tianzong hurriedly depart, their gazes filled with unease. They understood well that if the crown prince had been rendered a fool without anyone knowing, only sixth brother, the warrior king Zhao Tianzong, possessed the capability to do so. The three brothers were merely acting in front of Zhao Tianzong, not wishing to provoke him into a vengeful fury. Zhao Tianzong, the military king of the Great Jin dynasty, commanded a formidable army of over 100,000, and his decisiveness in battle rivaled that of Emperor Xiaowu, their father. The three brothers, wishing to preserve their lives, could not afford to contend with him for the position of heir. Anyone with keen perception would recognize that the crown prince Zhao Tianchong had been harmed by Zhao Tianzong. Otherwise, how could this have occurred? Upon arriving at Yonghe Palace, Zhao Tianzong found his mother seated in the main hall. The bandage on her forehead had been removed, revealing a noticeable scar. Upon seeing her son, concubine Wen smiled gently. Tianzong, how have you and your brothers been tending to the crown prince these past days? In truth, concubine Wen wished to inquire whether the crown prince had perished, but seeing her son was not in mourning attire reassured her that the crown prince had survived. Although he had awakened, he had become a fool, only able to laugh foolishly. The emperor and empress were enraged, having expelled us brothers from their presence, vowing not to spare anyone found to have harmed the crown prince. Concubine Wen glanced around nervously, leaning closer to her son. Tianzong, have you left any traces of your involvement in this matter? Zhao Tianzong nearly choked on his mother's question, coughing. Mother, what do you mean? Observing her son's reaction, Concubine Wen seemed to grasp the implication. Her son would not deceive her, and his demeanor suggested that the crown prince's misfortune had nothing to do with him. Concubine Wen forced a smile. Tianzong, I merely thought you might have taken action. Zhao Tianzong glanced around. Mother, do not speak such words recklessly. I did not commit such an act. The crown prince is, after all, my brother. Even if we have differing political views or conflicts of interest, I would not take such a perilous risk unless he had harmed Qingqing and you. Concubine Wen understood now. Who could have done this? Was it a bid for power or an act of vengeance? This matter has nothing to do with us, and we need not worry excessively. The emperor and empress are diligently pursuing the true culprit. Those with a clear conscience need not fear the knock of the devil. Knowing you are safe, I shall take my leave of the palace. Watching her son depart in haste, Concubine Wen realized he could not let go of Lu Qingqing.
Now,
in a moment of calm, she began to feel that her sister-in-law was somewhat amiss. She quickly sought out second brother Wen Yutong, inquiring why his wife had caused a scene at the Plum Blossom Appreciation event. Wen Yutong spoke frankly, revealing that the Wang family had summoned her back to their home a few days prior. Upon returning, she had been vocal about her daughter deserving to be the princess. Her son's words made sense. It was evident that the Wang family had returned to their maternal home under provocation. When Yutong mentioned that a lady's son was a cousin of the Wang family and also a distant relative of the crown prince's concubine, frequently visiting their home. Concubine Wen understood all too well. This incident was orchestrated by Lady Sun of the Eastern Palace. But what could be her motive? Meanwhile, Zhao Tianzong exited the imperial palace and promptly headed to Lu family village outside the city. Upon arriving, he was taken aback to find the village reduced to ashes. He had deployed 6 men for security in the village, yet they were nowhere to be found. Neither corpses nor survivors. Where had they vanished to?
Tan Yi, Tan Er.
Investigate this matter for me. The others were equally bewildered. Lord, we had 6 men stationed at Lu family village. How could it have been burned to this extent? While you were in the palace, we received no word of the village being destroyed. Jean Eyre stepped forward. My lord, we learned that when you and the princess left the palace, there was a dispute between the Chancellor and Lady Lu. The Chancellor had adamantly declared that they would never return to the Chancellor's residence and sever ties with Lady Lu and her daughter. Zhao Tianzong's eyes flashed with fury. The Chancellor is too arrogant. Even if my mother-in-law and wife have divorced, how dare they burn Lu family village and seize the princess's dowry? If that old fool does not surrender Qingqing and my mother-in-law today, I shall destroy him. Before nightfall, Zhao Tianzong returned to the capital and headed straight for the Chancellor's residence. Upon arrival, the household servants reported his presence, but before a response could be given, Zhao Tianzong barged into the residence. Chancellor Lu Mosey was at home, discussing the Crown Prince's potential recovery with his son and daughter-in-law, as Master Tong Tian had entered the palace. Lu Mingxuan and his wife were also discussing their visit to the warrior king's residence to retrieve Lu Qingqing's dowry, which the Wang family had refused to return. Lu Mosey frowned, suggesting they go find Lu Qingqing to collect it, as it was promised to him. Suddenly, they heard Zhao Tianzong's voice, cold and commanding. Chancellor, I have come to ask you, where are my wife and her mother? Lu Mosey replied, My lord, we are unaware of their whereabouts. The old man insisted that his granddaughter had divorced Zhao Tianzong by imperial decree and had severed ties with their family from the outset. Who set fire to Lu family village? Chancellor, do not feign ignorance. Zhao Tianzong's voice rose. You married Qingqing to me. She is my wife. Even if divorced, she remains my wife. This is intolerable. How dare you burn down Lu family village, which is my personal property? I will not pursue other matters. I only seek to know where they are. Lu Mingxuan stepped forward. My lord, we truly have not seen Lu Mingmei and her mother. They left the city after the divorce, taking the Wang family's carriage. Nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of their departure? I demand to know why you set fire to Lu family village. Where have you taken them? Did you harm them? Lu Mosey retorted. This is a baseless accusation. We never even saw Lu Mingmei and her mother. Since the divorce, we have not encountered them. At the palace gate, Lu Mingmei and Lu Qingqing severed ties, stating they would give their dowry to the Chancellor's residence as compensation for all these years. My son and daughter-in-law visited the Wang family twice, but they refused to return the dowry. Now, I must ask you, my lord, since they have divorced, the dowry belongs to Lu Qingqing as per the emperor's decree. Lu Qingqing transferred her dowry to the Xiang residence, but why did the prince refuse to return it? Zhao Tianzong, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "You claim Qingqing gave you her dowry, but where is the evidence? Where has she gone?" Chen quickly produced a list from her bosom, saying, "Your Highness, this dowry list is from before Lu Qingqing's marriage. Another copy has been sent to the palace, managed by the noble consort. Surely, Your Highness can trust this now?" Zhao Tianzong, filled with fury, kicked Lu Mingxuan, causing a loud thud. "How audacious! My princess married into my household, yet her dowry is held by your family. Now you wish to reclaim it while detaining her?" Lu Moci, witnessing his son being assaulted, grew anxious. "Your Highness, are you here to seek retribution? Perhaps coveting the dowry? Are you forcing me to appeal to the palace?" Zhao Tianzong, with a sardonic smile, retorted, "If you dare, do so. I shall also seek an audience with His Majesty. Let us go." Turning to Zhang Yi, he instructed, "Keep a close watch on the chamber where the princess's dowry is stored. I must uncover why the Xiang family has detained her and continues to withhold her dowry." Zhang Yi hesitated, "But my lord, I heard from Butler Fu that the keys to the dowry have always been with old Madame Chu. The princess has never even touched the keys, and none of us from the Wang residence have seen the dowry." Gritting his teeth, Zhao Tianzong declared, "Then we must apprehend old Madame Chu. She must not perish. Bring her to the palace. I will ascertain the truth." Chen, holding her husband on the ground, felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Chancellor Lu Moci was dragged by Zhao Tianzong, along with his son and daughter-in-law, to the palace to present their grievances. Coincidentally, Master Tong Tian was also present in the palace that evening. He was the national teacher of the Great Jin dynasty, usually practicing in the royal temple and occasionally wandering the world. That evening, Emperor Xiaowu summoned him to the palace. The ethereal old sage glanced at the carefree Prince Zhao Tianchong, who lay there, grinning foolishly. "Master Qiu, could you examine the prince, and perhaps find someone to bring him some joy? Would that help?" Master Tong Tian shook his head. "Those who follow the path of righteousness are aided, while those who stray are forsaken. Only when karmic debts accumulate do such consequences arise. Even seeking joy in this manner may prove futile." Emperor Xiaowu was taken aback as the empress collapsed, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. "Is the implication that the great Jin shall change its heir?" The old sage stroked his beard. "When a ruler loses virtue, a change in heir is inevitable. Perhaps divine retribution may follow. Alas, Your Majesty, let all unfold naturally. Rulers have always depended on their fortune." Emperor Xiaowu personally escorted Master Tong Tian out. Before he could settle in his study, word reached him that Chancellor Lu Moci, accompanied by his son and daughter-in-law, had come to lodge a complaint. Even his own sixth son arrived, brimming with indignation. Observing the tension between the two families, he felt overwhelmed. What was happening? Just as one crisis subsided, another loomed. Furrowing his brow, Emperor Xiaowu listened to both sides. "Chancellor, please explain why the dowry of the princess, now in the Wang residence, is under your family's control? Furthermore, now that the Lu family has divorced, how can you claim that she has given her imperial dowry to you? Is there any written proof? If not, Lu must come to discuss this with me directly. The dowry will rightfully belong to you, but if Lu seeks it from the Wang residence later, how shall I explain?" Lu Moci implored, "Your Majesty, I beseech you to demand the Xiang residence return Lu and her daughter." He accused them of burning down Lu's estate and hiding Qingqing and her mother, fearing they had harmed them. Lu Moci adamantly denied any wrongdoing. "I did not burn down Lu's estate, nor do I know their whereabouts. After we severed ties at the palace gates, we have not met since." Lady Gui, listening anxiously from outside, could not help but interject, "Chancellor, your statements are contradictory. If Lu and her daughter have severed ties with you, how could they have given you their dowry?" Chapter 56. Qingqing, how long has it been since you last had your time? Later, Emperor Xiaowu grew furious, ordering the Xiang residents to find Lu Qingqing within 3 days, or else the dowry would fall under the management of the imperial household, as it was intended as compensation for the Lu family. That night, Zhao Tianzong returned to his empty chambers in the Wang residence, lying on the large bed, still able to catch a faint whiff of his wife's fragrance. "Qingqing, where are you? I truly cannot live without you. Why must you be so temperamental?" Gripping his aching heart, tears welled in his eyes as memories of their first meeting flooded back. She had declared herself his wife, bringing him to life. The way she savored her meals was enchanting, and how delightful it was to hold her small form as she slept. Their intimate moments lingered in his mind, and he wished to give her everything. Hundreds of miles away, at an inn, Lu Mingmei and her daughter had just bathed and nestled together in bed, the mother instinctively holding her child close. Qingqing, you must eat more. You've grown thin lately. Are you still thinking of the prince? Do not be disheartened. Once the crown prince is gone, perhaps the prince will ascend to the throne, and then we can— Lu Qingqing closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mother, I am simply fatigued. Today is the 18th of the 12th month. In a few days, when we reach the town, let us rest for the new year before continuing south. I feel exhausted and need a few days to recuperate. Lu Mingmei's heart ached. Qingqing, are you perhaps expecting? Expecting? Lu Qingqing responded, I should have by now. Today is the 18th. How can I be late? Just as Lu Mingmei was about to say more, her daughter unexpectedly fell asleep. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. However, it could also be that her daughter, having experienced divorce and flight, was simply exhausted, causing her cycle to be disrupted. Perhaps she was worrying unnecessarily. Sleep was what they both needed. In stark contrast to the peaceful slumber of the Lu mother and daughter, Zhao Tianzong spent the night wide awake, staring at the ceiling. The following morning, during court, his dazed expression revealed that he was still lost in thought about his beloved wife, oblivious to the shifting tides of court politics. After the court session, many officials attempted to engage Zhao Tianzong in conversation, but he hastily exited, leaving them puzzled. What was happening? The crown prince appeared foolish. And this one was not consolidating support among the scholars and warriors. Was he indifferent to becoming the heir? The other three princes, having departed from court, left with their tails between their legs. The officials were bewildered. Was the crown prince's throne now a hot potato? 3 days later, Zhao Tianzong took the initiative in court. Your Majesty, today marks the end of the 3-day deadline given to the Xiong residents to present Lu and her daughter and clarify the ownership of the dowry. I implore you to have Chancellor Lu speak clearly here in court. In the past 3 days, I have investigated the whereabouts of Qingqing and her mother at Lu's estate, which has been burned down, with both women now missing. I suspect foul play by the Xiong residents, as the Lu family harbors no enemies, only long-standing grievances with them. If not the Xiong residents, who else could have committed such an act? Furthermore, 6 guards from Lu's estate are also unaccounted for. I suspect the Xiong residence is behind this. Emperor Xiao frowned as he regarded Chancellor Lu Moci. Chancellor, the Wang prince is accusing you of conspiring to harm Lu and her daughter while embezzling the substantial dowry. What do you have to say in your defense? The elder fell to his knees, pleading, I swear I did not. I beseech your majesty to see the truth. In the past 3 days, I have interrogated everyone in my household, and no one has seen Lu and her daughter, let alone set fire to Lu's estate. The dowry was promised at the palace gates, intended as compensation for the Xiong residents' years of nurturing. Zhao Tianzong, unwavering, countered, Chancellor, you lie. Since my marriage to the princess, her dowry remains under the control of the Xiong residents, does it not? Your Majesty, when Qingqing sought to bring joy, the imperial household sent gifts to the Xiong residents, which form the bulk of her dowry. I suspect there is more to this than meets the eye. Amidst the crowd's analysis, the truth became evident. Lu Moci found himself at a loss for words. It was not His Majesty who could simply visit the Wangfu to ascertain whether the dowry of the princess was indeed hidden within the confines of his family. Zhao Tianzong was correct. As the son, I shall summon the officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to request the list of Qingqing's dowry for my mother. Together, we shall investigate the dowry for any discrepancies and discern why the Xiongfu is so eager to reclaim it. Emperor Xiao Wu nodded. This matter would be addressed by the 3 princes along with the officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, who would personally visit the Zhan Wangfu to inspect the dowry for any missing items. If anything were amiss, it would likely pertain to this affair.
Liu Mochi countered.
Your Majesty, the dowry has resided in the Wangfu for an extended period. If there were indeed any deficiencies, how could it be implicated in my family's affairs? Chancellor Chen, it is well known that after the marriage of my brother and sister-in-law, the dowry was retained by the Xiongfu. Thus, if any items are missing, how could they not be linked to the Xiongfu? Emperor Xiao Wu remarked, let us first ascertain if there are any missing items from the Wangfu's dowry. Presently, the whereabouts of Lu and her daughter remain unknown. Yet the dowry of Lu is something I have personally promised to bestow upon her as compensation for her role in bringing joy to the Zhanwang. Should Lu return only to find her dowry vanished, would I not be deemed an ungrateful ruler? The Wang of Shun echoed the emperor's sentiment, asserting that our royal family cannot forget the kindness bestowed upon us, especially given that Lu's actions indeed revived the Zhanwang. The emperor's words have been spoken. The dowry is to be preserved until Lu and her daughter return to claim it. Following the decree set forth in the Golden Wan Hall, the assembly swiftly set about their tasks. Emperor Xiao Wu first visited the East Palace upon returning to the harem, observing that his foolish son showed no signs of improvement, but rather appeared increasingly daft. It was troubling. The emperor then proceeded to Yonghe Palace to visit his beloved concubine, discussing the preparations for the upcoming New Year celebrations. The emperor recounted the events of the plum blossom viewing, and the couple now understood that this was a scheme orchestrated by someone. Else the separation of the couple would not have occurred. It appears that the Xiongfu is indeed implicated in this affair. Just then, De Mingzi rushed in, flustered and panicked. Your Highness, it is dire. Our Zhanwang is intent on taking the life of the Chancellor's family. The three princes could not restrain him. Prince Chen urged Your Highness and the Empress to intervene, lest lives be lost. Emperor Xiao Wu glared at Long Yi, instructing him to ascertain the situation and reminding the sixth not to act impulsively, for he would take charge of the matter. Long Yi complied, and within half an hour, sent word back that today, the three princes, along with officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Chancellor's family, had visited the Zhanwangfu. The woman surnamed Chu personally led the group to the side chamber, where the eldest daughter-in-law of the Xiongfu, Chen, produced the key to the room where the dowry was stored. However, upon opening the door, they discovered no gold or jewels inside, only a few boxes of tattered clothing. Yet, the Xiongfu's representatives, in a display of audacity, claimed that the dowry had indeed been brought over. But the storeroom had always been locked and guarded by the Chu woman, with the key in Chen's possession. Now that the valuables had vanished, the Xiongfu refused to acknowledge their attention or any covert actions regarding the dowry. In a fit of rage, the Zhanwang struck the Chancellor's family, declaring that if the dowry was not produced, they would pay with their lives. Emperor Xiao Wu slammed his palm upon the table, exclaiming, "How outrageous! What does Lu Moci intend to do?" His attempts to obscure the truth have been unmasked by the sixth. Is he still obstinate? Concubine when covered her mouth in disbelief. Had their family truly fallen to such desperation? Though the dowry was intended for Tianzong's joy, they had also provided a substantial bride price, amounting to 4,000 taels of gold and over 25,000 taels of silver. Additionally, there were various pieces of jewelry and jade, all in accordance with the bride price designated for the official princess. Why then does the Xiongfu covet these gifts? No wonder Lu Mingmei and her daughter harbored such resentment. It was clear the Xiongfu had overstepped their bounds. Lu Qingqing was unaware that she had inadvertently set a trap, causing chaos throughout the capital. Chapter 57. You are not Qingqing, get out. Bring in cold water. The commotion surrounding the dowry of the former Zhanwang Fei, Lu Qingqing, had become widely known. The dowry had either been stolen by the Xiongfu or retained from the outset, resulting in its disappearance. The Xiongfu's deceptive behaviors were not a novelty. They had previously sent the widow's daughter to bring joy, clearly with ulterior motives, and now the dowry had vanished, igniting Zhanwang Zhao Tianzong's fury, nearly resulting in violence against the Xiongfu. Emperor Xiao Wu was equally incensed, ordering the Chancellor's family to return the dowry of the Zhanwang Fei. With the imperial decree issued, the matter was definitively settled, humiliating Lu Moci in the process. That very night, Chancellor Lu Moci fell ill from distress, and Chen was beaten by Lu Mingsun, demanding she reveal Lu Qingqing's dowry. Even if Chen were to perish, she could not disclose its whereabouts. In desperation, Chancellor Lu Moci commanded the withdrawal of funds from the family treasury to cover the shortfall indicated on the dowry list. The following morning, upon returning from court, Zhanwang Zhao Tianzong learned that the Xiongfu was gradually bringing forth the dowry. Although the jewels did not match, they were compensated with silver. He personally oversaw the process until evening, meticulously ensuring everything was accounted for, further inciting Lu Moci's ire. That day, Zhao Tianzong sat at home, receiving reports from the four parties dispatched to find news of the Wang Fei and her mother. However, no information was forthcoming. As night fell, Zhao Tianzong finally organized Lu Qingqing's dowry, sealing it and entrusting it to the officials of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Watching her dowry depart, He felt an emptiness within his heart. Though the matter of the Zhan Wangfei's dowry was resolved, there was still no sign of her or her mother. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Zhao Tianzong vowed to search diligently, even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. The next day, as he began his investigation into the Wen family, he suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed, exhausted from many sleepless nights. Your Highness, this is terrible. The Wangfu wasted no time and quickly dispatched a message to the palace. The renowned physician, Xian Yaozi, arrived and declared there was no grave concern. He merely needed rest. After a night and day of sleep, Zhao Tianzong was aided by a gentle young woman who fed him some bird's nest porridge. Cousin,
What has happened to you?
why do you torment yourself so? As Zhao Tianzong gradually regained consciousness, his mind felt foggy, yet he sensed the woman's tender care. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld his Qingqing. Qingqing, you've returned? Forgive me, I cannot bear to be without you. Zhao Tianzong enveloped his Qingqing in a tight embrace, gradually feeling a warmth within him, instinctively yearning to kiss her lips. However, as he leaned closer, a peculiar scent enveloped him. Shaking his head to clear his vision, he realized it was his cousin. You are not Qingqing. Get out. Bring in cold water. Zhao Tianzong abruptly pushed his cousin Wenwan away.
Ah!
Cousin! The young girl shrieked as he forcefully shoved her to the ground. At that moment, she disregarded everything, scrambling to tear her dress. Cousin, take me. I am willing to be your concubine. Witnessing her tear her dress, revealing her undergarments, Zhao Tianzong trembled, shouting, Get out! You are not Qingqing. Get away from me.
Zanyi, San Er.
Have you both perished? Come in and bind her. She dared to drug me. She must be punished. Zhan Yi and Zhan Er rushed in, heads bowed, dragging the half-clothed one out as they fled. Zhao Tianzong's rage ignited, feeling as though he were ablaze, his eyes bloodshot and breathing ragged. He felt as though he would explode if he did not engage with the woman. How absurd. Bring in cold water. I have been drugged.
Control Wen Huan.
As the tumultuous events unfolded, Zhan Yi was immediately incensed upon dragging the person outside the room. Miss Biao, the esteemed concubine has arranged for you to come here to assist in caring for the Prince of War. How dare you poison the prince? Zhan Er called for cold water. Uncle Fu, the prince requires cold water. Miss Biao, even if the gods themselves were to intervene, they could not save you now. Wenwan, overwhelmed with grief, pleaded, Please let me in. My cousin loves me. Zhan Yi swiftly removed his robe and enveloped her within it, ordering a maid to secure her. Wait for the prince's judgment. That night, Zhao Tianzong submerged himself in cold water, his eyes closed, consumed with thoughts of Qingqing, vowing to protect her, for he could never betray her love. The following morning, he was unable to rise, his body burning with fever. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade as he called out, Qingqing, come back. The steward, De Fu, along with a few guards, were so frightened that they rushed to report the situation to the palace. Soon, news of Zhao Tianzong's high fever reached the court. Early that morning, Emperor Xiaowu, upon emerging from Yonghe Palace, was preparing for court when he received word that his youngest son was suffering from a high fever and had lost consciousness. Both Emperor Xiaowu and concubine Wen were startled. What has happened to the Prince of War? Da Mingzi shook his head. Your Majesty, this old servant truly does not know. Only that Zhan San has sent word requesting your approval for an esteemed physician to attend to the prince. Concubine Wen glanced anxiously at her husband. Emperor Xiaowu furrowed his brow. Send someone to the East Palace to summon the physician to the prince's residence.
Concubine.
Prepare yourself and go to the prince's quarters to see what has transpired. Alas, one son has already been rendered senseless. If this one falls victim to fever as well, how shall I endure? With tears in her eyes, concubine Wen turned to change her attire. Half an hour later, the esteemed physician, Zaya hurried into the residence of the Prince of War. Oh, what a delightful fragrance permeates this palace. What exquisite herbs are cultivated here. Zhan Lu, in a rush, tugged at the old man's sleeve. Esteemed physician, spare your musings and attend to the prince immediately. We can ponder the delicacies later. The old man followed Zhan Lu directly to the inner chamber, where he found Zhao Tianzong lying down, a cold cloth on his forehead, while Zhan Yi and Zhan Er diligently replaced the cloth. The physician approached and took Zhao Tianzong's pulse. Alas, an invasion of external evils and excessive internal fire have caused this persistent fever. The physician administered a concoction and prepared to adjust the chaotic flow of his energy with a few needles, predicting that he would soon recover. Sitting there, he swiftly penned a prescription, and Jean-E dashed off to procure the necessary ingredients. Outside the chamber, he collided with Demingzi, sending the steward sprawling to the ground. Oh, dear. My bones may shatter from such a fall. Jean-E, do you wish to take flight? Flushed and flustered, Jean-E rushed to help Demingzi up. I apologize, esteemed steward. The physician has provided a prescription, and I must hurry to fetch the medicine. Fetch the medicine? Why drag me into this? Hurry along. Demingzi urged, if you delay, the prince's condition may worsen, and the concubine will have your head.
Fear not, concubine.
The physician's prescription is ready.
Zanye climate.
Sprinting away until he vanished from sight, Concubine Wen hurriedly entered her son's chamber, accompanied by Li Mama. Upon entering, she saw Zayayozi administering acupuncture to her son, who lay bare from the waist up, needles arrayed along his back. As a mother, she could scarcely bear to witness such a scene, her heart aching in sympathy. Heavens! What has befallen the Prince of War? Jean-Eyre, tell me, why has my son succumbed to such a fever? Lowering his head, Jean-Eyre hesitantly replied, Your Majesty, yesterday, you sent Miss Biao to care for the prince. It seems she took advantage of his disorientation to administer poison within the bird's nest porridge. Though he recognized her and expelled her, she persisted in her attempts to approach him. The prince, having soaked in cold water throughout the night, refused her proximity. And this morning he erupted in fever, calling out for the princess. How could she dare to poison him? Such a failure is beyond comprehension. I have greatly overestimated that mother-daughter pair. Cast her out from the palace, and ensure she never returns. Jean-Eyre meekly added, furthermore, our people have been searching for the princess and her mother, but reports have come back with no leads. The prince has been unable to eat or sleep. Zayayozi, having finished his acupuncture, remarked, the prince is suffering from lovesickness, a malady that is challenging to treat, one for which no remedy exists. Chapter 58, confirming the Crown Prince's scheme. Concubine Wen sighed, Demingzi, arrange for someone to inform His Majesty. We must find the Liu family. She understood that her niece had caused trouble and felt a deep sense of guilt as she remained by her son's side until afternoon. Only then did Zhao Tianzong's fever finally subside, and he gradually awakened. Upon seeing his mother with swollen eyes and his father enter the room, he sighed with relief. His voice hoarse, Father, Mother, I am well. Is there any news of Qingqing? Emperor Xiaowu looked at his son, and then at Concubine Wen, sighing, Tianzong. Focus on your recovery. I have issued a decree to search for the Liu family, and we should have news soon.
Concubine.
Do not allow the Wen family to approach Tianzong. He is a sentimental young man, already distressed by the absence of his beloved. What purpose do you serve by allowing the Wen girl to intrude? This time, it nearly cost my son his life. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Concubine Wen, her voice hoarse from weeping, replied, I am sorry, Your Majesty. I merely wished for Tianzong's happiness, thinking a companion would be beneficial. I never anticipated that wretched girl would harbor such ill intentions and poison him. Emperor Xiaowu scoffed. The Wen family always seems to complicate matters, falling victim to their own schemes. Their entanglements are increasing, and I can no longer remain indifferent. Tonight, I will personally interrogate that entai from the East Palace,
as well as that Sun Liangdi.
If they do not reveal the truth, they shall face dire consequences. Zhao Tianzong, struggling to sit up, crimson-eyed, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Father. I wish to investigate the Plum Appreciation Festival matter personally. I implore you to grant me this. Concubine Wen, her eyes brimming with tears, asked, Your Majesty, does Tianzong imply that the incident with Wenwan's poisoning is also the work of the East Palace?
Alas.
Your Majesty, I have something to convey. My second brother informed me that my sister-in-law was summoned by her family before the Plum Appreciation Festival, and thereafter, Lady Sun frequently visited the Wen family. My brother stated that Lady Sun is a cousin of Sun Liangdi from the East Palace. I suspect that the discord at the Plum Appreciation Festival, which led to my son being commanded to divorce, may be linked to Sun Liangdi. However, I have refrained from mentioning this due to a lack of evidence.
Now,
with Wenwan daring to poison Tianzong, as a young lady confined to the inner quarters, how could she have procured such vile substances? Without assistance, how could she have executed such a scheme? Emperor Xiaowu scoffed, indeed. To dare extend her hand towards my sick son, I shall sever her hand first. Enough, concubine. Cease your tears. The sixth prince has awakened. Fear not, he shall find his beloved again. We shall investigate this matter thoroughly, and in due time, I will provide her with an explanation. After all, your beloved has brought him back to life. He owes her a debt of gratitude. This time, your command to divorce was not issued in vain. If you wish to restore everything to its former state, you must find a way to do so. Concubine when attempted to voice her thoughts, but upon meeting her husband's gaze, she dared not utter a word. She understood his intent. Speaking would only provoke her son further. It was better to offer him a glimmer of hope, allowing him to recover and reconcile with Lu Qingqing. Zhao Tianzong, feeling somewhat despondent, replied, yes. The character of the Lu matriarch is fierce. After their separation, they seemingly vanished from the world, leaving their son to suspect they have fled to distant lands. Qingqing possesses a fiery temperament. Yet, the mother and daughter have never truly departed from the capital. Where else could they go? The Emperor Xiao nodded, acknowledging that the disappearance of the Lu women could indeed be linked to the Eastern Palace or the Xiang residence, although the latter has now been ruled out. The Eastern Palace remains uncertain, as the Crown Prince's foolishness has left the various factions leaderless. The Emperor remains oblivious to the true situation and resolves to interrogate Antai tonight. The three of them held a secret discussion for a while, after which the Emperor hurriedly left the Wang residence with concubine Wen. In the evening, he sent someone to the Eastern Palace to seek Antai, inquiring about the Crown Prince's condition. Antai, whose eyelids had been twitching for days, arrived in the imperial study with a bandaged head, having been struck by a bowl thrown by the foolish prince. He bowed and greeted, I am Antai from the Eastern Palace. I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the Emperor. Antai, what happened to your head? Is the Crown Prince feeling better? The Emperor inquired. Antai replied, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince was in a foul mood today and struck my head with a bowl during mealtime. Currently, the Crown Princess and Lady Sun cannot visit him, as he seems to dislike their presence. Antai continued, explaining that whenever they attempted to feed the Crown Prince, he would lash out with his remaining good hand. The Emperor, realizing his eldest son is utterly incapacitated, closed his eyes and spoke in a steady voice. Antai, speak truthfully. Who harmed the Crown Prince? If you remain silent, you should be aware that I have my methods to extract the truth from you. Antai fell to his knees, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I truly do not know who harmed our prince. That night was chaotic, and the area around Lu family village was crowded. We had no opportunity to discern anything. With a crash, a teacup shattered before Antai, leaving him momentarily speechless.
Auntie.
Every inch of the area around Lu family village was thoroughly searched by the dragon guards. There was not even a drop of blood to be found.
Now,
I ask you again, what truly transpired? Antai sobbed, Your Majesty, the incident indeed occurred at Lu family village. That night, after the palace banquet, we heard reports of trouble at Lu family village. The prince, knowing it was the home of the Battle King's wife, initially hesitated to intervene. However, a message warned him that he would regret not going. Thus, he took us along, but upon arrival, we were ambushed. A fire broke out at Lu family village, and the prince realized that someone was trying to frame him. He fled with us, but escape proved impossible. In truth, Antai and two shadow guards had already planned their escape route, and their accounts were consistent. They had no choice but to maintain this narrative. The fire at Lu family village was indeed severe, resulting in many casualties, which they conveniently attributed to that location to avoid their own demise. The Emperor, observing Antai's tearful demeanor, recalled that he had previously interrogated the two shadow guards, and their accounts now seemed plausible. After all, the dragon guards had personally investigated the fire at Lu family village, and there were indeed signs of destruction and charred remains. It appeared that the Crown Prince had indeed been at Lu family village, but the reasons behind the incident remained unverified.
Antai.
Return and escort Lady Sun to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, stating that they need to verify some matters regarding her family's tributes, the Emperor ordered.
Antai,
relieved to have escaped danger, replied, Yes, I shall fetch Lady Sun at once. That evening, Lady Sun was taken to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, but thereafter, she seemed to vanish from the Eastern Palace. On the eve of the Little New Year, the Empress Chiu visited the Eastern Palace to celebrate with the Crown Prince's family, only to discover that Lady Sun was missing. Inquiries revealed that no one knew her whereabouts. Antai mentioned that the Ministry of Internal Affairs had investigated the tributes from the Sun family, but after that, there were no further updates on her. The Empress Chiu understood all too well. This was likely the result of the emperor's covert actions. She was unsure of Lady Sun's transgressions, as the emperor rarely resorted to such drastic measures with the women of the palace. Furthermore, Zhao Tianzong had indeed uncovered some hidden truths from Lady Sun, indicating that the couple's separation was orchestrated by the crown prince Zhao Tianqing. Although Lady Sun claimed to be merely a conduit for the crown prince to contact his cousin, the implications were significant. Zhao Tianzong, filled with rage, recounted the events during a family dinner on New Year's Eve. The emperor sighed. If this were indeed the crown prince's doing, then his foolishness was a fitting retribution. No wonder Master Tongtian spoke of the assistance garnered by the virtuous and the isolation faced by the wayward. Concubine, when clenched her fists, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this is truly abominable. I have never played the villain in my life, yet I have been forced into the role of a wicked stepmother." Zhao Tianzong added, "Father, mother, I have dispatched no fewer than 1,000 men to search for Qingqing and my mother-in-law, but they are nowhere to be found. I now suspect that someone from the Eastern Palace is concealing or has harmed them." The Emperor Xiaowu remained skeptical. His Dragon Guard's investigations were thorough, having searched the Eastern Palace 3 times without any evidence suggesting harm had come to the Lu women following the Crown Prince's incident. However, they did uncover that the Crown Prince harbored desires for your wife, and it seemed many within the Eastern Palace were aware of this. Zhao Tianzong, it must be him. I owe Qingqing an apology. Earlier, she confided in me that during the rumors circulating in the palace, the Crown Prince had forcibly taken her hand, attempting to drag her to the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince, foolish and lecherous, dared to lay hands on my brother's wife. Does the Emperor not see how the heavens themselves have turned against him? When do you intend to dethrone the Crown Prince? The Emperor Xiaowu gazed at his younger son with an inscrutable expression, then turned to concubine Wen, whose frown suggested that a single thread could unravel the entire fabric of the situation. This matter must be approached with caution and at the right moment. As the city approached the end of the 12th lunar month, fear gripped the hearts of its inhabitants. The Emperor Xiaowu and the Battle King were relentlessly pursuing the true culprit behind the Crown Prince's incapacitation, as well as the whereabouts of the Battle King's wife and her mother. Every household feared the scrutiny of the investigation. The situation had escalated dramatically. The initial incident involving Lady Wang of the Wen family, who had assaulted the Battle King's mother during a plum blossom banquet, resulted in her disappearance. Rumors suggested she had gone to the countryside and never returned. Moreover, the long-missing Lady Sun from the Ma family, who was related to Lady Sun of the Eastern Palace, also vanished, seemingly linked to the Battle King's wife's disappearance. Several other ladies had similarly gone quiet, leaving the city in a state of paranoia. Even more bizarre was the fact that the Crown Prince Zhao Tianzong had been rendered senseless, yet the emperor had yet to depose him. Aside from the Battle King, the other 3 princes seemed to have taken to avoiding court altogether, some on official business, others feigning illness, and one, the 4th prince, had even taken a widow as a concubine. These 3 princes were blatantly demonstrating their incompetence, foolishness, and lechery. It was clear to all that they sought to protect themselves from the emperor's wrath. The Emperor Xiaowu, possessing a broad and discerning mind, chose to remain passive, allowing Empress Qiu to maneuver through the court's affairs, even though she aspired to rally the 3 illegitimate sons to her side. Unfortunately, these 3 were as unmanageable as mud. One had gone to the northwest on official duties and was unaccounted for, another claimed to be ill and was tended to by a horde of wives, while the last was embroiled in scandals, facing censure from the entire court. Empress Qiu found herself in a state of helplessness, her hair increasingly flecked with gray. Tonight is New Year's Eve, but the palace is devoid of festivity due to the Crown Prince's unfortunate condition. There is no grand banquet for the officials. Instead, Emperor Xiaowu hosts a modest gathering for his wives and sons. The Crown Prince, Zhao Tianqing, is absent, incapacitated, and in a state of confusion, reduced to mindlessly wandering in the East Palace after being fed a few dumplings by Tai. The head of the family, Emperor Xiaowu, furrows his brow at the empty place set for the Crown Prince and sighs. "Dear Empress, it is New Year's Eve, and although we have not organized a palace feast, let us gather as a family for a simple meal," he suggests. Empress Qiu nods appreciatively, raising her cup in gratitude for the emperor's affection towards the Crown Prince. Taken aback by his wife's tearful expression, the emperor gently wipes her tears with a handkerchief. "My dear, some events have transpired that we cannot mend. We must look towards the future, understand?" He reassures her that their other sons are well, and after investigating the incident that harmed the Crown Prince, he is ready to clear several of their suspicions. Though the crown prince has become a fool, he is still our son. As his parents, can we abandon him? Empress Qiu raises her cup and drinks with her husband, both sharing a moment of solace and hope. Following this, Emperor Xiaowu toasts to his concubines and children, imparting words of wisdom to them. The family enjoys a harmonious reunion dinner for New Year's Eve. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianzong, feeling despondent, watches his brothers with their wives and drinks heavily, thinking of his wife, Qingqing. Observing his youngest son's flushed face, the emperor recognizes the boy's distress over his missing spouse. Zhao Tianzong, Zhao Tianwei, after dinner, escort your brother back to the War King's residence and ensure he does not wander off tonight, he commands. Zhao Tianzong, fueled by drink, heads straight for the East Palace, prompting panic in his brothers, who struggle to restrain him from causing a scene. In his intoxicated state, Zhao Tianzong seeks to confront the crown prince, blaming him for their troubles. If not for him, would Qingqing and I be in this predicament? He laments, tears streaming down his face. Zhao Tianwei rolls his eyes, attempting to dissuade his brother from his reckless intentions. Killing him will achieve nothing. The crown prince is already a fool. If you harm him, the empress will turn against you. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Tianzong cries out that losing Qingqing feels like a fate worse than death. The three brothers embrace, sharing their anguish. They are all warriors of the Jin dynasty. Yet fear grips them at the thought of their brother's wrath and the empress's potential retribution. Outside the East Palace, their sorrowful cries echo, revealing the bond of brotherhood that prevails even amidst royal turmoil. In another part of the world, a quaint courtyard in a small county bursts with cheer. After being vacant for some time, the place has been rented by Lu Mingmei and her daughter, Lu Qingqing. They have settled in for several days, with Qingqing planning to stay until after the Lantern Festival. Recently, she has felt unwell, often drowsy, alarming her mother. On this New Year's Eve, they sit together, sharing dumplings that Lu Mingmei lovingly prepared while her daughter slept. Qingqing, please try these dumplings filled with pickled cabbage and pork, especially made for you, her mother urges. As she gazes at her beautiful mother, Qingqing smiles, grateful for her company. However, just as she begins to speak, she is suddenly overtaken by nausea, causing Lu Mingmei to rush to her side, concerned. Are you alright? Could it be? After a moment of discomfort, Qingqing manages to ask, what is wrong with me? Chapter 60, Confirmed Pregnancy, a Blessing for Us. Seeing her daughter vomit, Lu Mingmei's heart races with anxiety. Qingqing, tell me, is your cycle late? Could it mean you are with child? As Qingqing wipes her tears, she begins to comprehend her mother's implications. Could her recent fatigue and aversion to food be signs of pregnancy rather than heartbreak? The realization dawns upon her, and she excitedly embraces her mother. Mother, if I am indeed pregnant, it means we are blessed. We will not just be two, but three, a new life connected to us by blood. With dreams of prosperity and a bright future, Lu Mingmei looks at her daughter with renewed hope. But can we provide for this child? She wonders aloud. Qingqing, filled with enthusiasm, assures her, I have wealth to share. Let me show you. She leads her mother to the inner room, where she reveals a substantial stack of silver notes, a fortune she has kept hidden. This is my dowry turned into silver. I've always promised to take care of you. With excitement and determination, Qingqing declares, together, we will thrive. We shall no longer depend on others. We will create our own destiny. It is often said that wealth can make even the most unyielding spirits bend to one's will. Similarly, wealth can also turn the tables, allowing the grinding stone to push the spirit instead. This timeless truth remains unchanged, with our riches and provisions secured. Who are we to heed the commands of emperors or warlords? If they do not treat us well, we need not concern ourselves with them. Lu Mingmei's mouth gaped in surprise as she observed her daughter's exuberant demeanor. Suddenly, she recalled the silver notes, feeling a rush of reality. Qingqing, it seems you've grown up carrying the weight of your mother. Mother, if my monthly cycle has not come by the 15th or 16th, it has been nearly 40 days since the new year. Once the festivities are over, let us visit a physician for a confirmation. I am quite worried about you. Yes. Mother, you are right. We must seek confirmation. If I truly am with child, how wonderful that would be. The reason we feel so lost is that we have only each other to rely on. If we were to welcome a little one, wouldn't that give us both a sense of purpose? Is it not true that your perseverance through widowhood is for me? If you feel I am unhappy, it implies that you have failed in nurturing me, so let us nurture another little one together. Lu Mingmei was taken aback, realizing her daughter's words bore some truth. Qingqing was genuinely thrilled. Mother, I felt a wave of nausea earlier. Let us return home and have dumplings. I must eat well. Or how will my baby receive the necessary nourishment? A smile broke across Lu Mingmei's face as she witnessed the sparkle in her daughter's eyes, knowing that Qingqing had found joy once more for the sake of her child. On New Year's Eve, though the night was frigid, warmth and harmony enveloped countless households celebrating reunion. In the later hours, the mother and daughter nestled closely together on the heated kong. Lu Qingqing, having drunk from the spiritual spring water, unconsciously placed her hand on her abdomen, feeling the essence nourishing every part of her body. With a smile, she drifted into slumber, while her mother gently rested her warm hand upon Qingqing's belly. Lu Mingmei gazed at the ceiling, pondering, if you had not perished, would you recognize us one day, seeing me and my daughter with your granddaughter? The following day ushered in the first of the new year. Upon waking, Lu Qingqing first drank a cup of the spiritual spring water. Noticing her mother still sound asleep, she hurriedly dressed and descended. She prepared some spring water and instructed the maids to cook dumplings and make vegetable and lean meat congee, for she was craving meat. Realizing it was time to take charge of her life, she resolved not to wallow in despair any longer. There was no point in lingering on the past. The man had chosen to side with his mother, drawing a line between them. In this era, men are often overly filial. He was right in honoring his mother. After all, thus, parting ways seemed sensible. Better to separate amicably than to inflict mutual harm until nothing remains. Yet now with a child, she would teach her offspring not to be blindly filial. The distinction between love and indifference is indeed complex, but one must discern right from wrong. Sensing the aroma of dumplings, Lu Mingmei opened her eyes to see her daughter dressed in a stunning red gown, so beautiful it was blinding. Happy New Year, Mother! I have prepared a new outfit for you for the festivities. Come, let us eat dumplings. Lu Mingmei could not contain her smile, as both mother and daughter looked resplendent that morning. After breakfast, the maids and coachmen entered the main hall to pay their respects for the new year. Lu Mingmei and her daughter each rewarded them with 2 taels of silver, bringing them immense joy. In this age, 2 taels of silver is a staggering sum for the servants. Rest assured and follow us, dear ones. Once we settle in the south, a brighter life awaits us. Lu Mingmei assured them kindly. The coachmen and servants expressed their gratitude, bowing deeply. With newfound caution due to her pregnancy, Lu Qingqing brought forth a jar of candies, offering each person a piece of rainbow candy, which they eagerly accepted, savoring the sweetness. Once they finished, she gleefully declared, having consumed my gift, you are now bound to be eternally loyal to me and my mother, understood? The crowd responded in unison. This is no poison. Merely a charm that will corrode your hearts or burn your insides should you ever harbor treachery. But if you remain devoted and virtuous, you shall be unharmed. The palace guards consume this loyalty elixir, which is why you have never heard of their betrayal. Nervously, Lu Mingmei interjected, Qingqing that. With a serious expression, Lu Qingqing replied, Mother, we are both women. Should these servants ever betray us, what would become of us? Thus, the loyalty elixir must remain in use to ensure their servants felt secure in their allegiance. With ample wealth, they need not fear oppression any longer. The 6 servants knelt, repeatedly bowing their heads, pledging, rest assured, we shall remain loyal for a lifetime. Lu Qingqing understood that in this era, people harbored deep-seated fears and respect for the powerful. Hence, she cleverly deceived them with the notion of the loyalty elixir, a beautiful lie indeed. Before they knew it, the 3rd of the new year had passed. On the 4th, Uncle Li, the coachman, ventured into town and reported that the apothecary had opened. By mid-morning, he took Lu Mingmei and her daughter to the only medical establishment in the city. Disguised as common folk, Lu Mingmei led her daughter into the clinic, where a young physician with a goat-like beard sat reading. Happy New Year, Doctor. My daughter-in-law has been feeling nauseous. I suspect she may be with child. Please, could you examine her? On this festive occasion, should you confirm her pregnancy, it would surely bring you joy throughout the year. The physician chuckled. Happy New Year to you both. Your auspicious words are quite clever. Please bring your daughter-in-law forward. Observing the modestly dressed woman and her ordinary-looking daughter, the physician was surprised when she extended her hand, revealing an exceptionally delicate and fair complexion. Lu Mingmei, noticing the physician's gaze, quickly explained, My daughter-in-law does not engage in labor. She is an embroiderer, and her hands require careful maintenance. The physician understood. In this age, skilled embroiderers took great care of their hands, for a single blemish could ruin valuable fabrics. Furrowing his brow, the physician examined Lu Qingqing's pulse, and suddenly, he raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Congratulations, madam. Your daughter-in-law has a clear sign of pregnancy." Lu Qingqing could hardly contain her delight, producing 5 taels of silver from her bosom and placing it on the table with a thud. "Thank you, doctor. Here is your fee." The physician was taken aback by her generosity, his expression caught between astonishment and uncertainty. "Madam, your daughter-in-law is in excellent health. No need for prenatal medication. Just ensure she rests well and consults regularly for checkups." Lu Qingqing laughed heartily. "What a splendid start to the new year. Please hold on to these 5 taels. My mother has already spoken. On the very first day of the new year, you have bestowed me with joy, and this year is destined to be filled with happiness. Mother, let us depart and procure some food. I have a craving for meat." The goat-bearded physician quickly expressed his gratitude to the young lady, reassuring her of good health and a safe delivery for both mother and child. Lu Mingmei smiled as she held her daughter's hand. "Excellent. As long as Qingqing is happy, let us return home." The mother and daughter exited the medical hall in high spirits and took a carriage directly to the market. On the 4th day of the new year, the market was not bustling with vendors, but the wine houses and restaurants were open. Lu Qingqing exchanged glances with Lu Mingmei. "Mother, shall we dine out? With such joyous news, why not indulge in a fine meal? Indeed, let us go out to eat." The two entered a restaurant that, while modest in size with 2 stories, was still quite popular. The second floor, though having only 4 tables, was already bustling with patrons. They settled at a window-side table, the winter chill kept at bay by the well-sealed windows and a roaring fire. As their 4 dishes arrived, Lu Qingqing urged her mother to eat. "Please, mother, enjoy your meal." Lu Mingmei felt a wave of happiness. With so many silver notes in her daughter's possession, there was a sense of security for their future. If they managed their finances prudently, they could ensure a comfortable life for themselves and even for future generations. "Let us eat. You may feast on whatever your heart desires." The two savored their meal slowly, contemplating purchasing roasted chicken and goose for their journey home, planning to satisfy their appetites along the way. Lu Qingqing now had a newfound love for meat, which she deemed fortunate. "Mother, I heard that craving meat during pregnancy often leads to having a son. If you bear me a grandson, he could inherit our family business and establish his own household without needing to marry out." A pang of bittersweet emotion washed over Lu Qingqing as she imagined her mother's heartbreak when she herself married into the Wang family. They had always relied on each other. The thought of her daughter marrying away would have been a heavy burden for her mother to bear. "Mother, have you ever considered what would happen if both the grandson and granddaughter came along?" Lu Mingmei paused, then chuckled. "If that happens, I may not sleep a wink. I would be busy caring for your children day and night, sacrificing my rest for their happiness." As they shared their meal, Lu Qingqing noticed a new table of guests arriving on the second floor, drawing her attention. 4 men, evidently officials, took their seats, one of whom, a burly man with a beard, appeared to be the leader, addressed as Captain Luo by the waiter. "Captain Luo, what dishes will you be ordering? The usual fare?" The captain nodded, and as the waiter hurried off, the captain remarked, "What a troublesome affair this is. It's a pity for those 10 young lads. If no buyers come forward, they'll be sent to the quarry, where 9 out of 10 perish." Another officer interjected, lamenting their predicament. They lost the cargo entrusted to them. Now the employer is suing the escort company for compensation. Without funds to repay, they'll have to pawn the business. And the escorts have no choice but to sell themselves. Lu Qingqing's heart sank as she listened, her mother oblivious to the conversation as she continued to feed her daughter. "Mother, shall we consider hiring some servants?" Lu Mingmei responded, "Indeed, my dear. If we could procure a couple of these escorts, and with some loyalty pills, they could serve us well." Though Lu Mingmei did not fully understand, she recognized the wisdom in acquiring help, though she feared the unknown. After all, not everyone could be trusted. As Lu Qingqing continued to eat, her stomach full, she declared, "Mother, I can't eat anymore. I will inquire about those men." "Very well. Be cautious. Mother, remain here and enjoy your meal. I shall ask if we can have those men as our protectors. Once we have children, we will need someone to safeguard them." Lu Mingmei, considering her daughter's words, was suddenly struck by the realization. "You're right. We are both quite lovely. What if our granddaughter is as well? Who would protect her?" "Exactly. I will ask, and if suitable, we shall purchase them. After all, once our child arrives, we'll need guardians to ensure their safety. Lu Qingqing, amused, thought her mother's concerns somewhat exaggerated. A modestly dressed woman approached Captain Luo, engaging him in conversation. The men regarded her with indifference, revealing that there were indeed a dozen escorts. On the 6th day, the escort company planned to send those youths to be pawned. Failure to recover the owed funds would result in their being sent to the quarry, where a healthy man commanded 30 taels. Lu Qingqing expressed her gratitude to Captain Luo. You are truly a good man. Thank you. If we purchase these servants, will the government assist us in processing their contracts? Captain Luo assured her, yes. The government will handle it for a fee of 30 coins for each contract. Having gathered the necessary information, Lu Qingqing and her mother packed their leftovers and descended the stairs, carrying 2 large bags to their carriage. Once home, they closed the door and began devising a plan. Lu Qingqing intended to visit the escort company on the 5th day to buy the young men at a premium. After securing them, they would prepare for travel and set off southward shortly thereafter. As Lu Qingqing envisioned their journey and the details to consider, she became lost in thought. Lu Mingmei, observing her daughter's distant gaze, sighed, Qingqing, I suddenly recalled something. If the prince becomes the crown prince and you bear a son, would you return to the palace? That child may one day sit upon a dragon throne, and not returning might lead to lifelong regret. Lu Qingqing snapped back to reality, reflecting on her mother's words before smiling gently. He was but a fleeting dream. Now that I am awake, I see things clearly. Chapter 62. With so many men, if one does not suffice, another shall do. Lu Mingmei sighed at her daughter's response. Very well. If you do not wish to entertain such thoughts, I shall abide by your wishes. After all, in this lifetime, I have only you, and I will follow your lead. When your child is born, we shall shower them with love, ensuring they never feel a lack of affection, just as I did for you. Indeed, together, we shall nurture them into the happiest child, instilling wisdom and virtue. On the 5th day of the new year, mother and daughter set out in their carriage and soon located the escort company. The sign outside Qingqing Escort Company had been removed, rumored to be in debt for 700 taels and awaiting the 10th day to vacate the premises. Inside, a few despondent young men sat beneath the eaves, their expressions forlorn, dressed plainly and seemingly devoid of any nefarious intent. Today, Lu Qingqing and her mother transformed into an unremarkable duo again. Upon entering the escort agency, they inquired about the sale of escort guards from your household, correct? One of the escorts, upon noticing the mother and daughter, appeared momentarily stunned before quickly approaching them, exclaiming, Esteemed guests, I am Dongzi from Qingqing Escort Agency, and we indeed sell escort guards. Lu Qingqing wasted no time. Please summon your master. I have matters to discuss with him. The young man replied promptly, Of course. Lu Qingqing directly proposed purchasing escort guards to serve as house servants and inquired about the price. She informed them of her family's ancestral estate in Jiangnan, where they possessed some farmland and needed to acquire household servants for protection, expressing concerns about the safety of purchasing individuals locally. After a round of negotiations, Lu Qingqing agreed to pay the considerable sum of 600 taels for 15 young servants and requested the agency's master to assist in procuring 15 horses. Seizing the moment, both parties eagerly proceeded to the local government office, where they sought the assistance of Captain Luo and Master Han to formalize the contracts for the 15 escort guards. During the contract signing, Lu Qingqing generously offered 1 tael of silver as a token of gratitude to both the master and the captain, who were nearly elated by her generosity. Recognizing Lu Qingqing, Captain Luo beamed and inquired, Madam, what is your esteemed surname? Once these servants are purchased, you alone will decide what names appear on their contracts. Lu Qingqing glanced at her mother, who was astonished by her daughter's lavish tipping, each being 1 tael. Her mother's mind was racing, pondering how much wealth her daughter might possess in the future for her grandchildren. Lu Qingqing held her mother's hand and declared, My husband's surname is Lu, so let us name them Lu Da, Lu Er, all the way to Lu Shiwu. Lu Mingmei, taken aback, weakly protested, Qingqing, when your daughter is born, you must not let me name her. Lu Qingqing reassured her, No worries, mother. You can choose the child's name. Oh, dear. Don't overthink it. Mother, once the contracts are finalized, they will be part of the Lu family. Lu Mingmei nodded, sharing in the joy. Indeed. They are now our own, and will protect both you and my future grandchildren. With the 15 contracts in hand, Lu Qingqing boldly announced outside the county office, "You all know your new names now. Don't you? Those whose names I call, come forth and receive a token of loyalty from me. From this moment on, you are servants of the Lu family." She produced colorful candies and, starting with Lu Da, distributed one to each, who, without hesitation, consumed them, following Lu Da's lead. Those accustomed to escorting knew well the tricks of the trade. It was common for wealthy households to use potions or charms to ensure their servants' loyalty. They understood that as long as they did not end up toiling in a quarry, following their new employer as house servants would ensure their survival. Pleased with their compliance, Lu Qingqing smiled. "Well, Lu Da and Lu Er, you shall be the stewards of the Lu family. One will oversee overall affairs, while the other manages our household security." The loyalty potion merely served to prevent betrayal. Anyone disloyal would meet a dire end, while those who remained faithful would encounter no difficulties. As this concoction was provided to palace guards, Lu Mingmei observed with trepidation as the 15 men knelt before them, sweat pouring down despite the winter chill. Perhaps feeling the effects of the potion already. Soon, the horses were acquired, and Lu Qingqing inspected them, finding them satisfactory. After extensive negotiations, they settled on 32 taels per horse, a reasonable price in this era where transportation costs were steep. On their way home, Lu Qingqing glanced back at the line of horses and remarked to her mother, "Mother, having purchased 15 servants, do you feel a newfound sense of strength?" Lu Mingmei smiled in agreement. "Indeed. You have a keen eye, my dear." Upon returning home, Lu Qingqing instructed Lu Da and Lu Er to accompany Uncle Li to procure luggage and clothing for the 15 servants. Lu Da reported back, mentioning an encounter with Captain Luo, who advised them to remain at home tonight, as the authorities would be conducting house-to-house inspections regarding the disappearance of a royal consort. Exchanging glances, both mother and daughter felt a weight in their hearts, yet upon seeing each other, they simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Their current state was vastly different from before. Even if Zhao Tianzong and consort when stood before them, they likely would not recognize them. Lu Qingqing sat quietly, lost in thought, while her mother observed her anxiously. Noticing her daughter subconsciously caressing her abdomen, Lu Mingmei understood the underlying tension stemming from conflicts between her daughter and son-in-law, which, in essence, were influenced by her own actions. What could she do? "Qingqing," she said, "do not speak such words. I do not wish to hear them. I have a child now. If one day my child forsakes me for another, how am I to live?" Lu Mingmei nodded vigorously, only listening to her daughter's voice and disregarding all others. Should he truly wish to reconcile, she would certainly negotiate terms for him. Lu Qingqing remained silent, believing it best to abandon love that diminishes her dignity alongside her mother's. It could only be said that high-status marriages are ill-suited for ordinary families. There are plenty of men, and if one fails, another can be sought. Lu Mingmei, coming back to her senses, responded, "What did you say, Qingqing?" Chapter 63. Acquiring 2,000 acres and becoming a great landlord. On their journey southward, the Lu mother and daughter found their fears alleviated with the presence of the 15 escort guards. Bandits and robbers posed little threat now. Lu Da and the others soon realized the advantages of serving a wealthy household, having enough to eat and wear was the bare minimum, and the Lu family was kind-hearted, refraining from mistreating their servants. However, Lu Qingqing was a woman of few words, but great resolve. When they encountered 2 groups of mountain bandits, Lu Qingqing commanded them to eliminate the threat and pursue their lair to reclaim spoils, exhibiting a remarkably straightforward and fierce approach. The Lu family's entourage journeyed on, frequently stopping to procure food supplies, and life for Lu Qingqing and her mother was relatively pleasant. Lu Qingqing's heartbreak had dissipated in the wake of her pregnancy, and she found herself no longer frequently reminiscing about that person. Lu Mingmei adapted to the new life as well, contentedly sewing tiny garments and blankets for her unborn grandchildren while they traveled in the carriage, following Lu Qingqing's lead. Fortunately, the 15 servants had experience escorting in the south, and Lu Da and Lu Er shared valuable insights about what to be cautious of upon their arrival. As February approached, Lu Qingqing's family entered Jiangnan Prefecture. Initially, Lu Mingmei intended to establish a home there, but Lu Qingqing argued that, despite Jiangnan being a land of abundance, the entrenched officials and wealthy gentry would make it challenging for them to integrate. Lu Da and Lu Er had already provided Lu Qingqing with insights regarding the local dynamics. Being the astute individual she was, Lu Qingqing recognized the inherent dangers and chose to steer clear of this unsuitable environment for themselves. Previously, she had chosen Yunnan Prefecture. Located in the southern part of the Great Qing Dynasty, a vast and sparsely populated region with a pleasant climate. Moreover, it was adjacent to the southern frontier, providing a sense of security. After a journey of 5 or 6 days, the Liu family finally arrived at Yunnan Prefecture, where the weather was indeed much warmer. As it was already mid-February, the landscape of Yunnan Prefecture was lush and green, greatly soothing Liu Qingqing's heart, making her feel as if she could finally settle down. The mother and daughter found lodgings in the county town and sent their subordinates, including Liu Da, to gather information. A few days later, Liu Qingqing selected an ideal location. Qingqing in Wenjiang County was quite appealing. It had only 10 households but boasted plenty of wasteland and mountains, situated near the Wensha River. Although the river often flooded, the terrain of Qingqing was favorable, making it her top choice. To settle in Qingqing, they first needed to visit the county office in Wenjiang to purchase the land deed from the county magistrate. Liu Qingqing was astute. She understood the importance of owning her property. Without her own title, she would be at the mercy of others, which would be quite the embarrassment. Today, the mother and daughter appeared rather ordinary as they visited the county office, where they encountered the county magistrate, an elderly man in his 50s. Upon seeing the pair, he noted their unremarkable appearance, but upon learning that they possessed some wealth and wished to settle in the area, he became quite excited. Finally, someone with the means had arrived in this remote place. Liu Qingqing introduced herself, stating, "Honorable County Magistrate, I wish to settle in Qingqing with my family and would like to purchase some land." According to their steward, Liu Da, there was much wasteland in Qingqing, and it was sparsely populated. However, their family was numerous, and they wished to establish a home there. Would the county magistrate be willing to sell some wasteland to them? The magistrate, Wen Datsai, was overjoyed. "Of course, my lady. Qingqing has more than 1,000 acres of land, though the population is quite limited. Although the land is currently unworked, it can be cultivated quickly with the right effort." Liu Qingqing smiled. "Then I shall purchase 1,000 acres. But what is the price per acre? I have heard that other estates sell wasteland for 2 taels per acre. How does Qingqing compare?" The old magistrate nearly burst with joy, replying, "You are correct, my lady. Other estates sell their wasteland for 2 taels per acre, so we shall do the same. If you wish to buy 2,000 acres, we can arrange that, as there is wasteland available in the neighboring Xiaoping village as well." Liu Qingqing laughed. "Then I shall purchase 2,000 acres, but may I rename this place Liu Family Village?" Her intention was clear. By investing a substantial sum to acquire the land, she would claim the right to rename it. The magistrate, nearly leaping with joy, realized the significance of this transaction. The revenue from the sale of wasteland would contribute to local finances, and after 3 years, they would even pay taxes to the imperial court. It was a windfall indeed. General Chu Daqiang of Yunnan Prefecture, on the brink of starvation, would be elated upon receiving thousands of taels. It was a splendid opportunity. The magistrate composed himself, saying, "That sounds splendid. Liu Family Village is a harmonious name. I shall promptly prepare the land deed for you." He explained that while it was beneficial for him to sell the wasteland, the court mandated that while they could cultivate the land tax-free for 3 years, after that, they would owe 30% of their harvest as tax. Each acre could yield 100 jin of grain, translating to 30 jin in taxes, which Liu Qingqing needed to be aware of. Liu Qingqing nodded, fully understanding. "Of course, we are well aware of the regulations. Now that it is mid-February, we are eager to commence cultivation. If we struggle to hire workers, we would appreciate your assistance, as our household lacks sufficient manpower." The magistrate, quick as lightning, hastily prepared the land deed, fearing the Liu family might change their minds. "Here you go, my lady. Please complete the payment and take the deed. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to send someone to the county office. I will ensure everything is taken care of, as it benefits the local populace as well." Liu Qingqing found the process astonishingly smooth, affirming the adage that wealth could indeed facilitate endeavors. She produced 4,000 taels without hesitation. As they exited the county office, Liu Mingmei's voice trembled. "Qingqing, why do we need so much land? How can we manage all of it?" Liu Qingqing replied, "Mother, with 2,000 acres, we can cultivate crops. With crops comes grain, and with grain comes wealth. This cycle will elevate us to become the wealthiest household in the Great Qing Dynasty. Both officials and commoners will depend on us. Otherwise, they shall go hungry. Mother, I have a plan. In times of famine, we shall rise to power. Lu Mingmei sighed.
All right.
I shall trust your judgment, Qingqing. Let us go see our new home. Just as the mother and daughter were about to board their carriage, a group of people suddenly rushed past them. At the forefront was a robust man on horseback, who dismounted and strode into the county office. Lu Mingmei's eyes widened in recognition. This man seemed strikingly familiar.
Who is that?
Lu Qingqing asked, puzzled. Do we know him? No, we don't. Come, Qingqing, let's go. Chapter 64. The drought approaches. Lu Qingqing and her mother had acquired 2,000 acres in Qingzhuang and Zhaoping village, instantly becoming the largest landowners in Yunnan Prefecture. Unbeknownst to them, the funds from their land purchase quickly found their way into the hands of General Chu Daqiang, the military leader in Yunnan Prefecture. In a matter of days, Lu Qingqing inspected all the wasteland, which, located near the left bank of the river, could be easily transformed into rice fields. All she needed was to hire long-term workers to commence operations. That evening, she excitedly informed her mother, "Mother, we are about to embark on a grand endeavor. Trust me for half a month, and I will convert all the wasteland into fertile fields. We shall become the largest landowners in Yunnan Prefecture, and even the magistrate will protect us." Lu Mingmei realized her daughter was indeed remarkable and competent. I can scarcely believe it. You, a young girl raised in the manor, have such vision. Lu Qingqing presented her design plan, grinning. Look, mother, this is my design for a courtyard. Construction begins tomorrow. Excellent. My Qingqing is truly impressive. As predicted, construction on Lu family village commenced on a small hillside, and within a week it was completed. The village was not overly luxurious, but was exceptionally practical, reflecting Lu Qingqing's design style, akin to her modern villa. Simultaneously, arrangements were made for Lu to deliver a sum of money to the county office, enlisting the magistrate's assistance in hiring laborers within Wenjiang County, offering the highest daily wage of 15 wen, provided they brought their own tools to level and cultivate the land. Lu Da's only stipulation was for the work to be completed swiftly. In no time, Lu family village became a beacon of employment for the local populace of Yunnan Prefecture. Many families flocked to Lu family village seeking work, akin to fleeing a disaster. Some brought tents, while others arrived with bedding and cooking utensils. Lu family village employed dedicated workers to track labor hours and a steward to manage payments. Such was the grandeur of a large estate. With a daily wage of 15 wen, a laborer could earn 50 wen in just 3 days, who among the able-bodied would not strive to work tirelessly. As the 1st of March arrived, Lu Qingqing retrieved her carefully cultivated seeds from her spatial realm. These were no ordinary seeds. They were grains she had nurtured within her own sanctuary. She had extensively sown rice and millet and planned to cultivate sorghum in the mountainous terrain. In the fertile black soil of the southern lands, Lu Qingqing anticipated an abundant harvest. She knew that once these seeds were planted, they would undoubtedly yield a bountiful crop. Should the grain become unsellable, it could simply be stored within her space. How delightful! The more grain she amassed, the better, especially in the event of a famine or turmoil within the great Jin dynasty. That would be the moment to negotiate on behalf of her children, to carve out a place for themselves amidst the chaos. Though Lu Qingqing recognized that such a scenario was far off, she could not afford to be idle. For the sake of her children's future, she must prepare diligently. Having shed her romantic delusions upon arriving in the 35th century, she had regained her composure, evolving into a woman who meticulously planned for her offspring. Lu Qingqing resolved not to be complacent nor to drown in the sorrow of lost love. Succumbing to endless internal strife would extinguish her fighting spirit. For her mother and children, she would relentlessly strive forward. With the blessing of the spiritual spring, what was beyond her reach? By early March, Lu Qingqing had already begun cultivating her 2,000 acres of land, and within a mere fortnight, the entire area was sown. With the land prepared and payment settled, she and her mother visited the physician, who assured them that Lu Qingqing's child was developing splendidly. In high spirits, they dined in the city before returning home in the afternoon, eager to stroll together and inspect the crops. Suddenly, they noticed several elderly farmers sitting at the edge of their property, gazing at Lu's flourishing fields, yet lamenting in despair. The land owned by the Lu family has sprouted, but our crops have withered. One farmer exclaimed, "It's truly peculiar. There hasn't been a drop of rain since last year, and I hear the north has seen no proper snowfall either. The seeds there likely remain unplanted." Another farmer added, "My son wrote from the north, saying there has been no snow since the new year, and with spring here, still no rain in sight. A severe drought is imminent." Qingqing exchanged glances with her mother, and the little bean behind them sighed. Last time we washed clothes by the river. The water was at this level. Now it has receded so far. Observing the spot pointed out by the child, Qingqing realized the river had indeed dropped over 2 meters. It dawned on her that she and her mother had not seen snow or rain during their journey. If a drought were to occur, her harvest would remain unaffected due to the spiritual spring's influence. Yet, if the common folk faced crop failures while her 2,000 acres thrived, wouldn't that be too conspicuous? Lu Mingmei looked at her daughter and remarked, "If this year truly brings a drought, our substantial investment in land could yield nothing in return. Wouldn't that be a loss?" Qingqing reassured her mother. "No need to worry, mother. We won't suffer such a loss. Rather, I fear that our abundant harvest might stir unrest. It seemed implausible if drought afflicted others. It would be fortunate if they simply broke even." She smiled knowingly, already hatching a plan. The two women approached the riverbank, which was reputed to be a tributary of the Wansha River. "Mother, would you like to catch some fish?" Qingqing proposed. "Let us try our hand at fishing." Lu Mingmei replied, astonished. "When did you learn to fish?" "I've never fished before. If you want fish, let us buy some at the market."
Qingqing insisted. "No."
"Mother, I want to give it a try. Little Bean, fetch me some fishing grass. I want to see if I can catch some fish." With the spiritual spring's blessing, how could she fail? She used some grass, infused with the spring water, and placed a few cakes by the riverbank, waiting patiently. Soon, a swarm of fish approached, and Qingqing called out, "Luda, Lu Air, come here. There are fish to catch." The two boys rushed over, and upon seeing the fish, began scooping them up. Remarkably, they gathered over 100 fish of various sizes along the riverbank. Qingqing laughed. "That's enough. Today, the entire Lu family will feast on fish. Luda, go find Uncle Li for a bucket. We should share 2 fish with each of the 10 or so families in our village. Who wouldn't appreciate a neighbor like the Lu family?" The following morning, several elderly villagers arrived, bringing with them farm-fresh eggs, chickens, and geese. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Mingmei forged closer ties with the villagers, engaging in friendly conversation to learn more about their customs and traditions. Qingqing had the eggs boiled and invited the elders to share the meal, also gifting each household 2 pounds of rice seeds. She believed that if her family could cultivate grain while others could not, it would reflect poorly on them. The grateful elders hurried home, knowing that 2 pounds of seeds could cultivate at least 2 acres of land in that era. Soon, every household had sown the high-yield seeds, and in a few days, their seedlings emerged, prompting heartfelt gratitude as they learned the seeds had been purchased at a premium by the Lu family. It was not just Yunnan province that had experienced several months without rain. The entire Great Qing dynasty teetered on the brink of drought. This was an unprecedented anomaly in a century, with March passing without rainfall and April beginning with not a drop in sight. Emperor Xiaowu, restless in the court, declared, "Prime Minister Lu Mo, it is now April. Reports from across the nation indicate severe drought conditions, preventing cultivation, which means we will face a food shortage come autumn." "Indeed, Your Majesty," the officials murmured in acknowledgement. "Who among us is unaware? We need not elaborate further." Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the capital. Prince Zhao Tianzong and several other princes were tirelessly occupied with the implications of the drought. Even the Prince of Shun, stationed in the northwest, sent word of a calamitous drought there, with farmers unable to plant crops. He implored the court to transport grain from the south to alleviate the impending famine in the northwest. Alas, the north was parched, and reports of drought were surfacing from the southeast and southwest as well. Emperor Xiaowu, overwhelmed by daily frustrations, scolded his ministers. The court was embroiled in arguments over solutions for the unplanted fields. Proposals to dig wells yielded minimal results, merely allowing for planting a few vegetables. Suggestions to pray for rain were met with scorn, deemed a waste of resources. Master Tongtian claimed it was divine retribution, an inevitable trial. After delivering this proclamation, the elder vanished without a trace. As April drew to a close, the drought persisted and military reports arrived from the southern frontier. Governor Shi Shimkai urgently sent word that the southern barbarians were advancing. It was believed that the southern tribes had suffered their own calamities the previous year and sought grain from the Great Qing to survive the famine. However, with the empire itself in crisis, they were ignored. Unable to endure, they gathered forces to invade the southern cities, threatening Yunnan province. Should the southern territory fall, The province would be vulnerable to invasion, leading to the loss of land and the displacement of countless citizens. In a moment of compounded misfortune, the domestic famine and drought were exacerbated by external threats. As the sovereign of the realm, Emperor Xiaowu felt the weight of his worries, nearly turning his hair white from stress. That evening, Emperor Xiaowu, accompanied by Empress Qiu, visited the East Palace to see their simple-minded son, who had become so daft that he was lost even in the northern capital. He merely sat there, consuming food, and after finishing, would resort to hitting others for amusement, spinning around aimlessly, his body uncoordinated, drooling profusely, a truly pitiful sight. The Emperor and Empress exchanged worried glances as they exited the East Palace, encountering the Crown Princess, Qiu Yuhuan, whose hair had already turned significantly gray. Alas, she was barely 30, clearly burdened by worries. Emperor Xiaowu sighed, saying, "Empress, there are numerous wives and concubines in the Crown Prince's palace. Please find time to send them back to their maternal homes. Our eldest son may be simple-minded, yet as parents, we do not reject him. How could those women not look down upon him? Let only Juana remain as the Crown Prince's principal wife, while the others need not consume resources in the palace. This year, the drought is severe, and the northern fields yield no crops. The stranglehold of drought is akin to choking the common people. In years of calamity, we must economize, eat less, and avoid waste. When hunger strikes, it allows everyone to have a few more meals." Empress Qiu looked at her husband and asked, "What do you intend to do about the Crown Prince?" Emperor Xiaowu replied cautiously, "What else can be done? Can a fool be a sovereign? I have 4 other sons, all healthy. Whichever one proves worthy shall ascend. The one who begets us a grandson may become the next emperor, and regardless of which son rises, we shall both be the Grand Emperor and Empress. Shall we not?" Empress Qiu understood that her lifelong aspirations had come to naught. She nodded despondently, feeling that her husband's words sufficed. "I shall no longer concern myself with other matters. I intend to retreat to a temple to seek solace and pray for the prosperity of the great Jin." Emperor Xiaowu assured her, "Empress, I comprehend your sentiments. Rest easy. As long as I live, no one can dethrone your position. You shall always be my principal wife, and I have vowed to remain true to my word." Tears involuntarily slipped down Empress Qiu's cheeks, though she no longer possessed her youthful beauty and bore many wrinkles. Her eyes still held love for her husband, a sentiment that could not be feigned. That night, as Emperor Xiaowu dined in Yonghe Palace, Zhao Tianzong suddenly arrived. Zhao had lost a significant amount of weight, shedding 20 pounds from his previous weight of 180, now weighing only 160. His lean form appeared even more imposing. "Father, urgent military matters arise in the southern frontier. The city of Nanjing is in peril." He relayed that the prefect, Shengkai, had sent word that nearly 100,000 southern barbarian troops were amassed outside the city. Shi had contacted General Chu Daqiang from Yunnan province to jointly resist the invaders. Although General Chu is capable, he currently commanded only 20,000 men, while the garrison in Nanjing barely numbered 30,000. Holding the city seemed impossible, and they could only retreat for the time being. Furthermore, the critical issue was that grain supplies from the south were cut off, and the southern soldiers would likely face shortages if battle ensued. Emperor Xiaowu replied, "Am I unaware of this? Yet what can be done?" Zhao Tianzong expressed his desire to lead troops into battle, but during the council, he heard that the Minister of Revenue, Qiu Rong, indicated that while grain existed in the government stores, it was unwilling to be allocated for military provisions. Emperor Xiaowu furrowed his brow, acknowledging that while the treasury had grain, it was scant. This year, with no crops sown in the north, they were essentially relying on the little grain they had left. If the Ministry of Revenue permits you to take grain for war, it would mean starving the entire populace. Zhao Tianzong sighed. "Father, if the gates of the southern frontier fall, how can the great Jin expect to thrive? The north is already experiencing drought, and even near the capital, food is scarce. The south, particularly Jiangnan and Yunnan, may yield some harvest. If the southern barbarian seize it, we risk famine across the nation." Concubine when interjected nervously, "Your Majesty, the prince speaks truth. The south is our last grain reserve, and it is evident the southern barbarians target it." With a long sigh, Emperor Xiaowu resolved to convene again in court the next day to discuss how much grain the Ministry of Revenue could spare for military provisions. If Tianzong is to wage war, it must be swift. Prolonged conflict without sustenance is untenable. This year, not a drop of rain has fallen, and the common folk cannot cultivate the land. Digging even 2 feet deep yields no moisture. Sowing seeds would be akin to dropping them into a pit without a sound. The three of them were consumed by worry. Concubine Wen dared not inquire about the well-being of her son and the Liu family, fearing it would only cause distress. Yet her son was lovesick, having lost considerable weight. The next day in court, when Zhao Tianzong raised the issue of war, chaos erupted once more. Tensions flared between the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War, with Emperor Xiaowu and Zhao Tianzong's expressions growing increasingly grim. Minister Qiu Rong, red-faced and agitated, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, if today you allow the grain stores to be taken by the Prince of War, you might as well end my life. Otherwise, the entire capital, indeed the whole nation, will face starvation. What words can I offer? To preserve the southern frontier, must we sacrifice the lives of countless citizens, allowing tens of thousands to perish? The great Jin possesses but this meager grain. Can we endure until winter, or the following spring without sowing?" Minister Wen Hang of the Ministry of War countered vigorously, "Your Majesty, if the entirety of Nanjing, Yunnan, and Jiangnan falls, it would mean the annihilation of the great Jin's food supply. How long can the treasury sustain us with so little grain? Rather than lose the entire nation, we should take the risk of expelling the enemy and reviving agriculture in the south." Qiu Rong retorted, "Are you willing to gamble with the lives of innocents?" Emperor Xiaowu could no longer contain himself, banging the table in frustration, yet the clamor continued unabated. Finally, Zhao Tianzong shouted, "What is all this noise? The great Jin faces a century of drought, and now the southern frontier is threatened. This is a time of dire conflict. If a plan is not devised, I shall march within 3 days. Your Majesty, if the Ministry of Revenue refuses to supply grain to the Tiger Might Army, then I shall proceed without provisions, requisitioning supplies along the way. If we cannot procure grain, we shall subsist on tree bark and roots, but we must drive back the southern barbarians." Emperor Xiaowu retorted, "This is folly. Has there ever been a war fought without provisions?" Minister Qiu Rong glanced at the emperor and sighed, "Your Majesty, if the Prince of War insists on battle, we can only allocate 10,000 jin of grain for the Tiger Might Army. They will have to requisition supplies as they advance, for we truly cannot spare more. The Ministry of Revenue must ration its stores." Emperor Xiaowu found the situation absurd. To wage war without provisions, how could victory be achieved? Zhao Tianzong closed his eyes and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I propose a reconsideration. Foolish boy, has love sickness addled your brain?" Chapter 66. The Prince of War marches forth empty-handed. Zhao Tianzong stood resolute in court, accepting the task of leading the Tiger Might Army with only 10,000 jin of military provisions, nearly inciting internal injury to Emperor Xiaowu. After the court adjourned, the two uncles from the Wen family, witnessing their nephew's predicament under pressure from the pro-prince faction, were incensed and nearly overwhelmed with rage. Once outside the hall, they detained Zhao Tianzong, but he shook his head. "Uncles, I know you mean well, but if we do not send troops, what will happen if the southern frontier falls? The grain in the south has yet to ripen. Should the southern barbarians seize the initiative, once the harvest comes, they will take our last food supply, and the great Jin will surely perish." One Hang and Wen Yu exchanged glances, utterly speechless. Alas, the great Jin is truly at a crossroads. To either march forth or watch the people starve, yet with such a drought, even grass is scarce. During lunch, Emperor Xiaowu dined with his son Zhao Tianzong at Yonghe Palace. The emperor's countenance was grave as they finished their meal, and the two departed, unable to contain her tears. Concubine Wen retrieved her savings, which amounted to tens of thousands of taels in silver notes. When her son and his companion returned for dinner that evening, she presented the silver notes. "Tianzong, this is your mother's private stash, comprising 50 to 60,000 taels, saved over the years for my grandson.
Now,
take this to purchase military provisions. We cannot allow the Tiger Guard to march into battle on an empty stomach. I have never heard of going to war unprepared. Why do you insist on proving your worth against the obvious obstacles posed by the Crown Prince's faction?" Emperor Xiaowu closed his eyes and sighed, "My beloved, what good does it do to blame our son now that we have reached this juncture?" Zhao Tianzong knelt, expressing remorse. "I apologize, father and mother. I have caused you worry. This time, lacking provisions, I will strive for a swift resolution to repel the southern barbarians." He continued, "However, I must request your permission. Upon my triumph, I intend to leave the capital in search of Qingqing. If I cannot find her, I shall search endlessly. Without her, I feel like a mere shell of a man, consumed by longing and guilt. It is unbearable. Exchanging glances, Emperor Xiaowu and concubine Wen contemplated their son's gaunt frame and remembered his jovial spouse, who had left him, transforming him into a mere shadow of his former self.
How could they not feel heartache?
With a choked voice, concubine Wen knelt to embrace her son. Tianzong, forgive me. I acted impulsively, swayed by others. Alas. I never wished for you to be separated from your beloved. Have I lost my mind? Why did I allow others to persuade me into believing her humble origins would tarnish your future? I regret it deeply. I have become a wicked mother-in-law. If your little wife returns, I shall apologize and ensure you both live harmoniously, never to interfere again, I swear. Zhao Tianzong, clutching his mother's trembling form, felt immense sorrow. Mother, I am sorry. I love her and cannot live without her. She deserves my equal affection. If she loves me, I shall cherish her. Her happiness is my happiness. Emperor Xiaowu recognized the depth of his son's yearning and sighed. He knelt to lift concubine Wen and Zhao Tianzong, gently patting their shoulders. Very well, I grant you my blessing, Tianzong. Upon your victorious return, seek out your little wife. When she is found, I shall entrust the crown prince's responsibilities to you. Indeed, I shall find Qingqing before considering anything else. Otherwise, my heart will remain fixated on her. Forgive me, father. After sharing his heartfelt intentions with his parents, Zhao Tianzong hastily exited the palace to seek Chancellor Lu Machi at the minister's residence. Upon seeing Zhao Tianzong, Chancellor Lu felt overwhelmed. Your Highness, what more do you desire? My household is already impoverished. Zhao Tianzong replied calmly, Chancellor, I mean no offense. I shall depart for battle in 3 days. If my mother-in-law and Qingqing return, kindly inform the royal residents to escort them home, as I have declared the Tiger Guard residence will always be their home. Chancellor Lu silently scoffed at the notion of embarking on a war without provisions, pondering the absurdity of the prince's request. Very well, I shall relay the message should they return. 3 days later, Zhao Tianzong, leading a force of 100,000 Tiger Guard troops, bid farewell to Emperor Xiaowu and the assembled officials at the Xishan training grounds. The commander, Zhao Tianzong, carried only 10,000 jin of provisions as he marched southward. Emperor Xiaowu gazed at the dust rising from the departing troops, furrowing his brow. My sixth son is resolutely determined to engage in battle. In the capital, the populace was urged not to remain idle. Third son, gather men to dig wells. If we can cultivate vegetables, it is better than having nothing. Fourth son, do not linger at home. Take people to plant sweet potatoes. Even in a year of famine, it is better to have something to eat. The third and fourth sons, stunned, realized their elder brother was going to war without provisions. Their father felt pity for him and assigned them to plant vegetables. The third and fourth sons immediately complied, understanding that while Zhao Tianzong could engage in battle, they were relegated to farming. They rallied the young gentlemen of the capital to join their efforts. Meanwhile, the southern region was gripped by an unprecedented drought. Lu Qingqing's 2,000 mu of crops flourished, overshadowing the surrounding fields. Steward Lu Dove frequently took laborers to the fields for weeding. Today, he hurried back to the main hall of the estate, where Lu Qingqing and her mother were enjoying a meal, and the little bean was entertaining them with jokes. Ladies, I have urgent news, Luda announced. The southern drought is severe, and the surrounding crops are failing. Our Lu family's estate, however, is certain to yield a bountiful harvest, drawing the attention of various factions. I have learned that individuals from Jiangnan and Yunnan have come to inquire about our grain. This indicates at least 4 factions are eager to contest for a harvest. We rely on hired laborers and our family numbers fewer than 20. If large groups come to seize our grain, we may struggle to defend ourselves. Please, we must decide swiftly. Our harvest is only a month away. Initially delighted, Lu Qingqing and her mother were suddenly doused with cold water upon receiving this news. Lu Qingqing thought to herself that they were poised for a prosperous year. However, she had not anticipated the dangers that could arise from their good fortune. Oh no, mother. We must find a powerful ally to protect our grain before it matures. We must sell a portion to them for protection, ensuring our safety. Lu Mingmei, anxious, replied, Qingqing, how can we be certain who can be trusted? What if they resort to violence for our grain? We have only a handful of servants. If we cannot safeguard this wealth, we may lose our lives. Lu Qingqing closed her eyes, contemplating the unexpected drought. The entire realm of the Great Jin was parched, yet their estate was set for a bountiful yield. Who would not covet such fortune? Do not fear, mother. We shall spread the word that our harvest is still a month away. We must find a buyer and choose the most powerful faction as our ally to protect our grain and our lives. Chapter 67. General Chu Daqiang from the southern expedition seeks to buy grain. Lu Qingqing's intellect was razor-sharp. She understood that in this era, possessing such grain during a famine would attract the attention of the court, as the government required provisions for its army. The following day, she sent word to County Magistrate Wen, explaining that their grain was not yet ripe, but had attracted the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Lu's family was apprehensive and sought the magistrate's assistance in inquiring with the court and military to see if there were any interested in purchasing grain. They would prioritize the court's needs, provided their safety was ensured. Upon receiving Lu's message, Magistrate Wen's face lit up with a smile. Realizing that the Lu family was indeed astute and sensible, if the Lu family were to fall victim to bandits and lose their grain, they would truly have nowhere to weep. If they were to sell their grain to the imperial army, not only would they receive a fair price, but their goods would also be secure. County Magistrate Wen Datsai immediately set off in a donkey cart from the county office to the estate of General Chu Daqiang in South Jiang. The military commander stationed in Yunnan is none other than General Chu Daqiang, the son of the former General Chu Hong. At this moment, General Chu Daqiang was in his estate, having just received reports from the battlefront in the southern border as well as a notice from the northern capital.
Daqiang,
not yet 40, was a robust man with thick brows and large eyes, embodying both martial and scholarly prowess. He was a man of valor and tenacity. In truth, he was not the biological son of General Chu Hong. He had originally served as a deputy under the general. After achieving victory in battle while carrying the old general on his back, and having been without heirs, the old general adopted him as a son, bestowing upon him the name Chu Daqiang. Daqiang had long forgotten his original name and where he hailed from, having suffered a head injury in combat that left him disoriented. And thus he had continued to fight alongside General Chu. General Chu Hong held a deep affection for Daqiang, nurturing his talents and recommending him to the court. Consequently, upon the death of the elder general, Daqiang naturally succeeded him as the general of the southern border. As he perused the battle reports from the southern front, a frown creased his brow. While he was willing to send assistance, he pondered the dire situation. He commanded 2,000 elite soldiers, but in the midst of this drought, he could not possibly march them into battle without provisions, which would only lead to the depletion of his forces. Alas, where could he procure grain to sustain his troops in Yunnan? Would he send his 2,000 soldiers into battle empty-handed? This was nothing short of madness. Just then, he opened the letter from the capital, which bore the emperor's decree announcing imminent war against the southern barbarians. It stated that soon, the warlord Zhao Tianzong would lead a force of 100,000 to converge in Yunnan, preparing to vanquish the southern tribes. Upon reading the latter part of the missive, Daqiang was utterly dismayed. He leapt up, exclaiming in frustration, "Are they courting death? My 2,000 men have no food to sustain them. How can they fight on empty stomachs? And the emperor expects the warlord to lead 100,000 men into battle without provisions. Humph. Is the water from the Wensha River all they expect to sustain us?" As General Chu Daqiang raged within his estate, his volatile temperament was perhaps a result of years spent under the tutelage of the elder general. Suddenly, he was informed that the county magistrate had arrived, bringing with him 2 chickens. In an instant, Daqiang subdued his temper. "Ah, 2 chickens can make a fine broth for a couple of meals, splendid. This old magistrate knows how to handle things. Just the other day, he sold off some barren hills for 4,000 taels, which should cover this year's military expenses." It was indeed a challenging situation. The funding for the garrison stationed at the border depended heavily on the local economy, relying on the sale of barren lands and rental income. If such lands could not be sold, they would have to endure a life of poverty, cultivating their own food for survival. Though they were designated as border protectors, they were, in essence, pitiful creatures reliant on local resources, often facing starvation. Daqiang quickly adopted a congenial demeanor, tucking the 2 letters into his breast pocket as he personally welcomed the county magistrate. "Ah, why has the magistrate come in person?" he inquired. "Chao Feng, quickly take the 2 chickens from the magistrate." "Why such courtesy? Raising 2 chickens is no simple task." The old magistrate chuckled. "Why should we stand on ceremony? Whenever bandits threaten our county, you, General, take swift action without hesitation. In our impoverished corner of the world, we truly have little to offer in gratitude. Consider these 2 chickens a humble token to replenish your strength." The magistrate spoke the truth. Just days prior, A band of over a dozen mountain bandits had raided within the county, even attempting to target the Liu family. However, the Liu family was not easily intimidated. They repelled the bandits twice before reporting the incident to the county office. The astute magistrate understood that if the Liu family were to be robbed, he would bear the responsibility. Thus, he reported the matter to General Chu. Daqiang, having received payment from the Liu family for the sale of the barren land, felt compelled to protect them. If he failed to act, what would become of the protection fees he had collected? Without further ado, he led his men and swiftly eliminated the mountain bandits. Daqiang was no fool. He had learned much from the late General Chu. When the Liu family employed laborers for farming and land reclamation, many of those workers were secretly his subordinates who blended in to earn extra wages. This arrangement had been orchestrated by Daqiang's aides, Chao Feng and Chao Lei, and he knew better than to let this information slip. Revealing that his soldiers were working in the fields could lead to dire consequences. Upon entering the hall, Chao Feng promptly poured a cup of water for both the general and the magistrate. Magistrate, we do not serve tea in the general's estate, just plain water. Please don't mind, it's to quench your thirst. Chao Feng hesitated to mention that their estate was so impoverished that they seldom had meat to eat, and any funds they managed to acquire were used to ensure their soldiers were fed. The general had no money for tea. The county magistrate smiled. General, you are too kind. Now, what's the matter? Lady Liu from the Liu family has informed us that their grain will be ready for harvest in a month. Those 2,000 acres are expected to yield a substantial crop, likely around 100 to 180,000 pounds of grain. General Chu Daqiang sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Is that true? Just as the court prepares to wage war against the southern barbarians, this could serve as a ready supply of provisions. The old magistrate nodded. Indeed, I couldn't afford to delay, so I hurried to discuss this matter with you. I've heard that several factions are eyeing the Liu family's grain. The head of the Liu family is a woman, and she wishes to sell the grain to our military. Can we ensure her and her grain safety? Daqiang pounded his thigh. We must protect it. I would gladly forego sleep to safeguard that grain. It cannot fall into the wrong hands. Ha! Magistrate, do you stay tonight? Let Chao Feng slaughter a chicken, and we shall share a drink. The old magistrate chuckled. General, I cannot linger here. There are matters to attend to at home. Though our county is sparsely populated, I worry for the Liu family's safety. If that grain can be of use to our military, we must ensure it is not seized by others. I must return to keep watch. General Chu Daqiang pondered for a moment, his bright eyes gleaming with inspiration. Let us not delay. I shall accompany the magistrate to the Liu family to negotiate the purchase of their grain. If we can agree on the price, I will promptly petition the emperor for approval and funds to procure the grain. Chapter 68. Dog Thief. Dare to bully my mother and face my wrath. Acting with decisive urgency, General Chu Daqiang immediately followed the county magistrate to Wen County, also known as Qingqing, a town adjacent to the Wensha River. This county, while the largest in Yunnan, had the smallest population. Upon arriving in town, an old steward from the magistrate's household reported that the magistrate's wife had prepared dinner and was calling him home. The old magistrate immediately extended an invitation for General Daqiang and his entourage of several dozen men to join them for dinner. Daqiang, however, was no fool. Given their current financial constraints, he realized that inviting his sizable party would likely leave the magistrate and his wife hungry that evening.
No, magistrat.
You and your wife should dine together. We would be a burden. Let us go to the Liu family instead. They are wealthy, and I can offer them a couple of taels of silver to prepare our meal. Besides, we need to discuss the grain purchase and the matter of safeguarding it here. Without any unforeseen circumstances, the agreement will be finalized tomorrow, and my troops shall be stationed in Wen County to ensure the safety of the grain reserves at Liu family village. The magistrate of Wen County beamed with delight. It was indeed splendid news. With the great general's intervention, success was all but guaranteed. As dusk descended, Chu Daqiang and his men made their way towards Liu family village. Along their route, they observed a few individuals lurking near the verdant fields, seemingly scouting for information. It was unclear whether they were servants of Liu family village or agents of those coveting its grain. Nevertheless, Chu Daqiang paid them no mind and urged his horse onward. What enabled Chu Daqiang to locate Liu family village with such ease? It was due to the fact that among his 20,000 subordinates, 10,000 had previously worked in the village. Riding along familiar paths, they soon arrived at a gently sloping hill. Where a row of buildings came into view, This was Lu family village. The village was well constructed, with a broad and polished avenue leading up the hill, flanked by aesthetically pleasing sycamore trees. Although the trees were not particularly large, each was about the width of a bowl, spaced a few meters apart, providing a delightful shade that rendered the environment a veritable paradise. Upon reaching the entrance of Lu family village, the wooden gates and timber walls appeared quite conventional, yet they exuded an extraordinary opulence. Chu Daqiang wiped his mouth, realizing that this was indeed a wealthy household. It seemed that once he procured the grain, he would be on the path to glory. Chu Feng, Chu Lei, did you notice the grain near Lu family village? The ears are so plump they've bent over. A bountiful harvest is assured. With our 20,000 men, we could spend half a month harvesting those 2,000 acres. He laughed heartily. This is truly wonderful. Heaven is on our side. Those southern barbarians dreaming of invading us are utterly delusional. Once we secure the grain, with the warlord and the divine warrior of Dijin leading 100,000 men, we shall have ample provisions to crush those barbarians. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Who are you? Are you soldiers from the government?" A man in his 40s led 2 horses, likely having washed them at the river. Uncle Li, eyeing the newcomers with caution, inquired. Chu Daqiang smiled, introducing himself as the military commander stationed in Yunnan. The magistrate of Wen County had informed him that the local grain needed to be discussed for purchase. Uncle Li paused for a moment before responding, I see. Please wait a moment while I bring the horses back home and notify our master." As the sun set, a savory aroma wafted from Lu family village. For this evening, Lu Qingqing was set to feast on roasted lamb, and Lu Heir was busy preparing a roasting rack in the backyard. The tantalizing scent filled the air, and Chu Daqiang stood outside the courtyard, his senses tantalized. "Oh, Chu Feng, what is that delightful aroma? It smells so familiar." Chu Lei and Chu Feng grinned. It was evident that Lu family was prosperous, indulging in roasted lamb. Chu Daqiang chuckled. "Now that we're here, I wonder if the head of the Lu family might graciously offer us a taste of that lamb?" He cleared his throat. "You must understand. The Lu family is wealthy and willing to sell us grain. You all must remain vigilant and protect every grain. Not a single kernel should be lost." Laughter erupted, as they recognized their general's appetite had been piqued by the delicious scent wafting from the kitchen. Soon, the old man emerged, his face crinkled with a smile, urging, "General, please come in. The horses can be tied to these little trees out front, which serve as excellent hitching posts." Chu Daqiang noted the clever design. The horses were neatly tied beneath the trees, creating a pleasing sight. 2 young servants rushed out, carrying fresh grass to feed the horses. Chu Daqiang smiled in satisfaction, realizing that Lu family village was indeed a land blessed with good fortune. While pastures elsewhere had turned brown, the area surrounding Lu family village remained lush and green, ensuring the horses were well fed. "Please wait here in the outer courtyard. You cannot all enter the main yard," a young steward greeted them with a smile. The soldiers sat down in the outer area, and the steward called out, "Lu Ba, set up a large pot in the courtyard to prepare meals. There are about 20 to 30 officials who haven't had dinner." Chu Daqiang, overhearing this, thought to himself, as expected of a wealthy family, they are quite considerate. "Indeed. My men have not eaten yet. Lads, lend a hand instead of merely standing about." They were led to the entrance of the main hall, and as they stepped inside, a captivating aroma enveloped them. Chu Daqiang turned to Chu Feng and Chu Lei, instructing, "You two wait here. Entering a noble's home armed is inappropriate." He relinquished his sword to a subordinate, adjusted his clothing, and entered the hall. Upon passing through the screen, he was greeted by the sight of a stunning woman seated at the head of the table.
Chu Daqiang.
He was momentarily stunned, his mind racing. A wave of memories crashed over him as he recalled a beautiful girl clinging to him, weeping and pleading for him not to leave. They had shared a bond akin to marriage, and he was torn between duty and desire. As he steadied himself, he stumbled forward, and the closer he got, the more memories surged. The woman before him was now in tears, her voice trembling as she cried, "Zhang Qingze, you are not dead? Why haven't you come to the capital to find me? You heartless wretch! How many years have I waited for you? Why do you live and not return home?" Chu Daqiang stood there, dizzy and aching, watching the beautiful woman question him with a voice filled with anguish. Outside, Chu Feng and Chu Lei, hearing the commotion, rushed in only to witness the heart-wrenching scene of a stunning woman, resembling an ethereal being, weeping profusely and screaming at their general. They exchanged glances, not daring to speak, as their general stood there, wide-eyed and speechless. Eventually, the woman's voice faltered, giving way to sobs, and Chu Daqiang, suddenly alert, exclaimed, "Ame." He lunged forward, embracing the woman in a tight grip. The unexpected scene left Chu Feng and Chu Lei stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to react. Their general, known for his composure, had crossed a line, embracing the lady of the house. Before they could process the situation, a fierce voice erupted, "You scoundrel! How dare you bully my mother?
Take this."
Thus, the story unfolds as the complications of their past entwine with the present, setting the stage for unforeseen developments. As soon as the results were announced, a burly man was seen embracing her mother with unclear intentions. Qingqing, unable to tolerate this scoundrel's harassment of her mother, instinctively retrieved a baseball bat from her space, a secret weapon she had stored for safety during her solitary existence in the 35th century, meant for self-defense against potential thieves. She charged at the man, swinging the bat, only for her mother to raise her eyes and cry out, "No, Qingqing, don't." Hearing the wind whoosh past his back,
Chu Daqiang instinct kito duket.
however, Qingqing, seeing the bat was about to strike her mother's head, desperately tried to retract her strength, but it was too late. The bat veered with a forceful thud, striking her mother on the neck.
Ah!
Mother! Qingqing had inadvertently knocked her mother unconscious, nearly causing her to faint from shock. Her hands felt numb, bewildered by her own actions. "Ame, what has happened to you?
Who are you?
Why are you so reckless? Why did you strike her?" Chu Daqiang shouted in desperation, turning to Qingqing in a fit of rage, only to be met with the sight of Ame's form. "Wait, are you not also Ame? Or perhaps her sister?" Qingqing glared at this fool, his bulky frame and bushy eyebrows inciting her anger. Seeing him still holding her mother, she shouted furiously, "You big idiot! You made me hurt my mother, just wait." She flung the bat aside and rushed to support her mother, helping her sit on a stool, while Chu Daqiang stood there, his mind swirling in confusion. Chu Feng and Chu Lei, witnessing the scene, were equally astonished. It was clear that their general recognized this mother-daughter duo. Good heavens, these two girls were stunningly beautiful. Unlike ordinary mortals, when had their general become entangled in such a romantic affair? This was truly a shocking secret. Chu Daqiang murmured to himself. The young girl calls Ame mother.
No, wait.
Perhaps this girl is Ame's daughter. Suddenly, his memories flooded back. His real name was Xiao Qingze. He had once hailed from a wealthy family in Phoenix City, neighbors to Ame's aunt. After Ame lost her mother at a young age, she struggled to survive and was fostered by her aunt for many years. Naturally, they grew up as childhood sweethearts. However, after a calamity struck his family, Ame and he became two unfortunate souls. Ame truly loved him. At 16, she returned to Phoenix City on her mother's death anniversary, proposing their betrothal. But with his family's downfall and his father's tragic demise in prison, he lacked the means to seek the hand of a daughter from a ministerial family. They secretly pledged their lives to one another, leading to an intimate bond. Ame's aunt suggested he join General Chu's army, and upon departing, Ame urged him to return as a successful man to propose to her, promising to wait for him. Yet, he found himself in this predicament, still having not sought her hand in marriage. As Chu Daqiang stood lost in thought, he observed the little girl tending to Ame, offering her tea and gently wiping her swollen neck. The girl called out mother repeatedly, her tears flowing freely. Chu Daqiang's own vision blurred with unshed tears, and before he knew it, he slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the mother and daughter duo. He remained lost in thought, weeping silently until Lu Mingmei was able to feed her mother another half cup of water. With a soft sigh, she murmured, "Ah Qing, mother's fine. Do not cry." Perhaps she was merely dreaming of that person. "Mother, who is that person? Who is he?" Qingqing asked innocently. Lu Mingmei gazed into her daughter's eyes, seeing only her, and softly explained, "That person was once my neighbor in Phoenix City, a childhood companion who played with me. However, his family fell into decline, and he joined the army to restore his family's honor. I had hoped he would return to propose to me, but he never came back." In an instant, Qingqing realized that this childhood companion was her father. She embraced her mother tightly, saying, "Mother, do not cry. You are fine. Do not be sad. With me here, everything else is unimportant." Chu Daqiang, sitting there with closed eyes, felt his mind clear. Indeed, she was his Ame. With tears wiped away, he spoke with a trembling voice. Ame, I am alive. I am Xiao Qingze. Qingqing. Lu Mingmei felt a jolt upon hearing this familiar voice. She gently pushed her daughter away and stood slowly to face the man on the ground. Instantly, her eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively shielded her daughter. Staring at Chu Daqiang. Xiao Qingze? You're really not dead? Why haven't you returned home? Why didn't you seek me out? Have you forgotten our vows? With a sudden movement, Chu Daqiang stood, towering over them, causing Lu Qingqing to gasp and quickly pull her mother back. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, protective of her mother. Despite her own pregnancy becoming evident. What do you want? What are your intentions? You used my mother as a shield earlier, and now what do you seek? Just because you've grown taller does not make you superior. Kneel down. You are not allowed to stand. Chu Daqiang looked at the two beautiful women, both sharing the same features, and felt his heart tremble. Could it be as he feared? His heart raced as he slowly crouched down. Chu Feng and Chu Lei exchanged glances, instinctively following suit. This little girl seemed formidable. If their general was kneeling, they would too. Lu Qingqing, seeing the imposing figures now on the ground, felt a surge of safety. She hurried back to grab the bat, pointing it at the man who might be her father.
Speak.
What brings you to my home? Do not attempt to get close to me. Do not pretend you do not know my mother. Just tell me your purpose. Chu Daqiang, taken aback by the fierce demeanor of the girl, found himself at a loss for words. He instinctively turned to Chu Feng and Chu Lei. What are we here for? Chu Feng and Chu Lei, feeling exasperated, almost wished to weep together. General, we are not here to discuss purchasing grain. Chu Daqiang turned back to the mother and daughter, insisting, we are indeed here to talk about buying grain.
Truly. Who are you?
What is your identity now? Lu Qingqing pressed.
Chu Daqiang.
Chu Feng interjected. He is the general of the southern town, Chu Daqiang. We are here to purchase grain. General Chu Daqiang is the adopted son of the late General Chu Hong. After the old general's passing, he succeeded him.
Chu Daqiang interjected. Ame.
I am also Xiao Qingze. I do not know how I became Chu Daqiang. Chapter 70. Your daughter is pregnant. If you push her, I will kill you. Lu Qingqing glanced back at her mother, who shared a knowing look with her daughter. They both recognized that Chu Daqiang was wearing the general's attire. Lu Mingmei asked, you mentioned wanting to buy grain. What is your current status?
You are no longer Xiao Qingze.
With a sudden motion, Chu Daqiang stood again. But Lu Qingqing brandished the bat, commanding, crouch down. You are not permitted to stand. Chu Daqiang, in a moment of helplessness, crouched down once more. That Ame. When I initially left home to enlist in the army under my adoptive father's command, I suspect I must have suffered a head injury during battle. As I have no recollection of who I am, I truly do not remember anything about my origins. My adoptive father, recognizing my bravery, kept me by his side. Before he passed away, he designated me his son, as the general. After his demise, I succeeded him as the general of the Southern Defense. Therefore, I am now known as Chu Daqiang, the son of the former general of the Southern Defense, currently commanding over 20,000 troops stationed here to safeguard Yunnan. Upon hearing that your family intends to sell grain, I feared it might be seized by others, hence my early arrival with my men. Upon seeing Ame, my mind was suddenly flooded with memories. I truly apologize, Ame. I do not know how to express my regret. How could I ever forget you? Lu Mingmei, overcome with emotion, wept profusely. She pressed her hand against her heart and took deep breaths, understanding that had he been Xiao Qingze, he would have returned home long ago. Yet, since his injury, he had become Chu Daqiang. But as a general, how could he possibly remain unmarried? What would that make her and their daughter? Were they considered the legitimate family or mere concubines? The identity of their daughter felt so awkward. Seeing Lu Mingmei in tears, Chu Daqiang felt a surge of urgency. He stood abruptly, declaring, Ame, I truly did not lie. Brother Qingze has never deceived you. Lu Qingqing, holding a stick, found it ineffective as the tall man approached and snatched it from her, throwing it to the ground. Step aside. I need to clarify things with Ame. I swear I am not lying. Look at this scar on my head. Mother. Oh no, I was so frightened. Lu Qingqing exclaimed as she nearly stumbled, only to be caught by her brothers Chu Feng and Chu Lei, who instinctively rushed forward to support her. Lu Mingmei, witnessing her daughter almost fall, erupted with fury. What are you trying to do, Xiao Qingze? Your daughter is pregnant. If you push her, I will not spare you. With a loud crash, Lu Qingqing and Chu Daqiang were at the center of chaos. Chu Feng and Chu Lei, while assisting Lu Qingqing, swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. Lu Mingmei, furious, began to strike Chu Daqiang, pushing him away as she rushed to her daughter, helping her sit down. Qingqing, are you alright? Do you feel unwell? Noticing her daughter's silence and the sweat on her forehead, Lu Mingmei became alarmed, fearing she might have experienced a scare due to her pregnancy. With fierce determination, Lu Mingmei wiped her tears, glaring at Chu Daqiang, who appeared to be dazed by the situation. What are you staring at? Hurry and fetch a doctor. If anything happens to Qingqing, I will hold you accountable. Realizing the urgency, Chu Daqiang swiftly turned to his subordinates, ordering, My daughter may have experienced a scare. Go fetch a doctor immediately. Chu Feng and Chu Lei hurriedly turned to leave, but collided with each other, stumbling. My apologies, General. We shall fetch the doctor, at once. Chu Daqiang, frustrated by their clumsiness, shouted, Go quickly. What if my daughter is in danger? In truth, Lu Qingqing had been taken aback and her heart raced. She held her mother's hand tightly, anxiously watching Chu Daqiang. Standing at the doorway, he gradually turned back to face the mother and daughter duo. His expression a mix of tears and laughter. Ame, is this our daughter Qingqing? I had no idea Qingzi had gifted me such a beautiful child. Lu Mingmei turned away, recalling the hardships she and her daughter had endured during his absence. This is all your fault. Since Qingqing's pregnancy, she has never faced any issues. Why did you push her? If anything happens, I swear. In a moment of resignation, Chu Daqiang stood still, taking the blows while maintaining a smile. Qingzi never meant to hurt you, Ame. Our daughter resembles you beautifully. Qingqing, I am truly sorry. I did not intend for this to happen, he said, as his daughter slowly sipped a cup of water, seeking to soothe her nerves. Chu Daqiang rushed to fetch her more water, but Lu Mingmei, still upset, pushed him away. Stay back. Be careful, Qingqing. Chu Daqiang, feeling dejected, stood by, watching his beloved Ame and their daughter. He couldn't help but smile, tears of joy streaming down his face. Ame has given me a child, a daughter just like her. Observing her father's foolish grin, Lu Qingqing felt a sense of dread. Was her father truly a fool? No. Could a fool hold such a high rank? His words hinted at having taken over the position of General of the Southern Defense. Did this mean they had a powerful ally now? Soon, a commotion arose outside as Uncle Li shouted, What brings the doctor here? Take it slow. Chu Lei brought in an elderly physician, while Chu Feng followed, panting and carrying a worn-out medicine box. The doctor, the only one in Wen County knowledgeable in obstetrics, was led in by the two brothers. Is it the young lady from the Lu family? Has something happened? He asked, startled by their urgency. Lu Mingmei forced a smile, wiping her tears.
I am sorry.
Dr. Wang, my daughter Qingqing may have experienced a scare. Could you please check on her? The old man nodded. Oh, so the young lady might have had a scare? Let me examine her. After taking Lu Qingqing's pulse, he shook his head. There is nothing to worry about. It seems the young lady was merely startled, her heart racing. But the child is fine and not agitated. How many months along is she? It appears she is expecting twins. Qingqing. Really? My daughter is carrying 2 children? Wonderful. Our family will soon be blessed with more members. Dr. Wang was taken aback. General, is this truly your family? I was unaware. Congratulations, General. You are indeed fortunate to be welcoming twins. Chu Daqiang beamed with joy. It's nothing. You were unaware, so no need to worry. Dr. Wang, I understand that a pregnant woman should regularly consult a physician. Please make sure to visit us periodically to check on the children. Of course, General. Rest assured. Lu Qingqing, relieved that her children were safe, nodded gratefully. Thank you, Doctor. Here is your fee for the consultation. Please allow Uncle Li to escort you back. Chu Daqiang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He thought to himself that the usual fee in Yunnan was merely 30 coins, with no medicine prescribed. So, why was his daughter giving 1 tael of silver? However, upon glancing at Ame, who was glaring at him, he dared not utter a word. Chapter 71. A father falls from the sky, consuming all. Chu Feng and Chu Lei were both in a daze, gazing at their new mistress and young lady, who appeared so extravagant and wealthy. The establishment of such a grand estate filled their hearts with joy. After years of hardship alongside their family general, They finally welcomed a prosperous lady and young miss, and they were hopeful that their lives would improve.
Madam, iam kulay.
You and the young lady need not worry. We will dispatch someone to escort the doctor safely home, said Chu Lei. Lu Mingmei shyly nodded. Thank you both. Have you eaten? Please have Lu De accompany Dr. Wang to share a meal at home. Outside, Uncle Li and Lu De simultaneously responded, Madam, we have already prepared some dishes downstairs. Let the gentleman dine before sending Dr. Wang back. Chu Feng and Chu Lei turned to their general, who promptly nodded. The two men followed Uncle Li to partake in the meal. Lu Er called out from the doorway, Madam, young lady, shouldn't you eat? The lamb has been kept warm and is ready for roasting. Lu Qingqing, feeling her stomach rumble, glanced at her mother and then at her biological father. Mother, let us eat. Is he going to leave or not? Chu Daqiang straightened his back. Qingqing, I cannot leave. I came to discuss purchasing grain.
Besides,
I am aware of my status now. There is no way I can walk away. Lu Qingqing found his response amusing. General, let us discuss your status after we finish talking. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Chu Daqiang's stomach growled, and he pathetically said, what about Qingza? He hasn't eaten either. Your meals are plentiful. Why not let him have a bite? Lu Mingmei turned her face aside. I prefer to call you General. I have always believed my Qingza has passed. Chu Daqiang was taken aback. Oh, then let us stick to General. Lu Qingqing observed her mother's expression. Enough. He is here now. Can we really chase him away during dinner? Today, you are fortunate. We are having roasted lamb, which you do not like, right? Upon hearing the mention of roasted lamb, Chu Daqiang chuckled. Indeed, he looked quite handsome when he smiled, not foolish at all. Lu Qingqing thought that since he was a general, he must not be a bad person. Lu Er, please bring the dishes out. We shall dine in the hall. Soon, several dishes were served, including half a roasted lamb that sizzled and oozed with juices, exuding an irresistible aroma, alongside small dipping sauces. The key highlight was a small basin of colorful porridge, visually appealing, and the vegetables glistened, perfectly seasoned. Chu Daqiang gazed at the meal prepared for the two women. Swallowing hard, do you and Qingqing eat like this every day? Lu Mingmei glanced up at him, sighing. Well, perhaps we can discuss this another time. As a woman raising Qingqing, who is expecting a child, I can only make do. Chu Daqiang was bewildered. Is this what you call making do? Your meals are quite lavish. Lu Mingmei looked at him incredulously. What do you mean? Are you mocking me for not raising my daughter well? Let me tell you, Xiao Qingza, despite raising Qingqing alone over the years, I have put my heart into it. Chu Daqiang nearly knelt before his wife. The thought of their current living conditions was beyond his imagination. No, I didn't mean it negatively. I meant your meals are splendid. In Yunnan, especially for us soldiers, conditions are quite poor. I worry that you two might not have enough to eat. Lu Mingmei and Lu Qingqing exchanged glances, beginning to understand his intent. Lu Qingqing's eyes widened. But you said you came to discuss purchasing grain. How could you afford it?
Chu Daqiang viplit.
I am here to negotiate. If you are willing to sell grain to the court, I will return to request funds from His Majesty and ensure you are compensated fairly. Lu Mingmei frowned. Then please bring people here soon. It appears that there are at least 3 or 4 groups lurking around our fields, inquiring when the grain will be harvested. I worry day and night about this, especially since Qingqing is expecting. The reason we contacted the officials was to have some security. Chu Daqiang assured her, security. I will guarantee that. Rest assured, I want to leave tonight. I will stay here to watch over the fields. Lu Qingqing rolled her eyes, urging, hurry and eat. The meat will get cold. Mother, please have a piece. Observing the perfectly roasted meat, Lu Er had done an excellent job. Lu Qingqing served her mother a piece of lamb that was neither too fatty nor too lean, taking a piece for herself as well. Seeing the mother-daughter duo begin to eat, Chu Daqiang quickly joined in, using his chopsticks to follow suit. The two women savored their meal while discreetly observing the man. Lu Qingqing realized that this father, who had unexpectedly appeared, was consuming everything in sight. Mother, you must eat. If you don't hurry, there won't be any left. Suddenly, Chu Daqiang recognized his faux pas, quickly offering the remaining pieces of lamb to Ame and then to his daughter. He subtly shifted to the next dish, and Lu Qingqing soon realized that their father preferred to finish a dish before moving on to the next. At the Lu family's dinner, with half a roasted lamb and 4 dishes on the table, even though the mother and daughter had eaten quite a bit, the table appeared rather sparse. which felt somewhat unusual. In the end, Chu Daqiang even picked up the small bowl of porridge and drank from it like a cup, causing both women to frown simultaneously at the thought of how much food he might consume if he stayed. After finishing the meal, the man stood up, deftly gathering the plates and bowls into a small basin, calling out, "Chu Feng, come in and clear the table." A man named Chu Feng swiftly entered. They had also enjoyed a satisfying meal that evening, as the Liu family had prepared a large pot of cabbage stew with pork belly and noodles, which was utterly delectable. Chu Feng managed to devour 2 large bowls of rice, relishing the meat and vegetables. Once the table was cleaned up, Lu Qingqing looked at Chu Daqiang awkwardly. "General, I cannot say much at the moment. My mother and I are doing well. I just want to know about your situation now. Do you have any children?" Chu Daqiang's eyes widened in surprise, clearly bewildered. "Qingqing, where would I have children?"
Oh.
"I do have some." Lu Mingmei's face paled as she stood up abruptly. "Your mother has returned to the room." Chapter 72. Are you going to sleep upstairs? Chu Daqiang stared blankly as Mei walked away. He took a few steps after her. But Lu Qingqing called out, "Hey, where are you going? What do you intend to do?" Chu Daqiang hurriedly returned, "Qingqing, I am your father." "Not just hey. What is wrong with your mother? Is she still angry with me? Did I eat too much?" Lu Qingqing found his ignorance amusing. This clueless father, who was oblivious while eating, only now realized that her mother was upset. But she realized it wasn't he because he had eaten too much. It was because her mother had waited all these years for this foolish father while living as a widow. And now he was a general with a new wife and children. "You are someone else's father. To me, you are just hey. Don't pretend to be oblivious. Now I ask you, how many wives have you married over the years? How many children have you fathered?" "Humph. My mother possesses a rather straightforward disposition. When you went off to serve in the military, she expressed that she would wait for you at home, unwavering in her resolve. Little did she foresee that you would rise to the rank of general without ever returning, leaving her to single-handedly raise me. These grievances, I shall reckon with you in due time. Will you clarify your intentions? If you remain ambiguous, I shall not acknowledge you as my father. I have grown accustomed to the absence of a father figure. As for Chu Daqiang, I am but a solitary individual. Where would I find a child? Where would I find a wife? For so many years, the general's manor in Jinnan has been impoverished, akin to the sound of 3 coins clinking together, far from wealthy. Moreover, I have never contemplated the notion of seeking a spouse. Lu Qingqing, does your implication suggest that you have no other children? That I am your sole daughter?" "Of course. Chu Daqiang, you are my only child. I am your father, and I shall provide for you and your future offspring. Although I may not possess much wealth at present, and the general's manor remains but a hollow shell, I can assure you of my protection. We have ample grain to sell to the court, and I promise to secure a favorable price. I shall ensure that every grain is safeguarded. Is it just you and your mother residing in Lu family village?" "Where is my son-in-law?" Lu Qingqing replied. "He is much like you." Chu Daqiang. "Oh, has he gone off to war? Is he in the southern frontier? Under whom does he serve?" Lu Qingqing rolled her eyes. "He is gone and not returned."
Chu Daqiang exclaimed, "No, Qingqing."
"Your father was struck senseless and forgot. He did not perish." With a sigh, Lu Qingqing said, "Oh dear. Let's not dwell on him. You have yet to clarify your own matters. Why concern yourself with his affairs?" Chu Daqiang retorted, "How can I not clarify? I have been quite clear. You are my only child, and your mother is my sole wife. Your mother and I were childhood sweethearts. I wooed her when I was 8 and she was 5. I raised her on my back." Lu Qingqing rolled her eyes again. "Come now. You had me without ever marrying my mother. You deceived her." Chu Daqiang, is this daughter truly my flesh and blood? How can she be so disagreeable? Alas, it is certain she is my daughter, for she resembles Mei. Qingqing, your father's downfall stemmed from a tragedy in our family business, which led to our decline. At that time, I had nothing and was unworthy of your mother. Compelled to join the army. I never anticipated that I would encounter misfortune and fail to return to you both. Lu Qingqing sighed. Let us speak of other matters. Gather your people and seek out Steward Liu to find a room for the night. Tomorrow, you must urgently devise a plan to petition the court for funds. We need to sell 200,000 pounds of grain. Qingqing, I am your father. How can I sleep in the same room as your Uncle Feng and Uncle Lei? Lu Qingqing grew frustrated. Are you to sleep in the main house? I wish to sleep with my mother. Chu Daqiang, what? My own daughter is about to bear my grandchild, and Ame must coax her to sleep? Alas, it seems the unfortunate son-in-law has become quite useless, and Ame can only accompany the child to sleep. Suddenly, he found his daughter exceedingly beautiful. He had missed out on her upbringing, and now, seeing her, his heart softened. His chubby little girl was born of Ame. Lu Mingmei, hearing the conversation from the inner room, understood that her daughter was chatting with a man and sighed. Alas, heaven has opened its eyes, reuniting our little family. She, being a traditional woman, believed that a child's biological father returning would provide the best paternal love.
Now,
She lived in constant fear, feeling as if she and her daughter were but drifting weeds. Despite her daughter's strength, she remained a woman, soon to bear children. If he truly had not settled down, they had grown up together, and she knew he was not a bad person. Perhaps he would protect her, Qingqing, and their future grandchild. Chu Daqiang continued to engage with his daughter, reluctant to appear foolish in the guest room. Suddenly, he saw Lu Mingmei emerge from the inner room, carrying a set of luggage for him. General, you may sleep on the floor in the main hall tonight, or you can choose to stay in the guest room. Chu Daqiang eagerly accepted the luggage. Ame, you wish for me to sleep in the main hall? Perfect. I intend to ensure your safety. You should take the child to bed. It is no easy task for our daughter to carry a child. Lu Mingmei glanced at the man. Realizing he was no longer the gentle youth she remembered, he had transformed into a rugged soldier, a change to which she found herself unaccustomed. Alas, the events of the past are long forgotten. I do not wish to discuss them. My only wish now is to care for Qingqing and ensure she safely bears our grandchildren. As for whether you can protect us, that rests upon your conscience. Chu Daqiang stepped forward, earnestly proclaiming, Ame, do you question my integrity? We grew up together. Now that I have found you both, I shall protect you and Qingqing for the rest of our lives. And our grandchildren. For so many years, I have muddled through the hardships of war and life, never once considering I had a wife and daughter. The thought of soon having grandchildren feels like a dream. Lu Qingqing gazed at her bumbling father. Relieved she had not inherited his clumsy physique. Had she, it would have caused her great distress. Suddenly, Lu Qingqing realized a troubling thought. What if her child resembled this father? Oh heavens! Anxiety seized her. That night, the Lu mother and daughter, perhaps due to Chu Daqiang's presence, slept soundly, with Lu Qingqing not noticing any signs of her mother waking. She could not help but smile, realizing her mother surely felt secure enough to rest, knowing her father was sleeping in the main hall. Alas, without a husband, raising two children with her mother was indeed challenging. Having a living father, even if he was her biological father, felt rather good. They had grown up as childhood sweethearts, and her father would surely care for her mother and their family. Despite possessing wealth and ample grain, without a man as protection, a woman remained vulnerable in this feudal era. Meanwhile, Chu Daqiang, lying in the main hall with eyes wide open, found himself unable to sleep, his heart racing with excitement. In the guest room, the soldiers of the Jinan army also struggled to find slumber, whispering among themselves about the Lu family, the wife and daughter of their general. After enduring years of hardship, they were finally set to enjoy a life of comfort. Tonight, they would feast on the Lady S braised pork and cabbage, a dish that had previously graced their tables only during festivities. Chu Feng and Chu Lei, unable to contain their excitement, stood up. Chu Lei addressed the others. I understand your eagerness to stay awake, but since we know this Lu family village belongs to Our Lady and the young miss, we must protect our grain. We cannot allow thieves to steal it. Very well. The group spontaneously rose to patrol the premises. Hearing the commotion outside, Chu Daqiang, ever observant, rushed out to find Chu Feng and Chu Lei leading a group of 30 men stealthily approaching the gate. What is the matter, men? Chu Feng scratched his head and replied, General, since this Lu family village is the property of the lady and her daughter, it is our own home. To protect the grain, we must patrol. Chu Daqiang smiled. Indeed, you must have this awareness. From now on, you will accompany me back to Lu family village. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Chu Daqiang was startled and gestured for silence, whispering, Lower your voices. My wife and daughter are sleeping. Do not wake them. For many years, you have endured hardships alongside the old general and me, but from now on, your mistress is affluent. She possesses land for cultivation, and with your diligent efforts, you shall certainly have sufficient food, and even meat. Chapter 73. The bandits have arrived. Father, you go ahead. I will return home first. Chu Daqiang stood in the courtyard, gazing at the entirety of Lu family village, feeling as though he were in a dream. Ame has given me a little Ame. He, Ame and our daughter are here. I have become a father. The following morning, as Chu Daqiang lay deeply asleep on the floor of the main hall, he was suddenly awakened by a delightful aroma. He sprang up and beheld his daughter emerging from the room. She was truly beautiful, with skin as porcelain white as that of Ame in her youth. Qingqing, you are just as lovely as your mother was at your age, nay, even more so.
Only your ears resemble mine.
Lu Qingqing replied, Oh, heavens. Please take care of me. If I had your ears and looked like you elsewhere, what would become of me? Chu Daqiang inquired, What shall we have for breakfast this morning? Lu Qingqing rolled her eyes. Father, why do you always think of food? You could rise early to help mother prepare breakfast. It is mother who bears the brunt of caring for me and the children. Chu Daqiang, feeling his stomach, replied, All right. Tomorrow morning, I shall be the first to rise and cook. I was just too excited last night. Upon hearing footsteps, Lu Mingmei entered with a tray. Chu Daqiang gazed at his beloved, instantly captivated by her beauty. She looked just as radiant as in her childhood.
Hey!
Just as Chu Daqiang was lost in admiration, his daughter kicked him lightly on the calf. Father, what are you standing around for?
Help out.
My mother does not support idleness. Even if you are my father, you cannot just eat without working. Chu Daqiang quickly took the tray from her. Ame, allow me to assist. You have worked hard this morning preparing breakfast. Why did you not call for me? I would have risen to help with the fire. Lu Mingmei glanced at his large, dark hands, hesitating to mention whether they were clean enough to serve food. All right, General, please wash up before we eat. Today, I must go to the county town. Our Qingqing has a taste for lean meat porridge, and the meat at home is too fatty for her. Since Qingqing became pregnant, she has had a craving for meat, particularly lean cuts. I need to visit Lu's butcher shop in the county town to procure some. I shall also purchase some ribs and pork belly. We have many mouths to feed. Chu Daqiang volunteered. Ame, let me take someone to escort Qingqing. You deserve to rest at home after years of raising the children. Lu Mingmei looked at her daughter with concern, while Lu Qingqing nodded. Mother, you stay at home. You still need to prepare a set of small quilts and clothes for the little ones, right? Previously, we only prepared for one child, but now with two, we must prepare double. I have heard that twins may arrive early, perhaps around 7 months. Lu Mingmei nodded anxiously. We must hasten to prepare more. By the way, General, please visit the cloth store to buy some soft cotton fabric to make diapers for our grandchildren. Chu Daqiang gazed at his wife, somewhat dazed, unsure if he comprehended, and simply nodded. All right. I will certainly take good care of the children. Lu Qingqing smiled. Mother, do not worry. Let us eat quickly. Breakfast at Lu's home left Chu Daqiang quite satisfied, as he imitated Ame, peeling eggs for his daughter and serving her the lean meat porridge, ensuring they were well taken care of. He finished the leftovers himself. By the time Lu Qingqing completed her preparations, the sun was high in the sky.
Chu Daqiang,
no longer in a hurry, noticed that since the great general had arrived at Lu family village, his demeanor had softened. Previously, he had been quick and decisive, but now he waited patiently as his daughter prepared to go out, even indulging in a silly grin. Once ready, Lu Mingmei sent her daughter off in the cart and, upon glancing at Chu Daqiang, felt a flutter in her heart for reasons she could not quite grasp. General, please walk slowly and do not rush the cart. Bumps may trouble Qingqing. She is not as she used to be. She needs extra care. General, you must adjust to being a father. You need to be more attentive to the child. Do you understand? Chu Daqiang nodded. Ame, do not worry. I missed out on her childhood, but from now on, I will treat her like a child. Lu Mingmei nodded in satisfaction. Let us go. Otherwise, we will miss lunch. Qingqing, what would you like for lunch? Mother will prepare it for you. Lu Qingqing pondered. Mother, how about making some buns for lunch? The green beans are ready. Let us make some meat buns. With 2 or 3 dozen people at home, they would enjoy buns and then cook some sorghum porridge, which would surely be delightful. Lu Mingmei turned to Lu Er. Did you hear? The young lady desires green bean buns, and we shall make meat buns for lunch. Lu Qingqing accompanied her father to the county town, where the butcher shop was likely anticipating her arrival, hurrying to greet her as she entered. Lu Qingqing surveyed the meat on display and shook her head. Do you have no freshly slaughtered pigs? We need some ribs and lean meat, though I will take these pork belly cuts as well. Chu Daqiang was bewildered. My daughter, what do you intend to do with over 100 pounds of meat? How much will that cost? He soon found himself even more perplexed as the butcher announced, "Tomorrow, I shall slaughter a fine pig. Once prepared, have someone from your family come to collect it." As they strolled through the small county town, others began to recognize him. "Isn't that the great general of southern town, Qiu Daqiang? Why is he escorting the cart belonging to the Liu family?" Upon inquiry, they learned that the Liu family was indeed connected to the general's household, and thus their status as a prominent family made sense. As noon approached, the large cart following them was filled to the brim. Qiu Daqiang grinned broadly, enjoying the comfortable atmosphere, while Chu Feng and Chu Lei felt similarly content. Just as they arrived at the foot of Yujia village, a group of several hundred people suddenly appeared, some pushing carts and others driving them, rushing towards their direction. Lu Qingqing opened the cart door and, upon seeing the commotion, surmised they intended to storm the fields and seize a portion of the ripe grain. This particular rice paddy belonged to her experimental crop, intended for seed preservation for the next planting season, but it seemed it had been discovered.
Chu Daqiang shouted.
"What is the meaning of this? Are you plotting rebellion? All fields in Liu family village have been designated by the authorities. No one is permitted to interfere. Chu Feng and Chu Lei, charge forward and disperse them. If necessary, do not hesitate to engage." Nearby, soldiers had already arrived. For Chu Feng and Chu Lei had returned at dawn to gather troops. Now, 5,000 soldiers were assembling at the foot of the mountain. Qiu Daqiang's outcry garnered attention, as many soldiers under the great general of southern town rushed towards the scene. As both sides prepared for confrontation, Lu Qingqing exclaimed, "The bandits are here. Father, you go ahead. I will return home." In the moment that Chu Lei stood near the cart, the horse unexpectedly began trotting up the mountain on its own. Chapter 74. Has the southern barbarian princess taken a liking to my father? Is she blind? Lu Qingqing rode back to Liu family village in the cart, calmly instructing Liu to quickly unload it without mentioning the bandits to her mother. Lunch was ready, and the meat buns were freshly steamed. Lu Qingqing took a bite of a large bun filled with green beans and pork, exclaiming, "Oh, this is delicious, mother. What shall I do? I am growing more fond of meat." Lu Mingmei smiled as she gently combed her daughter's hair. "Qingqing, it's wonderful that you enjoy meat. Indulge a little more now. But come next month, we must control your portions. Otherwise, you'll grow too large, which may complicate childbirth." Lu Qingqing obediently replied, "Yes, mother, I will heed your words. I shall listen to you." Lu Mingmei could not suppress the curve of her lips. She relished her daughter's affectionate declarations. Suddenly, she recalled that man. "Qingqing, where has your father gone? Did he not accompany you to the county town? Why did you return alone?" Lu Qingqing touched her nose. "He is down the mountain. He ran into a few acquaintances." Before long, heavy footsteps were heard. It was clear that the great general had returned. Lu Qingqing raised her eyebrows at her father. "Did you speak with those acquaintances?" Qiu Daqiang was oblivious to his daughter's subtle signals, his gaze solely fixed on his beloved Ame. "Ame, have you prepared the meal?" The individuals down the mountain are not ordinary folk. They appear to be southern barbarians attempting to steal grain from here. I have eliminated 145 of them, but a few managed to escape. This matter is likely to have further developments. For now, let Chu Feng and Chu Lei finish their meal before I deploy troops. My 20,000 men must come to fortify our defenses. Otherwise, if more southern barbarians invade Yunnan, it will spell trouble. Lu Mingmei. The general's words implied that southern barbarians had indeed intruded. "Can your men protect us?" Lu Mingmei asked anxiously. "Qingqing, perhaps we should let your father oversee Liu family village while we retreat to the capital?" Qiu Daqiang retorted, "Is my daughter inheriting Ame's tendency to flee when trouble arises?"
"No.
It is not Ame's fault. You need not worry. The southern barbarians are still confined to the southern border and cannot invade. It is likely just a small faction active here. I am confident in handling them." Lu Qingqing nodded at her mother, instinctively trusting her, as she held little faith in her father's words. "Ame, eat your meal. Qingqing must not go hungry, for she carries our grandchild." During the meal, it was evident that Lu Mingmei was preoccupied, her thoughts elsewhere. Lu Qingqing understood her mother's desire to escape this perilous place, fearing the onset of conflict. However, she could not reveal her secret ability to her mother, considering that hiding might be their only option. After the meal, Qiu Daqiang instructed the two women to remain at home while he went to strategize. By afternoon, Chu Feng and Chu Lei had successfully brought the 20,000 troops to Liu family village, establishing a formidable defense. Just as Qiu Daqiang settled down for the night, he suddenly heard a signal from Chu Lei. Upon exiting, he learned that someone from the southern general's residence sought his audience. "Who seeks me at such an hour?" he grumbled. "What of my wife and childless rest? We shall address this tomorrow." The following morning, after breakfast with his family, Xu Daqiang mentioned the visitor from the southern general's residence and prepared to depart. Lu Mingmei merely nodded, inquiring if he would return for lunch. As midday approached, Xu Daqiang had yet to return, but Xu Lei appeared instead. "Madam, Miss, our general instructed me to ask if preparations for the Granary are underway. He has sent 500 men to follow your orders." Lu Qingqing was taken aback, yet seeing her mother's demeanor, she refrained from asking further. She led Xu Lei to the back mountain of Lu family village.
Uncle Lei.
"I wish to fell some trees down the mountain and level the area to create a granary, approximately 10 acres to be cleared. We shall dry the grain here after harvest before milling it."
Julai diplit, understo, miss.
"I will follow your instructions. You may return and rest. The path is uneven, so I shall escort you back." "Thank you, Uncle Lei. Why hasn't my father returned? Is there a matter with the court?"
Julai cautiously responded.
"It is not a court issue. A young princess from the southern barbarians has come to Winjiang. She wishes to meet our general regarding purchasing grain." Lu Qingqing frowned, perplexed by the presence of a southern barbarian princess amidst their warring nations. "Why is she here in Yunnan?" Xu Lei sighed. "Perhaps you are unaware, but a princess from the southern barbarians is connected to Yunnan by maternal ties. She grew up here and has faced rejection from her people. Her intention to buy grain is not for the southern barbarians, but for her maternal family, who have suffered misfortune and seek to acquire 10,000 pounds for sustenance. Additionally, it seems she has taken a liking to our general, bringing numerous gifts and even clothing for him." Lu Qingqing was taken aback.
"What?
"A southern barbarian princess fancies my father? Is she blind? Or rather, is she foolish?" Xu Lei was startled by her fierce demeanor, which bore a resemblance to the general's own commanding presence. Lu Qingqing, with a scowl, inquired, "Does my father reciprocate her affections?"
How old is she?"
Xu Lei could not divulge that the general had accepted her gifts while sending her away. Their general's heart belonged solely to his wife, remaining steadfastly honorable throughout the years. Lu Qingqing nodded. "Indeed. Uncle Lei, you possess keen insight. I appreciate your words." She pondered the implications. Her father, the southern general with an army of 20,000, might be the target of the southern barbarian schemes to coerce him into alliance, potentially conspiring with their military. "Uncle Lei, find someone to bring my father back. I fear he may be ensnared by their ploys. It is evident that the southern barbarians aim to use seduction to incite rebellion within the southern army."
Julai acknowledged.
"Understood, Mississippi." By evening, Xu Daqiang returned, weary from his travels, carrying 2 large bundles. Upon entering, he noticed Lu Qingqing's troubled expression. "Qingqing, I am back. Today, a foolish girl came to the general's residence, bringing a large assortment of gifts. I found the fabrics quite appealing and decided to keep them. She even gifted me premium ginseng and lingji, which I brought back for you. Surely, you will need good nourishment for the child." Lu Qingqing mused, "Is my father truly this kind-hearted, so different from my expectations?" Chapter 75. Who is the aunt? What does she seek from my father? Lu Qingqing realized her father's frugality. He had grown accustomed to a life of scarcity. Yet Lu Qingqing, being astute, smiled. "Oh, father, you are wonderful. It is enough that you think of mother and me." Lu Mingmei emerged, noticing the ordinary garments her husband had brought, feeling a pang of sympathy. She recognized that his nightclothes were ill-fitting, the sleeves and pant legs too short for his tall frame. Alas! It is no wonder they say Lu Mingmei possesses a kind heart. Witnessing these garments, she assessed them and concluded that they were still a size too small for Xu Daqiang. "General, these clothes do not fit you. They should be given to our servants. We have ample fabric at home. I will sew you a few sets of nightclothes tomorrow." Xu Daqiang replied, "Ame, will that not be a burden for you? I can wear anything. Qingza has clothing to spare." Lu Qingqing playfully pinched her father's side. "Father, can you truly be comfortable in ill-fitting attire?" The discomfort of ill-fitting garments may be akin to unease, and when Qingqing expresses her discomfort, it resonates with her father. Observing her father, Lu Qingqing harbors doubts about his mental acuity, pondering if he has been rendered daft, suffering from a deficiency in intellect. During mealtime, Lu Qingqing mentions the impending harvest of early crops, explaining to her father that the seeds were prepared by her. As the harvest will soon transition into a second sowing season, a perfect opportunity for these seeds. Chu Daqiang, bewildered, inquires about this second sowing. Lu Qingqing, with a smile, enlightens him on her innovative farming methods. She explains that while they previously planted rice and millet corn, the absence of water now allows for the cultivation of dry rice and corn. The seeds she has cultivated will undoubtedly yield a bountiful harvest, and she intends to plant some late rice to ensure there is food for the troops during the new year. She expresses her desire to enjoy fresh rice, promising to reserve some for her father's subordinates. Chu Daqiang, amused, remarks that her uncle Lei and their companions will be thrilled. He acknowledges his daughter's cleverness and the prospect of selling their abundant grain to the court, anticipating that the army will soon require provisions for the impending conflict in the southern regions. Lu Qingqing questions the existence of such an army, prompting Chu Daqiang to recount a letter from the emperor requesting military supplies for a contingent of 100,000 soldiers to aid in the conquest of the southern tribes. He expresses his disbelief at the notion of such a large force being mobilized, yet he is elated at the prospect of their abundant harvest. Lu Qingqing and Lu Mingmei, stunned by the implications of the warlord's arrival, realize the significance of the situation. Lu Qingqing suggests that they sell their grain to the warlord's troops, ensuring that the court will pay for it. She urges her father to keep their identities concealed to protect them from any potential repercussions. As Chu Daqiang ponders the implications, he humorously considers whether they owe the warlord money, while Lu Mingmei finds amusement in the absurdity of the situation. Chu Daqiang then reveals his intention to send the two women away to avoid any debt collectors, recalling how he often evaded creditors during his previous life. The following day, Chu Daqiang and his workers begin harvesting the early rice, which proves to be a remarkable yield, with the fragrant grains heavy on the stalks. Lu Qingqing, accompanied by her little brother, heads to the riverbank where two women are washing clothes. As she sits lost in thought, a horse-drawn carriage approaches, and a woman in a striking red dress steps out, striding confidently towards Chu Daqiang. Lu Qingqing scoffs at the woman's audacity, feeling protective of her father despite their financial struggles. As she approaches, she inquires about the woman's identity. The woman, Liang Zhenju, is taken aback by Lu Qingqing's youthful beauty and innocence, leading to an awkward exchange regarding their familial ties. Lu Qingqing, with a hint of playful arrogance, asserts her relationship with her father while jesting about the woman's age, causing Liang Zhenju to retreat in embarrassment. As the woman departs in tears, Lu Qingqing, with a sense of triumph, turns to her father, who is momentarily confused by the unfolding events. With a light-hearted demeanor, Lu Qingqing insists she can return home, motivated by the promise of a meal prepared by her mother. As she strides confidently, Chu Daqiang, scratching his head, reflects on the peculiarities of the situation, pondering the peculiar age of the southern princess. In this new chapter, with the arrival of a male figure in the Lu household, a sense of stability envelopes them. Lu Qingqing perceives a rekindled affection between her mother and father as her mother crafts garments for him, signaling a hopeful future for their family. Clever as Lu Qingqing is, she often plays matchmaker for her parents, wishing for her mother's happiness and longing for the love-filled life her parents share, having grown up together. At times, she can sense her mother's unspoken desires, and her father, though somewhat bumbling, treats her mother with a tenderness akin to that of a child being coaxed. Lu Qingqing frequently finds herself by the riverside, watching the small beans and the women wash clothes, lost in tranquil reverie. Perhaps she contemplates the father of her own child, but feels their bond is unequal, far from the possibility of reconciliation like her parents. If he were to come to Yunnan Prefecture, she might avoid him, as entanglements would only bring distress upon her mother and family. Even though she now has a father and her mother's status has changed, the wound within her heart remains difficult to heal. The man once severed the ties between her and her mother in public, a hurtful act that left her feeling she could choose a husband, but not her mother. He fails to understand her, and thus they must part ways. This is a matter of principle, not something that can be objectively comprehended. Disrespect towards her mother is unacceptable, no matter what he might say. As May approaches its midpoint, the Lu family's fields are ripe for harvest. Meanwhile, Chu Daqiang is eagerly patrolling the fields, asserting his claim to the land. On the 13th of May, the weary Zhao Tianzong, having lost considerable weight during his journey, finally arrives at Yunnan Prefecture. Having shed nearly 10 to 8 pounds, he now weighs just over 140, looking as thin as a reed. Zhao Tianzong, a martial artist since childhood, has transformed from a muscular figure to one that now resembles mere skin and bones. Upon reaching the general's residence, He leaps from his horse. Noting the crooked sign of the entrance, a gaunt old man peeks out, inquiring who he seeks. Zhao Tianzong nods, instructing the steward to notify General Zhen Nan that Prince Zhao Tianzong has arrived with men. The old man exclaims in surprise, revealing that the general has been away for over half a month, having secured grain from Lu family village, which is now ready for harvest. Zhao Tianzong expresses his admiration for the general's dedication, stating he will report this to the court. The old man recalls that the general is currently guarding the grain from would-be thieves with a force of 20,000, having taken residence at Lu family village. Zhao Tianzong, invigorated by the news of grain, urges his companions to hurry to Lu family village, understanding the significance of securing supplies for their impending battles. As they travel through the parched landscape, Zhao Tianzong's heart grows heavy at the sight of devastation, pondering the meager harvest they might find. Suddenly, a cry from his companion alerts him to a different scene. Lush, green fields appear along their path, indicating a bountiful harvest. Excitedly, Zhao Tianzong dismounts to inspect the rice paddies, feeling the weighty heads of grain, his heart racing with hope. They continue to discover vibrant cornfields, their spirits lifted by the sight of such abundance. The prospect of military provisions fills them with renewed vigor. And Zhao Tianzong reflects on the wisdom of his bold strategy, arriving in Yunnan without the constraints of court politics. As they progress, Zhao Tianzong instructs his men to seek out news of his wife, dispatching more scouts in search of her. Just then, they spot a tall man carrying a basin, accompanied by a familiar-looking woman by the riverside. Zhao Tianzong squints, recognizing something in her silhouette. Chapter 77. Am I allowed to kiss Somme? Zhao Tianzong stands dumbfounded, realizing the striking resemblance of the woman to his mother-in-law. His companions share their thoughts, noting the apparent intimacy between the two, suggesting the woman is likely married. Zhao Tianzong grapples with his own perceptions, questioning whether he has truly seen his mother-in-law, or if his mind is playing tricks on him. Zhao Tianzong realized he had once again misidentified someone. He swiftly stepped behind a phoenix tree and closed his eyes, pondering how he had become so muddled. The divine physician had declared him afflicted by lovesickness. Could it be true? Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, upon spotting their prince by the tree, also concealed themselves behind a nearby tree, wide-eyed as they observed their lord, knowing he must have mistaken someone for another. They felt a tinge of fear. If their prince were to mistakenly confront the man and his companion, it would likely lead to another bout of scolding. This was not the first time such a scenario had unfolded. Yet, despite their trepidation, the trio could not help but sneak glances. Suddenly, they witnessed the man lifting a basin with one hand, guiding the woman up the path. It was apparent she had twisted her ankle and limped slightly. To their surprise, the man positioned the basin before her, crouched down, and offered to carry her, but the woman shook her head, insisting she could manage without his assistance. From a distance, Zhao Tianzong couldn't shake the feeling that this woman resembled his mother-in-law too closely. If he did not approach for confirmation, he feared he would remain restless. As he was lost in thought, Zhang Yi quietly urged, "Your Highness, we should leave. They are a couple. You would only disturb them, and that man may scold you." Zhao Tianzong recalled the times he had rushed to grasp unfamiliar women, only to be met with scorn from their husbands, leaving him with a headache. He decided it was best to retreat and seek General Chu, who had procured supplies. The three of them stealthily turned to leave. But Zhao Tianzong could not resist casting one last glance. The familiarity was undeniable. Suddenly, he spotted Zhang San rushing toward him, cupping his fist in greeting. "Your Highness, our 100,000 Tiger Might Army has set up camp. The camp leaders are inquiring if we will have enough food tonight. The army scribe, Mr. Sun, has dispatched someone to the county office, and the magistrate reported that grain supplies are limited. It seems we can only provide a hearty meal for the troops tonight. Alternatively, we could ration our food to ensure a meal in the morning. What do you suggest?" Zhao Tianzong replied, "Let us inquire about the location of Lu family village. If they have grain, our dining dilemma will be resolved." At that moment, two soldiers passed by, carrying rice up the mount. One, eyeing Zhao Tianzong and his companions warily, asked, "Which regiment are you from?" Zhang Yi responded, "We have come from the capital to find General Chu. Could you direct us to Lu family village?" The soldier chuckled. "You're from the capital looking for our general? He is at Lu family village. Do you see those phoenix trees? They lead directly to the village."
Tana smilet.
"So this is Lu family village. Where can we find General Chu? We wish to speak with him." The soldier carrying the rice remarked, "Look ahead. That is our general and his wife." You may proceed. We must hurry to deliver this rice before our lunch break. The two soldiers hurried off, concerned that the meat dishes would be depleted. Zhang Sen awkwardly remarked, "What family can afford a meal at a time like this?" Zhao Tianzong turned to see the man by the phoenix tree, still holding the basin and conversing with his wife. He glanced back at his three subordinates, and this time, he strode purposefully toward the couple. Approaching them, he overheard a man's voice, raspy and pleading, "May I kiss you just once?" The woman blushed and retorted, "You mustn't act foolishly. What if Qingqing sees?" As she lowered her gaze, the man leaned in and planted a kiss on her forehead. Startled, they locked eyes, momentarily frozen.
Crack.
Zhao Tianzong stepped on a twig, and the woman turned, meeting his gaze. However, at that moment, the impassioned Xu Daqiang was overcome with emotion. Leaning in to kiss Ame's forehead once more, cautiously asking, may I kiss you just once?" Suddenly, a shadow darted from behind, delivering a swift kick to his groin, sending him and the basin flying. A booming voice thundered, "You scoundrel, have you a death wish?" Chapter 78. Dare to molest my mother-in-law? Stand aside and let me handle this. Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, witnessing the commotion, quickly understood the gravity of the situation. Madame Lu was being harassed. Their prince was already in action, and they followed suit, rushing forward. Zhao Tianzong, now certain that this was indeed a lecherous scoundrel harassing his mother-in-law, felt his fury ignite. "How dare you molest my mother-in-law? Stand aside and let me handle this." Zhao Tianzong leapt forward. Xu Daqiang, surprisingly agile, rolled to his feet, determined to defend his honor. Clothing and the basin scattered in all directions as the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Lu Mingmei, leaning against the tree in shock, watched as the two men clashed violently. In truth, Xu Daqiang was no slouch, shaped by years of battle. However, he was no match for Zhao Tianzong, a man renowned as a god of war. One misstep, and Zhao Tianzong's kick struck Xu Daqiang squarely in the back, sending him sprawling forward with a thud. Zhao Tianzong executed a backflip, landing with a kick that echoed with a sickening crack.
"Ah, lazy, Finzi."
A furious cry erupted as Zhang Yi and Zhang Er noticed the two men who had been carrying grain rushing back into the fray. Without hesitation, they joined the brawl. Lu Mingmei found her voice, shouting, "Stop. Your Highness, please stop." Though Xu Daqiang was in agony from the kick to his leg, he deftly drew a dagger and lunged. Zhao Tianzong, catching the glint of silver, swiftly evaded and drew his sword. "You vile scoundrel, how dare you harass my mother-in-law here? Today, I shall personally execute you, and no one shall interfere." Lu Mingmei pleaded, "Your Highness, no. Please, I beg you, do not fight." Zhao Tianzong's rage boiled over. His mother-in-law had endured years of solitude, only to be tormented by this lecher. He could not bear the shame, his face burning with indignation. Charging forward, Zhao Tianzong brandished his sword. Xu Daqiang, sensing the impending doom, attempted to evade, but his injured leg faltered. Suddenly, the powerful Chu Lei swung a club, striking Zhao Tianzong's blade with a resounding clang, sending it flying into the phoenix tree with a thud. Zhao Tianzong. He turned to see Chu Lei tackled by Zhang Er, while Xu Daqiang struggled to rise, sweat glistening on his forehead, still cursing. Zhao Tianzong, teeth clenched in fury, kicked him hard, sending him sprawling face-first to the ground, while he continued to curse Zhao Tianzong. A classic case of pride and defeat. The air crackled with tension as Zhao Tianzong advanced, ready to deliver a kick to the man before him. But just as he prepared to strike, a furious voice echoed, "Zhao Tianzong, what do you think you are doing? This is sheer bullying." He looked up to see a young girl rush from the courtyard, brandishing a stick. To his astonishment, it was his long-desired wife, the enchanting Princess Qingqing. Suddenly, Chu Lei and Chu Feng shouted, "Miss, do not approach. They are attacking." Seizing the moment, Zhang Yi and Zhang Er lunged at the two clumsy foes, restraining them to prevent any further chaos, as the prince was determined to personally avenge his mother-in-law. Lu Mingmei, witnessing the commotion, was paralyzed with fear, her tears streaming down her cheeks. "Qingqing, please don't fight," she cried, but Qingqing charged forward, swinging her stick and striking the man squarely on the backside with a resounding thud. Zhao Tianzong stumbled, momentarily dazed, his gaze fixed on his beloved Qingqing. With another fierce swing, Qingqing struck him again, causing him to stagger and collide with a nearby tree. "Qingqing, it's me, Zhao Tianzong," he exclaimed in disbelief. As Qingqing released her grip on the man who had attacked her father, she discovered her father rolling on the ground, clutching his leg, clearly in pain. Father, are you all right? What happened to your leg? Mother, come see what is wrong with father. Leaning against the phoenix tree, Zhao Tianzong felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What was happening? His Qingqing had no father, and his mother-in-law had been widowed for many years. How could she have found a new husband so quickly? The shock left him momentarily speechless, his mind racing with questions he could not articulate in the presence of his wife. Zhang Yi and Zhang Er felt a chill run down their spines. This was a disaster. The princess's mother had seemingly found her a stepfather, and the prince had inadvertently injured her new father-in-law. Zhang San rushed over, having been positioned to protect the prince's mother-in-law, quickly helping Zhang Yi and Zhang airlift Chu Feng and Chu Lei to their feet, brushing off the dust. Lu Qingqing, seeing her mother in distress over her father, exploded with rage. Zhao Tianzong, what are you trying to accomplish?
What do you want?
Your mother brought people to attack mine, and you retaliate against my father. I will not let you go unpunished. With her stick raised, she charged at Zhao Tianzong, but Zhang Yi, Zhang Er, and Zhang San quickly intervened, worried that the young princess might harm the prince, who had already been rendered foolish by the blows. Quickly, run.
Zan Yi urget.
As they helped Zhao Tianzong escape, fearing he might end up as foolish as the crown prince, Chu Feng and Chu Lei rushed to block Lu Qingqing, imploring Miss, please listen to Uncle Lei. You mustn't harm yourself. Lu Qingqing fought back. You can't take my stick. You are all wrong. Zhao Tianzong, I will end you for this. Your mother bullied us, and now you come to bully my family? I swear, I will defeat you today. Lu Mingmei, holding her husband, cried out, Qingqing, your father's leg may be broken. Uncle Feng, Uncle Lei, please take my father home and summon the military physician to tend to his leg. Lu Mingmei urged, and the two men complied, but Chu Feng remained cautious, instructing, Madam, assist the young lady while we help the general. As they moved, a servant rushed out to gather the scattered items, and Lu Mingmei gently guided her daughter home, trembling. Your father saw me and rushed to help when I stumbled. He probably misunderstood when he kissed my forehead, thinking he was defending me from the prince. Before she could finish her explanation, chaos erupted, leading to a brawl between their families. Lu Qingqing sighed, even if my father and I are not particularly close, it is intolerable for anyone to bully him or you. He deserves his fate. Lu Mingmei, witnessing her daughter's fury, remained silent, glancing down the hill. Qingqing, let us return. Do not let your anger consume you. It will harm both you and your child. Slowly, she guided her daughter back into the village, leaving Zhao Tianzong and his 3 attendants standing like fools, watching the pair fade into the distance. Zhang San remarked, has the princess gained weight? Zhang Er replied, indeed, she seems to have put on quite a bit. Zhang Yi added, the princess's family must be well fed. Zhao Tianzong stood at the base of the hill, his mind buzzing as he contemplated the events unfolding above. He began to piece together that Qingqing and his mother-in-law had arrived in Yunnan Prefecture and hidden here. No wonder his men had failed to find them. They had fled so far. What was the matter with General Chu? How had he so swiftly become entangled with his mother-in-law? It was inconceivable that his mother-in-law could remarry. Was she compelled into this union against her will? Zhang San agreed. The prince is right. Lady Lu likely felt coerced into marrying General Chu to provide for the princess. Zhang Er added, both the princess and Lady Lu are extraordinarily beautiful. Without protection, they would surely be at risk of mistreatment. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up as he spotted Chu Lei charging down the path, clearly in distress. He quickly untied a horse, calling out, brother, are you heading to fetch a doctor? Ride quickly. This is all a misunderstanding. Chu Lei, taking the reins and glancing back at Zhao Tianzong, asked with a hint of hostility.
Who are you?
Why did you attack our general? Zhang Er, eager to appease, replied, brother, we are from the court. This is my lord, the war king Zhao Tianzong. Really? You are the war king Zhao Tianzong?
Chu Lei scoffed.
Your lord is quite impressive. I must hurry to fetch a physician. Our general is in agony and likely has a broken leg. With that, Chu Lei mounted his horse and galloped away. Zhang Yi turned to Zhao Tianzong, who remained fixated on Lu's residence, pondering how to proceed. Suddenly, a small girl appeared from the hillside, carrying a basin, likely returning from washing clothes. Zhang San perked up, exclaiming, little Dizzy, what a coincidence. You've grown so much I barely recognized you. Little Dizzy, visibly annoyed, retorted, It's you, General San. You've become as thin as a reed. And is that the prince? Have you all been dieting? But wait, how did you all come to find us? Jean-Eyre quickly chimed in, we've been starving. There's been a shortage of food. You look lovely, just like the princess. Jean-San eagerly took the basin from her, saying, let me carry that for you, little Dizzy. Are you hot? Should I fan you? Little Dizzy, taken aback by the attention, protested, no, thank you. What is going on with you all? My lady warned me that flattery has ulterior motives. You can't enter the estate. If my lady gets upset, I'll be in trouble. Jean-Eyre diligently fanned Xiao Dizzy, who insisted no. We haven't thought about going in. The scenery outside is so delightful. Let's just wait here for a while. By the way, why has our princess and her mother found a general to live with? Was Madame Lu compelled into marriage? We certainly cannot allow Madame Lu to be bullied. Xiao Dizzy, feeling indignant, pushed Jean-Eyre's sleeve aside, exclaiming, what nonsense are you talking about? That is our young lady's biological father. No, I mean her true father. Has the father of Princess Jean-E risen from the dead? Jean-Eyre, Jean-San, and Zhao Tianzong exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. Oh no!
Zan lanet kılısır.
Isn't our princess's mother a widow? Where would she have a biological father? Xiao Dizzy proudly puffed out her chest. That's because our lord, the great general, had his head injured by the enemy during battle and forgot who he was and where he belonged. He was adopted as a son by the former general of Zhennan and later inherited his position, becoming General Chu Daqiang. When he came to Lu family village to purchase grain, he recognized Our Lady and her mother. The general is a kind man who has taken excellent care of Our Lady and us. I can't chat any longer. I need to take the clothes I washed for the young lady back to dry. With several attempts, Xiao Dizzy finally snatched the basin from Jean-San's hands and scampered off toward the village. Zhao Tianzong, Jean-E, Jean-Eyre, and Jean-San exchanged worried glances, all sharing a foreboding sense of dread. Oh dear, I came here to buy grain and have yet to meet my wife, and now I've already injured my father-in-law. It seems rather unfortunate, doesn't it? Suddenly, Chu Lei rode back on horseback with an old man, charging toward them. Zhao Tianzong straightened his posture. No matter what, he had to confront this. Although he had accidentally harmed his father-in-law, he was not unaware of the situation. Jean-E remarked wisely, but if the princess strikes you, you must flee without retaliating. Jean-Eyre quipped, the crown prince has been rendered foolish from being struck. Jean-San noted, the princess has gained some weight and has strength now. Her stick swings with great vigor. Gathering his resolve, Zhao Tianzong led his 3 subordinates toward the village. As they approached the entrance, Uncle Li greeted them. Who are you looking for?
Ah.
Why does this resemble the prince? No, he isn't this thin or dark. Zhao Tianzong. Having never experienced insecurities about his appearance, Zhao Tianzong immediately became alert, stroking his scruffy beard and gaunt face. He turned sharply to glare at his subordinates. What is the meaning of this? Why did you not remind me to tidy myself? The 3 subordinates quickly apologized. We're sorry, Your Highness. Clearing his throat and puffing out his chest, Zhao Tianzong replied, it is Uncle Li. I have come through here to acquire grain while on my journey to war. Is the princess residing in this village? Uncle Li exclaimed, Your Highness, you have become so thin. I hardly recognized you. Our young lady and madam are staying here. But Your Highness, you and our young lady are separated, are you not? Why have you returned? Zhao Tianzong replied, that was all a misunderstanding. Once we clarify, there shall be no separation. Uncle Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Ah, is that so? Allow me to inform the madam. Zhao Tianzong interrupted, no need. I can go directly. He wasn't foolish enough to announce himself only to be barred from entering by his own wife, which would be quite embarrassing. As he stepped into the courtyard, he heard a dreadful cry from inside. Ouch. That hurts so much. Dr. Wang, be gentle. Is my bone broken? Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Amai.
If my brother Qingze does not survive, there are some treasures left by our adoptive father in the general's residence in Jinnan. You can retrieve them later. Although they may not be worth much, that box of military books is invaluable. Let's save them for our grandson. Then, Lu Qingqing's voice rang out. Father. Even if you broke your leg, why are you discussing your last words? General Lu Mingmei, do not speak. Dr. Wang, don't shake him. Lei Shu, please assist Dr. Wang. Zhao Tianzong reached the door, nearly laughing in disbelief. Was his father-in-law truly a drama king? He had merely broken a leg and was already preparing to deliver his last words, planning to leave a will for his grandson. Chu Daqiang lamented with a quivering voice. Qingqing, I have not cared for you over the years, nor have I comforted you. I have only managed to do so these past few days.
Oh, dear.
I may not survive this. Thank you, Qingqing. Let me drink some water. It is quite sweet. Ame, how could I forget you for over a decade? To forget you for so long. Now if Brother Qingza dies, who will guard him? Lu Mingmei was exasperated.
What are you talking about?
Qingqing already said you just broke a leg. It will be set and healed soon, right? Can't you be a bit more considerate? We are about to have grandchildren. Can't you spare us the drama? Chu Daqiang replied, I cannot bear to part with you too. With a grandchild on the way, how can I let go? What if I die from this pain? Ame, how about this? Since Brother Qingza is in such pain, he cannot sleep on the ground anymore. Let me sleep inside tonight. Apologies, General. My hands trembled again. Lu Qingqing exploded. Father, what is wrong with you? Mother is supposed to sleep with me. Where will you sleep inside? I cannot sleep without my mother at night, don't you know? Are you telling me your love for me was a lie? Chu Daqiang countered, but Qingqing's father is in pain. Can't your mother take care of him? Lu Qingqing retorted, forget it. My mother doesn't listen to my father. Lei Shu, Feng Shu, please take care of my father. Zhao Tianzong coughed lightly. May I enter? No. You are not permitted. Chapter 80. Your Highness, please, Qingqing is pregnant. Do not provoke her. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Qingqing's face changed immediately. No. You are not allowed to enter. As Zhao Tianzong stepped in, upon hearing his wife's protest, he hesitantly withdrew his foot, standing at the door, gazing longingly inside. His dramatic father-in-law, Chu Daqiang, was still lamenting when he noticed Dr. Wang suppressing laughter, and he winked at the old man. Suddenly, he looked up and saw the towering figure at the entrance. Who is this? Qingqing, who is he?
Ame, who is that guy?
Lu Mingmei replied, he is Zhao Tianzong. Qingqing does not recognize him. Chu Daqiang turned to Zhao Tianzong. Lei said you are the war prince Zhao Tianzong. We are both serving the court. How could you have harmed me? Wait a moment. When you attacked me, you mentioned your mother-in-law. Mei is my wife. How did she become your mother-in-law? Lu Qingqing interjected, Father, he is my previous husband. Chu Daqiang exclaimed, what? Chu Feng and Chu Lei echoed, impossible. Qingqing said her previous husband died. Zhao Tianzong and Lu Qingqing simultaneously stated, I never said he was dead. Chu Daqiang exclaimed, so he is not dead and has come back. Zhao Tianzong gazed at Lu Qingqing, who stood within the confines of the room, partially obscured by her mother-in-law. Qingqing, all those misunderstandings have been clarified. They were orchestrated by Crown Prince Zhao Tianchong to incite discord with my mother. He manipulated those women and even drugged my mother to inflame her emotions, leading to this unfortunate incident. As a consequence of the drug, my mother fell into a coma for 3 days and nights. Meanwhile, I was hindered by the Crown Prince's foolishness, and when I finally had the chance to leave the palace, I could not find you and your mother. Now that the truth has emerged, my mother and I sincerely wish to apologize to you and your mother. Qingqing, I was wrong. I truly see how foolish I was after your departure. I failed to respect you and your mother, and I, Zhao Tianzong, am deeply remorseful for my unworthy treatment of your affections. Lu Qingqing retorted, I do not wish to hear your words. We are already divorced. You should leave. For our fates have reached their conclusion. Do not say that, Qingqing. I admit my faults, and my mother will also apologize and acknowledge her mistakes. I have wronged your father as well. Earlier, I witnessed him attempting to take liberties with my mother, which provoked my reaction.
Chu Daqiang.
You, wretched son-in-law, silence yourself. Qingqing, you must not believe his words. Your father would never disrespect your mother. Father, how can I explain this to you? You are indeed my father. But my mother has been separated from you for so many years. You must get to know her anew. How dare you mistreat my mother behind my back? You deserve the kick you received. Chu Daqiang, nearly infuriated by the meddling son-in-law's provocations, coughed violently. Qingqing, your father desires a sip of water, for he is merely being stirred against us. Father, if you are not honest, I shall withhold water from you. Lu Mingmei awkwardly suggested, General, perhaps you should have some tea. The prince likely misinterpreted the situation. Clarifying things should suffice. The prince has come with important matters. You should attend to state affairs. Qingqing has yet to have her lunch. Let me take you to eat first. As Lu Qingqing turned to leave, Zhao Tianzong exclaimed excitedly. Qingqing, I wish to speak with you. How bothersome. I refuse to converse with you. Zhao Tianzong, unable to suppress his frustration, strode purposefully into the dim room from the radiant sunlight outside, instinctively seeking his Qingqing. However, before he could reach her and her mother, his limping father-in-law hurled a medicine box at him. Who permitted your entry? Did Qingqing not say you were unwelcome? Zhao Tianzong instinctively caught the medicine box, and the old doctor exclaimed, Oh dear, my treasure. As the son-in-law, Zhao Tianzong held the box, staring at his father-in-law, who demanded, if you're dissatisfied, feel free to strike me. Chu Daqiang, with a discontented expression, puffed up his cheeks, clearly not to be trifled with. Why is the prince disobedient? Qingqing forbade your entry. How dare you enter? When Qingqing forbade me from standing, I had to squat. That is our family rule. How dare you disobey? Look, even now your father listens to you. Despite the divorce, he pays no heed to your words. Zhao Tianzong was nearly driven to fury, as his theatrical father-in-law belittled him in his presence. Did his wife still have a suitor? Father-in-law, please do not speak. There is a misunderstanding between Qingqing and me. I can explain. The old doctor has diagnosed your father-in-law with a minor fracture. I have reset it and secured it with splints. In 3 months he will be fine, and I will ensure regular checkups. Chu Daqiang stood with one foot, using a stick provided by Chu Feng for support. Grinning through his pain, he glared at Zhao Tianzong, aware that the prince, despite being royal, was in Lu's domain. You broke my leg and bullied my daughter. This cannot stand. Regardless of your misunderstandings, you are divorced from my daughter, and your attempts to entangle her now are unacceptable. I, Chu Daqiang, will protect my daughter, even at the cost of my life. Zhao Tianzong was exasperated. Father-in-law, we truly have misunderstandings. I can clarify with Qingqing. Please do not cause trouble. As he stepped forward, Chu Daqiang raised his stick to block Zhao Tianzong. Instinctively, Zhao Tianzong pushed the stick aside, causing Chu Daqiang to lose his balance. Oof! With a thud, he fell into a chair but barely managed to stay seated, tipping over and landing on the floor. Father, Zhao Tianzong, will you not cease your antics? Are you following me home to attack my father? Lu Qingqing, unable to contain her emotions, seized a teapot and hurled it at Zhao Tianzong. He caught it effortlessly, the cool spring water within providing no harm. Then, in a flash, she charged at him, delivering several blows that caused him to feel acute pain in his neck. You find pleasure in bullying others? You come to my home, break my father's leg, and now you attack him? I shall not let you go unpunished. Zhao Tianzong, struggling to contain the enraged young woman, grasped her wrist with one hand while holding the teapot in the other, pulling her into his embrace. Startled, Lu Qingqing lost her balance and let out a frightened shriek. Lu Mingmei, unable to intervene, rushed forward, shouting, Your Highness, stop. Qingqing is pregnant. Do not pull her. Zhao Tianzong instinctively looked down at the young woman, realizing that her belly pressed against him. Chapter 81. Qingqing has borne a child for me. Silence enveloped the room. Tension palpable. Chu Daqiang, supported by Chu Feng and Chu Lei, hurried over. Chu Daqiang stood silently, glaring at Zhao Tianzong. Release my daughter. If anything happens to her or my grandchild, I will not spare you. Lu Mingmei approached cautiously, prying Zhao Tianzong's hand away, concerned for her daughter, who appeared breathless and shaken. Qingqing, are you alright? Do you feel any discomfort? Old doctor, you are here. Quick, examine my daughter. She seems distressed and unable to catch her breath. Chu Daqiang, alarmed, ceased his pretense. Qingqing, what ails you? Speak to your father.
Ame.
Quickly take the child to the inner chamber. Let her rest while the old doctor checks her pulse. Your Highness, how could you be so impulsive? Qingqing struck you a few times. Why must you pull her? I have but one daughter. You may strike me, but what right do you have to harm her? Jean Yi, Jean Er, and Jean Sin stood outside, dumbfounded. Their princess was with child. How could this be? Surely it was the prince's offspring. Good heavens! This is astonishing. Originally, the prince was a solitary figure, but now he has a wife, father-in-law, mother-in-law, and a child. What a complete family portrait. Zhao Tianzong stood there, mind racing, unaware of the pain in his neck, only realizing that his wife's belly pressed against him. Old Dr. Wang, bewildered, exclaimed, Oh dear. This family is truly tempestuous. Lu Qingqing, furious and breathless, was supported by her mother and little Dizzy as they led her into the inner chamber. Old Dr. Wang followed closely with his medicine box. Chu Daqiang was assisted by two individuals to the entrance of the inner chamber. He released their support, instructing them to wait outside, emphasizing that they were not permitted to enter the ladies' quarters. Chu Feng and Chu Lei exchanged glances, both wishing to remark that he himself had not entered either. Otherwise, his previous display of vulnerability would have seemed rather insincere. With a noticeable limp, supported by a cane, Chu Daqiang expressed deep concern, inquiring about the well-being of Qingqing. Qingqing, tell your father if your stomach hurts. I have arranged for 2 reliable midwives from the county. Old Dr. Wang had examined Lu Qingqing and assured that there was no significant concern. It appeared that she was not experiencing any complications with the pregnancy, nor were there signs of premature labor. However, he cautioned that carrying twins required careful nurturing, as early births were common with such cases, typically not exceeding 7.5 months. Now, at over 5 months, it meant that she could deliver in less than 2 months. Therefore, it was imperative to ensure her health. The twins were already small, and a premature birth would pose a grave risk to their survival. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Lu Qingqing felt a surge of anxiety. Having lived 2 lifetimes without bearing children, she yearned for the arrival of her offspring. Yet the gravity of the situation filled her with trepidation. Her temper often flared when provoked, particularly by the man who had struck her father, and she struggled with the urge to confront him. But what if such actions endangered her children? I understand, mother. Please come here. I need some water. Father, please see old Dr. Wang home and give him a small fee. Very well, Chu Daqiang replied. This fee is well deserved, especially since the doctor has tended to my leg. Do not cry, Qingqing. Should that man dare to cause further trouble, I shall not hesitate to defend our family. Lu Qingqing, tearful, implored her mother to stay by her side and share some water. Lu Mingmei and Xiaodou immediately attended to her, while Chu Daqiang, feeling uneasy, instructed, Mei, stay with the child. I will escort old Dr. Wang out. If Qingqing feels unwell, she must speak up. Perhaps we should keep the doctor here for dinner before he departs. Indeed. You take the doctor to the guest room to rest, Xiaodou, and I will look after Qingqing. Lu Mingmei affirmed. With a slight limp, Chu Daqiang accompanied old Dr. Wang out of the inner chamber, unable to restrain his concern. Old Dr. Wang, thank you for your efforts. Please remain here until evening. I am anxious about my child. He added, have my son Lei see you home afterward. Tomorrow, I will trouble you to check on my daughter again. Old Dr. Wang bowed, assuring him, rest assured, General. I shall return to examine your daughter and the fetus. Zhang Yi, a keen observer, noted that neither Chu Daqiang nor his sons had offered the doctor any payment. Swiftly, he retrieved a silver coin from his waist and, as the elder approached the door, presented it. This is for your services, esteemed doctor. My lady and young master appreciate your diligence. The elder accepted the payment with gratitude and hurriedly followed Chu Feng out, as Zhao Tianzong breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Daqiang mused to himself about the perceived foolishness of his son-in-law, Zhang Yi, while he, assisted by Chu Lei, settled into a chair. He cast a glance at his son-in-law, who stood there as if in deep meditation, and felt a surge of irritation. Your Highness, while the ladies rest within. I must inquire why you are here? Zhao Tianzong snapped back to reality, replying, I heard that the general was coordinating food supplies for the court, and I came to ensure all was well. He continued, is Qingqing pregnant? Is the child mine? Your Highness, Chu Daqiang retorted. Do you truly believe our child belongs to you? That is our grandchild. You and Qingqing have parted ways. Thus, the child is ours. Zhao Tianzong, fixing his gaze on his father-in-law, insisted, do not change the subject. If the child is mine, then he is of royal lineage. I am the father, and he is a descendant of the phoenix. Chu Daqiang countered, but your highness, weren't you dispatched by the emperor to war? Lu family village has food to sell to the court. Take the supplies and go fight. My leg is broken due to your actions. I must remain home with my family. Zhao Tianzong, growing agitated, declared, I must stay with them as my child is about to be born.
Chu Daqiang,
nearly leaping from his seat in anger, exclaimed, do not evade the matter. You are here to fight. Take the supplies and leave the money with us. Qingqing is my daughter, and her children are my grandchildren. You should focus on your battles. The wife is no longer yours. How can the children be? Chu Lei and the others nearly erupted in laughter at the exchange between the father-in-law and son-in-law. Suddenly, Lu De burst into the courtyard, urgently declaring, "General, a group of unidentified individuals is clashing with the troops at the foot of the mountain. Their attire does not resemble that of the court. They are wreaking havoc down below. Uncle Feng has reported that a main force seems to be heading towards the granary." Chu Daqiang turned to Chu Lei, commanding, "Hurry. Check if someone is attempting to seize our granary. There are hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain stored there. We must protect it." Hearing this, Zhao Tianzong became frantic. "What nonsense is this? Someone covets the grain of Lu family village. Your Highness," Chu Daqiang cautioned, "do not raise your voice, as it may alarm Qingqing and Ame. However, Ame has already secured a sale of the grain to the court. If they come to seize it now, and I am incapacitated due to your actions, you must fend them off." Zhao Tianzong nodded solemnly. "Understood. Since your leg is broken, remain here with the ladies and Qingqing. I shall investigate." With decisive strides, Zhao Tianzong exited the room, prompting Chu Daqiang to unconsciously smile. This feeling of having a son-in-law to manage matters is rather pleasant. Oh, how my leg aches. Chapter 82. The Crown Prince's position will fall upon him. Zhan Wang. Zhao Tianzong rushed out with his men, soon discovering that a considerable number of individuals were indeed advancing towards Lu family village's back mountain. Surrounding Lu family village were the troops of the Town South Army, who had begun to rally against the attackers. Zhao Tianzong glanced back, signaling Zhan San to fire a signal arrow, summoning the Tiger Guard army to defend the grain. Zhan San swiftly drew an arrow, releasing 3 loud signals that echoed through the air. In an instant, silence enveloped the area, and the assailants seemed to realize their impending doom. They roared like wolves, fully aware that reinforcements had arrived and determined to make a desperate stand before they could be overwhelmed. With a fierce glare, Zhao Tianzong unsheathed his blade and bellowed, "Kill!" In an instant, the War King led a charge towards the granary, engaging the miscreants attempting to seize the grain. The granary was surrounded, swarmed by attackers, who pressed forward relentlessly. War God Zhao Tianzong carved a bloody path through them, displaying their ferocity. Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses echoed in the distance. The Tiger Guard army was upon them. The cavalry from the vanguard battalion surged forward, their hooves echoing like thunder. The assailants, realizing the dire situation, were led by a burly man who shouted, "Not good. The court's troops have arrived. Retreat." The might of the Tiger Guard army was evident. The Town South army stood frozen in shock. This was indeed the formidable Tiger Guard army. With over 10,000 ruffians, it was clear they were not a mere small force. Otherwise, they would not dare to assault the Lu family village guarded by the Town South army. They had simultaneously launched feigned attacks elsewhere, primarily concentrating 5,000 to 6,000 men here, aiming to plunder the granary. But who was Zhao Tianzong? With the Tiger Guard army in pursuit, he managed to decimate half of the attackers. The tide of battle swiftly turned. The remaining assailants fled in disarray, and Zhao Tianzong ordered his men to begin collecting the spoils of war, ensuring no survivors remained. All that was left behind by the enemy's carriages, along with the injured and dead horses, became their spoils of war. Zhao Tianzong gazed at the lifeless and wounded horses, closing his eyes momentarily.
"Zanyi,
Issue the order to process these dead and injured horses. Let us prepare horse meat porridge." The soldiers had long suffered from hunger and had not tasted meat. Their bodies could not endure such deprivation. They must slaughter these horses cleanly and prepare the meat porridge. Xu Feng, inform your father-in-law to bring out the grain. Once my Tiger Way army has had their fill, we shall move the entire contingent to garrison near Lu family village. First, let us eat. Later, I shall provide further instructions. Chu Feng and Chu Lei immediately clasped their fists in acknowledgement, their hearts genuinely moved by the prowess of the War King. He was indeed the most distinguished son of Emperor Xiao Wu, who was once a national hero, conquering both south and north. Zhao Tianzong found an enemy robe and cut off a piece, wiping his bloody dagger clean before sheathing it at his back, and returned to Lu family village with Zhan, Yi, and Zhan Er. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw his father-in-law seated and eating. Instinctively, Zhao Tianzong swallowed hard, glanced back at Zhan Yi and Zhan Er, and instructed them to find someone in the village to prepare a meal. They could not go hungry, as there were more tasks to attend to in the afternoon. Zhan Yi and Zhan Er grinned and nodded, hurrying to find Uncle Li, who would surely provide them with a good meal. As the son-in-law, Zhao Tianzong did not hesitate to wash his hands by the basin and sat down opposite his father-in-law. "Father-in-law, Over 10,000 foreign foes have been driven away, over 4,000 slain, and dozens of horses taken down. My men have already processed those horses. Soon we shall boil the meat porridge to replenish our strength. Zhao Tianzong took a cup of tea from before his father-in-law, using it as a bowl, and began to eat. Chu Daqiang initially did not wish to engage with this princely son-in-law, no, his former son-in-law. Yet, he could not resist the familiarity, especially as Zhao Tianzong was robbing him of his food. By noon, Ame had already eaten with the children in the house, and he was left scavenging their leftovers. The food was truly exceptional. His leg ached, and he ate slowly, unexpectedly finding that the dog's son-in-law returned from battle, eating with greater gusto than himself. 3 white buns were on the table, and the son-in-law devoured 2. 3 plates of dishes were emptied, and he even drank all the leftover chicken soup from his daughter. Chu Daqiang felt a knot tighten in his chest. His nostrils flared. Your Highness, I have already spoken with Ame. I know you have divorced Qingqing, and that separation was sanctioned by the emperor. You are no longer my daughter as husband. Zhao Tianzong had nearly finished his meal. For so long, he had not truly relished his food, but today, in Qingqing's home, he felt satisfied. He poured himself a cup of water from the nearby teapot and drank heartily, savoring the taste. Since losing Qingqing, every drop of water, every morsel of food, every scent has been tasteless. Yet here, with Qingqing, the water is sweet, and the food is extraordinarily delicious. Father-in-law, you may not know, but I live for Qingqing, and the events at the May Festival were orchestrated by Prince Zhao Tianchong. We had many misunderstandings, and I shall clarify them later with mother-in-law and Qingqing. I have searched for Qingqing for months, and am aware of the grievances you and Qingqing have suffered. I swear to make amends, and will never repeat such errors. Chu Daqiang shook his head. Your Highness, that is mere wishful thinking. Qingqing does not share your sentiments. She is heartbroken and unwilling to engage with you. If you pursue her further and provoke her anger, it will not end well. My grandchildren have yet to be born, and the physician has advised that my daughter must be cared for. For years, she has endured hardships with her mother. Now that I, as her father, have finally reunited with them, their matters are my responsibility. Qingqing does not regard you, so do not anger her. Despite my leg being broken by you, if you provoke her again, I will not hesitate to confront you. Zhao Tianzong felt utterly at a loss for words. Enough, father-in-law, there is no need for such hostility. I will explain later. Qingqing is too agitated, and it may harm her and the child. Our primary focus now is to secure our provisions and address the military supplies. My army of 100,000 is ready, yet they have endured hardships along the way, having not eaten well. We must rest here for several days before considering marching into the southern regions to confront the South barbarians. How much grain does Lu family village possess? Will it suffice for over 10,000 men for 3 months? Chu Daqiang became serious when discussing the matter of war. Your Highness, to speak of the grain in Lu family village, the conservative estimate is several million pounds. Moreover, Ame and Qingqing have indicated that they have begun replanting the fields after harvesting the first crop. If the army assists in the planting, we could yield another harvest within 3 months. If your men rest here for a few days, it would be prudent to help finish the planting to ensure we have no worries when battling the South barbarians. With over 10,000 men, the current grain supply should last 3 to 4 months, without issue. Zhao Tianzong nodded, recognizing the wisdom in his father-in-law's words. I shall make arrangements immediately. Please take good care of Qingqing, ensure she is comforted. Father-in-law, rest well at home. I will consult with you when needed. You need not worry about the remaining matters. I will write to the emperor to request funds, and when the time comes, the grain from Lu family village will be compensated at market value. With purposeful strides, Zhao Tianzong exited Lu family village, fully aware that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were displeased with him. Alas, was it not a case of self-inflicted suffering? However, if his wife were to bear a child first, he might very well be the only one among his brothers to have offspring, securing the position of heir. Chapter 83. Climbing the wall to see you. Qingqing, I love you. The war king Zhao Tianzong swiftly summoned the entire Tiger Way army, a formidable force of 100,000 strong, stretching for miles. The chief clerk, Sun Hai, approached with a bow. Your Highness, we have heard the news. You have found the princess. We, your subordinates, congratulate you. Zhan San and the others were left speechless. Not only had the princess been found, but Lu family village was also her family home. The mountains were abundant with grain, over 2,000 acres of crops, all belonging to the princess's family. Thus, the issue of provisions was resolved. Zhang Yi had even more splendid news. The princess was pregnant and would soon bear an heir for our prince. Sun Hai, being astute, instantly grasped the significance of royal progeny. He knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "We congratulate your highness on your legacy." The others gradually caught on, and soon a thunderous cheer erupted. Zhao Tianzong was overjoyed. His 10,000 men had truly suffered due to his earlier decision to set out without provisions. The war god's eyes glistened with emotion as he raised his voice, infused with inner power. "Warriors of the Tiger Way Army, I am grateful for your unwavering loyalty through life and death. Prepare to set up camp." The 5 battalion leaders, each commanding 20,000 men, began to establish their defenses according to the deployment map, each group stationed at a point, coordinating with the Southern Defense Army to ensure the protection of our farmlands. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, their voices resounding with enthusiasm. All afternoon, the lower regions of Lu Family Village felt as festive as a New Year celebration. And by dinner time, the Southern Defense Army had become well acquainted with the Tiger Way Army. Throughout the busy afternoon, Zhao Tianzong, accompanied by Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, returned to Lu Family Village for dinner. Unfortunately, upon his arrival, he encountered his father-in-law in the hall, struggling with his pain as Chu Daqiang grimaced. Seeing Lu Er set his meal before him, before he could even pick up his chopsticks, Zhao Tianzong stepped in. "Go and serve me a bowl of rice. I wish to dine with my father-in-law." Chu Daqiang rolled his eyes, while Lu Er stood there, somewhat dumbfounded. "Humph. I have no idea what I did to offend the heavens, only to be entangled with the prince. What a misfortune." Lu Er went to fetch a bowl of rice and a pair of chopsticks. After the meal, the prince should leave promptly. "I still do not know where I shall sleep tonight. Must you create further chaos?" Zhao Tianzong smirked slightly. "You are my father-in-law. Why not share a bed with my mother-in-law?" Chu Daqiang hurriedly glanced into the inner room and shot a glare at Zhao Tianzong. "What nonsense are you spouting? Qingqing is pregnant and may disturb others at night. It is Ame who sleeps with her daughter. As a father, why would I compete for affection with my own daughter? I was merely jesting. Do you truly believe I would contend with Qingqing for Ame's attention?" Zhao Tianzong's gaze held a trace of compassion, imagining that his little wife, bearing a child, must feel discomfort and thus cling to her mother even more. The dinner was devoured by the two of them, and upon finishing, Zhao Tianzong nodded. "I shall not disturb you further, father-in-law. I must return to attend to military affairs. The 100,000 Tiger Might Army is stationed here, and various matters require arrangement. Moreover, I have already sent word to Qingqing in South Jiang City. He will soon provide me with updates." Chu Daqiang observed the war prince Zhao Tianzong. All right. You may go. There is nothing for you to concern yourself with here. Those two are my wife and child. No need for your worry." Zhao Tianzong cast one last glance at the doorway before sighing and exiting Lu's residence. Indeed, that night in the military camp, Zhao Tianzong received a letter from Qingqing in South Jiang City, stating that the defenses of South Jiang City were on the brink of collapse. Recently, there had been some insiders inciting the masses, and it was evident that a conspiracy was brewing. Should South Jiang City fall, the common folk would inevitably suffer. And once it crumbled, the southern barbarians would soon flood into Yunnan Prefecture. It was likely they were already aware that Lu's residents produced a significant amount of grain. They were eager to invade, aiming to seize the food at Lu's place. Grain equates to life, and Lu's residents appeared as a delectable morsel, a prize both factions sought to claim. Although the Tiger Might Army was stationed there, the southern barbarian forces were not insignificant either. Should they breach the defenses, a direct confrontation would be unavoidable. Zhao Tianzong understood that he could not allow the barbarians to infiltrate, with Qingqing and his mother-in-law present. He could not permit them to ruin the grain or instill fear in his loved ones. His wife was pregnant, and he must ensure her safety and the successful birth of their child. Zhang Yi, summon the camp leaders for a meeting, and Zhang Er, inquire with my father-in-law about the current grain reserves. Inform him that South Jiang is in peril, and I intend to lead the Tiger Might Army into South Jiang City. Ensure we have ample military provisions, and ascertain if subsequent supplies can be secured smoothly. Additionally, I shall leave the southern garrison here to manage grain production and ensure the well-being of the princess and my mother-in-law. The southern barbarians must not be allowed to enter South Jiang City. If it fell, all of Yunnan Prefecture would be endangered. Zhang San received his orders, and soon, several military leaders, including Sun Hai, arrived. Zhao Tianzong and his men pored over maps and deliberated until midnight. Zhang San returned to report. General Chu states that Lu's residence has stockpiled several million pounds of grain, supplying us for battle poses no issue. The southern garrison will remain here to cultivate grain and assist us logistically, which is absolutely feasible. Zhao Tianzong was greatly satisfied, and the others felt reassured. After dismissing them, he lay down for a brief rest. When dawn broke, Zhao Tianzong abruptly sat up, his thoughts still lingering on his beloved Qingqing. He rose, took a few sips of water, tidied his unkempt beard, and stealthily exited the military camp, instructing Zhang Yi and Zhang Er not to follow. They understood that their lord was going to visit the princess.
Sigh.
Zhao Tianzong moved with the grace of a swallow, feeling lighter than air. He thought it was due to his weight loss, allowing him to traverse swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, the food and water at Lu's residence were infused with miraculous spring water. Upon arriving at Lu's residence, Zhao Tianzong effortlessly entered the compound. After crossing the main hall, he descended from the window, gently pushing it open to peek inside. Lu Mingmei lay sleeping beside her daughter. Upon hearing a sound, she sat up, and upon seeing Zhao Tianzong outside the window, her expression shifted from surprise to calm as she glanced at her sleeping daughter and then at her former son-in-law. With a soft sigh, Lu Mingmei donned a robe, adjusted her daughter's blanket, nodded at Zhao Tianzong, and quietly left the room. Zhao Tianzong expressed profound gratitude with a slight bow before quietly squatting beside his wife's bed, gazing at the slumbering girl. The small child lay on her back, breathing evenly, her belly noticeably round beneath the covers. Thinking of their impending child, Zhao Tianzong felt a warmth spread through him. He was unsure whether to laugh or cry, overwhelmed with excitement and anticipation. He reminisced about their past together, how she had brought him joy and transformed his world with her presence. Even when they were apart, he often stubbornly reassured himself that he did not care for her so deeply, yet his heart remained honest. Each thought of her softened him, and each sight of her brought him joy. He would scale walls to see her. Qingqing, I love you. I climbed over the wall to bid you farewell. South Jiang City may soon fall, and I must go, for I am the war prince of the great Jin dynasty. It is my duty and responsibility. You must stay safe during your confinement. I shall return when the opportunity arises to see you and our child. In the early morning light, Zhao Tianzong lingered in his wife's room until the rooster crowed. He watched the little girl as she gently cradled her belly and turned to sleep on her side, her furrowed brows revealing her discomfort. A pang of sorrow struck him. She bore his child, and they had only been apart for a few months. She must have conceived during their separation. Zhao Tianzong lifted his head, swallowing his tears, silently vowing to never betray Qingqing's devotion. His legs stiff from kneeling, he stood slowly, tenderly leaning down to kiss her hair. Despite his reluctance, he had to leave. After gazing at his wife one last time, he quietly slipped out through the window and scaled the wall, departing from Lu's residence. Meanwhile, Chu Daqiang emerged from the side room, leaning on his cane as he watched Zhao Tianzong's receding figure. His lips twitched. What sort of upbringing allows one to scale walls? How bothersome. Turning, he spotted Ame emerging from the kitchen. General, have you been awake since dawn? Are your legs sore from sleeping uncomfortably? Why not rest in your room? Very well. I shall check on Qingqing shortly. Chu Daqiang looked at his beloved, slowly returning to the main room. His eyes seemed to take on a life of their own as he followed Ame back to the hall, where he poured himself a cup of water. Ah! This is truly sweet. That Zhao lad was not mistaken. The water here is sweet when enjoyed in the company of someone dear. I shall return tonight to lay on the floor. I expect to sleep soundly. Meanwhile, after descending from the mountain, Zhao Tianzong returned to the central military tent. He regarded Zhang Yi and Zhang Er standing before him and contemplated, "Prepare ink and paper. I must write a confidential letter to His Majesty." The two immediately busied themselves, with Zhao Tianzong seizing a pen to compose a letter on a sheet of stationery. He elegantly filled 2 pages, informing the emperor that the Hui army had successfully entered Yunnan and had joined forces with General Chu Daqiang of Zhenan. There were 3 unexpected delights. First, the Lu family village in Yunnan was a treasure trove of good fortune, free from any agricultural failures. General Chu and his men were assisting in the safeguarding and cultivation of food supplies, ensuring ample provisions. Second, Qingqing and her mother were the proprietors of Lu family village, and her mother was the long-lost spouse of General Chu, originally the son of the wealthiest man in Phoenix City. General Chu had lost his identity due to a head injury while serving in the military and was adopted by the former general of Jinnan, Chu Hong, inheriting his position. Third, Qingqing was expecting a child, reportedly due to give birth in about 2 months, and he requested the emperor to bestow a name upon the child. Furthermore, he implored the emperor to keep this matter confidential, as his son would be going into battle, and any attention drawn to the royal grandchild could lead to peril. He also requested the emperor to take special care of his mother, as her straightforward and trusting nature made her susceptible to exploitation. He assured the emperor that he would triumph over the southern barbarians and asked him to await his victorious return, bringing his family home for a joyful reunion. After completing the letter to his satisfaction, Zhao Tianzong sealed it and inscribed on the envelope, "To His Majesty, personally opened. Zhang Yi, you must return to the capital personally. This letter is highly confidential." He then knelt before his lord, pledging that the letter's safety was paramount. The clerk, Sun Hai, provided Zhang Yi with 100 taels of silver, and Zhang Yi wrapped the confidential document in oilcloth before seeking a horse. Outside the camp, he bid farewell to Zhao Tianzong once more, shouldering the provisions prepared by Zhang Er and Zhang San, a fire spoon clenched between his teeth, and galloped forth from the Hui army's encampment. Before dawn, the Hui army began their morning preparations, and the soldiers energetically cooked their meals. After dining, Zhao Tianzong commanded the troops to strike camp and, armed with their provisions, set forth towards Nanjing City, which lay a mere 120 li from Yunnan. It was estimated that they could reach their destination in a day, but if the cavalry of the vanguard marched swiftly, they could arrive by afternoon. At that moment, tension enveloped Nanjing City as the governor, Shi Xingkai, who was also a military commander with 30,000 men stationed to defend against the southern barbarians, sensed unrest among the enemy forces outside the city. The southern barbarians were evidently aware of the food supplies in Yunnan, and they had established informants within the region, making an assault inevitable. The southern barbarians, starved and desperate, were akin to ravenous wolves seeking to seize their prey, and food was a coveted treasure in times of drought. Having gone 2 days without rest, Shi Xingkai had repelled 6 assaults from the southern barbarians and was utterly exhausted. Suddenly, news arrived that the war king Zhao Tianzong was leading 100,000 Hui soldiers to reinforce Nanjing City, bringing with him supplies of grain. The vanguard cavalry had already reached the northern city gates. The middle-aged governor, Shi Xingkai, felt a surge of hope and exclaimed, "Brothers, war king Zhao Tianzong has arrived. He is our nation's god of war. Fear not the southern barbarians, for their end is nigh." Indeed, Zhao Tianzong, accompanied by 30,000 cavalry, entered the city through the northern gate and proceeded to the southern gate to secure the city. Shi Xingkai, awaiting the war king at the city entrance, was struck by the resemblance Zhao Tianzong bore to the former fourth prince, Zhao Xiaowu, now the reigning emperor. Overcome with emotion, he knelt to honor the war king, welcoming him and the Hui army into the city. Zhao Tianzong, weary from travel, dismounted to assist the veteran general, who, while not old, had served valiantly in his youth. The Shi family had guarded Nanjing City for 3 generations and remained deeply loyal to the Jin dynasty, which had entrusted them with significant authority. "Rise, Lord Shi. Your efforts are appreciated. My main forces will arrive shortly, likely by nightfall," Zhao Tianzong stated. Shi Xingkai, filled with admiration for the young war king, remarked on his striking resemblance to the emperor. "Your Highness, I was sent to serve in the emperor's army at the age of 15, and I fought alongside his majesty in countless battles. Seeing you now rekindles those glorious memories. With you here, I am confident we can drive back the enemy." Zhao Tianzong smiled, acknowledging the Shi family's long-standing loyalty. "Since I am here, I aim to quell the southern barbarians' fervor. Can you rally the Nanjing forces to drum up support? Tonight, I wish to host a victory feast outside the city. We have brought ample provisions, and the southern barbarians' horses will serve as our meat." Shi Xingkai, despite a bleeding lip from excitement, beamed with joy. "Yes, Your Highness. We shall prepare a grand celebration. The soldiers will clean the cauldrons, and once victory is secured, we will serve horse meat porridge in your honor. Indeed, we cannot feast solely on porridge. Salt is essential. I procured 5 carts of salt from Liu family village. Ensure it is added to the porridge tonight, for our soldiers cannot be without it." Shi Xingkai wiped a tear of joy from his cheek, affirming, "Rest assured, Your Highness." The drums of war resounded from the city walls as the Hui army's vanguard, under Zhao Tianzong's command, charged toward the southern barbarians. Meanwhile, the southern barbarian prince, Liang Jinsong, preoccupied with plans for a night raid, felt urgency as the food from Liu family village was nearing harvest. Suddenly, the battle drums echoed, initially dismissed as a figment of his imagination until a report confirmed, "Commander, the Nanjing forces are charging out." Liang Jinsong, thrilled, thought Qingqing had finally emerged from his shell. "Notify Deputy Commander Liang Zhenhua to meet the enemy. We must press our advantage." However, a second report arrived, causing him to panic. "Commander, the deputy reports they are all cavalry, resembling the Hui army." Liang Jinsong sprang to his feet, knocking over his inkstone and ruining a prepared letter.
Impossible.
"Order the deputy to engage. They cannot be Hui soldiers. They lack the provisions to reach us."
No.
"Equip me for battle. Today, they shall not return." Filled with confidence, Liang Jinsong donned his armor and rode forth to meet the opposing forces. Upon arrival, he was stunned to see the Hui army's banners flying proudly, emblazoned with the tiger-headed Zhao insignia. Chapter 85. The Hui army has indeed arrived. And the situation has taken a turn. As the two forces clashed, the southern barbarian deputy commander Liang Zhenhua was taken aback, his heart sinking at the sight of the tiger-headed flag amidst the throng of soldiers. Yet, with the commander behind him, retreat was not an option. He steeled himself for the fight. Zhao Tianzong's Hui army, having feasted heartily on the nourishing food from Liu Qingqing, was invigorated and prepared for battle.
Now.
They all exude a fierce vigor, having rushed from the capital with the intent to vanquish the southern barbarians and satisfy their hunger. With their bellies full, they are indeed brimming with energy, ready to strike against the southern foes. Zhao Tianzong stands atop the battle chariot, brandishing his flag vigorously, while the soldiers of the vanguard camp respond to his command, forming a tactical formation akin to a trap for the enemy. The vanguard, comprising 10,000 troops, splits into two paths, followed closely by another 10,000 from the center, and subsequently, 1,000 men led by Liu Yib, arranged in a single line. Moving in to support, the Tiger Might army envelopes the southern barbarians, leaving them dazed and confused. They are utterly unaware of the enemy's strength, only knowing that the Tiger Might army surrounds them, with no chance to flee or retreat. From afar, Liang Jinsong is taken aback upon witnessing the vanguard being encircled by the Tiger Might army. This spells disaster. How could the deputy commander fall into such a trap? Liang Jinsong realizes he has miscalculated, for the southern barbarian kingdom had indeed infiltrated the Great Jin with numerous spies. The Great Jin, lacking provisions, could not possibly muster enough supplies to send their troops to face the enemy. He had hoped to capitalize on the Great Jin's desperation and plunge into Yunnan and Jiangnan to seize supplies. Little did he expect that the Great Jin would provide them with provisions for battle, a plan destined to starve them all.
Oh.
The Great Jin has now decided to unite the entire nation in hunger against us southern barbarians.
Alas.
How did the Tiger Might army arrive so unexpectedly? Retreat. Retreat. Sound the retreat. However, retreat is not so easily accomplished. The entire vanguard has already been surrounded by Zhao Tianzong and his 30,000 Tiger Might soldiers. Employing the well-known tactic of encirclement, Qingqing, frantically beating the drum atop the city tower, shatters it in his excitement. The troops of the southern frontier shout loudly from both the tower and the ground below, declaring that the Tiger Might army has engaged in battle outside the southern frontier city, and the war god Zhao Tianzong truly lives up to his name. The deafening cheers resonate through the air, enough to shake the heavens, and the soldiers of the southern barbarian kingdom are thrown into disarray. What is the Tiger Might army? This esteemed force was established during the youth of the current Emperor Xiaowu of the Great Jin, known for its audacity and bravery. The Tiger Might army represents the very foundation of the Great Jin's rise to power, having achieved remarkable victories through countless campaigns, ultimately securing the throne during the fierce succession wars. Now, the command of this formidable army rests in the hands of the war god Zhao Tianzong. It is clear that the Great Jin is prepared to engage the southern barbarian kingdom in earnest, and Liang Jinsong squints his eyes in realization. It is over. The Great Jin now relies solely on the southern region for sustenance, and their trump card, Zhao Tianzong, has been dispatched. Sound the retreat and conserve our strength. Withdraw 50 miles swiftly. Bam, 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 bam. This signals the retreat, but Zhao Tianzong pays no heed, commanding his troops to kill. Every enemy slain is a victory, and it will not be so easy for them to withdraw unscathed. By evening, the sounds of battle outside the southern frontier city finally cease. Zhao Tianzong observes the retreating forces of the southern barbarians, who have left behind a chaotic mess of tents. The battlefield is strewn with corpses and struggling warhorses. And Zhao Tianzong bellows, "Sound the retreat. Do not pursue the desperate foe. Let us clean the battlefield." Bang, 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 bang. Qingqing, filled with exhilaration, rushes down from the city tower. "Help! My goodness! We have struck it rich. We have an abundance of horse meat. Ha ha ha. Bring forth those injured and dead horses and clear the site. Tonight, we shall host a feast in honor of the Tiger Might Army and our war king." Zhao Tianzong waves his flag, and everyone dismounts to collaborate in the cleanup. They gather all the horses in one place. And the enemy's corpses are to be burned and buried, as it is essential to prevent the outbreak of disease in times of war. Every commander is acutely aware that if an epidemic arises, it could spell disaster, as many wars have ended in mutual destruction due to plagues. The 30,000 Tiger Might soldiers and the 20,000 defenders of the southern frontier city work together to clean the battlefield and dismantle the enemy camps, creating a magnificent scene. As night falls, the remnants of the southern barbarian camp vanish, replaced by the encampment of the Tiger Might army. Utilizing a plethora of resources seized from the southern barbarians, their triumph is remarkable. Under the starlit sky, the camp is established, filled with the aroma of cooked meat. And the soldiers share laughter, while the citizens of southern frontier city finally dare to emerge from their homes, their faces adorned with smiles. The main force of 70,000 soldiers, laden with provisions, has also entered the city. News of the War King's victorious first battle has spread, igniting excitement among the ranks. Yet, the one unable to smile is the southern barbarian prince, Liang Jinsong, the designated heir apparent. The southern barbarian kingdom, located in the south, is lush but plagued by an abundance of snakes and pests. However, consecutive years of calamities have decimated these creatures, leaving the kingdom unable to expand northward without jeopardy to its survival. As the Great Prince, Liang Jinsong advocates for the conquest of southern frontier city and Yunnan, gradually encroaching upon the Great Jin. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Great Jin's own famine, he believed they would be unwilling to part with their supplies to fight back. The southern barbarians aimed to swiftly take southern frontier city and Yunnan, but the outcome proved disastrous. Liang Jinsong fled, disheveled and in tatters, retreating into a forested area. Despite the trees still being green, the undergrowth had turned yellow, a grim reminder of the season's hardships. Their meager provisions were lost during their flight, thrown to the Great Jin's forces. What now?
Sigh.
Dispatch a messenger back to inform the king to find a way to transport some provisions here. His advisors wore expressions of despair, recalling their earlier assurances that cooperating with the infiltrators in the city would suffice to breach its walls. Alternatively, they could feign an attack on southern frontier city to draw out Qingqing, while their insiders in Yunnan could secure provisions from the Winsha River. The commander, Liang Jinsong, envisioned feasting on the Great Jin supplies while capturing southern frontier city and seizing Yunnan. The great Prince Liang Jinsong had once vowed that Qingqing and Qingqing were no match for him. Indeed, they had yet to confront Qingqing and Qingqing, only to be met with the war god Zhao Tianzong of the Tiger Might army, leading to a complete rout. An elder, stroking his hair, remarked, "Commander, we have lost at least 30 to 40,000 of our 100,000 troops. How shall we confront the Great Jin now?" Liang Jinsong's face darkened as he surveyed the expressions of his advisors, sighing deeply. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. There is no need for concern. Next time, with adequate preparation, we shall seize the Great Jin's camps and provisions. The advisors lowered their heads, thinking, "Great Prince, you may boast, but we must find a way to escape." Liang Jinsong commanded, "Send a message pigeon to our forces within the city and to Yunnan, discreetly organizing the transport of provisions through our channels. Let us procure supplies from the Winsha River, as we successfully did last time, even if only a few £1,000s. The strategist penned a letter to the king, detailing the predicament posed by Zhao Tianzong and the Tiger Might army. "We require reinforcements, and if that is not feasible, we must summon the old Bug King from the Bug Valley. Commander, if we seek the old Bug King, we must be prepared to marry one of the royal princesses to him. The Bug King in the southern barbarian Bug Valley is notorious for his lecherous ways, adept at nurturing insects within the bodies of beautiful women, thus manipulating them to do his bidding. In the depths of the insect valley, the Goo King commands an entourage of over 1,000 enchanting women, all under his control through the means of Gu. He is a mysterious figure within the Nanman kingdom, and the royal family and nobility dare not seek his favor easily. For his demand is that one must offer the purest-blooded princess or legitimate daughter of their family in marriage. Alas! Of course, after the marriage, he does not cherish her, treating her merely as a tool for nurturing his Gu. Chapter 86. United we stand. No battle is unwinnable. After a few days of recuperation, Qingqing finally regained her strength, though her mood was rather somber today. As she stepped outside, Duzi remained ever vigilant by her side. "Miss, are you feeling unwell?
You scarcely ate this morning.
Allow me to take you to the valley behind the mountain. Let us catch a wild chicken to roast." Qingqing observed the worried expression on Duzi's face. The young girl had grown plump and healthy under her care, weighing at least 120 pounds. "That sounds splendid. I wish to see how our crops are faring. We cannot solely grow grains without vegetables. I want to check the land in the valley behind the mountain to assess the soil quality. If it is suitable, we should plant some vegetables. My father mentioned that someone has gone off to war, and everyone knows this is a matter of defending our homeland. I intend to distribute vegetable seeds to the common folk of the Yunnan prefecture, encouraging them to cultivate their own gardens and raise pigs. Only then will our soldiers have vegetables and meat to sustain them during battle. If the logistics of food supply are comprehensive with grains, vegetables, and meat, then united, the military and civilians can overcome any foe." Duzi gazed at her with admiration, exclaiming, "Miss, you are truly remarkable and knowledgeable. I only know you seem thinner, and it pains me to see that." Qingqing sighed. You may not grasp the gravity of the situation, but without the collective strength of the people, how can we maintain our homes? If the great Jin dynasty were truly to face invasion, we would become subjects of a fallen nation. Regardless of how much land or grain we possess, they would not belong to us, and we would be forced to flee or be slaughtered. Duzi, bewildered, responded, "Then I shall heed your words. Let us support the prince in battle. Though the prince and you have separated, he remains our war god of the great Jin. This morning, I overheard that he pushed the Nanman forces back by 50 miles and is currently in a stalemate." Uncle Feng remarked that our troops were initially unaccustomed to the terrain, but they are gradually adjusting. The prince stated that as long as they can manage 2 meals a day, consuming our Lu family's grain suffices. However, the general insisted that to fight effectively, they require good nutrition, at least 3 meals a day to build their strength. We have ample grain, and the general has supplied salt, but they lack vegetables and must resort to wild greens. Qingqing recalled her father's words about the men who venture into battle with empty hands, bearing immense pressure, likely due to the resistance from the crown prince's faction. Additionally, the entire nation is facing a grain shortage due to drought, not only in the south but in the north as well. Here, we have grain because of the spiritual spring. Alas, we must hasten to plant vegetables and distribute some seeds to the common folk. Accompanied by Duzi, Qingqing approached the granary. At the foot of the mountain, the southern town army had stationed nearly 10,000 soldiers, forming a tight perimeter that would prevent even a sparrow from entering. As they strolled about the granary, Qingqing could hear her father's booming voice from afar. Despite having broken a leg, he was still arguing with someone. What is he competing against now? Duzi, supporting Qingqing, quickened her pace until they reached the back of the granary, where her father was engaged in a tussle with a small wild boar, brandishing a stick. The boar, weighing about 50 to 60 pounds, was persistently charging at him, and he struck it, causing it to squeal loudly. Qingqing nearly burst into laughter. Duzi, go assist that boar. Tonight, we shall feast on roasted suckling pig." Duzi picked up a stick and hurried over, deftly toppling the boar onto its back. "Duzi, you are impressive. No wonder you have grown so robust," Qingqing exclaimed. "What is wrong with your eyes?" Duzi, feeling slighted, turned away to complain, "Miss, I have become plump, and even the general has remarked on it." Qingqing shot her father a disapproving glance. "Father, what nonsense are you spouting? Duzi is neither fat nor thin. She is perfectly normal." Qingqing finally comprehended his daughter's intent. "Indeed.
A perfectly normal physique.
Bring 2 people here." A soldier from the grain-drying area rushed over. "General, a wild boar has snuck in and stolen our grain." Qingqing chuckled. "This wild boar is excellent. Bring it back to the estate. Tonight, we shall roast it to nourish my daughter and grandson." Qingqing looked up to see a herd of small wild boars appearing on the mountain. She could hardly believe her eyes. She was aware of the wild boars in the granary, having seen them before, but with so many people present, she had not thought much of it.
Now.
It seemed they had multiplied, with at least a dozen piglets in tow. Father, look at that group of piglets up there. Qingqing gazed upward, astonished. Heavens! They have gathered in numbers. A dozen of them, all beautifully patterned. Qingqing pondered, Father, rather than let them roam freely, we should consider raising them. Perhaps we could feed them periodically to expedite their growth. The southern town army can benefit from them, and we can supply the front lines. I suspect that with so many piglets, their parents must also be nearby in the mountains. Our crops here must be enticing them to thrive so rapidly. Qingqing nodded. You make a valid point, daughter. Currently, the Nanman forces are in conflict with the Tiger Might Army, which has 10,000 troops reportedly suffering from malnutrition, with some even collapsing. Today, I will send you and Uncle Lei with more men to capture wild boars. There are likely many in these mountains. Qingqing's mind raced. Father, capturing wild boars running through the mountains will require considerable effort. Have Uncle Lei gather men to dig traps instead. This mountain is not very high. If we dig traps and place some bait, the wild beasts will be lured in. Capturing some wild animals and sending the meat to the front lines will help them through their difficulties while safeguarding our defense line. Although I have separated from Zhao Tianzong, he now serves as the war king of the Great Jin, protecting our homeland. I can distinguish between personal and national matters. Qingqing declared. My daughter possesses a sense of national duty. Very well. I will instruct Uncle Lei to prepare the traps, and you design the plan. For Uncle Lei is not the brightest. Uncle Lei approached from a distance, asking, Did the general call for me? What do you need? I mentioned preparing traps to catch more game for the Tiger Might Army. I am concerned that the Nanman forces may take advantage of their disorientation to launch a surprise attack. You will excel at digging traps, Lei. I have faith in your abilities, for you are quite clever.
Uncle Lei nodded.
Understood, General. Please take care, and miss, you should return home first. I will handle the trap digging. Qingqing rolled her eyes. Father, you weren't saying that just a moment ago. Qingqing cleared his throat.